It is the Morning Roast. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte Hill will be back next Monday. Joe Shasky, as always. And the Giants take the Bay Bridge Series trophy. The oh-so-coveted, the Bay Bridge Series trophy. It is coming back to China Basin. It is back to Third and King. The Bay Bridge Series trophy, Shasky. You look excited.
I mean, no, it's not. Whatever. I don't care about the trophy one way or the other. Just baseball in general always seems to miss the mark. Like, clearly, when you look at the A's attendance over the last couple of games, they should have the Giants on the schedule more often.
Yeah.
Like, that is something that's very, very obvious to me.
One of the thoughts through my head was, why didn't they have a game on Friday? Like, we were talking about that all morning. It's exactly. Like, why don't they have anything going on this Friday? They have these 2-game series each. The one that was way early in the season. Normally, they're not supposed to start until June. That's supposed to be when the first series starts. But instead, it started earlier on in the season, and it was only a 2-game set, both at Oracle and now at the Coliseum. And the fans showed out, mostly Giants, you could tell at the stadium, because I don't know who was rolling out there for the A's. That lineup, it's just when you look down 1 through 9, it's like, who can you name on there?
The Giants ain't much better.
But
Giants, I'm just keeping it 100.
But the Giants lineup did end up hitting some home runs, and that's what they hung their hat on last year. Not only was it the clutch hitting, but we've been talking about that a lot, Shasky, over the past couple of weeks. Actually, not even over the past couple of weeks. The entire season. We've been talking about how the Giants have not had the clutch hits.
Yeah.
How they can't get runners with bases loaded in. And I'm hearing that, but we're also missing the element of just the random home run that is hit to maybe spark some sort of something, just anything, because they were hitting a lot of home runs last year. I mean, they were leading the league in home runs, and they just aren't hitting nearly enough of them, but these past couple of games, they really showed out. Yaz with a couple yesterday, Tyro Estrada returning from the IL, from the concussion IL, Joey Bart, Lamont Wade getting some dingers too. So the home run is really what helped him over the weekend here, Shasky.
Everybody likes Yaz. Like, generally, I think the story is an incredible story. If he is a starting everyday outfielder next year, mission not accomplished in the offseason. And that's not an indictment on Yaz. I'm saying that's not good enough.
Yeah.
Austin Slater, Mike Yastrzemski, Luis Gonzalez. Pick who you want in the outfield. They're all fourth outfielders. Like, that's what we're trying to, upgrade here. They have to. And there's a lot of outfield talent that's going to hit the free agent market this year. And then I look at the other guy at shortstop right now, and Brandon Crawford. He comes back, boots a ball, made a couple of nice plays, but they have to upgrade shortstop, and this is the year to do it. And I don't want to go like straight to the offseason, but seeing Farhan talk so much over the last week, hearing Larry Baer on the other station earlier this week, don't talk about it, be about it. I don't want to hear about you saying that you're going to spend money. You better go out and do it then. And you can't come up and be in second place. And seeing the lineup that they trotted out this weekend, I hear what you're saying regarding the A's. Giants offense is garbage. Straight up garbage. The only silver lining for this season, Logan Webb looks good. I feel like I found another guy in Rodon who may or may not walk in free agency. I'll get to that in a second. And if you could salvage this year with Joey Bart, good. You can hang your hat on those things. Everything else, I don't think there's a whole lot of carryover.
Joey Bart, nice little 4-game hitting streak, Shasky.
He looks great.
He does, doesn't he?
Right now, if you just took the temperature of the team, I think he's the best player on the team. Right now.
Yeah.
In this little vacuum. Now, it's not saying much, but I'll take it. Like, he's spraying the ball to all fields, which is a good thing. Batting average is up. He doesn't look overwhelmed at the plate.
No, he doesn't look like he's questioning himself.
No.
We've seen that a lot. Like, I've realized that with Joey, and we've read articles about it, just the mental aspect of the game and how that's impacted his production on the field and what he's done. I'm looking at Joey Bart and seeing a guy who's confident at the plate every single time. I mean, there were a couple of at-bats yesterday. There was the one, his first at-bat of the game, I believe, where he strikes out on those 3 pitches because that pitcher Martinez, he only had 2 pitches in his arsenal, so he was clearly guessing up there, which is going to happen from time to time. I mean, you're a professional baseball hitter. It's eventually going to happen where you strike out. But on a majority of at-bats, he looks like he's just comfortable in there and understands what he's going to do, what his plan is, and he's keeping the pitcher kind of guessing what he's going to do as well. So I think Bart's looked really good these past few games.
Yeah, and I think you got to be really encouraged. And to me, it's a testament to them tinkering with his at-bats and then him learning on the fly. He was so overwhelmed so early. Like there's no other way to put it. Like he was on a pace for like 300 strikeouts. Right. And it feels like he's kind of righted that ship. The most important ingredient, defensively, he's been stellar on a team that's not good defensively. So that's very important. But once the bat starts to wake up, now you're feeling good. Sam Lubman said last night on Garlic Fries and Baseball Guys, our little podcast that we do about the San Francisco Giants, and I agree with him. Get him out of the 8 and 9 hole. Like, what are we doing here?
I was just about to ask you that.
Like, what are we doing?
Because he batted sixth, if I'm not mistaken, on Saturday night's game. Yesterday he batted ninth. That's when he opened it up. Actually, he opened up seventh on Friday night or Saturday night's game. Excuse me.
He batted what?
Seventh on Saturday night's game. But again,
does it kill them to put him in the 4 hole?
Do you want him there?
Mercedes has 8 career home runs, and they had no problem putting him in the 4 hole.
Yeah, and now he's gone.
Yeah, 8 career home runs,
and now he's down to AAA, so he's gone. And J.D. Davis currently is batting third. J.D. Davis, the newly acquired J.D. Davis from the Mets, who you got for Darren Ruff, who everyone thought in New York, all right, fine. He was like, he was that typical player. It's kind of like the way that we talk about, I don't know, really, Lamont Wade this season, for example, the way that we've talked about him. We don't really know what the future is for Lamont Wade. That's how Mets fans were talking about J.D. Davis, and you're batting him third right now. Now, granted, he's been okay ever since he's come to the Giants. He's been fine. But I want to see Joey Bart up there, too. I want to see him get a little taste of that. Maybe the 3rd, the 4th, or the 5th spot.
How many career home runs for J.D. Davis, who's been in the league for quite some time?
Without looking it up, I'd have no clue.
44.
44.
Oh, he's a slugger. Like, why do we do this, though, in baseball? Like, you got to earn your number 4 hole. But you're me, Mercedes. We just picked you up off the trash can. You could bat 3rd and 4th and play horrible in left.
Yeah, what is the strategy there?
It's the weirdest thing in the world. I don't get it. It makes no sense to me whatsoever. Like, what about empowering people? Like, you know, we laugh at Mark Jackson a lot. One thing that I'll give the guy credit for, he came out and said it from the get-go. These are the 2 greatest shooters of all time. There's not a bad shot on the floor that I can give these guys that they can take that I'm going to be mad at. Why don't we empower baseball players that way?
They're too scared.
You've got to have 2,000 innings caught in the minors
because
so stupid.
They're too scared to say anything that confident. Just to say anything with that much conviction. Like Dave Roberts, was it this year? It was this year prior to the season where he was on the Dan Patrick show and he basically said, well, we're winning the World Series this year. Like the World Series is going to be ours.
Yeah, why
remember
not?
that? And then we had Kapler on, and then he, played it cool. And actually, remember that? Yeah,
I do.
He had Kapler on it. Well, of course you do, because you were interviewing him. And then he got you a little bit when you were asking him about it. He said, "No, I actually haven't heard that. Why would you even ask me that question?" And he was joking around a little bit. It's like, wow, Gabe Kapler. All right, like letting the doors open a little bit.
I know,
but I think they're too scared to have any conviction though to say something like that.
I was listening to Alan Stiles. I forget who he was talking to. It might have been Shamari one night, and they were talking about the minor leagues. And I've had this long opinion about the minor leagues. It's insane. The minor leagues is insane. I want you right now, just anyone, take a look at the Sacramento River Cats roster.
Right.
This is your AAA affiliate. It's a bunch of guys who you never want to see in the bigs. It's 29, 31, 32, 33-year-olds. It's a waste of time. And where I'm going at with this, remember in 2020, you can't bring Bart up. Oh, you could ruin him. He could be damaged upon repair. He will not be able to overcome. You could psychologically ruin him. Those 2020 at-bats, did they have any impact on what he's done this year?
I think so.
You really do?
Yeah.
In a negative way?
No, not in a negative way, in a more positive way.
Thank you.
Yeah.
And he struggled, right? We all agree. He struggled.
Yeah.
The point that I'm getting at is I think that we treat the majors like the holy grail. Oh, you want to give a guy a little taste. Like right now, Elliot Ramos is completely struggling in AAA. Right? He's the one young guy on the AAA team. Is it really going to kill them to bring the guy up and give him a week's full of at-bats? But he hasn't earned it. He's facing remedial pitching with remedial coaching in a remedial facility, and you want him to catch up? That's like telling your kid, okay, I know you're struggling in math. Let's go to a worse school and let's have you catch up in a worse environment with worse teachers, and you're gonna make it back up, and you're gonna get back with your classmates 2 years from now. It's never gonna happen. I want the best facilities. I want the best coaching. I want the best circumstances around the player. Let's give him an opportunity. What's it gonna kill him? Like, really, what's it gonna kill them to bring the kid up?
Possibly his career. You bring him up and he struggles. Okay,
he's already struggling.
Then fine. So what does that mean? That just means, so what? You bring him up and he struggles, then you're out on him. Like,
but you're already out on him.
Are you?
Yeah, because I haven't seen him. He's batting like, what, 180?
Yeah. No, he's not playing well in AAA right now.
Well, I guess my bigger point is I'm watching these Giants lineups.
Because I heard that conversation. I totally disagree with what they were talking about.
Why is that?
Because they were talking about how Joey Bart, they should have just brought him up out of college, and talking about playing players right out of high school, right out of college. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way. There's levels to this.
Yeah, see, I disagree with that. I think there's too many levels. Are there levels?
No. That I agree with. There are way too many levels. There's like 6 different levels you got to go through.
What's
the point of having a low and high A? It's just make it a single A.
And why would we want to go play in Connecticut when I need a guy to come up? Right now, the double A team seems to be the best team. Why is it in Connecticut?
Right.
All right, you got in San Jose. You're over here in Sacramento. I want everything in the state.
I do think there's something to rushing up players, though. I do think there's something there, but Joey Bart is 25. Like, it was his time to come up and be an everyday player. Like, it was his time. Elliot Ramos, yeah, you'd want him to be an everyday player too, and see what we got with him at his age. But I'm talking about the younger players, because it's like going back and saying,
you're 19 or 20,
that's what I'm saying,
and you've got a learning curve, especially for someone like Marco Luciano, which we underrate. Like, Yasiel Puig comes to this country, the guy can't even speak English, he can't even order a burrito or order a breakfast somewhere. Like, that's difficult. That's extremely, extremely difficult. Mm-hmm. I can only imagine what that guy's come up. And then you're staying with some family that's taking you in. That's a very difficult transition.
Right.
That I agree with. What I'm saying is we bury these guys and we treat at bats like the Holy Grail. We're picking up dudes like, what's the Machado guy? He came in and started like 5 days for the Giants because they had nobody ever. And no one batted an eye. Yet he's a 29-year-old journeyman who's not a big league player. Yet our guy that we've been coveting in Elliot Ramos, we can't give him a little taste. You can't sacrifice 4 days in the outfield and bat him in the 8-hole to just see.
Well, they don't have those guys on the IL anymore. Like, Lamont Wade is back now. You don't have any open roster spots. The reason that Dixon Machado was in was because Brandon Crawford was on the IL and they didn't know what else to do.
Well, and Estrada got hurt with the concussion.
Right, and Estrada too.
But isn't that an indictment of your AAA organization?
Yes, the fact that you can't bring up anybody.
You see where I'm going with that? And I just feel like we've wasted this entire level of the AAA system. No one's come up from AAA and looked good. Not one person. The only person who's actually tinkered with themselves is Joey Bart. Mm-hmm. He tinkered with it, came back, and it feels like he's having more success. And the irony is, he didn't even look that good in the minors. It's when he got back into the majors that he started to see good pitching and stuff. So, I don't know. I feel like I'm looking at the last 2 months of this Giants season, and I keep going back to the same thing. What are we building on? I want to see Camilo Duvall get to 20 saves. I want to see Logan Webb, and I want to see Rodon, and I want to see Joey Bart continue his success. And I want to see 1 or 2 of these young guys that you're coveting come up and just give them an opportunity to play 3 or 4 days in a row. That's all.
I mean, it's not going to happen, though. Like, I don't know if that's the other stuff I could see. Duvall getting 20 saves, Joey Bart continuing to ascend. You want to see that. But I don't know about the young guys getting called up. I think the Giants are looking at this thing, and I really do. 6.5 games out of the wild card right now, out of that 6 wild card spot. 6.5.
I mean, they're not going to get it.
Yeah, I don't believe they're going to get it, but I think that's what they're aiming for right now, because teams can go on streaks. They could go on hot streaks every now and then.
They're 53 and 55.
Yep.
To get to 83 wins, to be 1 game over 500 or 2 games over 500, what do they have to go? I know to go to 90, they need to be 37 and 17.
So they're 53 and 55. All right, let's take 108. So they got 54 left. Okay, so 54. They'd have to go 30 and 24 if they want to get to 83 wins.
And since April, they've been an under 500 team dramatically. I mean, 11 games under or whatever it is, 10 games under.
Yes.
So I just don't see it happening. And I'm not saying that you give up. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is give other guys opportunities. opportunities. Giants fans deserve a chance to see some of these young guys we've been hearing about. That's what you do in lost seasons. You give run to guys, even if they haven't deserved it. They're high prospects. And even if they are, let's say Elliot Ramos completely struggles, then he's not the guy anyway. Move off of him. Stop clogging up the AAA system.
Well, if Elliot Ramos was... it's not that easy for them just to say, all right, Elliot Ramos, bye-bye. Like, after all these years of building him up, they just say, all right, after one season, you bring him up now and he struggles and it's bye-bye, it's gone. Like, I don't think the Giants would be willing to do that.
How many guys have they claimed off the trash heap and DFA'd?
A lot.
And how many guys have gotten mad run? I mean, J.D. Davis right now, we're talking about him. No one wants J.D. Davis, and I'm not trying to rip the guy. That's the reality of where the Giants are at. If you're going to turn the roster from roster spots 19 through 24, why not give a young guy an opportunity? Like, if I'm Elliot Ramos, he's come up 3 times, I believe, in the bigs. He's got 2 at-bats in each one of those games and then brought right back down. How are you supposed to get your footing? Like, I mean, you saw how difficult it was for Bart. I mean, and Bart is older, more mature. He's had you need a runway to succeed.
Well, we make the joke about platooning all the time, especially when it comes to Juan Soto and guys like that who they would acquire, because it's like, oh, if you bring in Juan Soto, then you wouldn't hit him against left-handed pitching because he's a lefty and you want to get that lefty-righty matchup, and they'd platoon him in the outfield with Austin Slater. Like, that was the joke.
Yeah.
But that's very realistic. Maybe not to superstars, but it's very realistic to young players. Like, if you do bring him up, who really knows how much run they're going to get? Remember how much of a struggle it was for Elliot Ramos at first, just because he wasn't getting consistent at-bats? I would want to see that, but on this team, are guys going to get consistent at-bats? Like, all we'd see with Elliot Ramos is probably him against left-handed pitching. Like, today would be a day where he'd be in the lineup because Blake Snell is going up against him for the Padres.
That's the problem
but that
with
is the
this
issue.
Team,
yeah.
right? Like, Lamont Wade Jr., look, it was a one-year wonder. We all, like, just call it what it is. It's okay. He had a great magical run. The magic's gone. Andres Torres had a year like that. And then you know what happened? He fell back down to earth.
Andres Torres.
And I love Andres Torres. Like, you know, that season lives forever. You can't take it away from him. But that's the reality of baseball. The league adjusts to you. Can you adjust back? Luis Gonzalez, Slater, Yastrzemski, Lamont Wade, they're all 5th outfielders, 4th outfielders. That's where we're at, and that's okay. But be self-aware and recognize that. So then turn the roster over and let's see some of these young guys.
Well, okay, so, all right. If they were to do that, if they were to turn the roster over, like, it would count, really, as giving up on the season. Like, that's what it would be to them, I think.
Do you think they're making the playoffs?
No, not at all.
Okay, so you are giving up the season.
So you would be if you were to have the young guys get called up. So I'm wondering to you, though, I mean, would it be more? Do you want to see the Giants win a little more? Or is it just? No. You know what? I want to see the young guys get called up, and that's it. That's what I'm looking for.
Everything's about development for next year. Okay. That's what this whole thing should be about.
Gotcha.
The second you traded Darren Ruff, who's one of your better players, I don't think he's the best player on the team, but he's one of your better players. The second you traded him, that was an indication to me. All right, this is all about the youth movement and getting better for next year, and that's really what it should be about.
Yeah.
And then look, here's the other thing on Elliot Ramos. I gotta know what I have in him. Because if I'm going to spend in free agency, it's not just Aaron Judge. What about that second outfielder, that third outfielder? Okay, I'm not giving a guy a 5th year. Like, part in why they gave a 1-year deal to Jock and not to Castellanos, is they had a little hope for Elliot Ramos. Well, let's turn the stone over and let's see if there's moss underneath there or there's nothing. Let's see if there's a little something there. And I'm using him as a microcosm. He's not the only one. I want to see what they got in Harrison. Is Harrison a guy who can be a 3rd starter next year in this rotation, right? He's 21 years old. That's a lot to ask. But if I'm going to spend 5 years on Rodon, boy, I'd like to know where Harrison's at.
Too many leagues. You know? Because Harrison's not going to get called up. That's the reality of it.
One start?
He's in Double-A.
How excited was Giants fans for one start of the kid? I'm not even asking for 5. One start for the kid from De La Salle. Just a little something to wet the beak and have something to look forward to next year.
Well, one start from De La Salle, and he has an outing like he had in the Futures game, and people will be going crazy like Vontae was the day after the Futures game and saying, all right, I'm done with Kyle Harrison, trade him.
Well, Lincecum gave up 6 runs in his first outing or whatever it was against the Phillies.
It'd be a good discussion. It'd be a great discussion the next day.
He didn't even go 5 innings, and people lost their minds like, oh, yeah, I could see it with Lincecum. Like, I think we're sophisticated enough to realize at 20 years old, if the kid comes up and just shows a little promise, like, we're throwing a parade because Junis went 4 innings, for Christ's sake, on this team. Woo! I mean, that's where we're at.
June is for 4, baby. I couldn't help but think.
Sorry, it's just the Giants
No.
lineups that they trotted out this weekend. I'm just looking. I'm like, what are we doing?
Did you watch any of the Captain doc? The rest of it, like
No, I have not. No,
past couple episodes.
I want to watch them back to back because I believe they're releasing them 2 at a time. But
I think there's one more that's left. They've released 2 at a time so far, and then there's
5,
one more.
6. I've seen up to 4.
Okay,
I haven't seen 5, 6.
All right, so we'll wait till you see 5, 6 then to have that little talk because I was watching it was the 6th episode where Derek Jeter's contract came into play, and Brian Cashman, he was talking about it and just how hard-headed he was about the whole thing. And I'm wondering, I know Aaron Judge is in a totally different stratosphere and a totally different part of his career. Like, this was where Jeter was on the back end of his career, and he's just trying to make his money, possibly stay on the Yankees. But I'm wondering if the conversations that Cashman and Jeter have, if they mirror the type of conversations that they're having with him and Judge, because Judge got this big contract extension offer earlier in the season. He said no, and because Cashman very hard headed. It's not really hard to spoil anything in the Captain because it already happened. And if you really want to bother to learn about it, then you could just go look it up. But with all these negotiations, he basically said, "Look, Jeter, I like you, but you're not worth more than what we're offering you." And Jeter thought, you know what, I am worth more. Like, I wonder if it's going to be the same thing with him and Judge, where Judge is a superstar. Like,
yes.
Totally different part of his career.
He's on pace to break Roger Maris's record in the Yankee uniform.
Unbelievable.
I know.
Unbelievable. And even with that type of season, I feel like Cashman could still say, well, if you want that, I don't know if you're worth that. So I wonder if he's still going to be testing the market, because he basically said, hey, Derek, you don't like my offer? Test it. Just go test the market. Go ahead.
So on that contract situation, like there's a ton of free agents. We can get to all that. Rodon, you watched him pitch over the weekend.
Yes.
Okay. I want to know what the argument is for not giving Rodon a 4 or 5 year deal, because we're worried about year 4 and year 5. Is that really what it is?
That would be it. That would really be it.
Do you want Rodon back?
I do.
Me too.
Yeah. I really want Rodon back. That was what I was saying after the trade deadline. Like, if you're not going to trade him, fine, but don't just let him walk. Don't just accept that he's not going to pick up the second year of his player option, because that's what it sounds like is going to happen right now. It feels like Farhan is on that side of, Rodon is probably not going to pick up the player option, so we got to figure it out for 2023. No! Rodon can be a solid number 2 on this team, and at least you could go into next season. I don't know what the lineup's going to look like, but at least you can know what the top 2 in the rotation are going to look like.
This is going to be my argument all offseason, and I'm going to continue to say it. Do they need bats? Of course they need bats, right? Stars! They need stars. The recipe for competing against the Dodgers and the Padres, this is what they need to... They need to hyper-focus on this. Elite pitching, top to bottom. That's how you can compete. We see
Great
this.
Call.
All right? And so what I would try to do is this offseason, re-sign Rodon. Look, I know, swallow year 5 and year 4. Who cares? Like, he's younger than Gausman was hitting free agency. His numbers have been better, more consistent than Gausman. He's got higher WAR. He's got higher velocity. He's a lefty, whereas Rodon's a lefty, whereas Gausman is a righty. Like, there's areas where it makes sense, okay? Give him the 4 or 5 year deal. Overpay. It doesn't matter. You bring up Harrison. Now you've got a 1, 2, and 3 that these other 2 teams, the Padres and the Dodgers, they don't have that. Now, Dodgers are close. Kershaw's aging. We see the end is near. I don't know where Walker Buehler's at. He hasn't pitched in like 8 weeks.
Yeah.
Urias has gotten touched up a little this year. And then I look at the Padres rotation. Your rotation's going to be better than theirs. So you go out next year with Webb, Rodon, and Harrison. Now I get a 4-starter. I don't know whether it's Alex Wood or whoever. Maybe one of these other young guys that you bring up. Give me the best rotation you can in the NL West. You can compete.
You know who's going to be a part of that rotation, right?
Who's that?
DeSclafani.
Well, whatever.
DeSclafani would be right there part of that rotation.
Look at some of the 4 and 5s. I know, but look at some of the 4 and 5s some of these teams are trotting out. Like,
for sure.
And if you can get into the playoffs, you're not going to pitch them.
Yeah.
Right? I agree with you. DeSclafani stinks. But if you go top heavy, name me a rotation that's competing with that. The Mets have a great rotation. I totally concede that.
Well, when the players are healthy, when DeGrom's healthy, it's like we're seeing him for the first time, but it's August. It's like, damn, man.
Shouldn't that be their mindset, though, the Giants? Like, as much as I need hitters, and I hear everyone on that, you need hitters. If you trotted out a great rotation and improve the defense,
you got to take a chance.
Exactly.
You got to take some sort of chance. Like, if you're not paying a guy, like not paying a player, not giving them the contract extension, to me, I mean, outside of, I know here in Giants country, we understand, giving the long-term contracts for players for what they've done, instead of actually what they can do. I understand there's not exactly a sense of urgency to give a player a 5 or a 6 year contract. I'm looking at Johnny Cueto, for example, like that type of deal.
But Johnny was good the first 2-3 years.
He wasn't too bad.
Yeah.
But I will say, at least take a chance on Rodon. Just take a chance, because if you're not, then you're just playing it safe. And really, you don't have the room to play it safe right now. If you're watching the Padres and Dodgers over the weekend, the Dodgers swept the Padres, so they have already staked their claim right there and saying, look, you can trade for whoever you want. You're still not going to beat us. We're getting more healthy. Like, you're looking at those two teams. Those two teams are part of the National League West. You need some chance. You need to take some chances in order to compete with those teams. So if you don't, then I'll go into this offseason with my hands up, what are you doing? Shout out to Willard Dibs.
And I know we're losing our mind about Aaron Judge. I want Aaron Judge, but it's got to be a 3 or 4 pronged approach. It can't just be Aaron Judge. Shohei's going to be on the market.
For sure.
Shohei's on the market. If you acquire someone like Shohei, not only is he in your everyday lineup, essentially, he's also a 4th starter. You put him now. If you come back in, you re-sign Rodon. You're looking at Webb, Rodon, Harrison, Shohei.
Well, you know what? Let's get to that next, because
Shohei,
there's some
Rodon, Webb.
There's an executive, Shasky, who still believes that Ohtani to the Giants can be a possibility.
I want him.
Let's get to that next. 888-957-9570. That's the Comcast business text line. Also the phone number, of course, if you'd like to weigh in. Shout out to all of you right now on YouTube. Where was it? Who was it here? Was it Jason Valdez on YouTube saying that he was wearing a Las Vegas or had a Las Vegas A's sign at the Coliseum and was bringing it in right field and got them all mad. Like, geez, Jason, you woke up and chose violence on a weekend just at the Babe Bridge Series. Unbelievable. Well, what's coming up on the game? Sponsored by BMW Fairfield. We'll talk Shohei Ohtani next, because there is an executive who does believe that the Giants are still in play to acquire Shohei Ohtani. That's brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall, they provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. That's bmwfairfield.com.
Mr. Crick with BetQL. You want to beat the books? Because there are a dozen games under 500, it's really easy to overlook the fact that the D-backs are kind of a wagon at home since June 15th. They're 13-9 at home and just 4-14 on the road during that stretch.
Steve Kerr, and you're listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game.
This segment is presented by Golden State Lumber and Building Materials for professional builders and contractors throughout Northern California. Visit goldenstatelumber.com. And, of course, catch us live on YouTube, catch us live on Twitch. Just search up 95.7 The Game, subscribe, like, just go straight to the live video, and we are right there, and we are always responding to you. And even though we may not type in the chat, we normally see what you're typing out. And, of course, the Comcast Business Text line is 888-957-9570. That's also the phone number from the 925 Shasky. Farhan has been too worried with roster spots 25 to 26 and 39 to 40 instead of trying to get stars. Then also from the 925, Crawford needs to stay healthy. They're 38 and 32 with Craw on the field. If they play at that clip, they have a fighter's chance to get into the wild card. But I'm also with you because we mentioned in the last segment, you really want to just have a fighting chance for the wild card spot. Is that what you want for the season, or do you want to develop the young guys?
Well, okay.
Because it seems like it's either or.
I hear you on that one, but it's not like these guys are tearing the cover off the ball. You're like benching a guy batting 300. Every guy is going through, at some level, outside of Joey Bart, is going through some struggle. Mm-hmm. Like, we're all encouraged about Lamont Wade Jr. What's he batting, 181?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's had tearing the cover off the ball, batting 181. Yastrzemski, 2 jacks yesterday, got his average up to 230.
Kapler, after the game, said that with Lamont Wade and Mike Yastrzemski both, it's not just a matter of if, but a matter of when. It's like, well, that when has come at the beginning of August. That when is a little too late for Lamont and Yaz. Like, the when needed to be in the middle of the season prior to the All-Star break. That's when the when for the home runs needed to happen for those guys.
If these guys had 8-year track records, I'd be like, hey, like even Crawford, I'll give Crawford the benefit of the doubt. You know why? He's a 10-year player in the bigs. He's earned the benefit of the doubt. Even in a down year, there's a level that I expect from him, both offensively and defensively, even though I know he's not going to tear the cover off the ball consistently. He is a clutch hitter, and I like him in clutch situations at the plate. He can drive runs in. Defensively, even though he's shown some cracks, I do feel like he's still an upper echelon, at least middle to upper echelon shortstop. He doesn't have the range that he used to, but he's still very, very plus defender on a team with no plus defenders. These other guys, it's like, Yaz had one good year. I mean, let's just call it what it is. He had one good year, and as the league has started to adjust to him, the last 2 years, he's a 220 to 230 hitter. He'll run into one every now and then, and he's a good defensive player. That's a 4th or 5th outfielder on a competitive team. Lamont Wade Jr., great in moments last year. Absolutely incredible. I don't want to take any of that away from him. He's probably not an everyday player. It's okay to say these things out loud.
A lot of role players on this team. Like, that's what I consider.
It's a team of role players.
It's a team of role players, man. And Lamont Wade, going back to last season, like, I was at that A's Giants game over at the Coliseum where somehow, you just crack your knuckles?
Yeah, sorry. Was it loud? My bad.
But Lamont Wade hit that home run off Lou Trevino. It was like a 3-run jack to give the Giants the lead over the A's, and it was when the Giants were down a majority of the game. They didn't actually deserve to win that game, yet somehow Lamont comes through in the 8th inning and gives them the lead with a 3-run homer. I look at that and I'm thinking, I haven't seen that happen again this year. Now, granted, he hit that home run over the weekend. All right, great. You did that against this A's team, but it hasn't happened all season, and I don't really know how much longer you can hold him there in the outfield. But another guy who you can, Shohei Ohtani. You talked about it in that last segment. You'd love Shohei Ohtani on this team, and I think we all would, but I think for a lot of us, Shohei Ohtani is a pipe dream. Well, according to Jason Stark, who's a senior writer for The Athletic, a writer of all baseball things, what did the 2022 MLB trade deadline show us? 5 things that we learned. And his number one thing was talking about Ohtani Palooza and what's going to happen with him because he is going to be a free agent at the end of the year. Now, I personally thought the Angels should have traded him at the deadline because you can just build a whole new team if you would have traded him. That's just me. I know he's a superstar, but right now, the Giants are in need of a superstar, and they say, an executive told him, as they spoke to him, they said that Ohtani likes the West Coast. So he could expect that the Dodgers, the Mariners, or the Giants would be in play. The Giants absolutely need to be in play on Shohei Ohtani if they find out that his preference is the West Coast.
Absolutely. And don't give me this, we don't have enough prospects to get it done. If that's the case, we got the wrong guy at the top. Like, you've had 4 years to fill the cupboard to be able to make a move like this, and you still should be able to have enough resources to be able to, withstand giving up prospects and still having something in the cupboard. Like, I don't want to hear that they don't have enough for him. This is a guy who can pitch in their rotation. And again, if you have a deep rotation, you bring Rodon back, you bring up Harrison, Shohei could be your 3 or your 4. He doesn't have to be your 1 or your 2. Like right now with the Angels, it feels like he's their 1 or their 2, even though he doesn't necessarily, pitch in that slotting order all the time, because they kind of have like a 6-man rotation with him. Like, he'd be perfect, and then you put him at the DH spot?
Yeah. I mean, that'd be
no more Tommy La Stella.
That would be the move you'd have to make in order to compete with the Dodgers and the Padres, and to keep this fan base engaged, man.
And then you'd have to re-sign him because you have to give him a boatload of money, which they have plenty of.
Guess what? He's entering his 3rd level of arbitration next season, and then he's an unrestricted free agent in 2024.
Which is great, because that gives you a full year. And when David Sampson, who used to run the Marlins, he says, like, the time to trade for starting pitching is when in the offseason, that's what he said, when they have 1 full year left on their deal, because then a team feels like, all right, we have all year. If we acquire this guy and he doesn't want to sign here, we have all year to be able to entice him and figure out what his market is and things like that. And then worst case scenario, we can move him at the deadline. But you wouldn't want to do that with a guy like this. You're trying to extend him long term, and you're absolutely having back channel conversations with his agent about what that would end up costing.
Yes, no doubt. And I wonder what that cost is. Like, who
cares?
It's going to be up there.
How many jerseys would you sell? I still see Shinjo jerseys.
Thousands. I think I think that would be one of the top selling jerseys in baseball.
I 100% agree.
An Ohtani baseball,
100%
an Ohtani Giants jersey.
And the Giants would be salivating at how they could market him. I mean, it would be an unbelievable refresher. The thing that I'm just so, I'll continue to go back to, look at the roster of this team right now, and it's all over 30, everyone on the team. And we're like, well, they could sneak in and be a wild card team because, that's what the 2014 team did. They snuck in and they were a wild card. Like, no, that's not what this team is. All those guys were in their prime. This year, we're talking about the role players. It's a bunch of older guys who are 4th and 5th outfielders. That's what they have.
Coming up on the other side, we'll talk a little more Giants, and then we got some 49er football to get to, because we had some training camp over the weekend. Trey Lance with not exactly his best day of training camp. We do want to get to that. Bryant Young in his Hall of Fame speech, which was just fantastic. Want to play some of the sound from that. And we do have a question regarding Trey Lance, because Deebo Samuel spoke to NFL Network and gave his pitch as to why Trey Lance is going to be successful within the NFL. So later on in the show, we want to know what your pitch would be for Trey Lance. So that's all coming up on today's show, plus Dave Fleming coming up at 8 o'clock, and then John Bosa, the father of Nick Bosa, coming up at 8:30. That's all coming up on The Roast. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. It's Joe Shasky, as always, on 95.7 The Game.
Football starts Friday. Lance throws, touchdown, and Trey Lance with a strike. Welcome to the Trey area on 90.
This is Stephen Curry, and you're listening to The Morning Roast with Vontae and The Butcher on 95.7 The Game.
Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. It is The Morning Roast, along with Joe Shasky. Bonte is back on Monday. So you just got this show and then 4 more shows with me at the helm, and then I'll go back behind the glass next week, and we will be back to our regularly scheduled programming here with the roast with Bonte in the A chair. But he's living it up right now in France, and I think he's in Italy, and he's taking, of course, he's got the pasta and everything. He's taking those kind of panoramic video shots, that you do on Instagram.
Yeah,
the panoramic video ones.
Yeah,
although
I don't do those.
I never stick around to the end of those.
No,
I see them at the beginning, and then I get halfway through, and I'm like, all right, is that the best part, or do I have to wait till the end? But I just click right through it because I'm impatient.
Yeah, me too.
That's how I am on Instagram.
I think everyone's impatient.
But coming up in an hour and 10 minutes at 8 o'clock, we are going to be joined by Dave Fleming, 95.7 Giants Insider. Last week we had him on, and we spent the interview talking about the great Vin Scully, but today we're going to get to some Giants baseball, and then half hour after that at 8:30, we're going to be joined by the father of Nick Bosa, John Bosa, so can't wait to talk to him at 8:30. But Shasky, I cut you off in the last segment as we had to go to break because, we got time restrictions here. So what do you got here on the Giants as we will transition to some 49er football later on?
Well, it's just interesting to me because I feel like as time's gone on, we have built false narratives surrounding some of the World Series teams for the Giants. Mm-hmm. And it feels so long ago. They're celebrating the 2012 champion in a couple of weeks here. And I don't know if you were listening to either the radio or watching the television broadcast yesterday, but both sides were talking about it kind of ad nauseum.
It's this Saturday.
Yeah, okay, there you go. So it's this Saturday. So let's go back in time, okay? And I want to contrast something here. We've talked so much about 4th and 5th outfielders for the Giants who are starters, right? So right now, currently, Joey Bart's 25, all right? Estrada's 26. Here's the rest of their everyday lineup, quote-unquote everyday, non-platooned lineup. Brandon Belt, 34. Crawford, 35. Longoria, 36. Jock Peterson, 30. Slater, 29. Yastrzemski, 31. Tommy LaSella, 33. Darren Ruff was 35. Like, you get where I'm going here. Wilmer Flores, 30. All right, this team is old. This team is really old. And a lot of those guys, in my estimation, are bench players. They're role players. Mm-hmm. I want to go through the 2012 team because we've misremembered. They had no stars. Buster Posey was in the middle of another all-star year, and he was the MVP and the comeback player of the year at 25 years old. This is in 2012. Brandon Belt was in his second full season, 24 years old. Ryan Theriot started off the year, but they ended up acquiring Marco Scudero.
The Riot.
Both of those guys were older. They were in their 30s, but they were kind of platooned, essentially, because Scudero would end up being the everyday guy toward the end of the year. They thought it was going to be Theriot. It didn't end up working. Crawford, 25 years old. Okay, second full season. Pablo Sandoval, 25 years old. He was an all-star as well that year. Melky Cabrera, all-star starter, was the lead in the MVP race when he got popped for PEDs.
Yep.
27 years old. Angel Pagan, acquired from the New York Mets, still in his prime. 30 years old, okay? And then they made the trade for Hunter Pence. He was 29 years old. He was also in the middle of a nice all-star run as well. Here's who their bench guys were. Gregor Blanco, who ended up being their starter and left fielder. And we realized, love Blanco. He's not a starter. He's a role player,
right.
Okay? Joaquin Arias was a role player. Hector Sanchez, role player. Nate Shearholtz, role player. Nate Shearholtz had a higher batting average than both, Lamont Wade Jr. and Mike Yastrzemski now, and he was younger, and he was a defensive guy, and we all knew in real time he's not good enough.
251 was what he was hitting.
Okay?
251.
Aubrey Huff was coming off the bench. Where I'm going with this is, look at how in their prime and how good and how awesome some of these guys were. I referenced 2 guys who had MVP-like seasons in Buster and Melky Cabrera. And I referenced 3 other guys who were basically all-stars. Now, let's go to their pitching staff for just a second. 27-year-old in his prime, Matt Cain. He was the all-star starter that year. Madison Bumgarner was 22. Zito was 34. He had a great run at the end. It was kind of a magical season.
Vogelsong, too.
Who was also an all-star.
Yep.
Who was also an all-star that year at 34 years old. And then 28-year-old Timmy, who was in and out of the rotation that year. But they had Casilla, they had Lopez, they had Romo. Wilson got hurt that year. They were loaded. Like, look back at that team. We talked, they didn't have any stars. They were loaded with name guys all in their prime. all in their prime.
Yeah.
So I look at this year's team and I hear people that go, they're 6 games out of the wild card. They still have an opportunity. This team ain't going nowhere. And I'm not saying that you don't compete. You're going to compete and you're going to try to get there. But they need a massive overhaul of the roster to get people in their prime on this team. Otherwise, they ain't making no moves the next couple of years.
Yeah, and those players that you're talking about, the Posies, Crawfords, Belts, Cabrera, even to Sandoval, all those guys 24, 25, 27 years old. Like, by the time that this team, has an even chance to compete, like, that's the age that those guys are going to be, it feels like. And when Joey Bart and Elliot Ramos are getting called up, those guys are 24, 25. Yeah, when you look at those ages, it doesn't feel like Bart or Ramos are anywhere close to winning a World Series. And by the time they will, they'll probably be, 28 years old. They'll be Gregor Blanco's age. So I get where you're going here. And
Gregor Blanco would start on this team.
Yeah. Yeah, no, all those
Schierholtz would start
all
every
those
day.
role players that you mentioned in the outfield. That's basically what we got here.
That's where we're at. Like, Luis Gonzalez would not make this team.
Yeah,
that 2012 team, for example. And that's what I'm trying to do is give you an exact reality check of where the Giants are at right now. And you want to compare yourself to the current Dodgers and Padres? That's a fool's errand, because a lot of people can't name a lot of the players on that team, and we know they have star appeal. Just look at the championship teams, and the argument that I would make is, yes, they had great hitting. It started with pitching. And so as much as I need hitters, and believe me, I want multiple guys. I want Correa in the offseason. I'll take Xander Bogaerts. I'll take Trey Turner. I'll take Judge, Ohtani, whoever. You got to retain one guy, and I'm going to continue to say this. I want Rodon in a Giants uniform for the next 4 years, at minimum. And if it costs you a back-end year 5, where you got to overpay, so be it.
Yeah, you got to also get those guys in free agency for a reliever role, because that's what's going to need help too, is this bullpen. I don't know where this bullpen's headed. Like, I don't know what the future is for it at all. I know Doval is on his way to being the permanent closer for this team. I know that. You see Jake McGee was DFA'd over the weekend, by the way. You see that?
He has nothing left.
But I know that, but I don't know what this bullpen's going to look like. At least the lineup, I have some sort of picture in my mind about what it's going to look like in a couple of years. Like, with the guys that they have right now in the minor leagues, I do believe that the players on the AA roster that they have, and that's at the most, like the high A and the AA roster, those guys are showing out right now. Can that translate to AAA? Can that translate to the bigs? I hope so. But I do have a picture in my mind about how that's going to go. I don't know what the bullpen's going to look like. And one thing from the weekend, this is just a side note,
you can retool a bullpen in an offseason.
You can.
You
totally.
can really, and bullpen arms, outside of Lopez and what the Giants built together, look at all the other teams. Like, can you name any Cardinal relievers? They're coming and going left and right, and yet they're competitive all the time.
Yeah.
You can rework the bullpen.
For sure. I just want to know what that's going to look like.
I agree.
I want to know if they can rework that, because that's the only position to me where it just seems like, all right, let's hope we could sign this guy in the offseason and that he could turn into, I don't know, a Tony Watson type. I don't know. I'm just thinking of a name
a contributor where you know what that guy's going to give you when he comes trotting out.
Random thing that I was just thinking about too, though, is if you're not going to compete with the Padres and the Dodgers these next couple of years, right, and you're still waiting for your team to be built, and you make these moves this offseason, great, you can make an offseason move. But another thing is just in-game entertainment, and I just want to focus on this for a second instead of what's going to happen.
Because I do think you can compete with pitching. Yeah. Like, that's the one thing where I think that you can compete and you can get away with it. But I want to hear your in-game. I want to hear your in-game stuff.
And I'm with you with Carlos Rodon. I think it's a necessity. Like, you need to sign this dude.
You've got 110 million coming off the books. Like, don't give me this. You can't pay him 30 million. Like, that's the going rate for great starting pitching.
Yeah, you can't just go into the offseason, just let Rodon go, not trade him in the deadline, and just say, yeah, we just let him go. He had a good season for us. He didn't want to pick up the option.
And now my young guy Harrison's going up against all twos.
Yes.
That's what I don't want. I want him to have a nice ease into the bigs.
Yes. So as far as in-game stuff, though, I couldn't help but notice this, and this was over the weekend. This was yesterday when the video surfaced, although this has been going on throughout the season for the New York Mets. Their closer is Edwin Diaz, who is fantastic. 1 year when he was with the Mariners, led all of baseball with 57 saves. He currently has 26 right now, which is third in the majors, which is behind Josh Hader and Taylor Rogers. But as far as the numbers go, ERA, strikeouts, walks, runs given up, Edwin Diaz is the leader. He is, take saves out of it, take that save number. He is the best closer in baseball. He has this entrance, which is so sick. So Is this it? I think it is. So they have the camera behind Edwin Diaz. He's in the bullpen in center field. And now he leaves the door. He leaves the gate. And the trumpets sound.
So good.
Cue the trumpets. Everybody in New York clapping to the beat, knowing that Diaz is coming in to shut things down. Now, I know that maybe the Giants aren't going to compete in the National League West. I don't even know if this is good radio, but I'm clapping anyway. Can't help it.
It's badass.
You have to. When you hear this song, you have to clap, even though I'm off beat now. But nevertheless,
it's so awesome.
If Doval can get to that point where he has that sort of entrance, just that little thing. Like,
well, he had LaCroix coming in hot.
Yes.
And that was pretty sick.
It was, but that wasn't like his walk-up song, though. You know what I mean? It's not like cue the song from 2019 that was popular 4 years ago.
Like Papelbon used to come, shipping out to Boston, right? And then you had Trevor Hoffman, AC/DC, Hell's Bells. And then obviously the most famous one of all time is Mariano Rivera. Mm-hmm. Can you name it?
No, what is it?
It's Enter Sandman. Metallica,
oh, that's right. Yeah.
And locally, we had Rob Nance, Smoke on the Water. Smoke on the Water. Mm-hmm. And he'd come out to that one. I'm with you. You need to have an intro.
You need something. Because it is... I'm looking at that and just thinking, man, can't they do something like that for Doval? Doval can have that sort of swag when he gets out to the mound.
What was Wheezy, House of Pain?
Yeah, Brian Wilson with House of Pain.
That's what I thought.
Then Sergio Roma had El Mechon, I think. I probably butchered this pronunciation there, but...
No, you did well.
Yeah, he's right. And we all love that, but I'm with you. Doval does need to...
Just something.
He's at 14 saves right now.
Yeah.
If I want, like, the number one thing for him, for here until the end of the year... eclipse 20 saves. I would love for him to eclipse 20 saves. I think it would be a great positive step in the right direction. It would feel a lot like, I think it was 08, Brian Wilson had about 25 saves before he would eventually become a 40-save close guy. I would love for him to get over 20 saves. I think that'd be an accomplishment on a really bad team.
I'm disappointed in myself that I didn't know the Enter Sandman for Mariano Rivera.
Really?
Yeah, I'm very disappointed in myself for not knowing that.
Okay, let's take it behind the scenes real quick.
No, not off top.
We went to Bottle Rock. That's what's called Bottle Rock.
Yeah.
Me and Bonte. Mm-hmm. And Bonte I had never seen Metallica live, but Bonte didn't know any of their songs, like not one. Halfway through the first song, he turns to me, this is at Bottle Rock, and goes, "These guys rock."
Yeah.
I go, "Snitching music?" He goes, "Absolutely not. They got jams."
Dude, Metallica is unbelievable live. They're
incredible.
Unreal. Yeah.
Incredible. You want to talk about giving a high-level performance? Michael Jordan, Kobe Bryant, every person who saw me for, one time, I played my game as if they had never going to see me again. That's how Metallica feels like when they give you a show.
Yeah.
It's incredible. The guy with the long braids, so badass.
Yeah, I don't know his name.
Yeah,
damn it. He's the bassist for them.
It's not Lars. That's the other guy.
No, that's the drummer. Lars Ulrich is the drummer, and James Hetfield is the lead singer and guitarist.
And he's in great shape.
Yes, he looks great for his age. Yeah. And I don't know who the backup guys are.
So what would that song be for Doval?
I don't know, man.
Give me the Edwin Diaz one more time.
Can we do that one more?
It really is pretty awesome. When he comes out,
yes.
We're going to the bullpen. We're getting Edwin Diaz.
Gabe Kapler comes out. The fans know what's going to happen.
Oh, dude, this is so badass.
Everyone in New York. Let's go, Edwin.
That sounded like Boston. Gotta let the beat drop, though. Boom, and he comes out to this. So you want this for your in-game entertainment?
Yes, something like this, just something fresh. And this is
good job, Craig.
And even this is something that's OG. This is something that everyone's done. Listen to those names that you just listed off: Rob Nen and Mariano Rivera. Major League, wild thing. Like, you need something like that just to, because if you're not going to compete with the Padres and the Dodgers, because it's really hard to compete with them. Yeah. I will say that too. Like, we are putting the Giants in a really difficult position. Like, we're just saying, okay, the Padres just traded for one of the best players that we have seen, a generational talent. Oh yeah, and they also brought in Josh Bell and Brandon Drury, in addition with Manny Machado and another up-and-coming star in Fernando Tatis, who's already a star.
What if he came out like Heath Bell and slid into the mound?
Yeah, I remember that.
Him?
Taco Bell and his little compact motion. Where
terrible.
Yeah, I did not like Heath Bell. Wasn't a big fan.
There is an element. I know that not Alex Pavlovich. I think it was. who was it? Andrew Baggerly wrote about the in-game entertainment being stale at the Giants game. And what's interesting is that I went to the game. I'm going to go again next Tuesday to the Diamondbacks game, but I went to the game last Monday, and I know you went to the game recently. It does feel like the exact same thing since 2009. The only element that's new in between innings and things like that is they've added in DJ Umami, which I get, and I guess they're trying to like keep up with the NBA, and I guess the NBA has DJ Sharp and he does a great job, and they play music throughout. I don't know. I don't really know how you can solve that. Like Steven, like that's I think that's really tough because it is an older crowd at times, and you don't want to lose the older crowd, but you do want to gain the newer crowd. I'm not sure I don't know how you accomplish that.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco, always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. And
we need the Kenny Powers one, where Kenny Powers comes out.
What did he come out to?
It was something American.
Really?
Was it Hulk Hogan, I'm a Real American?
Was it that?
And he's like finger gunning as like fireworks are going off, and it's just him going to the mound. And he's got the cape, that's the American flag, and oh God, he's so good.
Yeah, they need something like that. Anything, because like you said, going to that game on Thursday, I wasn't there for the in-game entertainment. Of course, like the view is perfect. I'm in section 305. It's unbelievable.
I'll be real with you. I had a great time, even though the lineup is super boring. But I didn't stay till the end because it's super boring and they're getting crushed.
Yeah.
And I have work at, the crack of dawn.
But I don't know, like, what else they could, like, something like that, though, where you don't have to create anything brand new.
Just a subtlety?
Just something like that.
But is it a byproduct of the team losing and having a boring lineup?
That's also it.
Do you think that we enhance these other things, or at least we maybe magnify some of these other things because the product on the field isn't as good?
I could also see people reacting in that way.
Because I had a great time at the playoff games last year.
Oh, yeah.
And the place was rocking.
Yeah.
But I do think you can't expect that atmosphere every night in baseball when that's playoffs, Giants, Dodgers.
Right.
That was electricity. You just plugged that bad boy in and it was going to fire.
It's also, I mean, that's not to say also the Mets are one of the hottest teams in baseball right now. They are looking like a powerhouse within the National League. So the Mets are looking really good, and that is one of the best closers in baseball. So it's warranted. But I could also see some fans in the stands being like, dude, you're really playing a walk-up song? You guys are 6 games under 500.
Well, Trevor Hoffman
coming in for a save.
How many years did Trevor Hoffman play on bad teams?
Right.
And Hell's Bells was the thing that Padre fans held their hat on. I mean, he had 500 career saves. Maybe he had 600, but I know he had 500.
One of the best changeups we've ever seen
of all time.
Yeah.
I think also played shortstop on an Arizona team with JT Snow.
Really?
I could be wrong, but I think he did with Kenny Lofton. Yeah.
It's a lot easier when you're the team that's leading in the National League East and you're up 6.5 games, and you could say like, oh yeah, we have the best closer in baseball, we have one of the best teams in baseball, but that's all right, we could chant.
But that's marketing, and that's when we talk about baseball and we're talking about getting better. Like when you see the Golden State Warriors and they're big step in, or they're doing this or they're doing that, or doing the night, like there's little elements. Bia is a great example. We did the song Bia, and then when Bia does anything, you hear DJ Sharp hit the Bia.
Yeah.
And it might only be for a fraction of the crowd,
right?
But everybody's smiling and feeling good.
Yeah, just little something like that to build on your team. Like, that's why I know the Brandon Belt thing at the beginning of the season when he came out on the captainship and he came out to the Pirates of the Caribbean song.
Bonte was triggered.
I know that both of you guys were on here like, what the hell was that? Why are the Giants doing that?
Well, it was just too much pomp and circumstance.
Right, for sure. But they try, like, I at least give them credit for trying.
But he's a boring guy.
But he's also that guy. He's not that guy you want to really put that around. But I was like, I appreciate them trying something to build off of this captain thing that Brandon Belt all of a sudden created.
It just
I think it was in that game in Colorado,
yeah,
wasn't
but
it?
It felt like Clay had already carved out the captain role.
Right.
And when it's Clay and your Belt, there's a big drop off.
I mean, the Warriors haven't taken advantage of that yet. They haven't really done much on Clay, the captain. They don't need to, though. I mean, the fans do it enough for them.
Exactly.
But the Giants need something, and I appreciated that. So, I don't know, I just couldn't help but think that Edwin Diaz thing over the weekend, like, man, if Doval just had some sort of walkout song where you could, like, it'd also not be something to look forward to if you're going to the game. It'd be a spectacle on TV. Mm-hmm. How cool was it when they did that on the television, where the cameraman is right behind Diaz?
Incredible.
He's waiting, and you hear the bass a little bit. It's like boom, boom. And then the trumpet sound, and then he comes out the door and starts jogging to the beat. They need something like that.
Well, this is where Cohen understands entertainment, and I'll give it whoever's decision it was in that front office.
Yes,
they clearly understand how to put together the entertainment package. Like that's the one thing I think baseball is really missing right now. They need a TV executive to come in and reboot how their regional games are being displayed. Too many commercials. Golf does a good job of this. I know everyone, golf? No. What I mean is that they do this thing called playthrough.
Yeah.
They keep the action on the screen while a commercial goes. Well, my advertisers want a full screen advertisement. The Giants are already squeezing in commercials when they do a read during the game when there's a pitching change. I don't know if you've noticed this. They'll do like a Toyota commercial and you'll see a picture-in-picture. I want to see them warming up. And that's the other thing, warm-ups in between innings, we got to reduce the whole thing. You can have ads on the mound. You can have ads behind the home plate. All of these areas, you can add ads. We've done this now in basketball. We've added a graphic superimposed onto the court while the play is going on. That doesn't really exist there. So get creative. You need TV executives to come in and reduce the game. We all agree. A 3-4 hour game on a Tuesday night, it's asking too much of people. There's only so many things people can dedicate their life to, and 150 games for 3 and 4 hours a night is asking too much. I can't even finish the last episode of Stranger Things right now because I'm so distracted in my normal life.
Damn. You need to get on that.
But people that have kids and stuff, they have to make these decisions. And it's like, hey, if I'm going to... football is one day.
Yeah.
One day a week where I can dedicate, sit my booty on the couch.
Yep.
Right? So if you're doing all this, you got a family and stuff... You can't, hey, kids, you can't watch Bluey, you can't watch Coco Melon. Daddy's got to watch Yastrzemski struggle.
And the commercial thing that you're talking about, that's just ingrained into American sports. That was a little...
But soccer does it.
Soccer is more done because they have sponsors on the field and you have to pay attention for the first 45 minutes. But it's like I'm going back to Talladega Nights. You know, Ricky Bobby, when they're in the middle of the car crash, the big crash that he got into, he's like, well, I'm flying through the air right now. That scene, and my favorite part was how they cut to an Applebee's commercial. It's like they're in the middle of a crash, and they're like, I got a bad case of loving too, because they had like a 2 for $20 deal going on or something. Yes. And then they cut to the commercial, and they said, all right, we're right back in the action in the middle of the crash. So I think that's just ingrained in American sports. If someone could create an innovative way to get past that, I mean... pay that man. Woman, whoever it is.
One last punctuation on the Giants, because I know you want to talk about a little Deebo Samuel and NFL stuff. I want to get into the Bryant Young speech, which was very inspirational. I feel really good about Joey Bart. I want to end this on a positive note. He's batting .385 the last week, 10 hits, 3 home runs. This is the best version of Joey Bart that we've seen. And if they can find a way for this guy to finish on a high note, I think this whole season will not be a lost one. That would be a massive thing for this organization to find a player in Joey Bart.
What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Chilton Auto Body. Look, on the other side, you mentioned it, Deebo Samuel. He gave his pitch to Trey Lance. Want you guys to hear it on the other side. And we also want your input. What would be your pitch to just a casual football fan who's asking you what to expect from Trey Lance this season? What would be your pitch to them as to why Trey Lance is going to have a good year, but also what would be your pitch to them as to why he could possibly struggle? Either way, want you to tune in and want you to call in, want you to chime in. 888-957-9570. That's what's coming up on the game, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
He's the playmaker.
When you find the dude that sets the tone for your team, you do not let him go. And that's what Deebo does for the San Francisco 49ers.
We're very happy to announce that Michael Irvin will be back for a weekly segment on Damon and Ratto this upcoming football season. We're thrilled to have you back. How are you, man?
I'm doing well, guys. It's great to be back. It's great to have football right around the corner here in the next couple of days here.
Michael Irvin joins Damon and Ratto every Monday on 95.7 The Game.
Have you been in a car?
This is Clay Thompson, and you are listening to the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. You better not be roasting me if I'm giving all these intros.
The one, the only Clay Thompson, and he is correct. It is the Morning Roast. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill. Bonte is back next week. Joe Shasky as always. And don't forget to download the Odyssey app. That's AUDACY. And there's millions of podcasts, any radio station, music station that you want to hear, playlist, podcast, everything. The Odyssey app has it all for you. They also have a podcast called MLB's Beat the Streak Daily. There's 5.6 million up for grabs with MLB's Beat the Streak game. You got to choose a hitter every day. If he gets a hit, that means you keep your streak alive. See if you could beat the 56-game hitting streak as set by Joe DiMaggio via choosing players. So 5.6 million up for grabs. Call out your players from your local MLB team who are hot or due for a hit. Download the Beat the Streak Daily on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcast. Coming up here in 40 minutes at 8 o'clock, we're going to be joined by Dave Fleming to talk a little Giants. And then at 8:30, we are going to be joined by John Bosa. That is the father of Nick and Joey Bosa. Can't wait to talk to him in about an hour and 10 minutes. 8:30 for John Bosa.
Steven.
Yes.
Do you know what Friday is?
It's the start of football, baby. It's the start of football. Preseason week 1. How excited are you?
Oh, I'm so pumped.
See,
I'm pumped for all 4 plays.
There's the thing, you got me kind of giddy because in that last segment on the way out, you were saying, next Sunday I'm going to plop my butt in the couch and I'm going to watch football for the entire day. I can't wait for it. Sunday being the laziest day.
The best day.
Man, how time has passed. At the end of every season, I do this thing, Shasky, at the end of every year where it's like, all right, you know what? I have sat down every Sunday for probably 9 hours straight.
Yeah.
Sat down on the couch, done whatever I wanted for the 9 hours while watching football. But at the end of every season, I'm always like trying to set goals for myself. All right, these Sundays after football's over, all right, I'm going to get out, I'm going to go hiking.
You're not going to do any of those.
Not going to do any of those things. Didn't end up doing any of those things. Majority of it were nap days. Took a little sleep, took a little nap. That's what I did yesterday.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, after the Giants game.
So Friday night, 5:30, Levi Stadium.
Yep.
Niners, Packers. I'm super excited for this. I think it's going to be a fun atmosphere. Not because the game's going to matter on some level, but I do think there are a lot of fans, and you let me know what you think here. A lot of fans, and I'm one of these fans for years. I never had an opportunity to go to practice. I was working. I wasn't doing the media thing.
Right.
And so I would consume 49er football through the Chronicle. This is back in the day. I would read little blurbs from Kevin Lynch and different people that were covering the team, Matt Mayoko.
Yes.
And I would read, so-and-so, Alex Smith went, 7 of 14 in practice today, even though I don't think they really put those kinds of things in there. It would be like, Terrell Brown had a good practice. He looked good today. Michael Crabtree was running with the ones or running with the twos or whatever. And so I think there are a lot of fans who are hanging on every beat writer's last word, rightfully,
yes,
on how does Trey Lance look?
Yep.
What's going on with Trey Lance? I think everybody's losing their minds about Trey Lance. So, and today's not the day to have this full conversation, but I do think a lot of people are like, well, the only time I see Trey Lance is in the games. So I want to see him play a lot in this exhibition game on Friday. And I feel the exact same way. And I go to practice and I'm watching Trey Lance. I want to see him play another team. I want to see him go out there and throw to Debo and Ayuk. I understand you don't want to play any of the starters. You don't want anyone to get hurt. I understand all of that. But just giving your fan base a little something to taste a little, Guru.
Yeah.
My God, I want to see the kid play.
Yeah. See, it's the 5 stages of being an NFL fan. You got OTAs, you're excited. Oh, how do these guys look? I want to read into how these guys look in shape. Are they coming into camp fat here? What are they looking like? And then you get to training camp. But then at the end of training camp, you're like, all right, you know what? I want preseason games to start. Preseason, can't wait for preseason. I want to see what Trey Lance looks like on the field. I want to see what he looks like for a drive going against the opposition when you're not playing a defense that supposedly can be a top 5 defense within this league and one of the best defensive rosters that they put together in quite some time.
I don't care if the Green Bay Packers are playing their second and third base defenses.
Right.
I just want to see the kid play.
Right.
I don't care if Trent plays. I don't care if Debo. I think that the fans who really care about this team, that's one thing that it's evident. You've been to practice. Fans really care about this team.
Yeah.
Did you see how they traveled in the NFC Championship game? Do you see the numbers 49er content puts out there? Fans care. I'm not saying you got to play the guy and be reckless like that. I'm saying people want to see the kid play.
Yes, and then you get to preseason. Preseason can't wait for week 1. But then by the time Friday's done, we see Trey Lance. Maybe we see him for a drive. Maybe we see him for 2, depending on how that first drive goes.
Yes.
And then you get to week 2. Then when you're in the middle of week 2, once Trey Lance gets off the field, then it's okay. I want to move on to the regular season.
No doubt.
Then we're on to
No
the
doubt.
regular season. And then by the time the regular season is up, you're either in the playoffs and you can't wait to see what happens in the playoffs. But then by the time the season's over, can't wait for the draft to see who we pick up because we have a need right now at cornerback. And I can't wait to see who they draft because they got a cornerback who they could grab in that spot that they're going to drafted. Can't wait for that. So we are right now in the second stage heading into the third stage.
So let's wait on Friday to ask the audience, how much do you want Trey Lance to play?
Yes.
Right? Because I know it's
we can wait for that.
But I'm asking the audience this morning, and I'd be very interested. When you see conflicting reports about how Trey Lance is playing, some days he's playing good, some days he's playing bad, some days it feels like the fan base is really worried about him, some days it doesn't feel like they're worried about him because he'll look really good. Do these practices matter to you fans? Does it matter that Matt Mayoko and I'm just using him as an example, or Joe Shasky, or John Dickinson, or Cam Inman, different people that might be at practice that go and either write something that you're reading, talk about something that they've seen? Do those things matter to fans, or is the only thing that matter what happens in these games?
I think that, I'll tell you from my perspective.
And I'm using examples of people that are on our station and people that maybe aren't and stuff like that.
And I'll say this, conflicting reports, there really weren't conflicting reports about how Trey looked over the weekend. The reports were relatively similar in that he had an off day. That's what they were saying is Trey had an off day by the look of it. And we've seen him in practice. I've seen him have, 2 good practices and follow it up with 1 bad. I think fans should take some note of what's going on in practice as far as who they're playing alongside. For example, I think it's okay to look at what Brandon Ayuk's doing and think, okay, this guy's going to have
He's been very consistent.
He's going to have a damn good season. That's the only way that you can react to that. We had Jordan Elliott on last week, covers the team for Niners Nation, who's been watching these practices like a hawk, I tell you. And he said that you can't have any choice but to overreact to what Ayuk's doing if you've seen him in practice. But when it comes to Lance, I think that you should accept that in practice, not everything's going to be perfect, and that's how it's going to translate to games. So I think you should care, but I think there are other aspects of the game that you should care about more than the actual production on the field. It's how players are receiving him, how they're talking about him during their pressers. I've not looked at any New York Giants pressers as of late, but if you're going to tell me that any wide receivers are going to go out there and talk about Lance the way that Ayuk, the way that Debo talk about Lance, you're going to tell me that some Giants wide receivers talk about Daniel Jones that way? Not happening, because if you've seen the videos of Daniel Jones, some of these throws are terrible.
Yeah.
Looks like Uncle Rico if the steak that he threw wasn't accurately thrown into Napoleon Dynamite's face. Because when he throws it from that camera angle, looks like he throws it way off to the side. That's what it looked like with Daniel Jones. So I think there's certain aspects that you should look at more than what's happening on the field, if that makes sense.
No, I hear you. And I guess when you're on that field and you and I are walking around, and I don't pretend to be Vince Lombardi or Bill Walsh, but we know sports, and our job is to give opinions. I'm telling you what I see. I'm not here to pump my narratives or straight up fanboy. When I didn't think Jimmy Garoppolo was good enough to win playoff games, that's legitimately how I felt. And some people really disagree with me. I want the team to win. Steven, who loves the Niners as much as me? I love this team. I want to see them win. I get great joy when they win. I get great pain when they lose. I want to see excellence. But when I'm on that field and I'm looking at all the great players, to think a 21-year-old was going to come in and just physically dominate every drill, every step, every practice, every moment of that is just, there's too many great players out there. Can he have moments? Absolutely. Did I expect there to be some stubs in the toe throughout the development process? Absolutely. Even Nick Bosa has games where he doesn't get sacks. Even Nick Bosa and he's great. I mean, we all know, like, he was born to do this. He's amazing.
Right.
Everyone on that team bows down to Bosa's talent, like, in terms of, like, them recognizing how great he is. And even he has bad times and things like that. I think Trey is right where he needs to be. He's in the development stage. Like you said, we've seen a lot of good. I've seen some things that are like, it's going to have to work on that, you know? But I think overall, I feel really good about where he is. And it's not the plays that he's made and things like that. It's the emotional stability. It's the way his teammates are reacting to him. It's the way he's reacting to some of his negative plays. And to me, showing up every day and showing yourself to be a leader and being emotionally stable is more important than the physical throws down the field. Are you adjusting from your mistakes? Are you learning from those things? And I feel like he has from the little I've seen.
I want you to hear this from Brandon Ayuk. This was from over the weekend, and this really stuck out to me when he was talking about Trey Lance because, as we mentioned, there weren't really conflicting reports. They were all relatively even-keeled in that they said Trey Lance just didn't have a good day. But Brandon Ayuk spoke about Lance.
I like that we're being honest with that.
And these are the types of things that you want to hear from a wide receiver when talking about Lance and his struggles.
Like, the best thing about Trey, like, he walked off the practice field and he was still the exact same way today. He talked about it, talked to us after a couple plays that he wished he had it back. He comes in and talks to us the same way as if he were to hit a play. What did he see, what he didn't see, what he liked. That was on me. That was, maybe we should be here. Just still talking to us, trying to figure it out. But just level, even kill dude. So we don't worry about him at all, really. We'll look at it. He comes in, he says, let's take a look at it later on today. Do so, and then we move on. That's what practice is for, day 10. I mean, one thing I've learned is that you never know what these guys' arms feel like. The same way for us. Like, we go out there, some days our legs are tired. They may expect us to break out a route and come out of our breaks a lot faster than we did, and our legs are a little bit tired, so we can't do so. So it's the same thing for them. We feel like was something that I learned. I get to see that you never know what those guys' arms are feeling like. They're coming out here and they're throwing a bunch of balls. So we just got to look at it, get it corrected, and then come back, get a day off, and get better.
So one thing that I think everyone agrees with when it comes to Jimmy Garoppolo, whether we know for sure or not, or just the sense we get from his teammates really like him. Jimmy G, right?
Yeah.
Right? He's one of the guys, right? Like that's kind of like the sentiment you hear over and over and over again. The fact that it feels like his teammates really like him, that does matter to me. You know, like, does Aaron Rodgers, can he get away with nobody really liking him? Yeah. He's one of the greatest talents that ever played the quarterback position. He's got 20 years of play under his belt. Like, he's in a different stratosphere. When you're starting off, the worst thing you could be is not a good teammate. So to hear that he's a good teammate, like, that's something that does matter to me. Like, those are the little things in practice that I do think are telltale signs. Clearly, Kyler Murray and his teammates aren't on the same page.
Doesn't feel like it. Like, if dude, I went back to that.
I'm using him as an example.
I went back to that quote that we read last Friday, even though this was coming from
the
weekend prior to it, where apparently he was calling plays via the radio. We already know about that independent study addendum that was revoked. He was clearly unhappy that the team put that out there, put that in his contract, and, you know, he was just pissed that an NFL Network insider and Ian Rappaport was able to dig it up. But when I saw that when he was calling plays on Saturday, Kyler Murray that was, and then Cliff Kingsbury said, yeah, I wanted to show him that it's not as easy as he makes it seem to be. Hey, put that on. Go ahead, big dog. Like, when I'm seeing a quote, go ahead, big dog, do you? Like, I don't know. That's either a couple of brothers who are fighting, like that's the relationship, or that's a coach and a quarterback who are just not on the same page.
No, yeah.
So that's going back to the Kyler Murray thing.
Well, and going back to the quarterback relationship with the head coach,
yes,
we all agree it's extremely important for Kyle and Trey, not just to get along, but to have the best relationship on the team. Wouldn't you agree?
Yes.
More so than any of the wide receivers and the tight ends and all that. The play caller and the head coach needs to be in synchronicity with the quarterback.
Yep.
The Alex Smith era ended the day him and Mike Nolan got in a fight.
Right.
Over the shoulder, right?
Yep.
It right there. The trust, everything. The Jimmy G and Kyle Shanahan era probably ended, and looking back, like the day that he stopped trusting him for whatever that reason was. And I don't even know if we can spot that specific, moment in time, but it feels like they got off the same page and the relationship just wasn't the same. Wouldn't you agree with me?
Yes. There was something up there. There was something up, because that answer from Ayuk, because the response that we get to that is, well, what else is the wide receiver supposed to say? That's his quarterback.
Fair point.
It is a fair point. But they could be a lot more vague than what he just did there. He was giving examples of him coming back to the huddle, doing all these certain things. Like, he said everything that you wanted to hear. Brandon Ayuk did. How he came back wondering, maybe we should do this the next time so that works.
Mm-hmm.
This has questions and has an approach where he's not too worried. He just seems like, all right, this is something to get better at, and has that approach to it. So I just think that with his wide receivers, it does not seem like they're off track with one another. It seems like they're on the same track you're going into it.
Him and Ayuk clearly look like they've been working together for 6 months.
Which they have.
Absolutely. Now, Debo, I do feel like Debo and Trey are a little off right now. And again, just a little bit I've seen, I don't think Debo's gotten enough reps with him. And this is what I kind of worried about. Like, where are the two of them going to be at? I don't think Debo's the greatest route runner. He's kind of clunky, having watched him a few times. Not that he's not a special football player. He is, but he's different than Ayuk. Ayuk is so silky and gets great separation almost immediately. It makes it very easy. You could see why a quarterback would like Ayuk as their wide receiver.
I mean, if you're straight up reacting to practice and what you've seen in practice, you're going to say that Lance and Ayuk are going to be the better combo than Lance and Debo.
Yes.
That's what you'd see after watching practice.
I agree with that.
The way that him and Ayuk have just been connecting, whereas him and Debo, even this weekend, I mean, they're working after practice. Seems like they were making up for that time that Ayuk and Lance had in San Diego, and they're doing it after practice.
But I guess where I'm going at this is when you go to practice, everybody who's seen games, you know that Shanahan's offense is really creative. And when he runs certain things, it's like, boom, the quarterback's going to throw right to this spot. Debo's going to catch it while running. He's going to run right past two linebackers. And like, wow, what a brilliant play.
Right.
And if the quarterback just throws it in the right spot at the right time, yards are there. You don't see these plays being executed at practice because they are literally putting in the most basic vanilla plays to begin with. And I feel like what they're asking him to do, Trey Lance, at practice, it isn't 1+1. Hey, hit Debo on a smoke screen, for example, where the wide receiver starts to go in motion, and then he's just going to run a little 2-yard little in route, and you hit him. Everybody blocks, and the play that Debo got, the big 80-yard gainer against Chicago, for example, one of the best highlights of the year. Jimmy threw a nice little touch pass, real short, boom, Debo catches it, he goes upfield. No, instead, what they're running in practice, it feels like to me 4 curls. And guys go out, pick who you want to throw to on this particular play. So instead of asking him to do basic math, which is what his normal offense is, they're asking him to do calculus at practice, which I appreciate. And because of that, we're seeing struggles. And I'm not making excuses for Trey. This is part of the maturation process of learning how to read defenses, learning how to go through your progressions, learning how to throw to the right person.
Well, if they were just making him go to his strengths, I mean, that'd be bad coaching. Right? I mean,
that's a good point.
Back when we were,
it's a really good point.
Well, back in high school, when back in high school, when we were practicing for JV or whatever, and they're having us come up and hit for the first time for the first part of the season. You make the team, then you all get up there and take at bats. Well, the coach said, you know what? Every one of you can pull a baseball.
Yeah, go the other way.
Do that. Go the other way. Don't do anything but go the other way. If you pull the ball, don't care if it's a home run, don't care if it's a live drive to left center and gets past the outfilders. If you don't hit the ball the opposite way, you're out. Like, they had us practice in that fashion, and we were actually a pretty good team then. I'm not trying to compare my JV high school team to a professional football team, but it does carry over because I'm sure anyone who's played sports has witnessed something like that. It wouldn't do any good in practice just to work on the things that Trey is already good at, or the team is already good at. Work on things that are, out of the box. It's something that you wouldn't normally go to on the play sheet. Maybe something that, hey, you could catch these teams by surprise if we really work on this in practice.
Think about the classroom. How many times do you prepare for a test and you might work on something in an inordinate amount or an unbalanced amount of time? That's really only one question on the test. Right? It's so that you're prepared for when that one question comes up. And so I actually appreciate that he's struggling, and I appreciate that the beat writers are being honest about how much he's struggling, because he needs to be ready for the hot cauldron that's coming, that's awaiting him. When he struggles in a game, it's not going to be roses. It's not going to be easy. He's going to have to be able to withstand emotionally and stand up to all of the criticism, whether it's on social media, whether it's in the scrum of a media session, whether it's in his own locker room. He's going to have to be prepared for that. And so I'm glad that we're going through a lot of these struggles right now, and whether they're real, whether people believe. Look, He misses a pass. That happens.
You have to.
Exactly.
You're going to.
I'm really glad they're going through this right now. I'm just curious, like the temperature of the fan base. Are you worried a little? Are you a little worried? Because I think if Jimmy Garoppolo was the quarterback heading into this year, and Trey wasn't on this team, wouldn't we be asking ourselves, boy, it's on the quarterback? However good the quarterback is going to kind of determine how good this team is. We think they're a 10-win team, but if the quarterback plays really, really, really well, they should be a Super Bowl contender. I feel like the exact same question can be asked about Trey Lance. I feel like they're a 10-win team, and if he plays really good, they could be a Super Bowl contender. If he holds them back, they feel limited like Jimmy Garoppolo's teams felt limited at times. Doesn't mean they still can't win in the playoffs. I just don't know how good you can be with a limited quarterback.
Yeah, I think
the same question, I feel like, for both players.
I think 10 wins is what you have to get this year. I think 10 wins. I think you can get yourself to 10 wins. I think you can. And that's even with Trey playing as an average quarterback, getting off to an average start. You know how much we're going to talk about this? We are going to go back and look at Peyton Manning's rookie season numbers ad nauseum this year, guaranteed. If Trey starts to struggle a little bit, well, look back at Peyton Manning and look how he did in his first regular season where he threw like 27 interceptions or whatever it was. We're going to be doing that a lot this year. But I agree with you. I like that there are bumps in the road right now. Like how you can't, there's always, those cliche quotes that talk about overcoming adversity and, the amount of times whatever Benjamin Franklin said or Thomas Edison said about discovering electricity. It's just like, I did not, find 1,000 ways to not create electricity. I just found 1,000 ways to not make a light bulb. Like there's still the one way. It's a whole quote.
I like that one.
It's a whole quote.
Here's my favorite text from the 408. Worry level 2, excitement level 55. And I think that's a lot of Niner fans.
Oh, man.
And the excitement of the unknown, right? Like, how many times in life does the unknown, like, really excite you? Like Kuminga. Everybody's excited for the unknown of the future. Right? There's just something about the guy. I'm using him as an example for the Warriors. Like, there's something about the guy that it really is exciting. Even Joey Bart. There's something exciting about a player on the come up. Like, I know there was times where people like giving up, but now I really look forward to his at-bats.
Yeah.
And I don't consider him the talent, the raw talent that I do believe Trey Lance has inside of him.
And as a fan, I think you should take a step back too and realize that, even if you think Jimmy Garoppolo should start or something like that, I don't know, as he's working off to the side, we actually got some updates on Jimmy Garoppolo, which we can get to later in the show or even later in the week. We got plenty to get to with the 49ers, but they're taking a chance on this guy. And it seems like he is the de facto number one QB. There's nobody else that's going to be taking over his job as the boss. Matt Nahigian comes in here. Just go, whoa, look at this. That's Matt Nahigian saying, the program director here. But as a fan, you should just take a step back and think, you know what? This team is taking a chance on a young rookie quarterback. They traded up to get him because they knew if they would have stayed put that they wouldn't have gotten him in the first place. And then another team would have this chance to dance with Lance. At least they're having this chance to dance with Lance right now. Like at the very least, you should appreciate that.
I'm with you. Are you a little worried about Deebo Samuel and Trey Lance kind of getting on the same page together? Because I think that when you go to practice and you watch, they don't run any specialty Deebo stuff at practice.
Right.
And I could see where if I'm Deebo, like, yo, I'd like the ball, please. Yeah. I would like the ball. But like in practice, they're not running any of the, the stuff you see in the games.
Right. Well, no, there is, I do think there's concern there. And, like Deebo was awesome last year.
No, he was the
third. He was the third in all-purpose yards, right? Second to Jonathan Taylor and Cooper Kupp.
It was the best offensive seasons for a wide receiver in a Niner uniform since T.O.
And we do just think that's going to carry over because the style of play is, even though the defense knows what they're throwing at you, well, the defense can't beat it. No. The defense just, even though that they're going to possibly throw a smoke screen like you talked about because they're lined up in a certain formation, or maybe he's lined up alongside Trey Lance in the shotgun and you could expect a draw to happen or something like that with a run play. I think that for me, there's a little concern that it's going to be the same type of Debo that we saw last year, which was just an absolute game wrecker on offense.
There were murmurs that maybe Debo preferred Jimmy Garoppolo, right? You heard that, and that's why maybe he wanted a trade. And you were rolling your eyes at me right now.
Yeah.
You don't believe that at all?
I believe there's some sense to it, but that's also, it just feels like that's just an outside talking point.
I don't know.
Yeah.
Who knows? Who knows what people prefer? I don't know. Did you see, because Kyle Mattson, who's producing Willard and Dibs and does stuff on the weekends here at 95.7 The Game, is going to do a post-game show for the 49ers.
Hell yeah.
He sent me this clip from the NFL Network, and I don't know if we've got it on the board, but I'd love to play it, and it's Debo Samuel basically talking about why you should be pumped up about Trey.
I mean, why you should believe in Trey? I mean, look at the guys around him. You have me, Brandon, Juice, Trent, everybody on offense. Like I just said, like it's the brotherhood. Like we feed off each other energy. So if you see one guy go out there and make a play or somebody get flat back, that's just an energy boost. What I've been seeing from Trey since I've been out here, you know what I'm saying? He's willing to learn. He's getting better day by day. And this is his first year really being the guy of the offense. So it's like, it's going to take time. So that's why we have camp and the preseason games. And by the time week 1 comes, we'll be hitting on all cylinders.
Does that make you believe in Trey?
Off the front end, not really. He had to say, well, yeah, Trey's going to be successful because, well, he's got all this talent around him and we could pick him up, but it's not like it's a little different than the tone that he took last year, where it felt like last year he's saying, oh, Trey's going to be a superstar. Didn't he say that?
Yeah.
Debo said straight up
at the end of last year at the Super Bowl when he was doing the car wash where he was going from show to show, except ours. He ended up, basically saying all those things.
But I also think I think his pitch there is also a product of the connection that they've had. I feel like Debo has not been too thrilled with the way that practice has gone for them.
That's what I feel too.
Yeah.
Well, I think that's not just a byproduct of Trey. To me, that's also a byproduct of practice. You're not throwing all the kitchen sink in these training camps because Debo's going to get the jet sweeps. He's going to get the smoke screens, the power slants. They're not really running into those things. And most of the Niners know that's where he likes to get the ball, right? And so they're accustomed to some of the setups to those particular plays.
Yep. And when you're running a screen, when you're out of the running back formation and you're lining up alongside Lance, and let's just say he's lined up to his right, and straight up they run a little slip screen, right, where they have the guards and the tackle pull out so they could block at the second level, and you just go out to Debo, who's alone on the right side of the field. Well, he's going to be aiming on one side of the ball, or for one side where Trey Lance can throw it. Like Trey Lance's inaccuracies have come where, well, he throws it on the other side of the body, which makes it impossible for Debo to catch. So I am curious and to see how those go through the season, but they need to work on that. Actually, let's get to the phone lines here because they're popping here, Shasky, and I want to get your thoughts on that pitch in just a second. But these people have been waiting patiently on hold. Let's go to Dre in Lemoore who wants to weigh in. Dre, what's going on?
I couldn't agree with you more, Butcher Boy, on your question. I guess I am answering your question. I am consumed with the 49ers. I have been ever since I'm a little kid. Yeah, it matters to me what the beat writers say. I've been reading the Chronicle for years. I don't read it anymore because we don't get the newspaper stand that I put slugs in so I get 3 or 4 copies. But, yeah, it matters to me what's going on. I'm not there at practice. I want to know every little detail I can know about my Niners.
Yeah. I'm with you on that. I was the same way. Like, I want to know everything. I want to know who's playing good, who's not playing good. I want to know who's feeling good. And I might not just consume it from one person. I might have 4, 5, 6 different ways that I consume that. And then I'm trying to do my best to make my own judgments, having not seen anything.
But I think the question that you asked wasn't, do you care what the beat writers have to say? Like, you could follow around with what they're saying and all that, but do you take stock into it for how that's going to go into the regular season?
Yes.
I think is more what you asked. Because Dre answered the question, like, of course, I consume everything that the writers give us. Like,
is it just games that matter when we're putting together the portfolio for someone?
Like, you want to consume it, but is that just because you want to see what's happening no matter the good or the bad? Or are you taking like a report from yesterday that Lance had struggled at practice? Are you taking that and running with it into the regular season and instilling that in how you feel about Trey Lance? Like, that's what I think the question that you were asking was. But let's go back to the Debo pitch. I want to play it one more time and get your reaction. See if this gives you confidence in Trey Lance. So here's Debo Samuel talking with the NFL Network with Maurice Jones-Drew, MJD, and Tom Pelissero. So here's Debo pitching Trey Lance.
I mean, why you should believe in Trey? I mean, look at the guys around him. You have me, Brandon, Juice, Trent, everybody on offense. Like I just said, like, it's the brotherhood. Like, we feed off each other energy. So if you see one guy go out there and make a play or somebody get flat back, you know, that's just an energy boost. What I've been seeing from Trey since I've been out here, you know what I'm saying? He's willing to learn. He's getting better day by day. And just, I mean, this is his first year really being the guy of the offense. So it's like, it's going to take time. So that's why we have camp and the preseason games. And by the time week 1 comes, we'll be hitting on all cylinders.
So with that pitch from Debo, Shasky, does that give you confidence in Trey Lance going into this year?
You know what it reminded me of? I mean, I do have a little bit of confidence in Trey, obviously, but I do think that they're not on the same page right now. We know certain quarterbacks have certain targets that they prefer. And if you're the guy that maybe isn't the preferred target early on, you would feel a certain way. I feel like he's playing catch up, Debo. But you know what it reminded me of? It reminded me a lot of Vernon Davis early on when they made the switch to Colin Kaepernick. Alex and Vernon clearly worked.
Yeah.
They had a great chemistry together.
One of the greatest catches of all time in 49er history.
He would hit him on that seam route, and it made Vernon a lot of money, and it made him a historically great tight end in the 49ers history. And then when Colin Kaepernick came on, Vernon was very outspoken that he was against it. And I knew why, because Michael Crabtree had Colin Kaepernick's ear, and Kaepernick would look at Crabtree first before he would look at Vernon Davis.
Yep.
And so if I'm Vernon, I'm doing the math like, wait a minute, this dude over here is taking away from me getting the rock. And I actually think the best way for us to win is me touching the ball and not him as much. I think a lot of people feel that way when you're a skill position player.
Yeah.
I want the ball in my hand,
yeah.
Right? Very few guys are like, whatever the team wants.
Yeah, nah. You get a lot more Keyshawn Johnsons than just say, a random team player who's saying, get the ball in my hands.
And I don't file that under selfishness. I file that under, well, I get the ball, we win. And it's proven. So get me the ball and it will help our team win. Not, I need to get mine from my numbers. Like, I view it different than other people do. So I look at this and I'm saying, if I'm Debo, I'm like, wait a minute, dude. I'm like really behind. What's going on? This guy's got Ayuk's his number one target. I'm the dude that went for 1,800 yards last year. Why ain't I getting the rock?
Yeah.
So I think these things will be ironed out over time, but it is something to monitor.
I think so too. I think it's going to be a question mark going into the season. What do Trey and Debo look like? I think Ayuk is going to make some damn acrobatic catches. And the way that Debo actually talked about that, I couldn't help but think about the way that we were talking about Jimmy last year and using his win-loss record as the reason as to why he needs to start. Look at his win-loss record. Look at his win-loss record as a starter. And I'm sitting here going, look at the teams that he's had around him. Like, look at Trent, Debo, that entire offensive line that they had last year. It was a good offensive line. Then you had Debo and Ayuk on the other side. You have Kittle, and then you have that defense. Like, that's what I was hoping Debo would say last year. He'd give himself a little more credit than just saying, you know what, we got those wins because of Jimmy G and he was the starting quarterback. Like, the way that he talked about Trey there, it's kind of the way that I was talking about Jimmy last year, that we were talking about Jimmy last year, where it's like, he's a good quarterback, but he's also got the team around him. And maybe this is a situation where, Debo felt like Jimmy got the best out of him when he was playing just because they were so in sync.
What he said essentially was that what's the pitch for Trey Lance?
Right.
His answer was, well, look at the teammates. Let me ask you about Tom Brady's final year in New England. We all agree. The great Tom Brady, if not the greatest quarterback of all time, second, right? In anyone's list. Did he struggle in 2019?
Didn't feel like he struggled.
You sure?
Going back to 2019?
The New England final year of the New England Patriots. He threw for 24 touchdowns and 8 picks. Not great by his terms. Do you know why he left New England? On top of the reasons of him and Belichick, they had no weapons.
Right.
They had no weapons.
Wasn't that N'Keal Harry's rookie year?
Yeah, they had Sonny Michel, who was garbage, and N'Keal Harry. Edelman basically was hurt almost the entire year. He was in and out of the lineup. He's thrown to a bunch of nobodies. Philip Dorsett was one of his number one wide receivers. And then where does he go after that? He goes to Tampa Bay. Why? Because they had Mike Evans and Godwin, and he gets Gronk out of retirement, and now he's got weapons, right? And we look at what they did now with acquiring Julio Jones. Why is it saying that weapons around a young quarterback or any quarterback is a bad thing? That's what every team in the league wants for their quarterback. Now, I think that obviously Lance is at such a incubation stage, and Tom Brady's at the finalized stages of what his portrait looks like. You want weapons around him. Why is that a bad thing?
Yeah. No, I agree. And, I think if you look at what Debo said and you think that he doesn't believe in Trey, I think that's looking a little too deep into it. I think Debo really does believe in the team. I also just think the way that he talked about it is more just a product of how him and Trey have played so far in training camp, which is they just don't seem to have that connection right now.
I also think that one of the three, Ayuk, Kittle, Debo, one of them is going to be the odd man out every week just because that's how it works. Like when I look at Kansas City, there were games that like both Tyreek and Kelsey would get it, but they really didn't have that third guy. It would switch who that third guy is, right?
Yes.
And then you look at like Edelman and Gronk, they really didn't have that third guy, right? Like just think about it. Go back. It's tough when you got three. And how many times last year down the stretch did we go, why isn't Kittle getting the ball? Because Ayuk started to emerge as the season went on, and Debo was still a factor. I do think that there are going to be games, Ayuk's going to be the odd man out. There's going to be games or stretches where Debo's the odd man out for whatever reason, or Kittle's the odd man out. And it's just, that's a byproduct of football. You can't get the ball to everyone all the time.
Man, I'm looking at this team for the 2019 Patriots.
It's a good problem to have.
Yes, it is. It's a very good problem.
Okay, 2019 team. Why are you laughing?
Yeah, I don't know. I've just searched up the longest, the running back who had the longest rushing attempt. In the on the team, Rex Burkhead with a 33-yard attempt. That was the longest that they'd had all season. Man, they did not have talent around.
That's what I'm saying.
Rex Burkhead and James White were the running backs by committee on that team. This team is different for the 49ers.
Yeah, so I think where they're at right now, when you draft a young quarterback, like for example the Jets, you want to get that guy protection and weapons, right? That's what you're trying to do right now for the New York Jets because they've got obviously Zach Wilson. Trey Lance is coming into a situation, they've got so many weapons, you just got to keep them happy, and that's tough in itself. And then I have the question about protection up front.
I mean, that could also be something in this season too. Like, what if Debo thinks that Ayuk is getting too many touches? Like, what if Debo feels like, they're not focusing on him too much on the offense, even though Ayuk's having a really great season?
You got to keep guys happy.
You do.
It's really hard. We asked this question about the Warriors. Are there enough basketballs for Clay and Dre and Steph and KD? Remember that?
Yes.
It's a great problem to have, is what I'd say.
All right, let's go to. We are going to be joined here by Dave Fleming. We're going to transition to some Giants baseball. But before we get to the injury report, let's go to Rob in Dublin who wants to weigh in. What's going on, Rob?
Hey, good morning, fellas. Hey, man, I think I speak for a lot of the Niner fans out there. All we really want, man, is we want somebody who's going to be able to extend a few plays. Look how we get burnt every year about who Russell Wilson, the same guys that just escape the play the last second and just get those yards that they need. There's several games we could have won last year, just a few plays short. That's it. That's all, fellas.
Yeah, thank you for chiming in.
Appreciate you, Rob. All right, it is time for the Boxer and Gerson injury report.
It's time for the injury report.
It really hurts.
Brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years.
Some good news out of Buccaneers training camp. Wide receiver Chris Godwin participated in his first team practice since tearing his ACL in Week 15 of last season. There was optimism at the start of training camp that Godwin would participate in practice soon, especially when camp opened up and his name was not on the NFL's physically unable to perform list. His take in the field on Friday showed that the quick recovery is worth buying into. So Chris Godwin participating in his first team practice since tearing the ACL in Week 15. The injury report brought to you by Boxer and Gerson, Northern California's premier workers' compensation law firm, helping injured workers get their lives back for over 40 years. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises. We're going to switch gears to some Giants baseball as we are going to be joined by Giants insider Dave Fleming, and then at 8:30 we are going to be joined by John Bosa, the father of Nick Bosa.
Can't wait to
talk to him because the last time we had him on, he was awesome. So that's all coming up in the final hour of the show. Stephen Langford in for Bonte Hill, Joe Shasky on 95.7 The Game.
Football starts this Friday.
My expectations for Trey Lance are quite simple. Lead this team back into the playoffs. That's it. Win double-digit games and get this team.
the game that's played out at the Field of Dreams location in Iowa.
Yeah.
Oh my God, they nailed these Reds jerseys.
That had to have been a large chunk of why they wanted that matchup. Because last year when they're creating Cubs-Reds, you're not thinking, oh yeah, we're going to get two powerhouses like the Yankees and the White Sox that we got this year. So we're going to get two teams where we can create some jerseys, maybe get some revenue from it, sell some of those, because I saw the Reds ones, didn't see the Cubs ones yet though.
Yeah, so the Yankees wore sweet throwbacks last year.
Yes.
And the Sox had super cool ones as they won on a walk-off. This year the Reds, the pinstripes with the old school C with Reds inside the logo, and then they're wearing a pinstripe white hat with a red line around it with a giant C. They're incredible. And the Cubs one has the little bear, the little cub with the bat.
Yes.
Oh my! I want the Giants in one of these games so bad.
Yes.
Oh,
they need to put Giants and Dodgers in that game, don't they?
Yes.
They absolutely do. And you know what? Let's bring in San Francisco Giants insider Dave Fleming, presented by the County of Santa Clara. Book a COVID-19 booster shot now at sccfreevax.org or call 211. And again, we are joined by the one and only Dave Fleming. Good morning, Dave. And these Field of Dreams games that we're having, I mean, the Giants and Dodgers need to be a part of that at some point, right?
Yeah, I mean, it would obviously be great. I don't know if I should say this. I heard that there was an idea a while ago. I don't want to spoil anything. I don't think I am, but there was an idea that maybe baseball would stage a New York game, sort of, whether it was, I don't know if it was in Central Park or at one of the classic old sort of sandlot fields in New York City with the Giants and the Dodgers with their sort of New York roots, which sounded like a great idea to me. I thought that would be a really fun version of Field of Dreams, touching on the New York ties. It's hard with scheduling, because we're so far away from those places that you got to sync it up to where both teams have a free day to play a one-off a long way from home. It's so much easier for the teams that are closer. You can sort of peel off. I can't remember what they're doing this year, but last year the Yankees and the White Sox played part of their series in Chicago and then flew over to Iowa to finish it off there. But you're right. I mean, the Giants and the Dodgers, those teams should be in the middle of any planning for all these kind of special events. We haven't seen the schedule for next year. I mean, I think the Giants are teed up to have one of those international series games next year. I hope the pandemic allows that to happen because I think that's in the works.
Yeah. So many ways we can go with this. I want to see a game at Big Rec, but that's neither here nor there. All right, let's get into the actual games over the weekend. Obviously, Oakland and the Giants, just seeing what the attendance numbers are and seeing just how fun it is and how regional baseball's been over the years. And now that you have the adoption of the DH in both leagues, I don't know if they'd ever do this. I would love to see some sort of a realignment so that we can get more of Giants versus both LA teams. Giants versus the Seattle Mariners. Giants versus the Oakland A's in the same division. Doesn't it feel like we're underserved by not having more of these games?
Well, I think we are headed in that direction. Next year the schedule is going to look a lot different than this year, a lot. And because we're going to play every single team, the Giants will see every team at least once next year. Now, they'll only see the interleague teams one time, one series. I think that might be a step in the direction of something you're suggesting. I mean, I think the leagues, the concept of the leagues, which has been such a, I would be very reluctant to give that up because baseball's been so associated with American League, National League. But now that we've dissolved the actual real differences, they just sort of exist to exist. They're not different in terms of their rules or umpires or all the old ways that they were. I think we could be headed in the direction of just regionalization of the game, almost turning the leagues into geographical leagues.
Yes.
And so, I think that might be down the road. That's probably contingent upon expansion. Baseball probably needs 2 more teams. 30 is really tough where you're split with an odd number. 32 is a whole lot easier to schedule with. And I think you're right. One of the takeaways of the weekend was look how much people enjoy Bay Area baseball and the two teams going head-to-head. I mean, I'm not knocking the A's, but the Coliseum has been a ghost town all year, and it came to life this weekend.
Absolutely.
The voice you hear is 95.7 Giants insider Dave Fleming. And Dave, one of the guys who we've been talking about for the past couple of series, actually, is one Joey Bart, who for the past 4 games that he's played in, he's 8 of 17, has a couple of home runs, obviously had that big one on Will Clark's jersey retirement day. So, Dave, what have you seen from Joey Bart as of late?
Well, more contact, which for him means more hard contact because the dude just hits the ball hard. He's so strong that if he can get the bat to the ball, it goes. And the home runs are really impressive. I thought this weekend one of those hits, I can't remember exactly the scenario, but he started a rally down 0-2, got a low changeup, and instead of being fooled by it, kind of adjusted mid-swing, and he's so strong, he just flipped it into left field, and it started a rally for the Giants. It was a base hit that turned into a run and more runs. And so you're seeing power, but you're also seeing just sort of hitting ability start to come to the forefront. It's really, really a nice development for this team that hasn't had enough positive development this year, and if Joey can finish the season strong, and the Giants really feel like, hey, we got our guy, we got our catcher. That would be so huge for planning the next year and beyond.
Where are you at on Carlos Rodon being a part of this team long term? Because I'm viewing this, and I know everybody's caught up in the hysteria of what the Padres have done, and the Giants, they got to get 1 million bats and do yes, we all agree. They need some bats. We understand that. But pitching still rings true. And if you came rolling back into next year with Webb, Rodon on some sort of a multi-year deal, and you're bringing up Harrison, now we're cooking with some oil. You can offset those bats with elite pitching. Where are you at on Carlos Rodon being retained long-term for the Giants?
Well, I think the Giants agree with you that, there are a lot of ways to win games, and run prevention is just as powerful as run scoring. And so sometimes it's not as exciting to talk about, although maybe if you're watching Jacob deGrom throw 103, it's pretty exciting. But Rodon's close to that category. I believe that he likes it here. I believe that the Giants obviously really like his performance. Carlos has had an excellent year. He's been one of the very best pitchers in baseball. I think the Giants are interested in bringing him back. I also think Carlos, like almost every player, this is his first year. It's not like he came up with the Giants. So I don't think the Giants are getting any sort of emotional discount or anything. I think with Carlos, it's going to be who gives the best offer, and that's where he's going to go, and I don't blame him for that. That's not a judgmental statement. So whether I don't know exactly what that deal will look like, but I would think Kevin Gausman's deal is like a pretty good framework of what Carlos would be asking for, and we'll see if the Giants or any team is willing to meet that price.
San Francisco Giants insider, the one and only Dave Fleming, joining us here on 95.7 The Game. Yesterday, Dave, we saw Mike Yastrzemski hit a couple of home runs. We saw Lamont Wade hit one as well over the weekend. Gabe Kapler said after the game that with those guys, it was just not a matter of if, but a matter of when. Has that when come too late, or is this a time where really they could spark a little streak here in terms of hitting for Mike Yastrzemski and Lamont Wade?
Well, they could spark a streak. They could also make a better argument for, being a part of this team, a big part of this team going forward. That's part of the last part of this year is the Giants have to make some hard evaluations coming up about what we need to get better at and where we need to improve and how the pieces fit. These at-bats are really important for everybody in that process. And those two guys, almost more than anybody, Mike Yastrzemski, there's nobody that I think all of us root for more than this guy. The way his career has unfolded, the way that he took advantage of a chance here in San Francisco, the way he's been embraced by Giants fans. He's just, he's really, truly worth rooting for. And it's almost cruel as he gets ready to maybe get a bigger payday finally after all these years of toiling away that he's having his worst year, and really the last 2 months have been bleak. So that looked like the old Yaz, and I really, really hope we see more of it from him, because we know it's in there. And I don't think, some people say, well, he's getting old. What is he, 31? I think he's got plenty of good baseball left, and let's hope we see more of that.
What has happened to Jock Peterson? This guy hasn't hit a home run in almost 2 months, or a month and a half at least. He was on pace for 25 jacks, and it just feels like everything's been halted. What do you think has happened with Jock Peterson?
Yeah, that's a really good question. Hard question to answer. I think part of the answer is when you look back on it, maybe I didn't realize it as much, because it seemed like he was always doing damage against the Giants, but I don't think that's true. He has always been really streaky. So I think that's part of it. That's just who he is in a way, and I think in some ways it explains why teams have not held on to him, which, the first part of the year, you and I were talking like, well, why? How did the Giants get this guy for 1 year for, what they got him for? I think part of the answer is he's just been a really streaky player, and I think teams do value consistency. The hot streaks can carry you, but the cold streaks can bury you. And I don't know that there's any more of an explanation than that. I mean, he looks the same to me in terms of his body. He's walking around fine. He looks strong. He looks healthy. He goes through the same routine. So it's not like something has changed that I see when I'm around him. But gosh, we missed that guy who was such a driver of the Giants' success in the first half.
All right, one more here for SF Giants insider Dave Fleming. Dave, the Giants are now 6.5 games out of that last wild card spot, and it feels like playoffs are becoming less and less realistic for the Giants this year. And you, as a voice of optimism for the Giants, as you've been on this show, what do you feel like the Giants can do down the stretch here if playoffs are out of reach, and you can make this season feel like a positive even though you miss out on playoffs?
Well, two things. Number one, you still have a chance because you have some head-to-head matchups, and you get 9 of them still with the Padres. And the Padres are one of the teams. The Giants have to track down 2 of the teams that are ahead of them, not just one. So they got to chase down 2, whether that's Milwaukee and San Diego, or San Diego and Philadelphia, or St. Louis is in there. You got to vault over 2 of them, which it makes it very tough. I'm not saying the odds aren't long. They are. But you get 9 against San Diego. Let's just say the Giants could go 7-2 against the Padres in those 9 games. Then you're talking, all right, we made up some ground head-to-head. They get 2 still with the Brewers. They get a home weekend series, 3 head-to-head with the Phillies still. So some of those teams that you have ahead of you, you at least get a crack at. Now, it puts a ton of pressure on you to actually really perform in those head-to-head matchups, and that's hard to do in this sport. You get the wrong pitching matchup. It's hard to snap your finger and say, okay, yeah, we're just going to beat those teams. That's hard to do. But I was just sitting on the airplane last night thinking, can the Giants, 2 months left, can the Giants win 18 games a month? Can you go like 18-10 twice and finish like 36-18, something like that? Can they do that? Yeah. That doesn't sound like totally out of the realm of possibility. It's not easy, but I think they can do it. And it starts tonight. It does. If you can't beat the Padres head-to-head, you ain't going. Yeah. Because they have 9 of them left, and that's one of the teams you're trying to chase. So let's see. The Padres may be licking their wounds a little bit after they experienced the Dodgers' experience over the weekend. And let's see. Maybe the Giants can come in here and surprise them a little bit.
15 years ago, Barry Bonds breaking the record. I'm sure it brought back a lot of memories for you. I always think about and I know it stinks for you, and I hate to bring it up, but 7:15 and the microphone going dead. I know you did 7:55. Take me back to 7:56 with Bonds. What do you remember?
Yeah, I did. I brought up on my own. You don't have to apologize. I brought up on my own 7:15 the other day on the TV side, just remembering the Bonds home run stuff. 755 was here, by the way. So when we come to San Diego, I do remember, one of my memories of 755 was because the road scene, with when Barry was really on the home run chase, the road scene was wild. It was like people just couldn't wait to boo him, and these ballparks were packed, and the buzz when he would come out in the on-deck circle, and man, Padres fans were just giving it to him and booing, and then he hits the home run, and everybody stood up and cheered. It's like, people just were thrilled by seeing him and seeing something historic. The night that he broke it, Javi and I were joking about it the other day. He hit it out to right center field. We know where the plaque is, and just one swing, drop bat. It was like perfect Barry Bonds. Like nobody else can even hit a home run out there, and he knew it the second he made contact, which was just the perfect way for him to set the record. I remember Bonds that night. I remember being down on the field with Barry afterwards and how happy he seemed. He really was happy to talk about it, which Barry wasn't always happy to talk about his achievements. I remember Hank Aaron up on the video board, the extremely gracious video message that Henry Aaron sent to Bonds, and I remember Mike Bassick, the pitcher, who was so gracious. Some pitchers just are pills about that stuff, and he stood up there and talked about what a Barry Bonds fan he was and how he was honored to be associated with one of the all-time great players. 15 years ago. Time flies, doesn't it?
It does. And Dave, how much has Barry changed as a person since then? Because seeing him on the field in the suit, he looks so regal. He feels more comfortable with who he is and I guess where he is in life. He seems happier, maybe just being out of the hot light of scrutiny for all those years. But it does feel like he's changed, at least just maybe, I don't know, how comfortable he is in these settings and whatnot. I don't know. The cynic would argue with me that he's doing it for PR purposes, but it does feel like it's a different Barry Bonds than what we had 15 years ago.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think he cares that much about PR. I don't know. Like, what does he care about what people think about him? I don't think he cares that much about that. But I do think he's softened. He smiles more.
Yeah.
He appreciates. Those words he said about Will Clark were really, truly heartfelt.
It was surprising, Dave, because I didn't think they got along.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think they were best buds when they were hanging out as players, but I mean, it does tell you that sometimes you're in the middle of it and you don't have the appreciation for it. Whatever's going on, you're worried about your own performance, the stress of playing at this high of a level, and you don't get a chance. And maybe when you do retire and that stress goes away, you spend some time reflecting back and thinking about those teammates and opponents and the people, and maybe you develop a little better appreciation. Now, when I'm around Barry, which isn't that often, but every once in a while, and he'll still tell you, it's not like the confidence has gone away. I mean, he'll still have a laugh with somebody about how good he was, which that's part of what makes Barry Barry. I love it. It makes me laugh. But I think that he has softened, and I think a big part of that is just the appreciation for the players that he played with and around. And I hope someday, I really do, I really hope someday that he and Jeff Kent are together and we get to hear from both of them, because I bet it's happened on both sides. And I would be really, really curious about those two talking about one another. I hope we can make that happen someday.
I miss Jeff Kent. We talk about him a lot on this show, Dave. I'm glad you brought that up. Thank you.
He was such a great... I think someday he is going to get into the Hall of Fame, Jeff Kent.
I hope.
It might take a while, but I think he will. And he just was... That was such a... Will Clark, Kevin Mitchell, Mays and McCovey, and Bonds and Kent. It's just... I love a combo, and those two guys were such a great pairing for so many years.
The voice you hear, 95.7 The Game, Giants insider, very well said about Barry Bonds and Jeff Kent there. All right, Dave, enjoy the upcoming series with the Padres. We got Alex Wood versus Blake Snell tonight, so we got a lefty-on-lefty matchup. Enjoy the series, Dave. We'll talk to you next week.
Okay, talk to you soon, guys. Thanks.
Thanks, Dave.
Thanks, Dave. Yeah, you know what? I want to play the call of the home run, the 756 home run. I want to get to that, but you just have me thinking. It needs to be like a Magic Johnson and Isaiah Thomas TV spectacle where they create a whole thing on MLB Network, Bonds versus Kent, and they sit down and they reconcile their differences.
That Isaiah Magic one was horrible.
Yes, it was. All right, let's get to Barry Bonds, though, because yesterday was the 15-year anniversary of his 756th home run.
And Bonds hits one high. Hits it deep. It is out of here. 756. Bonds stands alone. He is on top of the all-time home run list. What a special moment for Barry Bonds. And what a special moment for these fans here in San Francisco.
Credit NBC Sports Bay Area for the audio. And, we talked so much about Vin Scully last week and the iconic calls that he had. Not only, was it the all-time home run record-breaking home run from Barry Bonds, but that call with Dwayne Kuiper, just everything that's encompassed around it. I think that was fantastic, man. Man, where were you when that happened? When that home
I was
run
at happened?
home
watching that. I'll never forget. Couldn't afford no tickets back then. I would get the freebies every now and then, but I saw in person 660, 661, 500, 600. Sean Green didn't even move for 600. So and I believe I saw 703 or 702 as well. I saw a bunch of them, but there's certain ones that stick out. And the reason 660, 661. The night he ties Willie Mays, the day after he passes Willie Mays. So there's certain ones that remember forever. And look, the Joe DiMaggio hit streak and 511 wins by Cy Young. There are certain records that are never going to be touched. Maybe 11 championships for Bill Russell. I don't think anyone is going to touch the home run record.
I agree with you. It's one of those conversations that we might have in the offseason, the most unbreakable records in sports. I think the home run record is right up there. I was in England when that happened.
Really?
Yeah, didn't watch it live. I was 14 years old. I was, it's like you're going to England, you got to go see family. So I'm doing it in a time where Barry Bonds could possibly break the record because you're just looking at every single home run that year in 2007. Every at-bat that Barry had, you're not going to get the same magic.
Pedro Gomez.
Yes.
They just cut in on ESPN and show a live at-bat.
You're not going to see something like that where there are cameras flashing all over the stadium for every at-bat because now we have phones where you don't need a flash on your phone in order to make the quality what you want it to be. So you're never going to see anything like that again. I always go back to that.
The number one time that I noticed, the first time that I saw cameras flashing like that, this is old school cameras, wasn't Bonds. Candlestick, Hideo Nomo. The first time he came in a Dodger uniform, the amount of flashes in Candlestick at that night when I went to the game with my dad, this is the most incredible. It's etched in my head when I think of Hideo Nomo. Him coming back with that big windup where he'd pause at the top. It just, the whole place went crazy.
Man,
it's like a concert.
Damn. Gotta look that up. What's coming up on the game?
It was like 60,000 that night. I Candlestick. 60,000 for a baseball game.
60K. What's coming up on the game is sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. All right, we're going to be joined by John Bosa, the father of Nick Bosa, on the other side. So can't wait to talk to him about the offseason, whether he felt like he was snubbed from the Defensive Player of the Year conversation outside of T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett, maybe the contract stuff. There's plenty to get to with John Bosa. And then also after we're done with John, want to play some sound from Bryant Young in his Hall of Fame speech as he was inducted to the Pro Football Hall of Fame, and we had the speeches over the weekend, so we do want to play a snippet of that. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible.
Here, legendary NFL insider Peter King.
This is the worst cliche in sports. Oh, they're a bunch of fighters. But I really get the feeling that the 49ers are that.
Every Tuesday on Damon and Ratto.
They're not going to go down easy. I think they have this attitude.
Altman. And shout out to you, Joe Shasky. And shout out to you, the listener. Good morning, everyone. If you're just getting into your car right now, Stephen Langford in. Bonte Hill is going to be back next week. And we are very happy to be joined by the one and only John Bosa. Of course, you may know him as Nick Bosa's dad. And John, good morning. Thank you so much for taking the time.
Good morning. Thanks for having me. Good to be on.
So I wanted to start out with this because Bryant Young, of course, 49ers legend, was inducted into the Hall of Fame over the weekend. And Kyle Shanahan was asked about him in the press conference. And then he was also asked if there's any player on the current roster who can compare in terms of their transition from college to the NFL. And I'm going to read the quote here to you here verbatim, John. He says, Bosa. Bosa's been a professional since 3 years old. What do you make of that one, John?
Well, there's no one that works harder, and there's no one that is more deserving of a great year this year. So he's been through a lot in his short career, but he has, and obviously I think it's pretty obvious to his teammates and the coaches and the guys out there how hard he worked. And this year was a great off season for him because he was truly healthy. There was no residual, rehabbing of anything. So he came back, and his dedication and work ethic is just unbelievable. So he's deserving of it. And obviously Bryant Young, what an amazing player, and that's pretty awesome to see, and a great comment by the coach.
Yeah, just absolutely incredible. You told us some great stories about the two boys growing up, Nick and Joey, and how Nick was the younger brother and how he wanted to throw the football helmet on from day one. Look, being up close and personal near your son, I'm going to tell you right now, on a field of dudes that are gladiators and are larger than life, your son is the most chiseled of them all. He doesn't even look like he's breathing on the sideline while he's out there running around while other guys are sucking for oxygen. Take me back to when he was a kid. How did he train to become a football player? Like, I want to know. Like, it's not just plain peewee football. Like, what did you have these kids doing in the backyard, John? It's incredible.
Well, I wish I could take a lot of credit for it, but I really can't. Like I told you guys before, I kind of stepped back and just wanted to be dad and tried to really surround themselves with amazing coaches, amazing, support staff so that I could just be dad. But from day one, that kid was special. He was special in youth football. He obviously was special starting, as a freshman at St. Thomas next to his brother in high school. And he's really taken it to the next level. And like I said before, I can't tell you the dedication in the off season of training in South Florida heat in the morning on the grass, and then training in the gym, and then taking the diet to just a level that I just never, at his age would not have had that kind of discipline. So I'd love to take credit for it, but he's single-minded, and he's incredibly dedicated to his craft, and it shows.
John Bosa joining us here on the Morning Roast on 95.7 The Game. Yeah, John, he said that, I had other sports that I could have choose from, but, football was the one that I was best at and the one that I was most dominant at. I mean, as a parent, was there any part of you with his first game over there and he's just dominating against these other offensive linemen? As a parent, are you just sitting back knowing, like, yeah, my kid's going to dominate on the other side of the ball? I feel bad for your parents who have a quarterback on the other side right now.
Well, I exposed those guys to a lot of different sports, but there was just no doubt. And when he put the pads on, and what he did to other guys at his age was just ridiculous. And so, yeah, I kind of did sit back with a grin and say, oh, boy, this kid is special. Yeah, no doubt.
What was different this year? You said he had such a great training, regimen throughout the summer this year. Last year, he was rehabbing from the ACL. So what specifically you think was different from last year to this year?
Well, I think, a lot of it, and sadly he's gone through this twice, as I did, but obviously a world of difference. Great surgeons and then great rehab is what he had going for him. But then there really is a little bit of a residual mentally and maybe a tiny bit physically for that second year. And so I think he had an amazing year last year, but I think this was the off season where he came in, and after the season there was just no hesitation, no mental questions about the knee. obviously the strength was there. And so I think it was just the ability to take a little bit of time off after the season and then get back to what he wanted to do with no hesitation and really no residual mental or physical kind of that grind of worrying and going through that rehab, which is it's a tough process. But this off season was really great. Both he and Joey had an awesome off season and trained like I've never seen guys train. And just the dedication in the off season and turning down opportunities to go do different things and different paid things that would have required them to get on planes and spend and miss a workout. They turned all of that down and never missed a day.
You referenced your own playing career, and then you referenced your other son, Joey Bosa, who's a superstar for the Chargers. We see this a lot now in sports. Players whose dad or mother played high-level professional sports, and then their brothers are all playing. Steph Curry's an example. Klay Thompson got a brother playing Major League Baseball. What do you think that does for the two of them in terms of their development growing up, and then once they hit the highest stage? How does that help them?
Well, I think there was, some words of wisdom, I would say, as to preparing for next levels, where from high school was fun, college was a lot of fun, but it's a stepping stone to your ultimate goal. And then once you reach the ultimate level, it's really a mindset of never to be complacent, never to be happy with the level that you've reached, and just always strive to be better. Because in the grand scheme of your life, football is going to be even the longest careers are really a short glimpse into your whole life. So really, all I did was I said, listen, guys, have a lot of fun in football in college, play and do play for the game and play for the fun of it and the love of it. And then when you go to that next level, it's still fun. You still love the game, but it is now business, and it's a very short business, the NFL. So, so never be complacent and always strive to be better. And I think they've done, Joey to this day going into the 7th year is, picking Khalil's brain, and Nick is never satisfied. So I think that's probably what I told them, to just be prepared and not be in awe. Just, you deserve, the level you've reached, but now just keep striving. And I think they've done a good job of that.
The voice you hear is John Bosa. Of course, he is the father of Nick Bosa. And John, Nick had 15 and a half sacks last year. He was right up there among the best defenders in the NFL. And it felt like toward the end of the season, he was kind of petering out of the Defensive Player of the Year conversation. Obviously, it was between T.J. Watt and Myles Garrett. Does that sort of thing fuel him in the offseason, those types of individual accolades? Does he talk to you about that Defensive Player of the Year award? Or is it just, you know what, I'm just striving to be the best edge rusher in the NFL, regardless of an award or not?
Well, I think he's striving to be the best, and those accolades obviously are nice, and I think they would be appreciated. But I think he's been disrespected quite a bit in his young career, and I think that continued. I think not getting one vote for Comeback Player of the Year was an absolute joke, and I'm taking nothing away from his very good friend Joe Burrow, but I think that was an absolute travesty that he didn't get one vote when the kind of year he had coming back. So those things may probably annoy me more than they annoy him, because he's, like I said, he's single-minded, and it's all about the Niners. He just, we love that group. We love the coaches and John Lynch and the ownership, and it's just a wonderful place, and that's what it's all about. It's the 49ers and Nick being the best version of himself and striving to continue to improve.
I love talking to the athletes' dads and moms, because you guys keep it real. And like, my dad is my biggest critic. He's also my biggest fan simultaneously. Right. I took my dad down to the NFC Championship game, and my dad is screaming to the high heavens while we're at SoFi, Bosa's getting held! Bosa's getting held! When you're watching your son get held all game and there's no flags, are you losing your mind the way we are?
100%. Oh, yeah. Yeah, I am first of all, on a great day, I'm not fun to be around on game day. When that kind of stuff goes on game after game, and the disrespect that they show him, the refs, both Joey, but especially Nick, with around the collar, and I mean, it's just a joke, and it's frustrating. But I think he does a great job of moving on and not letting it get to him when those plays happen. But I'm losing my mind, absolutely, and that's why I'm really usually very much alone in my space watching football games, because no one wants to be around me.
Yeah, do you guys talk about that after games, John? Does he maybe call you and say, I had these issues with the refs, maybe I was holding here or holding there,
like the Super Bowl?
The offensive tackle was holding me here.
Don't even bring that one up. I'm still hurting on that.
Does he talk to you guys? Does he talk to you about that?
There are brief conversations, but he does a better job than I do of moving on. And it's really, those things it's cliche, but if it's out of your control, you really just can't worry about that. And that's the ultimate thing where, the ref calling or not calling is out of your control. So he does a great job of moving on and doesn't really like me bringing it up very much, because I'm usually all pissed off about it. But he does a great job because, like I said, it's kind of random, where the calls come, and they tend to throw the holding when he gets a sack.
Yes.
And it's like, oh, okay, great. But it is frustrating, and I think it's a level. The consistency is what I look for. Be consistent with the calls. That's what I would. If you're not going to call them at all, but then if you're going to call them, and then when the guy's got his arm wrapped around Nick's neck, and it's a player safety issue as well. He's getting dragged down and puts him in a very precarious spot coming around the corner. The NFL talks about player safety. Well, that's player safety, and he doesn't get those calls. So we move on, my friend. We move on.
It's such a great point. We were at practice, Steven and I, and we're walking around, and they start to do 11-on-11s, and then the second unit kind of jumps in there. The first unit goes off to the side, and there's just an image that I have etched in my head where Steven goes, "Look at that!" And it's big 71 Trent Williams with the visor face mask and Nick Bosa standing there, and they're kind of talking back and forth to each other. I mean, this is the best left tackle in the game at his craft, talking to, I think, the best defensive end in the game. Does he ever give you a glimpse into what these guys are talking about?
He does, and I think Trent. I just love Trent, and I'm not a big fan of offensive linemen. He's probably the only O lineman I'd ever say that I love. But the level of mutual respect between Joe and Trent is between Nick and Trent is amazing, and Nick chooses to take a few more reps with against Trent, even though sometimes there may be more things you work on against other guys, but there's just that respect between those two. And Trent is to me the best end, the best tackle in the league. So that's nothing but helping both of those guys. And they do talk. Trent's he joked about it, I think, in one of his conferences, because his press conferences, Nick will ask him questions. What'd you see when you did it? When I did this, and Trent's really a master of knocking Nick's hands down. So Nick's trying to work on that. But I think sometimes Trent's hesitant to give him his tips, But ultimately, those two, and I just respect Trent so much, and I love, when he gives Nick a compliment, that to me means a lot from a vet like him and a great player. So it's really interesting, that those two guys get to really kind of hone their skills. And Sunday game days seem a little bit easier, I would assume.
John Bosa joining us here on 95.7 The Game. This is fantastic. So we are going to reach preseason week 1 here on Friday, and we've seen a few practices with Lance at the helm, and they are putting all the eggs into the Trey Lance basket. What has Nick said about Trey Lance? What's he seen from him so far, and how excited is he that he's going to be under center for the season?
Well, I think it's hard for Nick to really. He doesn't get to watch a lot of it. As far as watching Trey, I think he's super excited for the kid. And I personally think a young quarterback. A lot of the young quarterbacks get thrown in situations where, it's a bad team that picked high, and that quarterback has to start. And I really think it was a blessing that this kid got to sit last year. And I think a lot of young quarterbacks would develop better if they weren't thrown in as starter day one, because that's a tough thing. And I think he, got to sit behind Jimmy and saw how to be a leader. And obviously the coaches are super confident in what he's doing. But Nick seems, very excited about him as a QB. And we'll wait and see, because the Bosa family is not an offensive guru. So we'll stick with their defensive side of the ball.
Yeah. I think if everything goes right, the team gets some leads and he has an opportunity to pin his ears back. I really feel like at one point in his career, he can have an opportunity to go for 23 sacks in a season, breaking the single season record. I'm sure you feel that way, but that's not what I want to ask you about, because the individual numbers, you guys want the team success. I want to ask you about John Lynch, because John Lynch came out and said something: as long as I'm here, Nick Bosa is going to be on this team. What does it feel like to have somebody who played the game at a high level, is a Hall of Fame type player in John Lynch? What's it like to have him a part of the organization? For someone like you're watching your son navigate this NFL life. Does that make you feel a little better about the 49ers situation, having John Lynch in the fold?
Oh, absolutely. And I think, the conversations, although they've been, a few of them, but I've had wonderful talks with him, respect him, Hall of Fame player. And I like I said, from the top down, the York family, and obviously the head coach and John, I just love that whole organization. It's always been a class organization. It continues to be. Like Nick had said, when questions come up about, contracts and things, those things will take care of themselves. And that's why I get the greatest agent, I think, in the NFL to handle my boys. And that allows my sons to concentrate on being the best players that they can be. And those things, Dad doesn't get involved. The professionals take care of that, and that'll all work out. But to obviously hear John Lynch and kind of, pointing to Coach Shanahan, they have that kind of confidence in my son is a wonderful thing to see, no question.
And we can't wait to see both of them this upcoming season. John Bosa, of course, the father of Nick and Joey Bosa. This has been great.
Yes.
Hopefully, John, you could come back on again at some point during the regular season here. Thanks so much for joining us this morning.
It's always great to talk to you guys. Thank you so much for having me.
No, thank you.
Appreciate you.
So candid, and we love watching your kid play. What a great interview.
Man.
God.
He brings it every time.
Oh, dude, every
time.
time.
Can you imagine watching?
He said, I'm not a good person to be with on
Even
game
on
days.
a great day, I'm not a good person to be with on game days.
And he's talking about how frustrated he gets with the holds. Imagine being in the suite with John Bosa during the playoff games, during the Super Bowl, when Nick is getting horse collar tackled by, Mitchell Schwartz.
Oh my gosh, it's just get out the way. Get out the way. Let him be. Don't say anything. It's like, when a pitcher is going for like a no-hitter or, going for a perfect game, and you don't want to, and you're superstitious, so you don't want to talk to him. It's kind of that same thing. Man, just don't. It's hard to imagine, man. 15 and a half sacks. Like, the follow-up was going to be, we were in sync there, Shasta, because you were going to ask about the holding. I was going to ask him, like, how many sacks could he have gotten last year if they didn't 20. Call holding on that play? It would have been 20. Easy. It would have been up there.
I know.
I mean, it's just
well, and then you have to also look at it this way. Like, look at how many games the Niners were trailing in where teams were running the ball to try to close things out. Like, I think passing attempts plays into it, and then situations. Who are the opponents on the schedule? Like, a lot of things have to go your way to go. And I'm not taking anything away from TJ Watt. What I'm saying is it's remarkable to get 22 and a half sacks, considering how many things on any play you could be held. And you could get off great, and next thing you know, somebody comes in and just grabs you at the last second. So instead of getting a sack, you get a hold, right?
Yes.
Somebody beats you to the punch. You get off. You should have had the sack. Instead, your teammate gets him. Or instead, that guy just gets rid of the ball, or whatever it is. Like, there's so many things that end up happening. And Bosa, if you just watch the games, he's double teamed. He's chipped. Meaning a tight end comes over and gives him a block. A running back comes over and gives him a block. I mean, it's just incredible. And you think Arden Key comes out with 6.5 sacks out of nowhere? No. Like Bosa plays a part in that.
There's a reason for it.
Absolutely.
Yeah. Arden Key, when he was with the Raiders, didn't exactly have a great pass rusher alongside him because that guy ended up getting traded. Anyway,
it's got to be the greatest thrill for him to watch Nick
Joey alongside a guy like Khalil Mack too. Like Nick, you're finding the guy on the opposite side for him right now. So curious to see how that's going to go. Before we, I do want to end on Bryant Young.
Yeah, let's do that. Let's do that real quick.
Bryant Young was inducted to the Hall of Fame,
Niners.
4-time Pro Bowler. He was an All-Pro, part of the All-1990s team. And Bryant Young had a very candid Hall of Fame speech. He didn't speak for that long. It's not like I actually looked up his speech. It was 11 minutes, and then you see Brett Favre's in the recommended, and Brett Favre's was like 37. But Bryant Young, just quick, concise.
Did he retire during it?
Yes. He was going to be picked up by another team. But Bryant Young, he spoke about his late son. So here's Bryant Young from his Hall of Fame speech.
In fall 2014, when he was 13, Kobe started having headaches. A CAT scan revealed a brain tumor. Kai had just had knee surgery and deserved our full attention, but our focus and hers shifted to Kobe. 5 days later, surgeons removed the tumor and told us it was cancer. Kobe was back at school 8 days later. His spirits were good. He had the heart of a lion. My injury seemed trivial. Knowing radiation would weaken him, doctors told Kobe to give up football. It absolutely broke his heart. He turned the page and focused on basketball. The following October, Kobe said, "Dad, I have a headache." The cancer was back. Doctors tried immunotherapy, but it had spread too far too fast. Kobe sensed where things were heading and had questions. He didn't fear death as much as the process of dying. Would it be painful? Would he be remembered? We assured Kobe we'd keep his memory alive and continue speaking his name. On October 11, 2016, God called Kobe home. Kobe, you live on in our hearts. We will always speak your name.
So that was Bryant Young over the weekend during his Hall of Fame induction speech.
It really, hits home for a variety of reasons. I'll get to the player in a second, but my dear family friends, the Fahey's, they lost a child in their family this weekend, a 12-year-old boy, Braden, and it's the worst thing that you can have happen to somebody when you have to bury your child.
Yeah.
I don't care how old you are. It's one of the most difficult things, and my love and prayers go out to that family. But for Bryant Young, and there's no easy way to transition, like imagine the amount of courage he had to have to go up there years later and talk about his son. My wife and I, we get teared up when we talk about her brother all the time, and we're, it's many years removed from it, and so this guy represented as a person in the 49er organization, class personified from day one, from coming out of Notre Dame to where he is now. He is the embodiment of dignity and integrity, and again, that class that we talk about. He is one of the great men in the world. We need more people like him. Forget football. I'm talking about how you treat people. There's audio clip of him sitting in the locker room going, "I love you guys," and how he treats individuals on his team and whatnot, what he came back from, the injuries and things like that. Just absolutely resilient. I'm glad to see that he got his just due, and for him to be able to have that platform to bring his child's name up there, it brought a tear to my eyes.
If you can, go back and watch that Hall of Fame speech. It's 11 minutes long. You could take 11 minutes out of your day to go and watch that. Just listen to the way that he talks. Listen to the way that he talks about his family, the people that helped him around him. He didn't mention anything about himself, and he was a fantastic 49er. So Bryant Young getting inducted to the Hall of Fame, and very well deserved. All right, with that, it is time for the Xfinity Flex moment of the show. Preseason, can't wait for preseason. I want to see what Trey Lance looks like on the field. I want to see what he looks like for a drive going against the opposition when you're not playing a defense that supposedly can be a top 5 defense within this league and one of the best defensive rosters that they put together in quite some time.
I don't care if the Green Bay Packers are playing their second and third base defenses.
Right.
I just want to see the kid play. Right. I don't care if Trent plays. I don't care if Debo. I think that the fans who really care about this team, that's one thing that it's evident. You've been to practice. Fans really care about this team.
Yeah.
Did you see how they traveled in the NFC Championship game? Do you see the numbers 49er content puts out there? Fans care. I'm not saying you got to play the guy and be reckless like that. I'm saying people want to see the kid play.
The Flex of the Show, presented by Xfinity Flex, the 4K streaming TV box with voice remote and Peacock Premium, free with Xfinity Internet.
All right, now it's time for the changeover. The changeover brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change that you want to see. And you're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app and favorite 95.7 The Game for the best and most up-to-date sports coverage. And don't forget that you can also watch us every day on our YouTube and Twitch streams. Just log on and search 95.7 The Game. And with that, you will see the beautiful faces of Whitey Gleason and Dan Dibley.
What's going on, fellas? Happy Monday to you.
How you doing?
I'm doing all right. Just kind of limping through a Monday after a 5-setter pickleball yesterday out at the Bay Club, Redwood Shores.
Was Rick Barry there?
Beautiful facility. No, but Rick Barry was mentioned. My old buddy, my buddy Clark Nelson, who I've known for darn near 40 years, a good friend of his, has been a fan of mine for like 15, 20 years. And so he told his friend, let's get together and play pickleball. Didn't tell his friend that I'd be showing up. So it was kind of one of those neat, lightweight Make-A-Wish moments where I was able to come on out. That was their reference, not mine.
That was so good.
Pickleball, by the way, quietly very taxing. Your boy's got a little bit of an Achilles issue now. So.
You and Tommy LaStella.
Yeah, basically.
Can you DH?
I could not DH right now. No, there's no way I could make it to first base. So a little bit of limping. And so I'm playing with this guy who I had never met. This guy named Todd.
Oh, yeah.
So this guy, Todd, is every single time the ball comes across the net, mine, I got it.
Ball hawk.
And I'm like, yeah, total ball hawk. I'm like, bro, I drove like an hour from my house to play with this other guy, and see him. My friend Clark, it's mine. I'm like, dude, Todd, simmer down, bro.
Was he good?
He was all right. I mean, we 1-5, but
I didn't mean to put you on the spot.
No, he was pretty good. But I've only played pickleball 7 or 8 times, and former tennis player, so it takes some time to get.
Can you poach at the net and everything and slam it at people?
You can, but you can't go in front of the line, which is in the kitchen. So you can't, which I kind of like.
Icing?
You can't volley inside in the kitchen. Now, if the ball bounces, you can go in the kitchen.
Close to the net.
Correct. It's between the service line and the net.
What's the second bathroom then? Where is that on the court?
It's still under construction right now. Shout out Chinchilla Construction. We've got issues, but
we know there's no sex in the champagne room, but in the kitchen, are you allowed to smoke? Because that's what Nicotina used to do.
No, you cannot smoke in the kitchen. Smoking in the boys' room. Shout out, what was that? Motley Crue.
No, Brownsville Station.
Smoking in the boys' room?
Yeah, smoking in the... Maybe Motley Crue covered it.
They did. Yeah, they absolutely did.
Yeah.
And no parking on the dance floor, Midnight Star.
There we go.
As we continue to, all the things you can and can't do. So
is pickleball competitive? My sense is that it's kind of more of a friendly game. Maybe I'm wrong.
Wasn't friendly yesterday at the Bay Club in Redwood City.
Thanks to Todd.
Todd. Yeah, Redwood Shores. And there was trash talk, and my friend Clark's lovely wife Larissa from Russia, she was accusing me of violating the rules and being in the kitchen a couple times. My buddy Clark was kind of officiating. She's like, Clark, kitchen. It's like, no, I'm not in the kitchen. I'm not in the kitchen here, people. I'm handling my business.
Too many cooks in the kitchen.
Oh, there it goes.
No volleying in the kitchen. Yeah. So there you go.
Well,
pickleball.
It's a low-hanging fruit.
Very competitive, by the way.
Okay.
Very competitive.
Yeah, I can tell. You literally are limping today. I was wondering what was up with that.
As competitive as the A's lineup.
Oh, wow. Look at the transition from Joe Shasky. It's like you've been doing this your whole career.
Yeah, let me get a round of applause.
Yeah, please. Way more competitive than the A's lineup.
I couldn't name but like 2 guys in the lineup.
We were actually, I was watching the Saturday game with my son Keon, and we were playing a game called Name That A.
Nice.
It was 0-0. I said, hi, Laureano. They still got Laureano.
Yeah.
And then Keon looks up from his phone. He's like, they still got Pinder? I'm like, I got to Google it. And I think they still got Pinder. And then there's Pinder.
Yeah.
And then there was that other guy. There was that other guy.
Seth Brown and...
Yeah. No, and then, who was the guy leading off? Not dinner, but his name is like a noun.
Supper?
No, Supper was
Sky Bolt?
Sky Bolt?
Sky Bolt, one of the great Giants.
Yeah. Sure. I thought he was a runner.
He's always good for trivia, like name all the players who played for the A's and the Giants. Sky Bolt is one of the ones that nobody ever remembers.
You're 100% right there. Stan Javier gets lost in that mix as well.
Oh, Stan Javier.
Steve, who led off for the A's yesterday?
I got to look that up.
I thought his name was like a noun. Like, because I named my kid Quest. I named him. He's a noun, so I'm not dissing anybody who's named after a noun. I mean, Whitey's named after a noun, Whitey.
Sure.
I mean, so.
I'm doing a terrible job of pulling this up quickly. I'm sorry, fellas. All right, the lead. It was Tony Kemp who led off yesterday.
Who misplayed the ball and left.
I must be thinking about Saturday's game. Anyway.
Okay, well, I can go to Saturdays if you want to take a couple of minutes.
But we were playing Name That A. To your point, couldn't name a guy, but boy, the A's are like the elixir for the Giants because. Baby.
Yeah.
Whitey's ready to print his
2010 all over again. Yeah.
Let me ask you guys a
Jonah
question.
Bride. Thank you, Bride.
Oh, nice.
Bride.
What a segue.
It's a noun. No, thank you.
Not the groom.
Let me ask you guys this question, because I was bringing this up earlier today. Padres, Dodgers, clearly loaded, right? We all agree.
See, I don't want to put those two teams in the same category, but I get your point.
Loaded like
to me, you can't put the Padres with the Dodgers
lands.
yet.
I'm
but
just
I understand your
teams
point.
in their division that the Giants are currently looking up at, right? That's kind of where I'm looking at. I agree. There's a level to this. Like, Dodgers are up here. Below them is the Padres. Then a lot of room, and then there's the Giants.
I don't know if there's a lot of room. We're going to find out this week in San Diego. If the Giants win 8 of the 9 remaining against the Padres, they're going to pass them in the wild card.
That's what Dave Fleming was saying. 7-2 against the Padres. That's what we're aiming for a
to
positive.
get to 90 wins, they have to go 37-17.
Okay, you don't need 90.
Yeah.
85 gets it done, I believe.
That's still like a man.
It's still
they've
a
been
run.
playing their best ball in the last. Well, the whole year, basically. They started off 14-7.
The beauty of this, too, is the Padres still have 9 more with the Dodgers.
They've
They've got 9 with the Giants, 9 with the Dodgers. That's 18 losses right there for San Diego.
Okay. Well, I guess where I'm
Things
going
are looking
long
up.
term.
They will not beat the Dodgers again. The Padres are,
Ever.
I mean,
We'll
ever.
see. We'll see.
Poppy.
Team building wise, if you're not gonna get a zillion bats. We agree. It's gonna take time with the Giants. Even if they sign hypothetically Correa and they get Judge this offseason. I feel like the only way for the Giants to seriously stay in the mix and compete, and it's just the smartest, shrewdest way of doing it, retain Rodon. Start there. Get a great pitching staff rocking and rolling. Because I look at San Diego's pitching staff, and I'm like, they're not that good. And I think that you can pitch through some of these lineups and at least equalize them somewhat by going out Webb, Rodon, Harrison. Who knows what else
that's
they
a
do.
great big 3.
Right?
That's great.
How many teams in baseball can trot those guys out? Now, you're still going to have to score runs. You have to play better defense. All of those we all agree.
Yeah.
But, start by retaining Rodon.
And I think ballpark-wise, that seems to be the formula that works in that park. And also, you talked about bringing in a zillion bats. Well, you're starting to realize that you may have more bats than you thought because Joey Bart, we need to start putting some respect on his name.
Yeah.
And Mike Yastrzemski, they've got, 5 more years of arbitration for him or something?
Yeah.
And even though he's 35, the poor guy's never going to get a contract. But 2 homers yesterday.
Yeah.
He's looking like he might, again, be a 20-homer guy when all's said and done. So, they have more bats than we've given them discredit for over the last 2 weeks.
Joe, I don't think Rodon wants to stay here, and I think the Giants know it. And
Why?
I could be wrong. Because last week Farhan was talking about that, and he was saying, we'll see if he makes it through the season. He's been healthy so far, then we'll see at that point. He's been a good Giant. And to me, for the GM or whatever, president of baseball ops, whatever he is, to mention the health issue with Rodon, a guy you may want to sign, I think they're already laying the groundwork to be able to gracefully say, it wasn't for us, because I think they already know he's probably not going to stay. And they don't want to pay him a lot of money, the amount of money he's going to get from somebody else because of the injury risk.
And
I'm not saying they're right or wrong.
I think the amount of years is the thing,
he
too.
just won't do it.
Rodon's going to opt out. I think we all agree.
there.
Yeah.
So he's going to get, let's say it's 5 and 110.
Okay,
$22 million per year.
exactly what Gosman
Which
got.
is it's not a bargain.
What he's making right now.
5 years, though. I don't think this regime wants to invest 5 years in a starting pitcher. You'd rather find the next Rodon, a guy for 2 years, even if it's 2 and 50. It's 2 years. I think that Farhan and Scott Harris, they like the controllable years. I don't think they're afraid of the money. They're afraid of the years. That's
At some point, they got to lock somebody in. They've got $110 million coming off the books.
Yeah.
And they got to figure out something here. And even if you spent $50 million a year on Aaron Judge, there's a lot to play with. And you just look at the potential free agents, there's not a lot out there in terms of pitching. And so he's 2 years younger than what Gosman was when he hit free agency. Yes, he has the injury concerns. He's got a better win-loss record. He's got a better WAR. He's got a lefty because he's not a righty, so it's harder to find premium lefties. I just look at it, you got to start somewhere. And even if year 4 and 5 are a little I'm biting my teeth a little.
They can afford it.
That's
Some
what I'm
teams can't.
saying.
They can, but they just won't.
They're not the Brewers.
Yeah.
The Brewers had to move Hader because they can't financially afford him, and they had Devin Williams waiting in the wings. And if that's the case, and they know they're not going to sign him, they should have moved him at the deadline. Like, get something for him.
Well, there's still a chance that, and not a great chance, but still somewhat of a chance that you can make the playoffs. And if you make the playoffs with this rotation, that 1-2 punch, you could be a tough out. Giants are never going to be sellers per se, and getting rid of Rodon would have been a sell move.
But wasn't Ruff kind of a sell move?
Yeah, but I mean, it's a platoon player, so he is. But look what they got in return.
Minor leaguers, and I think Davis is better than Ruff.
Well, he sure has been. He's been better than Soto.
He's better than Vossler. He's better than VR right now. He's a big leaguer. So that's an upgrade. But Longoria is coming back. So who's the odd man out? Longoria is eventually, but it's just they're just so frustrating.
No, it's very frustrating. And he's
rubbing his face like a cat.
I gotta talk about him a lot, and it's just very frustrating.
Yeah, it's very frustrating. But I just would caution people that, if you're going to beat your head against the wall, realize the way they're going to do it. And you can be frustrated by that, but the reality is this is how they're going to build the team. They're going to backfill the roster, they're going to churn the compost, and eventually they're going to bring in some top-flight guys. But for me, the good news takeaway from the weekend is, Joey Bart. It looks like you may have landed on a guy who can at least be a cornerstone to the future.
And let's try putting him in, I don't know, the 5 or 6 hole. Get him out of the 8 and 9 slot, and let's give him an opportunity. You're mean Mercedes, 8 career home runs. 8.
Career?
Back to sack yesterday.
Okay? Yeah, and we put him in the 3 and 4 hole from day one.
Yeah.
And it was here you go. Why do we treat it like it's like reaching the heaven gates? Oh, no. Bart's not there yet. Just give him an I'm not saying he's that bad every day. Just when I see some of these lineups, he can't bat in the 5th hole?
I think he can start moving up in the order. Well, he's gone from being unplayable to now at least he can play him. And now he's thriving in the 8th spot.
He's off the interstate, I got to tell you.
I got to tell you. Bart finally running on time. These trains, I got to tell you.
Yeah.
But if he's thriving in the 8 spot, why not just leave him there? As opposed to you put him up to 5, and now maybe he gets exposed again. You got something going right now. You're building confidence. You're winning games. You're not wrong, but ultimately, if he's your number 8 hitter, you have a good lineup. So, and right now you don't.
They're 6.5. They're 6.5 out of the wild card right now, and the Padres are one of that team that's in that 3rd spot in the wild card. So 6.5 games out. And we were talking about it
feels
earlier.
Like forever.
Seeing how well Joey Bart has played, it's not like he was tearing it apart in AAA when he went back, and he took about a week and out of necessity had to get called back up because of the injury to Kurt Casale. But do you think there'd be any point in bringing up Elliot Ramos this year? He's hitting .218 in AAA right now, but it's just give him a chance in the big leagues.
No.
Whatever. Who cares if he's playing the way that he is?
September call-ups. He's got his name written all over it.
Once you're basically out of it, or it feels like these are the games that aren't so meaningful, then you go ahead and bring him up. I'm more interested in Kyle Harrison. Maybe you bring him up.
One start at minimum.
Just wait for the minor leagues to be done in September. If you're still in it, maybe you bring him up and he can steal you a win too.
Two things. One, you can't expand your roster like you used to be able to on September 1st. You can't bring up everybody. You're limited. And then 2, I think bringing up Ramos right now, if he struggled, that'd be exactly the type of thing that this team can't have, because so many people already are wondering, what are you doing? Where are the young players? If you brought him up and he struggled, more fuel for all the people that are so
really?
Yeah, because he's not playing well.
Yeah, I know.
Bring up Ramos, and you're
it's not like Luis Gonzalez is tearing the cover off the ball. It's not like you got 5
compared
outfielders.
to Ramos, he is though, and Ramos
he's bunting every 5 at bats. I mean, I'm just Whitey. Look, I don't.
If Ramos comes up and sucks
Slater,
like he has been,
they
then
all
people
suck.
Yeah,
I mean, these are all 5th outfielders.
He's
on every
sucking
team.
in the minor leagues,
but he's your top prospect. I got to give a taste of what he is. And if he isn't that guy, then that tells me I need to go in free agency and spend even more on outfield, or he's part of a trade package moving forward. You can't Gary Brown
him. Who?
Look, Lamet just got traded in the Soto deal and got DFA'd seconds later. Yeah. So you'd be surprised how teams will take. What you're. Farhan, your trash is my treasure, and he'll bat 3rd.
We've got 12 games after the Padres series that are all winnable. You got 3 with Pittsburgh, 4 with Arizona, 3 with the Rockies, 2 with Detroit. You get through the next 15 games, right? 3 with the Padres, those 12. If you go 10-5 over the next 15, okay, now we have action, and we can continue to think, maybe you've got something that's going to happen. Short of 10 wins in the next 15, you could start looking at Elliot Ramos, and you can start to think about bringing some guys up and see what you have.
He's not the great litmus test for this because, again, he is struggling. There's no question about that. I just look at their AAA roster, and I'm like, what are we doing? It's 29, 30, 31, 32-year-olds all over. It's just, I don't understand this farm system that we're supposed to be building. Where are they at? Like, what are we doing
They're
here?
flying squirrels, Joe.
Exactly.
Then why do we have a AAA team if all the best players are in AA?
How else are we going to bring guys up and send them back down? Guys with options. And there's a reason why Sacramento is the team and they're so close,
Yeah.
I think the Giants have stock in Greyhound.
Yeah, maybe so.
Or Amtrak.
Joe, you're right. That's the whole key to this whole thing is that by now, the Giants were supposed to have more help coming from the minor league.
100%.
And it ain't there.
Padres traded away 3 of their top 5 prospects and still had 3 players in the top 100.
And 4 of the 5 guys the Padres traded were all acquired by the Padres after Farhan took over.
Isn't that
San
crazy?
Francisco. Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm doing comparative shopping on a team in your division who still isn't the Dodgers, but is clearly better than you are.
Yeah.
So you guys are going to talk some Giants baseball today. What else you got coming up on the show?
Debo, man.
Yeah.
I mean, wow. It's
Quite
a little
the pitch.
concerning. Yeah. The pitch. I mean, don't quit your day job and get into sales. He reminds me of when I was doing sales and I would door to door, those
What
old
were you
gas
selling?
station books,
Okay.
where, hey,
What?
you like,
I don't know what that is.
You sell those gas station books from the gas station. Hey, you get these 5 services done, then you get free oil change.
Oh, okay.
And so,
Coupon books
you'd
or
sell them
something?
that. Yeah, you sell them those books
With
for
a
like
map.
$40 or whatever. Hey, I'm Dan. I'm from the Chevron down the street. I would knock on the door and I would just wait for them to say no so I could just move on with my day.
Oh.
That's kind of what Debo's sales pitch was like. It's like, Debo, sell me Trey Lance. Well, everyone else around him is good. And, boy, is he handsome. And
But isn't that also the case for,
know.
like, we were making this argument, and I agree, it was a soft sell at best.
At best.
But isn't that what, like, Tom Brady left New England to go to a place with weapons all around him? He looked mediocre his final year in New England. He goes to a place with weapons everywhere and an offensive line, and wow, Tom still got it. And Guerrero. But you get where I'm going with this. Like, of course, yeah, rookie quarterback isn't going to be the best player on the team. Wow.
Yeah. Right, but sell me on him. I mean, that's the thing where it's like, Debo, do what everyone else is doing and, sell your teammate. It's
Well,
like,
he ain't getting the ball from him. Like, when you go to practice, he was running with Sudfeld majority.
Yeah.
And then, yeah.
No, keep going. You're doing great. I'm with you. And you guys made great points this morning about the fact that Ayuk and Trey spent their time in the offseason, and so, of course, they're going to be further along than Debo and
Debo
Trey.
just doesn't, like, when I go to practice, it's weird. He doesn't pop the way he does on a normal game. Because in the normal
You're
game...
critical of his route running, too. That was good.
He's just kind of stiff. I mean, I love the guy. He looks in great shape.
Did you say like bulky, or you used a word, and I thought it was great.
He ain't no Ayuk when it comes to route running.
Well,
There's no
Ayuk, when you
question.
watch the wide receiver drills, right, they know which way they're going to go, the DBs, for the most part. Ayuk still gets 3 yards of separation. Ooh, boom, open. So some guys are catch radius guys, big, strong. Calvin Johnson, he's not a silky route runner, but he's so big, he can just catch balls over you. Devontae's that way.
Mike Evans that way, too.
Debo's just like a power slant, and I'm going to throw you the ball, and you catch it in your pocket, and you're going to run past everyone or run through them. He's not a guy that's going to pop at practice. Like Draymond doesn't, I'm sure, pop at practice at a basketball practice, right? Like he's not going to hit threes. He's not going to dunk on people. I don't know. It's just, when you watch Debo practice, he don't pop like that.
Yeah.
Do you think Ramos pops at practice?
No, I don't. I said at the beginning of the year, I don't know what Ramos does. What's he hang his hat on? Power, speed, arm?
He's got pop.
Batting average?
He's got pop in the bat. That's it. Pop. All right, Whitey Gleason in for Mark Willard. It's going to be Willard and Dibs on the other side. Thanks so much for tuning in, everyone, on this Monday. Staying tuned right here to 95.7 The Game.
They're longtime friends.
Let me tell you something real quick about Dibs that I'm sure not everybody knows.
And first-time partners.
Hang in there, big guy. There'll be brighter days ahead.
Now, these 2 homegrown Bay Area boys finally come together to take over sports talk.
Get the hell off of my doorstep.
Major League Baseball, you stink.
It's Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Well, Dibs, I hate to start the show this way. Hope you had a great weekend. I'm going to start this show by saying something that I think is going to cost me some respect points from Dan Dibley.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, then don't do it, Whitey.
No, I have to
Start
do
the
it.
week like that.
Yeah, and I know I've kind of been gradually losing Dan Dibley respect points for the last 11 years. I remember your birthday, 2011, when you invited me to your house. Hey, we're having a little get-together, no pressure invite. And I thought, okay, no pressure invite. Got some other things going on. Didn't go. And I came down, right? I lost some respect points. You lost some respect from me then.
Yeah, the other member of the show, Mark Kreidler, came and brought his lovely wife. Hey, brother, I brought Colleen. I brought you a present.
Quiche. Probably brought a nice quiche of some kind.
I brought you a nice bottle of Chablis in a box.
Yeah. So I know that since then, it's been tough. I haven't really been losing respect points at a rapid rate, but I think I'm about to lose some now because we talked about this last week. We agreed, but now I have to say, looking at some of the preseason numbers, I'm concerned about Trey Lance a little bit. And I apologize for that. But that's where it is because he has not been an accurate passer, and that's the one thing that he has to be in this offense. When the openings are there, the shots are there, whether they're downfield or not, he's got to hit them, and so far, he's been very inconsistent in that regard.
Right, and you're going to look at preseason numbers, which aren't even preseason numbers. We're talking about practice numbers. Preseason practice numbers, PPN, preseason practice numbers, the least significant of all. And I wish they wouldn't even keep these numbers from practice because the eye test is all you need. And, reports from Nice Guy Steven and Butcher Boy Joe Shasky, guys who've actually been there, all the great reporters, including the new Cub reporter at the Chronicle, Mike Silver. And all the rest of the reporters.
Mike Silver?
The Mike Silver, Cub reporter. Call him Cubby.
Wow.
He's back on the beat. But the majority of reporters who've seen it, who've been there, John Dickinson, the accuracy issues have been showing through, and Trey doesn't look that good. It is a problem, especially as we get to week 1. So don't lean on preseason practice numbers, Whitey.
Yeah, and if I said preseason, you're right. They're not even preseason. They're practice numbers,
but they're not good. I mean, this is all before the season, so it counts.
They're not good. He was not very accurate yesterday. Let's see. He completed 3 straight passes. Then he connected only 1 of 11 after that. Final line 4 of 12, 1 interception. So his camp-long completion rate, Dibs, is CLCR.
Stop it. Stop it.
Trey Lance's CLCR this year, 50%.
Now, is this
65 of 130?
All throws?
This is according to David Lombardi, The Athletic. Yeah. Final line in camp. Yeah. 65 of 130. 50%. I'm not saying you got to keep Jimmy, but I'm saying that's concerning.
Where is that related to other quarterbacks in and around the league?
I don't have the.
Okay.
I don't.
Okay. So we just take, and I'm not ridiculing David Lombardi. I appreciate his due diligence in the 65 for 130, but how many of those throws, of the 130 throws, did he make based on what the play has called for? In other words, he's been coached to make the throw, take the chance. Don't just check down, because when you get into a real game,
your CLCR is your CLCR, Dibs. There's no.
But it's a ridiculous number if you want to use it as an actual assessment of his accuracy, because he's making throws that he probably won't make in a game. And there are throws that he's getting off that he won't be able to get off because the offensive line will have given up a sack by then, or he would have pulled it down and run, or he would have checked it down.
Mm-hmm.
Now, the overarching concern, I think, is real. The fact that he's looked a little bit inaccurate and he's looked inconsistent. But, of course, he's going to look that way. He's a guy looking to make his 3rd ever start in the NFL.
The Comcast Business Sex Line weighing in already, 888-957-9570. We appreciate your listening, appreciate the participation. This is Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard today and tomorrow as well. I know last week, Dibs, we talked about these preseason numbers and we were poo-pooing them. People making too much of it. Here's why, though. Today I'm saying I'm concerned about this because of the story that also came out over the weekend, and I think Trey Lance has talked about this. Last year in the preseason, remember against the Raiders, he hurt his finger, and it's like, oh, well, that's unfortunate. Last preseason game, he hurts his finger. But his right index finger, when it was injured last year, he wasn't able to straighten it all year long. He admitted, Trey Lance, couldn't straighten the finger for much of the season, so he wasn't able to properly grip the ball last year, which maybe explains why we didn't see a little more of him. Maybe explains why he ran the ball as much as he did against Arizona. Because of that, he changed his throwing motion to overcompensate, so he did have an arm that was barking last year. And so because of these things and the fact that he's still working on some mechanics, we've got the season starting here before long, and he's struggling with his accuracy. That's a concern.
It's a small concern for me because we are on August 8th. We still have 34 days until he has to be more accurate and he has to be able to make all the throws and all the rest of it. So you got 5 weeks between now and then, 3 preseason games. He won't play in all 3 of them, I'm sure. A bunch of practice time, chances for his mechanics to continue to get better. He worked on it all off season down in San Diego or in Southern California. He worked on his mechanics. The finger's now healthy, and he talked about how last year he couldn't really let it rip with his index finger.
Yeah.
You know, when you throw a football, you want to finish with your index finger as the last piece of your hand that is on the football. And if that finger hurts and now you're releasing it with your middle finger, you're not going to have the same amount of touch on the ball.
Sort of like Kuminga's first pitch on Saturday.
Better than Steph, though.
Yeah.
Much better than Steph.
Yeah, it was. But Steph struggled because he had Aisha right next to him. And
That's not why he struggled. He struggled because he stinks. He cannot throw the ball. That's why he struggled.
Yeah.
How do you throw it that poorly?
Because she was just to the right of him, and he didn't want to follow through into her line of fire. But Kuminga, by the way,
I can't believe you're making excuses for the chef like that. He should have just shot. He should have shot the baseball like a basketball.
He should have.
That would've
Kuminga
been cool.
had a very interesting kind of backup, almost screwball motion.
Yeah. Tough to hit.
Yeah.
With that high release point, I got to tell you.
The Ace should have probably had him throw at least an inning.
Yeah,
Steph Curry stinks.
Yeah. Well, anyway, it's one thing for you or I to say, oh, boy, I believe in Trey Lance. I'm sold on Trey Lance, or I'm not. It's another thing, and I know you alluded to this already when we did the crossover. Is Changeover, sure. Is Deebo Samuel sold on Trey Lance? Here's Deebo's answer to that question. Hey, how would you sell Trey Lance right now?
I mean, why you should believe in Trey? I mean, look at the guys around him. You have me, Brandon, Juice, Trent, everybody on offense. Like I just said, like, it's the brotherhood. Like, we feed off each other energy. So if you see one guy go out there and make a play or somebody get flat back, you know, that's just an energy boost. What I've been seeing from Trey since I've been out here, you know what I'm saying? He's willing to learn. He's getting better day by day. And just, I mean, this is his first year really being the guy of the offense. So it's like, it's going to take time. So that's why we have camp and the preseason games. And by the time week 1 comes, we'll be hitting on all cylinders.
See, he doesn't seem sold. I'm also concerned because, Deebo, if that's the best sales job you can do, I'm a little concerned.
Very concerned. I'm more concerned about the sales job than I am about Trey Lance. And the one thing he said that I do agree with is it's going to take time for Trey to get comfortable and for the offense to get into sync with Trey Lance at quarterback. You don't have as many padded practices as you used to. Shout out the CBA, the collective bargaining agreement for that. But all eyes on Friday. This is going to be a big, big preseason game, as big as a preseason football game can be, as Trey Lance goes out there and tries to get more comfortable with this offense.
Can we give Deebo the benefit of the doubt? Maybe he wasn't paying attention to the question completely. Maybe he just didn't care. I mean, he definitely didn't sell Trey Lance. I don't know if that's something. Kyle Matt's like, whoa, did you see this? And I had to watch it a couple times before I saw what he was saying. Yeah.
He didn't sell him out. He didn't sell him out. It was kind of a non-committal answer. Mm-hmm. I mean, we're all used to like, oh, Trey looks great. And, you know, the other cliched answer. Deebo was just probably more honest than Trey Lance would have liked.
Speaking of the quarterback situation here, coming up, why Jimmy ain't going nowhere, at least for a while. That's up next year. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard. And we are sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority.
First game of the season is this Friday.
across the country. When you call in now, you can get powerful internet for just $39 a month for 12 months. $39 a month.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
In for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, Dibs. Here it is, the song of the day, as selected by our own Kyle Madsen, the Cher classic "Believe," which gets us back to Trey Lance and what's going on with him at camp and his low completion percentage in camp. Do you believe in Trey Lance? Does Deebo Samuel even believe in Trey Lance?
I hope he does, but based on that quote, that commentary, I think he was just being honest. And you can believe in somebody, but you can also recognize and realize that right now he's not the player that they are going to need him to be. But again, it's just August. It's August 8th. So for him to be a completely polished, finished product, I don't think any quarterback right now is.
I think it is going to be really fascinating to see him in the preseason. I don't know how much he's going to play, but it's going to be really fun to watch.
I think he's going to play darn near a whole half in the first game.
Really?
I think, yeah. Normally, an established QB, it would be the token one series, right? 3 or 4 plays. Last year, I think Jimmy Garoppolo played 1 series and in the opening game, and that was it. Aaron Rodgers hasn't played in the preseason in 3 years. Of course, 2020, there was no preseason because of the pandemic, so Aaron Rodgers probably won't play at all this year in the preseason, but that's Aaron Rodgers. Trey Lance needs to get comfortable. You need to see what Trey Lance is going to look like in live game action. So I think he's going to play darn near a whole half.
I think a little bit the first game, maybe a little bit more second game, and then maybe a half in the third game. But we shall see. 888-957-9570. Miley from Walnut Creek joins us on 95.7 The Game. Miley, what are you doing?
What am I doing? I'm listening to you guys, and I'm loving it.
Nice.
Very
good. Gotta say, Dibs, you are my all-time favorite. And flashback to days begone, hot Latina women. But I wanted to mention Deebo. Did that ring a bell?
Yes, it's early OOs back in the Gary Radnich days. It's so funny.
Oh, I didn't want to say any names.
That's fine.
You're so established here as the founder of 95.7. I didn't want to mess around with that. But on that interview you guys are playing on quote-unquote Deebo selling Trey, give me a break. They also talked about, Deebo talked about how they're throwing after practices now when they can. So that's something, I think Deebo's he's not evaluating a quarterback. He's more or less evaluating him and Trey together and how they missed so much time in the offseason because of Deebo's issues that they weren't able to throw together. And Deebo mentions that in the interview further on from what you guys are playing.
Mm-hmm.
And they're looking to find that chemistry after practice as well as, once the real things get going.
All right, thank you. Yeah.
That's part of it.
Thank you, Miley. Appreciate
it. And I wonder if those throws after practice are being counted in his stats, like when he's just playing catch and, oh, that's a drop. So, so we're counting just the throws during actual
drills,
live game action.
Live offense, defense.
Okay.
Yeah.
Which
is 7-on-7 Harry High School stuff, just the actual 11-on-11.
The 11-on-11 where no one's actually tackling each other.
Not great, Dibs. The numbers are not great.
Actually, there's no tackling though, right? And so there's a pass rush, but there's no
for 130.
That's 50%.
Right.
But there are no sacks and there's no tackling, and there are referees, but they're not really officiating anything. It just miss me with those numbers. They're meaningless.
Kyle Madsen, is it possible to play that one more time? To play the what Deebo said? I know we're going to get to Ian Rappaport in just a minute, but this is Deebo yesterday, NFL Network, and he was asked, "Hey, how would you sell Trey Lance as the starting?"
That's not it.
That was the wrong one. As the starting quarterback.
I mean, why you should believe in Trey? I mean, look at the guys around him. You have me, Brandon, Juice, Trent, everybody on offense. Like I just said, it's the brotherhood. We feed off each other energy. So if you see one guy go out there and make a play or somebody get flat back, that's just an energy boost. What I've been seeing from Trey since I've been out here, he's willing to learn. He's getting better day by day. And this is his first year of really being the guy of the offense. So it's going to take time. So that's why we have camp and the preseason games. And by the time week 1 comes, we'll be hitting on all cylinders.
Maybe some of it is, look, I'm not going to give the rookie all these flowers yet. He's got to earn that from me. He's the quarterback. He'll get better. But we're the stars on this team right now. Maybe that was part of his answer.
Well, and his selling point is the stars around him, which is not a good way to sell us on Trey Lance. Sell me on Trey Lance. Well,
right.
He's got me. He's got Brandon. He's got Juice. He's got Kittle.
Yep.
He's got a lot of talent around him. In other words, he doesn't have to be that good because he's not. I don't know if you saw David Lombardi's numbers in The Athletic, but boy, 50%. And a lot of those are balls we rescued from the depths. I mean, it just... The Debo commentary is a little bit more troubling to me than the 65 for 130 stat.
Sure.
Can you imagine if when Mark Willard started at this station, for example, someone had said, hey, sell me on the Willard and Dibs show? And I went, well, it starts with us. I mean, Dibs is great. Me and Spadoni in the back. We do a really, really great job picking each other up, bouncing off each other, making jokes. It's just a really, really fantastic show. And, Mark is working hard.
That's great, but you just compared yourself to... You're now the Debo of the show?
Well, Dibs is the Debo of the show. I think I'm more of the Kyle Juszczyk, not because of the same name, but just kind of all the different stuff that I do back here. And Joe Spadoni is Trent Williams because he dominates on the board and with the drops.
Yeah, Jake Brendel. I got you as Brendel.
Ouch.
Or Brendel, whichever one you prefer.
Wow, all right.
Hey, possible starter. I mean, swing tackles, guard.
Yeah.
I got to tell you.
Could be the center?
Yeah,
Maybe
Kyle,
not.
because Kyle, you can produce and you can run the board. You can play center, you can play guard.
888-957-957.
Team.
Robin in San Francisco, 95.7 The Game. Hey, Robin, what do you make of what Debo had to say about Trey Lance?
Okay, so Dibs, you're on the money without having to really go into, hi, Whitey, I won't get you and Carlos mixed up anymore because he gone, right?
Right, great. Yes.
Robin, I wish you would use my first name because I heard you referred to Guru as Daryl, and that was an affectionate way.
Is it Joseph? Hi, Joseph.
That works.
Is it? I always call you Dibs. Dibs, my sarcastic friend, my troublemaker. I love you.
I appreciate it.
Listen, I love troublemaker because I'm one. So, listen, Dibs, you're right. He's being honest. He's saying what he's saying. What he said really is not open to interpretation. And what triggered, I hate that word triggered, was that last caller twisting what he's saying. What he's saying is, dude is not ready. Dude he's not what we need, right? He's not there. Basically, I won't add anything. He's not there. He's got all these pieces around him, though, to help him, right, once he gets there. And basically, they're practicing after practice, whatever, so that they can get better together, right? Not because him and, like the last caller, him and, it might be true, they don't have a real good connection, so they're practicing to get the connection. That doesn't mean that Trey's not this and that. Trey's exactly what Debo said he was, alluded to. Put it that way. He didn't come around and say it. He's just not there yet. Basic 49er fans, and stop twisting words around to making it mean what you wanted to believe instead of facing the reality stuff. Dude's a rookie, not ready. Bob Dibs. Bye, Whitey.
Thanks, Robin. On the text line here. Very nice, Robin. Appreciate that. From the 408, you guys are completely overblowing the Debo comments, but that's what we should expect from the quote-unquote old media.
Not blowing it out of proportion. We're just playing them, and we're remarking on them. No one's
Figuring
saying...
out what it means.
Now, if we wanted to go old media... There's a rift in Santa Clara. That's coming up. Debo and Trey are not on the same page. Debo hates Trey. Debo wants Sudfield. Debo and Sudsy were seen throwing on the side.
Yeah.
I mean, that would be blowing it out of proportion. We have a player commenting on an unknown quarterback. We are all trying to learn about Trey Lance. We don't know. Debo and his teammates know more than any of us. So... when you want to learn about something, you go to a source, somebody who knows about Trey Lance. Sell me, Debo, on Trey Lance. Well, there's me, there's Juice, there's BA, there's Hey Diddle Diddle, Kittle down the middle. Yeah, Trey's learning. Trey's going to be fine. He's getting better.
Yeah.
But it's about us. So we're not blowing this out of proportion.
I took it as that. I took it as a veteran. No. I don't really feel the need to sing his praises right now. He's coming along and we're fine and we're going to help him and we've got good players, but he's got to earn his keep a little bit. That's what I heard.
Yeah, and honestly, he has to show all of us, including his teammates, that he can go out and play high-level football and win games in the regular season.
Mm-hmm. Now, where is Jimmy Garoppolo? He's still in Santa Clara. What happens with Jimmy G? Where's he going to go? When's it going to happen? Ian Rappaport today on NFL Network. Ian Rappaport said, don't hold your breath about Jimmy going anywhere anytime real soon.
Where is he going to get traded? And the 49ers have been very clear about saying that they plan to trade him, obviously not going to be with the team this coming season. My understanding, though, right now is there is no clear trade partner for Jimmy Garoppolo. Look around the NFL. Think of who could take on that salary. Think of who needs a starting quarterback. There isn't any clear option. Maybe one quarterback either doesn't develop like everyone thinks, or maybe there is an injury, then one might develop. But as of now, a little bit of a waiting game.
Well, what do you mean there's not a trade partner, Ian Rappaport? The Browns' Kareem Hunt has requested a trade. There's a trade right there, Dibs.
There it is.
Boom.
Hunt for Jimmy G straight up. Who says no?
Oh, the Browns just said, no, we're not going to trade you. So they didn't even entertain any. They said, Kareem Hunt, that's cute and everything, but no, we're not going to trade him. And this appears to be part of Kareem Hunt, positioning, leveraging, trying to make sure he increases his chances of getting the next big contract from the Browns. So I don't think he's going anywhere. But that would be great for the 49ers. I don't see how the Browns would have much interest in Kareem Hunt for Jimmy G.
They wouldn't, and that deal is a non-starter, but the Browns have already said basically that they're not interested in Jimmy Garoppolo. And pending a Deshaun Watson acceleration of his suspension, which I don't think is going to ever get to where it's a full year. He might get bumped up to 8. Yeah, I thought he should have gotten a year, but I said all along that 6 to 8 games is where I thought that this would land. He missed all of last year. Now, that wasn't because of a suspension, but there's the sense that he's already sat out a year. I don't think that Roger Goodell is going to come in and move this from 6 games to a year. If he does, then Deshaun Watson, I think, might be looking at a lawsuit, taking this thing to court, and I don't think the league wants that.
Yeah, I do buy into the narrative that the league is now going to really come down hard, and maybe we'll try to. Well, they'll say, because they hear the appeal. It's the process is such that, all right, we're appealing and we're going to appeal to ourselves. I think there's a very good chance that they suspend him for most of, if not the whole year. And then, what would be the next step? You're right, would be a lawsuit. Some are saying the league doesn't really care if there's a lawsuit. They just want to take a real stance on this. It wouldn't surprise me if he's out for a whole year. But still, either way, I don't know that impacts the Jimmy G situation, because by the time the Browns know anything definitive on that, I think Jimmy will have already been dealt or will have been released.
Right, but if he's released and no one picks him up, then he's available to a team to bring him in. But to that point, I don't think Jimmy G could go from cut in, I think it would be about 12 days before the start of the regular season when that cut down day is.
It's August 30th, right? That they'd have to cut him before days. Then, or the salary is guaranteed.
So 12 days is the time between then and the opener. Right.
Yeah.
The Browns gave to me a conditional 5th. Sorry. But they're probably not going to give anything for him if he's cut. Can he learn the system in 12 days? If he's picked up immediately, it seems like it would take longer than that for him to get into the playbook and really help a team.
Yeah, this gets into the whole question of, what do the 49ers owe Jimmy? Don't they owe it to him to do him a solid? And I think at this point, given that there's no apparent trade partners, and given that it looks like maybe the Seattle Seahawks, I don't know about the Rams, I guess maybe. They seem pretty confident that Stafford's going to be okay. We'll see. But if the Seahawks are lurking in here, the 49ers, if they're going to get him and scoop him up, we're not going to release you till the last minute possible. Sorry, Jimmy.
Yeah, and that's too bad because, you'd like for everyone to be happy when this breakup happens and, Jimmy's able to get to a spot where he can get some reps and maybe start and then get another contract. But the Niners don't owe him anything. Other than money, if they keep him past August 3rd. Yeah. The money that they would have to pay him. They don't owe him anything. You do want to continue to have a good reputation as an organization that stands by its players and do him a solid. But you're not
tried.
Well, yeah, and you're not going to just do him a solid by cutting him now. There's so much football between now and the regular season. If somebody gets hurt, all of a sudden his trade value goes back up.
How about this on the text line here, Dibs, from the 408? Hey, when you text us, put your name on it.
You got to put your name on it.
From the 408, if you're holding Trey at a high standard and he performs subpar, you're setting yourself up for a disappointing start for the season.
I don't really understand that.
Yeah, I guess don't expect much, and then you won't be disappointed from early season Trey.
Well, no matter what.
This is someone who clearly is stunned at his camp completion percentage.
Well,
as many of us are.
And, I guess the point is if you come out and say, oh, Trey's incredible, Trey's going to light this league on fire, he's an MVP candidate,
right.
all the rest of it. If he comes out and he struggles, well, now you've set the bar so high that you can't help but be disappointed. So if Debo comes out and says, yeah, Trey's all right.
Bar
he's
is low, yeah.
Then
give him the chance to exceed expectations.
But I disagree with that notion because by the very fact that you're the starting quarterback for the 49ers, the bar is set high. This team is ready to win. You've got a playoff-built roster. So if you don't do well this year, if Trey Lance plays all 17 games and he is 50% completion percentage and you go 8-9, that's not good enough. And it doesn't matter where you set the bar. The bar is set at playoffs. You should be a playoff time. Playoff time.
So it looks like here's where we are. Trey has struggled a little bit with his finger from last year, with his grip, his mechanics. He hasn't been especially accurate, but the 49ers are comfortable that he knows the things you can't teach, and then the other things, they're coming along. Jimmy, it appears, according to the latest information we have, there's a very good chance the 49ers hang on to him as long as possible before just letting him go, which would be August 30th. As for the weekend, Dibs, an incredible football weekend for 49er fans. I know you, among many others, were affected emotionally by Bryant Young's incredible, unforgettable Hall of Fame speech.
Yeah, it was just powerful to hear BY up there. And, we've all had a chance to interview him, and he's such a solid guy. Very well-spoken, great interview. Legendary 49er.
One of those real tough guys that is a nice guy because he doesn't have anything to prove, right?
Right. And just one of those real tough guys who just took on double teams every snap and still was able to get to the quarterback from the interior. Not one of these edge rusher guys who just pin your ears back and go get it. He's in the trenches, taking on the center and the guard, double teams, play after play. Great run stopper.
Productive throughout his career.
Right, and able to come back from a devastating injury. Devastating injury.
And personal turmoil.
Yeah, and to see him up there and to watch him speak on it and just the way he eloquently, expressed his emotions about losing his son, it hit me.
Yeah, one of the things that really impacted me was seeing the way he and his wife, while dealing with this terrible tragedy, you can see that they've accepted it. I mean, it takes great strength, right? You know what I mean? Obviously, he was in tears, and you were in tears, and it was really emotional, but you could see the way he talked about it. It's like, we didn't like this, but that's what happened, and we move on as best we can. And that takes incredible strength, and it's obvious to me that the faith that he and his family have are one of the things that helped carry them through.
Yeah, and to have the ability to go up there and speak on that in that moment, you know, and the highlight of your career. You're going into the Pro Football Hall of Fame, you're getting your gold jacket, and Eddie D presents you, and you've got Ronnie there, and T.O. was there, and so many other legendary 49ers, and it's just, the high point, the culmination of a great career, and to have that ability to share that story and, relate the story of his son, it just was powerful.
There's no word in our language for what happens to a parent who loses a child. We have a word for child loses parents. We have words for wives or husbands that lose their spouses, but we don't even have a word for it because it's so unspeakable. That was incredible. It's one of the, just off the top of my head, one of the three greatest Hall of Fame speeches I remember. I remember Shannon Sharp a few years ago talking about his humble beginnings and being in his house, his grandmother's house when he was young, and there were literally holes in the roof and the rain was coming in. And I remember Ricky Henderson talking about being at the Coliseum outside the stadium as a youngster, and Reggie Jackson stiffed him for autographs, which was hilarious because Reggie Jackson started laughing. I was like, Ricky wasn't kidding. But some of those speeches, a lot of those, and they're hard to do, I'm sure. Some of them are, and I want to thank my coaches. Okay, but some of those really get you, and Bryant Young's at the top of the list.
Yeah, no doubt. And just a great weekend, and the Hall of Fame ceremony, probably my favorite of all of them. The baseball, football? And the basketball one, I mean, it feels like it's in an embassy suite somewhere in some back room.
It's like, that went on yesterday? Okay.
Yeah, and even Cooperstown this year. Big Papi, the only inductee. I know they inducted 7 other people, but the baseball one should be the best because it's the hardest hall to get into, I believe. Basketball Hall of Fame, I mean, heck, I think you're nominated this year.
I haven't
just
gotten
about everybody gets in, but I love the pro football one. Maybe it's because of just The gold jacket itself, the ceremony, all the great legends who were up there as well. It's the one I like the most.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And truly one of the all-time great 49ers. Eddie D. Great to see Eddie D there. Do you know who played at Bryant Young's Hall of Fame party? Boys II Men.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know if that was his request or Eddie D pulled some strings, but I guess that's like the official party band of the 49ers, or at least the 90s 49ers.
Okay.
Yeah.
So I didn't know that you could call your shot on
I'm not sure who was responsible
band or
for that.
DJ or you know, whatever.
Yeah. All right. So you're pretty excited about this preseason. I can
more
see that.
excited about this preseason game, and we were talking about it in the green room. This might be the most excited I've ever been that I can remember.
That's probably the bar's pretty low, speaking of how high the bar
Yeah,
is.
normally
right?
it's like, preseason football, you watch the opening series, and it's like, okay, just wake me in September.
Yeah.
But something about this one.
They were just at Outside Lands.
Who?
Green Day.
Oh, Green
Wake
Day.
Me When September Ends. Yeah.
Oh, that's okay. I must have missed that. That
Night,
song.
night.
Yeah, exactly. Totally.
Big hit.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'll take your word for it.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah. Not a huge Green Day fan. I was delving more in the hip hop during the 90s and beyond.
Yeah. Well, real quick, see, my daughter Janelle was learning to play guitar about the time that American Idiot came out, and she loved Green Day. So we would play that album, and she would play the guitar, and I'd play the bass. But there's a line in there about mind bleep America, and we had to change that to My Truck's American because I didn't want to. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Because you didn't want her to be able to.
Yeah.
How old was she at the time?
She was in high school.
And you wouldn't let her. You wouldn't let her let an F-bomb fly.
Well, it wasn't necessary.
Okay.
Yeah. Coming up next here, it's 2010 all over again, Dibs. Giants not only saving their season this weekend, but I'm telling you, as they get ready to take on those Padres, it's 2010 all over again. That is next on Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Game.
The voice you hear is John Bosa. Of course, he is the father of Nick Bosa. And does he talk to you about that Defensive Player of the Year award?
Well, I think he's
It's a pretty decent unit.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Yeah, Whitey in for Willard. Always thrilled to be with my good friend, Joe Dibley. Great to be with you, Joey.
Yeah,
Again.
I prefer Joseph.
Joseph, okay.
And Robin, I
should
know you're
that
out there listening, Robin. It's Dan Dibley. Dan Dibley here. Squirt. So, because I asked her to call me by my proper name, because she did that last week with Daryl the Guru Johnson, and she's like, you're one of my favorites, so I wanted to use your first name, and so I was hoping she'd use my first name. She tried real hard. Joseph Dibley.
And it stuck.
Yeah.
It fits you.
It does.
Yeah.
Oh, hey, Dan Dibley.
Oh, hey, Joe Dibley. Joe D.
Steiny's out today as well, so Larry Kruger in for Steiny.
Why'd he shut up?
So we got Larry Kruger and Guru
Can't find it.
playing some Jeopardy today. The Summer Slam continued. What a match that was on Friday.
Yeah, it was a whale of a match.
Barely eking out a win over the very competitive John Dickinson. He played a great match, and Guru played very well. Surprisingly, had one stumble that kind of ended up being costly for him.
Yeah, that's kind of the way it goes at times with Guru, so dominant and such a wide swath of knowledge, but you just get to that one spot, really the turning point in a match, and sometimes it goes against the goo.
Yeah, so it was a great match. It was great to be in here with you guys for the first time doing it. So we have that coming up today, just before Larry and Goo take over. And Dibs, what a weekend it was for those Giants. I tell you what, when the Giants, for all their problems, when they play the A's or they play the Cubs, I gotta say they look pretty good.
Yeah, they as long as they don't have to play those Dodgers, and I know they've got at least one more series against LA this season, but it seems like the bad teams the Giants have been able to do pretty well against, except Arizona in recent days, but this is a big series against San Diego. This is really, it's not quite make or break time, but you do have 9 left with San Diego, and you feel like, and I know Dave Fleming this morning on the Morning Roast was mentioning 7-2 in those 9 against San Diego. That would be good. The Padres looked for a long time like they were going to be the number 1 wild card, but now they're in the 3rd wild card spot, and they're in a tough way.
And the same thing happened last year to them. And I know they made the trade and they got some new players in and they got Soto, but still, that franchise has a history of they just do. By the way, the Giants look, to my eye, very 2021-y this weekend, right? With all the home runs and the pitching was like, and then you had Saturday, Wade facing a righty, hits the home run off Aller. Then they go Davis facing the lefty, and he hits a home run. I mean, platoon matchups. It looked for 2 days a lot like those 2021 Giants.
It sure did, but you're going up against the worst team, one of the worst teams in Major League Baseball in the Oakland A's.
Isn't that sad that they're not the worst team? What does that tell you about the state of Major League Baseball?
Well, it tells me that Major League Baseball thinks it's the NBA and that tanking actually works. But tanking doesn't work in baseball, other than the Houston Astros, who they tanked 3 straight years of 100 losses or more, and that netted the players that ultimately would lift them to the World Series. But it's not as easy to do that in baseball. That was a long shot that paid off, and you brought in some free agent arms as well, and you're able to get over the hump. But it's a shame what happens in baseball now. You've got 6 teams that are just terrible.
Yeah.
Unwatchable.
And I'm not even sure they're tanking so much. It's just kind of, we can make money spending a little bit here, and we'll just tell everyone we're tanking, and really we don't want to spend more money and then end up making less when we're not going to win anything anyway. It's a sad thing. I do think they need to put in some kind of lottery system or something, anti-tanking measures in the Major League Draft, because it's really sad when baseball's already having so many problems. You have so many teams that are flat out terrible.
Yeah, Nationals 327 winning percentage. The Cubs lose. 402. The Tigers 391. The A's 376. I mean, the Angels 422 winning percentage, but at least they've got Shohei Ohtani and Mike Trout on occasion when he can play.
Yeah.
But you're right, though. It's not really tanking in baseball. It's just making money. If we can spend $60 million on players and still make money. Who cares if we win or not?
Yeah, on the text line here, the Giants look great against that minor league team from Oakland. Giants would win everything in the minor leagues from the 405. From the 510, yeah, the Giants only needed their 2 aces to beat the A's. Hit the pike from the 510. Hit the pike.
Yeah, wins are wins, and now you go down to San Diego and you don't have your 2 aces on the mound, so you're going to have to find a different way to get it done, and you got to look at Juan Soto up close and personal.
Yeah, I know everyone went crazy when the Padres got him, and it's like, oh well, they're gonna be as good as the Dodgers now. And I think I told you Friday's like they're not as good as the Dodgers, and the Dodgers humiliated them this weekend. So San Diego, I think they're 1-4 since they got Soto? So they've got a little something to prove tonight. And I'll tell you, Dibs, Giants 6.5 out right now, right? 6.5 behind the Padres for the last wild card. August 25th, 2010, the Giants were 6.5 games behind the Padres. I'm telling you, it's 2010 all over again.
You said August 25th?
August 25th, 2010. San Diego was 6.5 up on the Giants.
Yeah, coming off, I'm looking at it right now, lost to Cincinnati, 12-11. Cincinnati got you. Wow, and you fell to, you fell to 71-57.
I'm just looking at the games back.
There's the difference. Yeah, 71 and 57. They went on to win the division by 2, but I'd have to look at exactly how badly San Diego faded.
Well, they had a 10-game losing streak in there at one point.
Yeah, I don't think that the Dodgers are going to fade to that level to where you're going to win the division.
Not going to win the division. I'm just saying you can catch those Padres.
Right.
For the wild card spot.
I actually was looking at where the Giants were after that many games that season, and they were 9 games better in 2010 than they are right now. So there is a chance. There is a possibility you could make up 6.5 games, especially when you play San Diego 9 times. But the problem is you've got other teams in and around you who are also competing for that wild card spot.
You got Milwaukee, right? And Milwaukee's kind of unraveling because they made some cost-conscious moves, which seem to have backfired to a degree. You trade Hader because you don't want to pay him the money. The Cardinals, I think, are off and running. The Phillies,
they're only 2 games up on Milwaukee. So
but they were behind him just a short time ago.
Yeah.
So they're trending.
Giants 5 back in Milwaukee right now. And I think you do have Milwaukee still on the schedule, if I'm not mistaken. I'll check in September. No, you don't. But, man, actually, you have a doubleheader against Milwaukee. I forgot about that. So here's the problem with the Giants, and I believe you, 6.5 back. The season is not over. I know it's pie in the sky thinking that they still could grab that 3rd wild card, but they've got that stretch coming up in August after the San Diego series. That's where it's going to be decided. Pittsburgh for 3 at home. The Diamondbacks for 4 at home.
Win.
Should be, right?
Yeah.
Then you go to Colorado for 3.
That's tough there, but it's certainly winnable.
You've actually done very well in Colorado last year and this year. Then you go to Detroit for 2. And then you go to Minnesota, which is tough. But before that, Pirates, Diamondbacks, Rockies, and Tigers. That is 12 games. That's where you need to make your hay.
Yep.
Win the series against San Diego. Just take 2 of 3. You take 2 of 3 against San Diego. Now you're 5.5 back. Then you've got that 12-game stretch where that ultimately is going to decide whether or not September matters or not, because you get to September, you've got Philadelphia playoff team, Dodgers playoff team. You go to the Cubs, but in between, you have that weird doubleheader against the Brewers. It was the lockout, squeeze them in, doubleheader. So 3 in LA, you fly to Milwaukee for a doubleheader. Then you go to Chicago for 3.
Do they play the Nats at all? I mean, that's going to be one of the keys.
No.
Is how many games these teams have left against the lowly Nats.
Well, you've got 3 against the Cubs, who are about as lowly. Then you have 3 against the Braves. I'm just looking at the schedule. You play 3, 6, 8, 11. You play 14 games in 13 days. No off days in September. Then you have you go Braves and Dodgers back to back. You do have the Rockies and D-backs. And then the Rockies and D-backs. Wow, you end the year with about as easy of a schedule as you could possibly want. You've got the Rockies for 4, the D-backs for 3,
there's a chance.
The Rockies for 3 more, and then the D-backs for 3 more. You've got 14 games consecutively against the Rockies and the D-backs. So, yeah, there's a great chance.
From the 650, so the Giants beat the Garbage A's. Now there's a chance. There is a chance, depending on how they play against the Padres. If the Padres, something clicks in, they get Tatis back, and they're anywhere near as good as everyone assumed they'd be when they made those trades, then they probably don't have a chance. But the Padres still have some roster holes, and if they continue to struggle and you can take advantage of that in the games you have left with them, yeah, the Giants, for all their flaws, I'm not saying they're anywhere near as good as the 2010 team was, but a postseason run here is not out of the question. But what would that mean, Dibs? Do you think that's meaningful? I think it is. I think it's meaningful if you can even play relevant games into September, even if you come up short. But given the history of this team with World Series championships, if they limp into the postseason, is that important? I think it's important. I think the franchise would love to do it, and I think there's a chance.
Yeah, it's a 5.3% chance right now, according to FanGraphs.
That ain't great, is it?
No, and I thought it would be a little bit higher than that, but based on the schedule, you are 6.5 back of San Diego right now. So, yeah, it comes down to this series in particular. If you get swept by San Diego today, tomorrow, and Wednesday, now you're 9.5 back of San Diego. Now it's starting to look very, very unlikely. But let's just say, hypothetically, you sweep San Diego.
Sweep.
Now you're 3.5 back of the Padres. And, maybe the Padres and Milwaukee are close in the wild card. But if you're 3.5 back with 50 to play, you're absolutely in it.
I'm getting an update here. We have some news to share. Is this breaking news, Kyle Madsen?
Not breaking news, but definitely something we're monitoring. Saints quarterback Jameis Winston today in practice rolled his ankle. He's undergoing further evaluation. Andy Dalton is the backup in New Orleans, so that's going to be something to watch, because if Jameis Winston's going to be out for a prolonged period of time, suddenly the Saints become a destination for Jimmy Garoppolo.
All right, thank you, Kyle. So that's a ruled ankle, so if there's no ligament damage or anything other than a sprain, he should be okay, Dibs. But as Kyle says, a very official announcer voice. This is a situation
that was good.
We're monitoring.
We are monitoring it, and the fact that Andy Dalton is there, you would need the Jameis Winston injury to be really, really bad in order for them to look to add another quarterback to the mix.
I mean, I think if they have Andy Dalton, that's their Garoppolo, isn't it?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah.
So if you lose Jameis Winston for the year, and who knows how bad it is and whatever the severity is, but if he's gone for the entire year, maybe you have Garoppolo come in and be your Andy Dalton, and Dalton becomes your Winston.
Right. All right, so a possibility there for the 49ers with Jimmy Garoppolo, but we'll see. I still think he's going to end up getting released, Dibs, and he's going to end up going to the Seattle Seahawks.
I don't know about that. I mean, I wonder if he gets released on August 30th, which, according to Ian Rappaport, that's the plan for the 49ers if they can't trade him in the next 22 days. You get to August 30th, there have been no takers, there have been no significant injuries. Then the Niners say, thank you, Jimmy, but we're going to release you. Does Seattle pounce? I mean, does Seattle at that point think, all right, Jimmy Garoppolo, this really turns our year around. Sorry, Locke. Sorry, Gino. There's a new sheriff in town, and Jimmy G becomes a Seahawk?
If I'm Pete Carroll, I would, wouldn't you? And I'm not that it's all his call. He's just the coach, but absolutely. I'm a better team if Jimmy Garoppolo is my quarterback than Geno Smith or Drew Lock. I'm not saying he makes me a playoff team, but I'm better if I have him. Plus, he has some inside intel on the 49ers.
That part of it I like for Seattle is
you're a devious
inside.
person.
Well, and whatever edge you can get. Okay, this is the NFL. This is not Candyland here. We're trying to get edges out there, and I also think that Pete Carroll and John Schneider, late in their careers, they're not looking to tank. I can't imagine them thinking, let's just throw this year in the garbage and hope for a top draft pick. I don't think that's the way Seattle's going to approach it. So, yeah, they might bring him in. He might end up as a Seahawk. I shudder to think, though.
Yeah, but Jimmy would love that, though. I'm Jimmy.
Yeah.
I love that.
Well, Jimmy just wants a gig.
Yeah.
I mean, he wants a chance to go play and get one last big contract.
Yeah.
Although, as long as Tom Brady plays, I guess it's not just one last contract.
The edge you're talking about, that would be the big reason why the 49ers right now would hold on to him as long as possible. Because, we have someone who keeps texting saying, why the 49ers wouldn't be afraid of Seattle either way. No, but you just don't want to give the team that you're facing week 2 and also later in the season any kind of edge that you don't have to give them. That's just football. It doesn't mean you fear them, but it's like, well, that's an advantage, however slight, that we don't have to give them, so let's not give it to them.
So how do you avoid not giving them that
You just have
edge?
to wait as long as possible is all you can do.
Exactly.
Unless you can trade them somewhere, which doesn't look like it's on the board.
No, and Andy Dalton is poised to take over for Jameis Winston if Winston is unable to go. We actually talked about Jameis Winston yesterday on Sunday's Bets.
Ooh, you and Goo?
Yep, on the BetQL network, we were talking about the odds for comeback player of the year, and Jameis Winston was up on the board as a candidate for comeback player of the year.
All right. And speaking of comebacks, right? The Giants, here they come, Dibs. This is their chance if they're going to make anything of the season. If they're going to, it has to start against the Padres right now.
I think so. And,
it's a slim chance, but it's a chance.
It's a very slim chance. Fangraphs had it at 5.3% to clinch the wild card. 0% chance, by the way, to win the division. The Dodgers are at 99.6% chance.
I don't like the Dodgers, but they're so good.
The Brewers, by the way, wild card chance is at 19.7%. And the Cardinals are at 16.4%. But that's their percentage chance to make the playoffs is higher. 76 for St. Louis, 60% for Milwaukee, 87 for San Diego. So,
I understand why fans would say, come on, you guys, it's ridiculous to think of this Giants team as a postseason team. It's a reach, but it's not out of the question. I do think one thing that's going on right now with the Giants that could, in a sense, salvage part of their season is the way Joey Bart's playing, Dibs. If Joey Bart continues to play like this, and I think since he came up, he's hitting about 280 with about 5 homers. If he continues to be productive between now and the end of the year, at least you have something that you can say, look, we are in the process of building a star. We accomplished a lot this season just with the way Joey Bart went from a bust to now a guy that maybe can be a cornerstone as we hoped he would be.
And let's put aside playoff talk for now.
Okay, I'll put it. It's right over here.
Okay, put it over there.
Yeah.
5%. And, so you're saying there's a chance. Yes, it's a 5% chance. It's a 1 in 20. So if you had a 20-sided dice and you rolled it and, I need an 11, it came up as an 11. That's about your chance. A 20-sided dice of you calling the number that would come up on the die. But putting that aside, between now and the start of next year, what are you trying to accomplish? You're trying to figure out who you have, who is any good.
I'm trying to trick my fans into thinking I'm a better team than I am right now.
Well, you can't really trick anybody in baseball. Well, you can try, but ultimately you are what your record says you are. And what they're 53 and 55. You are a dead, middle of the road, mediocre team. I got to tell you, you get that crew gate again?
Yeah, I did. I got into a little bit of it.
Yeah, I can see
Somebody
it over there.
spiked my soda.
And I only wonder if you open up a can, if they can sweep San Diego, that crew gate would be flying off the shelves. But putting aside the playoffs, between now and next year, you want to figure out what you have. And if Joey Bart continues to be this kind of player, then you can take catcher off your needs list in the offseason.
Mm-hmm. Here's where the Giants are right now. I don't know if you saw the latest on Brandon Belt, but he says he may need another knee surgery.
Yeah.
Yeah, but and he's probably not going to retire. And that's kind of where the Giants are, right? Older, broken down. I've always been a Belt guy, and not many people are, but you can see right now that he's hurting, but he's out there playing. He's a shell of his former self, and that's what you got right now. That's kind of how what your best players are right now, limited or injured and old.
Right, and Brandon Belt is not under contract for next year. He's making 18.4 this year, and he becomes a free agent. So, 34 years old. If you have another knee surgery, probably in the offseason, then you're 35 and you got to look at what are the takers out there? Maybe at that point you do retire. If there's no real interest in you, does Brandon Belt at 35 want to go out and play for another team just to, stay active in the bigs? He's made enough money to where he's probably able to live a comfortable lifestyle. Multiple surgeries, starting to break down. If the Giants aren't interested in bringing him back, what does he really do then?
So is this the answer for the Giants, potentially? From Jason Stark. Says he spoke to a few front office executives around the league about Shohei Ohtani's potential free agency pursuit. An executive told Jason Stark, I don't think he's an East Coast guy. Now, we don't know who this is, okay? But he's a major league executive. I don't think he's an East Coast guy. My first instinct is to say Dodgers or Giants.
That's crazy.
But I actually don't think he would go to the Dodgers just because it would look like he's sticking it to the Angels. I could see him going to Seattle, but West Coast guy. That's my guess. End quote. Whoa.
Yeah.
Whoa.
No A's mentioned.
This is take it back to championship relevance. This is an actual major league executive, apparently.
Yeah. Well, and I wonder what that price tag would be for Shohei Ohtani. And I mean, is he an unrestricted free agent? He's able to sign and get whatever he wants. Is there a matching that can go on, that can take place? What's the situation for Shohei Ohtani? It's a bag alert. We know that. Major.
Let's see here.
I don't mean to put you on the spot.
No. It's a
but
good question. I just want to make sure I'm clear. I believe he's not a free agent until after next season. But just like the Nats did with Soto, some think the Angels will get out in front of it and decide to trade him maybe this offseason. Yeah, but we don't even know that.
Yeah.
And you got to think, again, that Ohtani may have some say about it. Somebody could just pick him up as a rental, but if he's willing to commit somewhere, then obviously the price tag's going to be a little higher. But, Major League Executive views the Giants as a possible Ohtani landing spot. It makes me chuckle.
He's ARB3 next year, ARB3.
Okay.
Which, third-year arbitration, which means he's going to get a huge raise, but then...
That's the final year of his contract, right?
Right,
next year,
and the next year, after next year will be his unrestricted free agency. I mean, he would... Boy, what a cure for what ails the Giants he would be. Even if he doesn't automatically turn him into a winner, that's some excitement around the ballpark.
It is, but it's like Soto, as great as Soto is, he was just on a terrible team, even though they had him. Ohtani is great. He's just on a terrible team, even though they have him. He's on a terrible team right now. So what you're going to have to do, Dibs, is sign Aaron Judge as a free agent and then trade for Ohtani in the offseason. Then maybe you've got some.
Yeah, and then go ahead and get Correa as well and, move Crawford over to third base and, start to just stockpile superstars because that's what Farhan Zaidi does. I'm not sure about that.
I'm not either, but that's what it's going to take. Otherwise, it's just a matter of, smoke and mirrors and moving the pieces around and telling people, hey, it's J.D. Davis. Whoa, did you see the home run he hit? Whoa, and Estrada. Hey, I saw a stat yesterday. Tyro Estrada is one of the few Giants now who's hit 10 homers and stolen 15 bases in a season. And he's on a list with Orlando Cepeda.
Mays and Bonds.
Yeah, and it's like, okay, but wait, what kind of stat is that? It's just a roundabout way to try to put Tyro Estrada in the same category as Hall of Fame players. No, I'm not buying that.
Well,
that ain't a thing.
Stats can be manipulated in any possible way.
But that's where the Giants are right now. That's the type of thing that, hey, we got a big anniversary coming up. We're on the 2010 team. Remember that? Oh, hey, Will Clark retired his jersey. Oh, those were the days, huh?
Well, they're really good at that. And, the A's, for their part, are really not as good at that. And yesterday, or was it Saturday, when they had the players put into the A's Hall of Fame, like most organizations take a big moment like that and put it on a date where they're not going to draw as a way to draw fans. The A's are in such a bad spot that they put that ceremony on a day where they're guaranteed to draw. That way they make sure that they have people at the ballpark. You see what I'm saying?
I do.
It's like completely backwards.
Yeah, like you don't have helmet night when the Yankees are in town because you don't need to. Typically.
You don't have a bobblehead night when it's the Dodgers coming to town at Oracle Park.
The A's no, that's when we do it.
That's exactly right. So it was great, and Monty Moore was terrific on the telecast. I watched him on TV. I love the A's Giants because I go back and forth.
Yeah.
Monty Moore, who's 94 or something, but he sounds great and he looks great. And he told the story about how Joe DiMaggio was the reason why there's so much foul ground at the Coliseum because Joe DiMaggio, when they put the stake where home plate was going to be, and Joe D was up in the upper deck. He's like, you can't see home plate from here. You got to move home plate further out, and so that's why there's so much foul ground at the Coliseum.
Wow, I know he was a coach. The A's coaches used to have the white hats, which was really cool that the coaches had the white hats. All right, coming up next, Trey Lance speaks. What did he have to say this weekend? That's next. Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, and that's all sponsored by the Valley Transportation Authority.
I'm Michael Jenkins, helping you beat the books with BetQL. With a starting pitcher with an ERA over 7 and a team ERA over 5, it's easy to see why the BetQL model is favoring.
to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
And for Mark Willard, Kevin Michael, Whitey Gleason, hope you had a great weekend. Here's where we think we are with the 49er quarterback situation as we speak. Ian Rappaport today on NFL Network saying, yeah, looks like 49ers going to hang on to Jimmy as long as they can because there are no trade partners, so they'll hang on to him as long as they can. They have to release him before August 30th to avoid having to pay him his contract, to avoid his contract becoming guaranteed. However, today we got news, as you know, Joe Dibley, breaking news that Jameis Winston turned an ankle today. If it's just a sprained ankle, okay. But if he's injured more severely than that, that could potentially put Jimmy in play as somebody that the Saints may want to trade about.
Might put him in play.
Maybe.
It
doesn't
depends.
sound like it.
No, especially with Andy Dalton as the
Red
backup.
Rifle.
Yeah, I thought that it would be more of a competition anyway between Winston and Dalton, but it was Winston's job basically from the get-go.
You just got a dirty look from Kyle Madsen, but I agree with you. I agree with you.
Yeah,
I think he disagreed with your.
That was not a dirty look.
It was just a look of you disagree. A look of disagreement.
Yes.
Yeah.
There we go.
That I thought that there should have been a competition.
And I see it the way you see it.
I think Jameis Winston is way better than
So
Andy
you're
Dalton.
disagreeing that I thought that there should be? So you
No, I'm
you have a
disagreeing
disagreement
with yeah, I don't think you think that.
See, that's where I'm baffled here.
Yeah, well, that was probably my fault, but I saw that he reacted strongly, so I'm guessing there were probably others who reacted strongly as well, but I agree with you. I think, Jameis is more talent than Andy Dalton, but Andy Dalton, I think, is a guy that, if I'm the Saints, like, all right, well, let's see how these guys sort this out amongst themselves. I'm giving them a shot.
You talking to me or Kyle?
I'm talking to you.
I'm kind of stuck in the middle here.
No,
I'm kind of stuck in the middle.
You and I are on the same side.
Yes, I don't think Jameis Winston's very good, and so again, Kyle can disagree with whether or not I actually think that. That's up to Kyle to work through on
Kyle's
his own.
doing double duty today, by the way.
Yeah,
I think Joe Dibley thinks that. I don't think Dan Dibley thinks that.
Yeah, I prefer Joseph as Robin. Get your damn dog, has so eloquently said.
Speaking of dogs, congratulations.
Sugar.
Congratulations to Faith, 10-year-old rescue dog, for winning the very, very large competition, first place at the Pacifica World Dog Surfing Championships on Saturday. James Wall brought Faith up for the competition. Winner!
Yeah, I saw
the beach was packed.
I saw the crowds, and something came across one of my feeds about the World Dog Surfing Competition, and I thought, that's animal cruelty. I mean,
well, I know somebody who lives in Pacifica who said a lot of people had a really good time. I'm not sure all the dogs did.
Right. So,
Yeah.
I mean, I wonder how many of these dogs actually enjoy surfing, and how do you know? I mean, and how do you get the dog? So you swim out there with the dog, and you put it on the board, and then the wave comes, and you push the board.
Yeah, it's
off you go.
One
Faith.
video I saw, and the dog's like, then jumps off as soon as possible. Hey, good job.
Right.
Good job, Faith.
And
You're
then
the champion.
swim,
Yeah.
doggy paddle. But the dog actually doesn't paddle and then get up on the surfboard.
I'm not sure how that
Okay.
works. It's a good question. Now,
Yeah,
if they do
it's-
that, that's a good dog.
No, yeah, that's a good dog. So the dog is looking over his little shoulder and paddle.
Yeah, with
and
the
then hop
board,
up. Yeah.
with the board, leashed to the dog's hind leg.
Right. And that's the other thing. Is the dog leashed to the board?
Not according to the video I saw. No, they're just up there, and they have that look like, what is this? Hey, good dog. Yeah, it's very, very, very popular.
It's super cute though to see oh, look at that dog. He's surfing.
I'm sure some of the dogs love it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure they do.
My dog's a little old for that now. He's 12, but there was a
Moby's
time.
12. Wow.
Yeah. He's so food motivated being a lab. I'm sure we could have taught him to do that if there were treats involved. All right, fine. If I get a little milk bone or something, I'll do it. But anyway, congratulations to all the winners. Great event. Trey Lance, meanwhile, he spoke this weekend, Dibs. He wasn't able to make it to the dog surfing championships because he had to meet with the media after practice on Saturday. And, it's interesting. Debo was asked, hey, can you sell us? How would you sell Trey as a starter? And we know that Debo said, oh, we got good players and he'll get better. But Trey Lance, for his part, says it is awesome awesome to have Debo back.
It's awesome. I mean, anytime we're both feeling good after practice. Yesterday was a little bit lower volume than today was. So anytime that we're able to get extra work, Ray, George, during special teams, Debo's on some special teams, so it's hard during those in-between periods to get extra work with him. And obviously we use him in so many different ways. So there's so many things we can do to get extra reps outside of just throwing routes. But it's been awesome to have him back, man. Just in the locker room, his energy's been back. In the meeting room, I mean, he's just a high-energy guy, fun guy to be around. Everyone knows what he does on the field.
I have to share with you these numbers, and if you have children around, you might want to shield their ears so they don't have to hear this. Trey Lance's camp numbers, Dibs.
Yeah.
His CLCR, camp long completion rate. Yesterday, he was 4 for 12.
Man.
So for camp,
Yikes.
he was 65 of 130, 50%.
I think that he's the one who should be worried at cutdown day, August 30th, because we know how much camp long completion rate portends to actual regular season success. So
I'm going to tell you that
I'd be surprised if he doesn't improve that CLCR.
Yeah.
They might end up keeping Jimmy and cutting Trey.
I would tell you that no quarterback in NFL history with a camp-long completion rate under 52% has ever won the Super Bowl, but I don't actually know that.
Right. Do you realize that 81% of all stats are made up on the spot?
Yeah, I do.
Okay.
Yeah, I thought it was higher than that.
Yeah, it depends on, I change it every time. Every time I make up a stat, I change the number, which is part of the bit. But
it's easy to make way too much of that, but I do think, and I know, as I said earlier, I think Dibs lost a little respect for me, the fact that I even mentioned that.
The fact that you keep mentioning it is what is making me lose respect for you.
Given that we know Trey Lance had issues last year gripping the football. We found out over the weekend Trey Lance had issues gripping the football because of the finger injury, and then because he couldn't grip the football properly, he couldn't throw the football properly, so he had a bulky arm. Maybe that's one reason we heard some whispers that
Trent bulky arm.
Yeah, exactly. So because of that, and given that he struggled with his accuracy, I'm mildly concerned because he's struggling here. He's a little behind when it comes to the mechanics they've been trying to teach him.
Yeah, I'm not concerned at all, especially as it pertains to any stats that may be rolled out, unless you can break down all 130 throws and we can look at the all 22 on all 130.
We'll get that for you.
Ben,
I'm on
please
that.
do.
Yeah.
Please do. And then we can look at the nature of all these throws. How many drops, by the way, of the 65 passes that have been incomplete? I know that there have been, 16 interceptions? The secondary is having a field day
the defense
on all
is
the
down.
quarterbacks. I know that Trey Lance doesn't have 16 picks, but how many drops have there been? Do we have that number?
Not 5, not 6,
Right.
not 7.
Right. I don't think we do.
Speaking of drops,
have that number.
Speaking of drops, here's a number for you. Trey Lance accurate to start Sunday's practice, completed 3 straight passes, connected on only 1 of 11 throws after that, threw an ugly interception, only avoided another pick thanks to a drop from cornerback Charvarius Ward.
Man, I think he's at risk of being cut too. Charvarius Ward.
You got to hang on to that.
That guy's been the drop. Yeah, he's been incredible, Charvarius Ward. And, the defense always ahead of the offense this time of year, Whitey. And how many times have we heard that? But in this case, it's absolutely true. But I'm not concerned by any of these things. If we get to the first preseason game, and Trey Lance, on Friday.
Yeah.
Friday at home against Green Bay. Don't expect Aaron Rodgers. He'll be on some medicinals in some faraway land. But if Trey Lance comes out and goes 50% on his passes in the opener, let's say he goes 6 for 12 with 2 interceptions. I'll be a little bit more concerned at that point because that's actual real football. This is not real football. This is practice football.
Okay, I understand that, and I know you're probably right, but this quarterback not being accurate, that's something to keep an eye on, especially given that he's had some issues with his finger.
Right.
Trey Lance, of course, a lot of people expect, oh my goodness, look out. He's going to be a running fool. He's going to be running around back there like crazy. Other people say, you know what? He's going to be better equipped to run when he has to, but it's not like they're necessarily going to change the offense for him. So here was Trey Lance Saturday on the idea of running as opposed to being what I call a pocket passer.
I haven't really changed my mindset as far as, no one's telling me not to run or to run, but just trying to play fast. In that situation, everyone's on the goal line and I'm on the 20-yard line. So if I run, the game is over. I'm not, going to run through 8 guys in that situation. So I know I just got to get the ball up, get the ball out, and give those guys a shot. And like I said, Ray made a great play, working in the back of the end zone.
That's going to be, I think, a point of contention with Kyle Shanahan and Trey Lance, that getting the ball out. He knows he's supposed to do it. Kyle wants his quarterbacks to do it. Of course, all coaches do. But for Trey Dibs, did you know you've probably played quarterback at some point at a high level?
Intramurals, Cal State Northridge, B League.
Yeah. And you were a pretty good team, right?
Yeah, the School for the Deaf beat us in the semis.
Because they went silent count.
And we couldn't stop it. It was all silent count all the time.
Right. That's actually how the silent count started.
Yeah, 14-8.
Yeah.
I made a very, very costly mistake in the red zone late.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh,
just
boy.
bad throw.
Yeah.
I should have just pulled it down and run it. But my coach at the time wanted the ball out of my hands, Whitey.
Right. So Trey, he knows that if he hangs on to the ball a little longer, he can make a play downfield or he can make a play with his legs. Because that's always been his nature. It's not that he doesn't see things develop or he can't get the ball out. That's just been his nature. He's capable of making plays if he hangs on a little longer. So I think that's going to be something that between the two of them, however long this relationship lasts, I think there's going to be back and forth throughout their time together on that.
And it's going to be both infuriating and enlightening for Kyle Shanahan, because there's going to be plays where, you could check it down, you could go to the secondary option and get a positive play. Trey Lance will have pulled the ball down, try to make something happen with his legs, or he'll try to force a ball and make a mistake. But the other side of it is he's going to be able to make off-schedule plays, off-schedule throws, and do things with his athleticism that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't. So the higher highs, the lower lows, we're all going to have to deal with.
Did you play much street football just with your brothers?
Tons,
yeah. Can you imagine what was probably like playing street football as a kid with a young Kyle Shanahan? The plays he must have drawn up. I was talking about this with Evan yesterday. Can you imagine that? For one thing, it would probably take forever for him, right, to draw up a play and be like, Kyle, come on, I got to go home for dinner. Run a play,
Seriously.
run a play. And he's in the huddle for like 10 minutes.
Run a play.
The kid's like, I don't understand what you want me to do.
All right, so you're going to go in short motion. We're going to get you going this way. We're going to get you going that way. It's going to be two crosses on the left and button hook on the right. And that's what one of the things about like street football that I always didn't like was the huddling and let's just play.
Right.
Just go get open.
Yeah.
You go get open and I'll try to throw it to you. Come over in the quick huddle. It's like, I'm going deep, or look for me on the right, all that stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Instead of like, okay, you go here and then you do that. And it's like, then you get the snap and nobody blocks. And so the play's blown up anyway. It's like, well, why do we go through all that?
Yeah.
Let's just play.
So typically, do you gravitate towards being the quarterback if you got a flag football, street football situation?
Yeah, I would try to.
You're the natural organizer.
Not a very big arm, but I'm kind of like a Garoppolo. Everybody liked me, and boy, great with the underneath and the intermediate stuff, but absolutely no deep ability.
Did you have a great connection with any of the neighborhood kids?
Greg Granary and I usually would hook up. Big target at Greg Granary.
Yeah, because that's the type of connection that Trey Lance is hoping to develop here with Brandon Ayuk.
Give the credit to Brandon. That's the work he put in. I've been saying it since, this whole spring, summer. He was locked in this offseason. I think he had a goal of separating himself and becoming kind of a different player. And he's done that, man. He's in a great spot right now, physically, mentally. He's seeing the game. He's feeling the game. He's killing guys right now. He's making some really, really big plays and separating himself. So I know he's going to continue to do that. And that's a credit to the way he comes every day.
On the Comcast business text line here from the 510, I think accuracy and consistency go hand in hand, but are still two entirely different entities. Some quarterbacks simply don't have what it takes when it comes to ball placement. Trey Lance does. It just needs to happen with more consistency, which likely comes with more reps.
Absolutely. And it will come with more reps. And if it doesn't, then we've got a problem. If Trey Lance, who's going to get all the first team reps, he's going to get everything he needs to get better. If he doesn't show improvement between now and, well, certainly the end of the year, but let's say the bye week. You got 8 games, and then you go into the bye in week 9. If Trey Lance is mediocre in those first 8 games, you could still be 6-2. The schedule is pretty soft on the front end, I would imagine. And I think that even if Trey is okay, your defense is really good, top 5. Some say it could be the best in football. Your ground game is elite. You've got the boy genius calling plays. You could still win games with Trey Lance being mediocre.
I really think that the news that came out over the weekend about how Trey suffered that finger injury in the preseason last year, and then he was really dealing with it all season long, couldn't straighten the finger, therefore couldn't grip the ball properly, therefore couldn't throw the ball properly. I think that had a lot to do with the fact that they eventually decided Jimmy was the guy. I really do believe Kyle Shanahan And I believe what he said last year towards the end of camp when he said, we're going to have both of them playing. We're going to, mix and match a little bit. And I think it got to the point where they realized Trey just physically can't do it. I think that changed the whole complexion of the season. Obviously, it worked out. But to me, it's always been a bit of a mystery. How come we didn't see more Trey? And I think that explains it.
And even, Trey's package, because we talked a lot about
good package.
What would his package look like, and we started to see it a little bit, and then all of a sudden he went away from it. Kyle Shanahan, and we didn't even see that in the middle of the season.
Right.
And maybe it's because the finger was hurt, and also you wanted to protect him a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
That's why I wonder about this year and how much they're going to have him run the football. Out of the zone read and other designed quarterback runs.
What do you think? What's your best guess?
My best guess is they don't do it.
I'm with you. I mean, we'll see it here or there with certain matchups, but yeah, I'm with you.
I would like to see Trey's package. It's fact. It's a fact. That's a throwback. There's a lot of package drops in there because last year was all about that, right?
Uh-huh.
This year it shouldn't be, but then again, it's tempting if you're Kyle Shanahan. Same thing with Deebo Samuel. You know that Deebo running the ball is a force. It's a great play for your offense, but you don't want to break down Deebo, and I think the same thing applies to Trey Lance. Trey Lance running the football is a very effective play, but you don't want to expose him to all those hits.
From the 510, if Trey can throw 7 touchdowns and 5 interceptions like Jimmy did in his first 5 games, the Niners should be fine.
Yeah. I mean, that would be good.
Yeah, bottom line is I don't think they're going to need a lot out of him if he can just keep things going on schedule and limit the turnovers, the running game, and the playmakers and the defense. I mean, it's a perfect situation for Young. We still call him a rookie, but he's not. It looks like a perfect situation to me for a young quarterback to succeed.
Yeah, but, you're going to be in a spot where he's going to have to throw the ball at some points.
Yeah.
And
that's when he has to be accurate, Dibs. And that's why I'm telling you, 65-130, camp or not, doesn't cut it.
Yeah, it doesn't cut it. But, you look at last year and against Seattle when he came in, 9 of 18, 50%, 2 touchdowns, no picks, and a QB rating of 117.1.
Had the bad finger and couldn't release the ball properly.
He starts at Arizona, 15 of 29, about 50%,
How many runs in that game?
In that game, he ran it 16 times.
Yeah.
16 carries for 89. That's the Trey Lance I think they're going to try to avoid.
I do too.
Even though 5.5 yards a carry, it's effective, and it gives you a very potent threat. But now he's QB1. You don't want to expose him to all those hits. Then against Houston, this is the QB they want him to be. 16 of 23, 249. He did have the 1 pick, 2 touchdowns, and a QB rating of 116.0.
Mm-hmm.
And he did run it 8 times, 8 for 31. But that is the QB you hope Trey Lance can be, 69.5%.
One more.
Damn good package.
One more. Thanks, Steiny. Steiny, I texted him Thursday, and he answered my text yesterday morning. And it's like when he answered it, I was like, I don't even know what we're talking about anymore.
He's off the grid. Yeah.
I know, but at least he answered. But it was like days later to the point where I lost the thread of the conversation, Steiny.
Yeah, he may not have cell reception where he is.
All right.
So it might have been a case where he came back into civilization and got the text.
Gotcha.
Not to defend Steiny because he's notorious for a non-response.
Yeah, I appreciated the response better than I used to get the response. Who is this again? So
Nice.
anyway, one more.
I don't like him.
One more from Trey Lance on the game. Finally starting to slow down for him a little bit.
I think when we say things slowing down, it's just getting better. For me, it's every single rep. Like every rep I take, I think the game slows down. And that's kind of the way I'm going about it every single day, one day at a time. And every single rep, just trying to learn as much as I can from it.
Every rep you take, every throw you make, every time you check to the running back, I'll be judging you. It's because of what we do.
Yeah. I know I've probably, alarmed a lot of people pointing out his sorry completion percentage in camp, but he's going to be a really good quarterback, and he's going to be a good quarterback.
Now, you don't get to backpedal. You've been burying him all show.
He's a bum.
If he can just throw with some accuracy, he doesn't have to be Kenny Anderson or anything from the get-go. He's going to be a really good quarterback, and I think they know that, and that's why the backup, nothing against him, but that's why their backup is Nate Sudfeld, who's never really proven anything.
Yeah. I mean, would you take a Josh Allen career trajectory. Because Josh Allen, his first year in Buffalo,
He's all over the place.
52.8%. 10 touchdowns, 12 picks. Not a good year. 67.9 it was his quarterback rating. Then he goes up to 58.8%.
Who was it that said who was the defensive back that said he was trash?
I'm not sure.
Jalen Ramsey?
Jalen Ramsey
said that Josh Allen was trash.
Third year, 69.2%. So he went up 17 percentage points from his first year to his third year. In that first year, he didn't play the entire season. And then last year, 63%, 4,400 yards, another great year. Would you take that sort of trajectory? Because
yes,
Trey Lance, to me, it seems like a little bit like Josh Allen, who played at Wyoming, not a big powerhouse school. It might be a slow development for Trey Lance.
Yes, I would take that, and I think the beauty of that is from the 49ers standpoint, that if he is struggling the way Josh Allen did as a rookie, there would be more buffers. They wouldn't need as much from him.
Yeah.
Well, and I think Lance is a little bit further along than Josh Allen was, too, at least mentally. A lot of what Josh Allen did in college was just his physical ability getting by, whereas Trey Lance has a lot of more kind of cerebral stuff going on for him in college.
They're in good
He's
shape,
ahead of the
Dibs.
curve.
They're in good shape. He's just got to be accurate, though. Something to keep an eye on.
Well,
They're in really good shape.
I think he will be accurate enough. Part of the need for him to be accurate is how do you call plays and what sort of throws are you asking him to make? I think especially early in the year, it's going to be easy throws, quick screens, quick passes, easy passes.
It's also the running game setting up those throws downfield and compromising the defense.
But I don't think
got to make them.
I don't think that they're going to set up a lot of difficult routes and slow developing routes. I still don't think they're going to throw the deep ball as much as fans want with this big quarterback with a great arm.
Well, fans, and I'm a fan, we want it every stinking play, which you can't do. So you're right. We're never going to see it as much as we want.
It's like when you play Madden, you throw deep every single time.
I would throw the deep ball here. Yeah, right?
Nobody wants to see him just check it down and keep it conservative, but that's how this offense is going to be run.
On the text line from the 415, those 16 QB powers was thanks to Trash-a-Hands play calling. I read that because, again, I think that explains maybe to a degree what happened in that Arizona game where Trey Lance ran the ball so much is because they were worried about his finger and knew that he was compromised in his ability to throw the football.
Right, and that was a game that was not Kyle Shanahan's finest hour in terms of play calling, but the offense was bad across the board.
Was that a little Mark Jackson there?
A little bit,
yeah,
and actually more of a Low Neal doing Al Davis. This is the Raiders' finest hour.
Okay, I gotcha.
Go to hell, Dibs.
Yeah. Coming up, this is not good news for NFL fans when you consider the new point of emphasis the NFL wants officials to be mindful of. I don't even know if Dibs can defend the officials on this one. That's coming up next year. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard, and it's sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. Charging a cell phone can be like getting a booster shot. A booster is given to enhance or restore protection after a primary series vaccination, which wanes over time. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible.
The voice you hear is John Bosa. Of course, he is the father of Nick Bosa. And does he talk to you about that Defensive Player of the Year award?
live on the free Odyssey app.
Oh man, that package is going to be overwhelming.
Now, back to Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
Whitey in for Willard. Dibs, little Whitney Houston for you, huh?
Love this tune. Yeah, big Whitney fan. Man, what Bobby Brown, what he did to her, just shame on you, Bobby. Ruined her.
Yep.
Rest in peace, Whitney.
Absolutely. Coming up here, Jockberty. Let's see. Well, it's coming up this hour.
Yeah, it is.
Yeah. Day 2 of the Summer Slam. Dibs won Friday. Just a thrilling match as he barely edged out John Dickinson. Guru briefly had the lead in Final Jockberty.
Yeah.
That kind of match.
Yeah, it was, seesaw affair.
Yes.
And I was able to get control of the board late in double Jockberty.
It was quite a comeback because I think you were below sea level after the first round.
I was. Yeah, just made a reckless, careless mistake early. But as you know, Whitey, having done Jockberty a time or two, the opening round, it's almost completely meaningless. It's just kind of a nice warm-up. It all happens in double Jockberty.
Ski now.
The ski now and nows are big.
Yeah.
And I was able to... I went chicken. Smart move on the chicken move, and it ultimately paid off.
What do you expect from Larry Krueger in his debut?
I think Larry's going to struggle a little bit with the speed of the game. The knowledge is incredible, and I'm sure right now he's driving in and he's getting ready to lock in. But, making his debut, there'll be nerves.
I think he'll be a very good player.
He's going to be a great player. I think tomorrow will really be a strong point for him. Today might be a little bit of a growth curve, but he's dangerous. The official Jockberty odds will be released momentarily.
It's always a thrill for me to fill in for Mark Willard because, of course, I'm a fan of the show, and I know listening to the show all the time that recurring theme, and this goes back to when you and I used to do a show together, you, for some reason, are compelled to defend officials, umpires, and that ilk.
I'm not compelled to defend them, being an official myself, and I'm about to embark on a season of high school volleyball officiating in the East Bay, so I'm getting ready to get started. I think in a week or two we'll have our first matches.
What's the toughest call in high school volleyball for the official?
It's probably the hand calls for a setter.
That's the equivalent of the blocker charge.
Yeah, it's open to interpretation, and what they've done now to the rules is you really can't call the double contact as strictly as we used to. So now you kind of let everything go, which runs against my sensibilities.
Right.
But it's the rule book, and so I don't feel compelled to defend the officials in all these sports, but I just it bugs me at how many different fans think that all the officials, oh, you suck and you're terrible. I'd like to see you try it, bub. I'd like to see you don the tools of ignorance and call balls and strikes. And we talked about Phil Cuzzy, and he had a bad night the other night. I think he was 91% accurate.
The last 2 days, the home plate umpires, and Cuzzy was Saturday, I think.
Yeah.
Ain't been good,
No,
Dibs.
they've been bad. And I'm now of the camp and in the mindset, you want robots? Bring on the robots.
Dan Dibley says it's time for robot umpires?
It's because calling balls and strikes, I think that the ball strike call is the most difficult call in all of sports. You're crouching down behind a catcher. There's a person swinging a bat. Forget the fear of the foul tip, although I don't know how these guys just stand there and take these foul balls at over 100 miles an hour off the bat right into your body. That in and of itself, none of you out there would ever have the chutzpah.
Yeah, but
or
I
the
don't want to
balls
do that.
it.
They get paid to do it. So just because I couldn't do it doesn't mean I can't point out that they're terrible sometimes at their jobs.
It means you should have an appreciation for the difficulty of the job. And I think that the ball and strike call is now too difficult for the human eye. You've got guys now throwing the ball 100 miles an hour with movement. You've got someone swinging a bat. You're supposed to track the ball coming in and in an instant determine the height and the relative width of a ball moving 100 miles an hour.
First of all, swinging the bat doesn't make it more complicated. It makes it simpler. If you swing the bat and you miss, I don't have to worry about it. It's a strike. Well, makes my job easier.
You got the check swing. There's the check. Does he? And you appeal. So now we're going to appeal to a guy who's 137 feet away, and he's going to decide.
That's the greatest thing in baseball is that what's the rule on the check swing? There really isn't one.
Did he go?
There really isn't a rule.
It's easy. Did he go?
Did he intend to swing? Well, what does that mean? Well, that's up to you.
Right.
Yeah.
So I think that the ball and strike call has become too difficult. And with the box on the TV now, everyone's an expert. So let's just go to the box.
Can we equip the robots with some kind of lasers for when they argue with the umpires?
Pew!
Yeah.
You
All right,
just
you're right, you're safe.
Yeah, you just burn the guy.
Yeah.
Somebody gets laser blasted.
The check swing is the only rule in sports where you ask the guy who's way further away. Like, you're at the plate.
Yeah.
Did he go or not? Make the call.
Yeah, the football equivalent is, pass deep down the field. Was it PI or not? And then, the back judge, hey, ref, you're 52 yards away.
Appeal to the
was
back
it PI?
judge.
You go to the
Yeah.
umpire. Hey, was it PI?
Yeah.
I was right here, but I don't know.
How often do you think it happens where the guy at first base, maybe this happened, game 5 last year, and the guy at first base like, I really wasn't paying attention for that instant. I don't know, but I got to call something.
They're always paying attention, but, to your point, how do you determine it? So now what we've all decided is the determinant is, did the bat go across the plate? Which I think is actually a good way to do it.
And I think in college it actually says that, the NCAA
Okay.
rules. But in Major League Baseball, it really doesn't stipulate that. It's
Well,
did he offer at the ball?
Right. And the only way to see if the bat went across the plate is with that overhead camera. So instead of the overhead camera, we're going down to first or third. To Kyle's point, the bases are 90 feet away from home plate, and the umpire is usually a good 15 or 20 beyond that. So we're asking the guy 110 feet away to determine whether or not the bat went across home plate. He's got no idea.
I do think that it makes the home plate umpire's job a lot more difficult when you've got guys framing. That to me is like the baseball equivalent of a flop. It's like, no, catch it where you caught it. If you're moving your glove to try to trick me, there should be a penalty for that, I think.
Well, I mean, that ship has sailed where,
I know.
And Buster Posey is going to the Hall of Fame because in no small part, he was an excellent framer.
Yeah.
So
I get it, and I would do it too if the rules allowed it, but I think maybe they should do, well, no.
Well, the only way to do away with it is let's go to the robot.
Robots.
And you know what?
Strike.
Fans are still not going to be happy with the robot. It's like, how are you going to make the box fair for everyone? Jose Altuve, Aaron Judge. Are we going to have the same box for those two?
Well, people boo robots. Robots don't care. Would people still, boo, you're a terrible robot.
You're a terrible robot. Your software's out of date.
Got to learn how to boo in binary code.
Yeah.
10011.
Yeah.
It's pretty good. It's a 2.
It's coming, isn't it? It's coming.
Yeah,
Robot umpires.
Let's hurry up and get it here because I'm sick and tired
It was really
of all
bad
the fans.
this weekend for both teams on both sides.
And just Carlos Rodon's wife on Twitter, every time that there's a blown call that goes against her husband, she tweets with the MLB. There's the graphic if you follow the game, like the game log or whatever, game cast. And, they've done it again to my Carlos. Let's just do away with all of this. Let's go to the robot and everyone will be happy. With P.S., everyone won't be happy.
Do you have to have a guy standing next to the robot to interpret what the robot says?
I think there still is an umpire there,
Yeah, okay.
and the umpire is basically given a signal in his ear. Strike.
Yeah. Okay.
Call that, Phil. That caught the corner. That's a strike. Do your motion for strike now.
I've seen better swings at the playground, human. Yeah. All right. Well, it was bad this weekend, but it didn't help the A's enough to avoid the sweep. Meanwhile, the NFL wants officials to emphasize something this year. And I mention this because I know rules can be a little wonky. This is going to have an impact on your enjoyment of football this year. The NFL wants officials to emphasize illegal contact fouls this season. So, Dibs, we're talking about illegal contact fouls by defensive players. Defensive players prohibited from contacting receivers more than 5 yards off the line of scrimmage while the quarterback has the ball and is in the pocket. But if you're trying to defend somebody at that level, you have to do it. It's illegal, but you have to do it. So they're just going to call it a lot more, which means you're going to end up with, and here's a pass. It's incomplete on third down. They're going to have to pump. Oh, hold on. There's a flag. Illegal contact. Number 26, defense. 5-yard penalty, first down.
Obey the rules.
You can't.
Then let's eliminate the rule that prohibits contact after 5 yards. Let's just let defenders clutch and grab and mug guys all over the field. And we'll see how enjoyable that is for you pro football fans when no receiver can get open ever.
There was a sharp drop in illegal contact fouls last year, according to Pro Football Talk. An average of 97 penalties for illegal contact between 2002 and 2020. Last year, there were 36. And I thought it made the game more watchable. I did.
You didn't even notice. You did not notice that they went from 97 to 36.
Let them play a little bit. Yeah.
So 97 total penalties.
There was
for
an
illegal
average
contact?
of 97 for a season between 2002 and 2020. Last year, there were 36.
So 97
was
across,
the average for each season.
Right. And do
Yeah.
you realize how many games are played in an NFL season?
There were more last year, and there were far fewer fouls called.
Right. So that's not even one flag per game. 97. If there are 60.
Roughly a third of the calls.
What do you mean, roughly a third
There
of the?
were 36 called as opposed to
but
97.
even at the peak, let's go to the peak of 97 calls. That's fewer than one per game. That's about one call every 2 games. So you're making a mountain out of a molehill, Gleason. 97
the
calls.
league is, I'm not doing anything. I liked it the way they did it. The league is the one that's saying, we got to make this a point of emphasis because everything, as you know, is about the offense. We got to make it easier for the offense to score more points.
272 games last year. And
tell me about it.
So the year before that, so there's 16 times 16, which I think is 252, 256. So across 256 football games, you had 97 penalties called throughout the entirety of the league. So one in every basically 3 games we had these calls.
Significant enough for the league to feel they have to make this a point of emphasis. And they've done this 2 other times in the last 20 years. Both of those instances saw a sharp rise in the calls. So we'll see in the early season. I just think we just don't need more of those. They appear to be quite often ticky-tack penalties, and they're bad for the flow of the game.
Yeah, and I agree with that. I think fewer flags in general leads to faster game, more enjoyment, and the rest of it. The big change I would like to see made is roll back the enforcement of pass interference. Emulate the college football rule of 15 yards. It's a 15-yard penalty if the infraction happens, 30 yards down the field. That, to me, is the biggest problem with the pass interference and the illegal contact.
Yeah.
It's down in distance. So you throw a 50-yard pass, you get a 50-yard penalty, especially if it's one of these, borderline kind of calls. I would rather see it be just a 15-yard penalty.
Well, whatever it is, whatever we're going to see, it starts for the 49ers Friday. And Dibs, I know you mentioned this earlier. Preseason is kind of, but this will actually be a preseason as far as Trey Lance goes anyway, worth watching if you're a 49er fan. It's almost like, wow, this preseason seems like it matters.
Yeah,
we saw a little of that last year, too.
A little bit of it, but I think this year even more so. And I would imagine that Trey Lance is going to play more than just a token series. I really think that he's going to play closer to an entire half. There's only 3 preseason games now, right? So
thank goodness. There used to be 6.
I know, I don't remember those days, but it was a little before my time, quite frankly. But
they didn't wear helmets or anything then.
Yeah,
but it was,
leather helmets even.
Yeah.
4 was too many. I think 2 is probably too few. 3 feels about right. But
really? Okay.
That third preseason game is mostly like, figuring out the bottom end of the roster now. So I think the first 2 preseason games is where you're going to see Trey Lance play the most.
Of all the 49ers, and I apologize, I don't mean to put you on the spot. Of all the 49ers who are no longer here or who are not going to be here, is there one that you think the 49ers will miss the most? I have one guy in mind. And Kyle, do you have an answer for that? Of the 49ers that were here last year who are either not here or who are not going to be here, who do you think the 49ers end up missing the most? Wouldn't it be DJ Jones? Aren't they going to miss DJ Jones, that run stopping?
Are you asking me?
Yeah.
Oh, okay, great. Well, you said Dibs, and then you asked if I had one. So
Yeah.
Okay. No, DJ Jones for sure. Laken Tomlinson as well at left guard.
Yeah.
In the trenches.
Yeah.
Laken Tomlinson is what I was going to say because you've got big time questions
you didn't have to
at guard.
take 2 and then increase the chances.
Especially after not being ready. Yeah. in the first place. But I think you're looking at starting a rookie at guard. You've got questions at center. Alex Mack would be the other one who you don't have, who you're probably going to miss this year. And
We don't know yet who the center's going to be, right? Now, Burford's playing really well at right guard in camp, but again, we'll see how he plays when the games start. So they apparently are pretty satisfied with the way he's played so far, but they don't know who the center's going to be.
Yeah, he's been running with the ones exclusively, so, you're darn right they're happy with it.
Yeah.
That, to me, is going to be the big question mark for this early season is the interior offensive line. You've got a young quarterback, not a rookie, but a virtual rookie. And if you're getting a lot of A-gap pressure, if you're getting pressure up the middle, and Trey Lance is not able to sit back and allow plays to develop, he's going to get happy feet. He's going to start trying to make plays on his own, and that's not what you want in this Kyle Shanahan offense.
What do you think they're going to miss about Jimmy G? Because he is going to be gone. Ian Rappaport today reporting that the 49ers are probably just going to hang on to him as long as they can before they have to let him go before August 30th to prevent his contract from becoming guaranteed. Jimmy did some good things. Or a lot of people, last Friday, someone called him Garpupolo. I don't know why that one has really stuck with me, but he did some good things. So what do you think they're going to miss the most about Jimmy?
They're going to miss his ability to avoid the parking tickets that you get as a starting quarterback. Illegal procedure, illegal
that's an
shift,
interesting thought. Yeah.
delay a game. Those are all what I refer to as the parking tickets, dead ball, procedural type of stuff. Now, the live action mistakes, Jimmy G was pretty good at avoiding those. He would give you one throw a game, a Jimmy Oh No throw, or Guru calls him Jimmy INT. Usually the 1 to 2 plays a game where either it's a straight giveaway or it's a throw. Oh, thank God we got that one back. That you won't miss, but just the way he was efficient in running the huddle and setting everything up. It's going to take a while for Trey Lance, I think, to command the offense like Jimmy did.
I would think that they're going to miss, at least early on, the way Jimmy got the ball out. We've talked about that, the importance of that. But we had Kurt Warner on the afternoon show a few weeks ago, and I asked him that question. And he said, obviously he's coming at it from the perspective of someone who played Hall of Fame level. He says what they're going to miss is the way Jimmy was able to bounce back and play so well after making a mistake. Which kind of cuts both ways, right? I mean, if you didn't make the mistake in the first place, wouldn't you be better off? But Kurt Warner said it was great the way Jimmy would make a bad throw, but then after that, it was like, all right, that's done, and he wouldn't let it snowball, and he would sometimes play even better, oddly, after he made the mistake.
His stats after a turnover were remarkable.
Yeah.
His ability to come down next drive and get a touchdown and avoid repeating the mistakes, and that's something that I believe Trey Lance can do, but that feels like it's one of those experience things where, adversity, going on the road, dealing with a hostile crowd, noise from the crowd. And, Trey Lance has got some early road games on the schedule. There's going to be some growing pains.
Who do you think is under the gun more this year, Kyle Shanahan or Trey Lance?
It's Kyle Shanahan, and it's not even close.
100%.
I think that this is a Kyle Shanahan year. Trey Lance is probably not going to be the MVP of the league. If he is, then the 49ers are going to win the Super Bowl.
Riddick said he's a dark horse candidate to be the MVP.
Okay, he's a dark horse candidate. He's not a favorite. And, we ran through the odds yesterday on Sunday's Bets and the BetQL Network. Find it on the Odyssey app and join us every Sunday from 9 to 1. Trey Lance is not listed among the top 10 for QB. So, yeah, he's a dark horse. He's a long shot. This year, for me, is about Kyle Shanahan. You've got a lightly experienced quarterback. He's only made, 2 starts? He's played really 3 games worth of meaningful quarterback action, and you've got a veteran team. You have an experienced team that's ready to win. How do you take an inexperienced quarterback and at the same time you have to coddle him and protect him, but you also have to be able to make the plays to win football games? You're not an expansion team. You've got a legitimate roster. So how do you marry these two different things into a winning formula?
I agree with you. I think there's more pressure on Shanahan, but I think the pressure is on Shanahan starting this year. Shanahan, the talent evaluator. I think he's proven he's an excellent coach no matter what happens. But if Trey Lance doesn't work out, all of a sudden, his reputation, Kyle Shanahan's reputation as a talent evaluator, there's a huge dent there, right? Because, man, this was the guy that you went out and handpicked, and it didn't work out. But I think given the fact that last year to me was an absolutely pivotal year for the Lynch-Shanahan combo, the fact that they, stumbled early and still were able to get things on track to the point where they were within a quarter of the Super Bowl, to me, Shanahan and Lynch have proven like they belong here, and I think you'd have to say they've done an excellent an excellent job.
Yeah, they have.
Despite all that, last year's, mid-season, and a lot of people even on the station saying, Shanahan doesn't know what he's doing. This is awful. This isn't working out. But I think they've proven that, no, they certainly know what they're doing.
They've proven a lot. They haven't proven all of it. And, this is Kyle Shanahan's cross to bear.
Until they win the Super Bowl?
Yes. Because what happened in Atlanta, I can't put that on Kyle Shanahan. They were up 28-3, and they didn't close out Tom Brady. It's a Super Bowl. They should have won. They didn't. That's not all on Kyle Shanahan in any way. Well, then you go on and you go to the Super Bowl, and you have a 10-point lead, and you don't win the Super Bowl. Well, that's more on Kyle Shanahan. But again, to your point, you got there. Mm-hmm. Not everybody gets there. Look around the league. How many coaches have never even sniffed a Super Bowl? And then last year, what they did after being 3-5, they're 2-4, then 3-5 after the loss to Arizona. You resurrected the season. You went on a run. You made it to the conference championship game. And, again, a game you probably could have won, but you didn't. I don't blame Shanahan for that. But now, what you said, talent evaluator, you've put all your eggs in the Trey Lance basket. Trey Lance doesn't have to be great in week 1, week 7, week 13, but between now and the end of the year, he has to look like a guy worthy of what you did to get him. And the only way that happens is if you coach him up. If he can't be coached up, if Trey Lance just isn't that accurate and he's not that good, well, that's on you as a talent evaluator.
It's amazing what success does to fan expectations. 2019, remember the year the 49ers went to the Super Bowl? Beginning of the year is like, they might be good this year. We'll see. I don't know. They got the Bengals. Hopefully they can get off to a good start. Maybe they can go 2-0. They won all those games. And now here we are thinking, wow, you got to win a Super Bowl. You got to get to the playoffs or you failed. I understand it, and it's a good thing, but it's just amazing how expectations change and how that causes fans to become dissatisfied with things so quickly. Case in point, the Giants after last year, 107 wins. Here we go. We're on track to compete with the Dodgers, and now they're still in the postseason contention, barely on the fringe of it. But now it's like, oh, they don't know what they're doing. This is awful.
It's expectations change all the time based on performance and results. And also, what you look at with this Niner team, they look like they should be good.
I agree. Very good.
I mean,
it'd be a massive disappointment if they're not one of the best teams in the league.
Right. If they don't make the playoffs. And I think that's where I set the bar. Football is a strange game. And if everyone's healthy, if you don't have any major injuries, you should be 11-6, 12-5. You should be at least a wild card team. You should be able to win a playoff game at least. If you're not in the final 8, then that to me is the disappointment.
Coming up next here, he may have the best closer song of all time. Did you hear the Mets closer? Have you heard what goes on when he comes into the game? He may have the best closer song of all time. What would be the worst? That is coming up next year. It's Willard and Dibs. Whitey in for Willard on 95.7 The Guy.
When you find the dude that sets the tone for your team, you do.
Willard and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
We're brought to you by Fremont Bank, full-service banking, no compromises. Here it is, perhaps the most popular entry music for any closer in baseball today. This is a song called Narco by Blaster Jackson, Timmy Trumpet. This is what they play in New York when Edwin Diaz enters the game. This has been going on for a couple of years, actually, but now people are paying attention because the Mets are good. And yesterday, somebody took a video of him entering the game from behind him as he came in, and it plays like a movie with that music. It's pretty good closer music, Dibs.
That was impressive. I mean, just fun and peppy.
Yeah.
And, but very daunting. Like you could picture, like an old fight scene in a movie. And
It
it's
seems like it's a gunslinger, right? Coming in. Yeah.
And he just comes in and it just, shuts you down. It's like you can picture a tumbleweed, like slowly careening down an empty, dusty street. And then he appears at the top of the lane with his pistols on either side, the black hat slung low, and you know what's about to go down. Someone's getting shot.
And the fans at Citi Field go nuts. I mean, not only cheering, but just dancing. And it's hard not to move when you hear that song. Here's a tweet of the day nominee. How about this? This is from a guy named Tim Healy. And he said, cannot be understated, Edwin Diaz's entrance music is awesome. If we ever get to a world where fans are allowed at games and Diaz really, truly is a lockdown closer for the Mets, Citi Field will rock when he comes in. Tim Healy tweeted that in September of 2020.
Wow.
When was nobody at
if
the
we
games.
ever get to the point where fans can come back.
Yeah.
Thank God we got to a point where fans can come back.
Yeah. Here we are.
It kind of feels like like a nightmare. Thinking back to pandemic days and when there was no sports. And then, we were talking about the Bundesliga and Korean baseball organization. That's all there was. And then we finally got sports back.
I got in so much trouble for talking about Korean baseball one time. What are we doing? But anyway, yeah, you're right.
How long ago was that?
Well, that would have been 2020, I think.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
During the pandemic.
Yeah,
wow.
yeah.
I mean, what are you supposed to talk about, right?
I know.
We all were amateur, scientists and doctors talking about strains and vaccines, whatever. There was no vaccine at the time. But anyway, it just it seems like a long nightmare. Like something that actually didn't even happen. Now that we're a couple years away from when we all worked from home and there was no sports.
It literally is nightmarish. And I know primarily that was because so many people were sick and worse, but just thinking of watching baseball games and there's nobody there and we're all trying to pretend that, it's great to have baseball back. And it was just so eerie.
Cardboard cutouts.
Yeah. That's not eerie at all.
No, it's super eerie. But to have the closer back and to have the music play and, Citi Field is rocking. The Mets are a fun time.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so who knows? Maybe we get the Mets and the Dodgers. And tonight, the Giants taking on, of course, the Padres at Petco. Remember, I think it might have been the first closer music. Trevor Hoffman, Hell's Bells, AC/DC. Yeah, that was one of the first, if not the first. That was a great way for a closer to enter because they'd open the bullpen gates and those bells would start ringing, start tolling. Enter Sandman, right?
Yeah, that's the one I was going to say. Mo Rivera to enter Sandman's elite.
Mm-hmm. Dibs, what would be the worst song for a closer? Somebody on the text line says Aerosmith, Walk This Way, which I guess because, you don't want to walk anybody, but otherwise that would actually kind of work.
Yeah, I wonder what would be the worst. Something, something that portends disaster for the pitcher.
Here would be if I was trying to pick the word. Let's say maybe I was a closer and a team was like, I want these guys to trade me. What can I do to get them to get rid of me? Maybe if I have really bad closer music. So this would be, just imagine this. My team's up 3-2 in the ninth, and I come in to save the game, and this is my entry music. Little Winnie the Pooh, huh? Probably the worst closer music.
Yeah, wouldn't really strike fear in the heart of the opponent.
Yeah,
Whitey, don't hurt him.
Seriously.
Yeah. Okay. There you go. So that would be one of the worst. Do you remember Rob Nen, "Smoke on the Water"?
Oh, okay. That's a great one.
Yeah.
I'm just looking at an article, top 5 closer entrance songs of all time. Wake Up for Aroldis Chapman, Rage Against the Machine.
Oh, yeah.
Bad to the Bone, Dennis Eckersley and Goose Gossage. So,
Really?
Yeah.
Dan Devone.
That's a solid 4. He should use that on the weekends.
Dan Devone.
Jonathan Papelbon, the Dropkick Murphys, Shipping Up to Boston.
Yes, that's
was,
right. Yeah.
was a very popular one. And of course, Hell's Bells, Trevor Hoffman, and Enter Sandman, Mariano Rivera.
From the 415, Tie a Yellow Ribbon. That wouldn't be a great,
that was
entry song.
Tony
Orlando.
Tony Orlando
Tie a
and Don.
yellow
That's
ribbon
right.
around the old oak tree. Now entering the game.
A little too peppy. You need something that's foreboding and ominous if you can.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, that's
Camilo Duvall is maybe someday. I don't think he's there yet. I don't think he's got.
Call Me Maybe.
Yeah.
Carly Rae Jepsen.
You have to have done enough to be able to say, "Hey, here I come, and I'm going to intimidate you." And if you just haven't done that yet, and I don't even know if he has an entry theme, but you have to have done something for people to notice what you're. Edwin Diaz is an all-star. He's on a great year.
Yeah, and so to have that sort of an intimidating tune to come in, like you said, you have to be a legitimate closer to have a song that accompanies you.
Remember Kazuhiro Sasaki for the Mariners in the early 2000s came out to Zombie Nation?
Sure.
This was great. Safeco Field would be rocking when he came in. This is a great one, I'm telling you.
This is a great one.
Anyways. Oh, there it is.
I'm glad you played it because I wouldn't have known the song just by the name of it.
Well, I was going to call it the Oh song, but I feel like that probably wasn't going to narrow it down.
How about these, Dibs? Worst closer music from the 408. Oops, I did it again. Britney Spears.
Yeah, that's a bad one. That would be
Santiago Casilla, right? That'd be
totally
perfect for him.
It's not my job, he famously said.
Can You Feel the Love Tonight, Sir Elton John? A wonderful song.
Yeah, but not
From the Lion
exactly
King soundtrack.
Yeah, not exactly a closer-esque in terms of music.
Mm-hmm. Hunter Strickland. Yeah, I don't remember Hunter Strickland. So anyway, it's going on at Citi Field. The Mets are having one of those magical seasons. So are the Dodgers, of course. But the Giants are still in it. The Giants still got a shot if they can play well against the Padres, which they'll have to do. And the Padres right now, for all the excitement over the acquisitions of Bell and Soto, they struggled this weekend against the Dodgers. So maybe the Giants are catching the Padres at the right time. Maybe. It's a long shot, but it's possible.
Well, everybody is getting cuffed around by the Dodgers. So this is a matchup of teams the Dodgers have recently dominated. Dodgers swept the Giants. Dodgers go in and sweep the Padres. This feels a little bit like a loser's bracket game, like an elimination game, but Giants need 2 of the 3 at minimum in this series. If the Giants sweep San Diego, I think then we can really talk about, a playoff push that can be made. If you win 2 of 3, well, I mean, maybe your playoff hopes are still alive. Anything short of that, it feels like it's going to be over.
Yeah, on the text line, no chance, Whitey. Season is over. Not yet. August 25th, 2010, the Giants were 6.5 behind the Padres, and they beat them and won the division. Right now, they're 6.5 behind the Padres for the final wild card spot. So it's 2010 all over again. History tells us you still got a chance. Dibs, maybe we need entry music for Jockparty one of these days. Can you imagine Guru coming into one of his favorite songs?
Yeah, that would be great.
Yeah.
And, hopefully he comes in ready for a bounce back. And Larry Krueger going to make his Jockparty debut.
Yes, Jockparty is coming up. Larry Krueger making his debut, as Dibs said. That's all sponsored by the Valley the Valley Transportation Authority. The Valley Transportation Authority bringing you Jockparty coming up next. Willard and Dibs, Whitey in for Willard, 95.7 The Game.
Football starts Friday. Fires, it is caught. and Dibs on 95.7 The Game.
This is Jeopardy! Now entering our studios, he's the 90th man on he knows the 90th man on the 49ers roster because he's the 90th man on 95.7's roster. It's first-time player Larry Krueger.
Larry.
That ain't right. That ain't right.
Welcome. He's paying for HBO Max just to make sure he doesn't miss an episode of Hard Knocks. It's Daryl the Guru Johnson.
I missed that question on Friday. Kyle is special. Jay-Z back there.
And our returning champion, the only illegal contact he's calling is when I text him on the weekends. It's Dan Dibley.
You're on the do not call list Saturday and Sunday.
And ladies and gentlemen, your host for Jeopardy, he keeps the stickers on his hats. It's Whitey Gleason.
I don't do that. Yeah. Thank you, Kyle Madsen. Welcome to Jeopardy, where, of course, Friday, the beginning of the SummerSlam. What a match we had. Dibs with the narrow win over JD and Guru.
Man.
Did that loss bother you all weekend, Go?
I got to get one before Steiny gets back. Yeah, so it did bother me. Yeah,
and we welcome to Jeopardy, first time ever for Larry Krueger.
Okay,
welcome to the game,
man,
Larry. Expectations are sky high.
I'm trying to represent my family and all the schools I went to and tried to graduate from.
What are the odds on LK Dibs? Because Dibs gets odds on who's going to win.
Yeah, I didn't post them today, but I'm always favored minus 175. Guru a hearty plus 190. It looked good last week. You're a long shot because first time, a lot of knowledge, but you're going to have to poke your way through plus 275.
Yes. By the way, this would be the changeover brought to you by Oakland PD Recruitment. Be the change you want to see. And here's the way the game works, Lair. We have $1, $2, and $3 values in the Jeopardy round. There's one Dibbly Double out there, followed by $2, $4, and $6 values in the Dibbly Double round, which includes 2 doubles. Game concludes with Final Jeopardy. So you want to shout your name to buzz in. Remember to phrase all responses in, Goo, in what?
Question.
Form of a question.
Yeah.
Sure. And there is the little rule now where you're not allowed to buzz in until the question or
until
the answer has
is
been
the entire
has been
answer,
given.
just like when you watch it on TV.
Which is tricky because you can't see it, but that's the rule. So yeah, our players going to try their luck with these categories in the Jeopardy round. We have streaks of futility for $1, $2, and $3. Feats of utility for $1, $2, and $3, and we have franchise mobility for $1, $2, and $3. There's one Dibbly Double out there. Streaks of futility, feats of utility, and franchise mobility. Dibs, you're the champ, so I give you the option. You can pick who you want to go first. Of course, you can go first yourself.
Let's have Krug go first. Streaks of futility, feats of utility, franchise mobility. It's very good today.
Yeah. So, Lair, choose a category. Good luck. Any questions along the way, just let us know. Let's play Jeopardy.
All right. I'm going franchise mobility for 200.
For 2, yeah.
1, 2,
Perfect.
or 3 for
Yep.
2.
Yeah.
Okay. Franchise mobility for 2. When Russell Westbrook was drafted in 2008, he wore a cap of this team, which became the Thunder.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who are the Seattle Supersonics?
That's exactly right. Guru off and running with 2, and he's got the board.
Very fast there. Very fast.
Yeah, a little
very
stumble.
fast.
Franchise mobility for 1.
This AFC North team used to be the Cleveland Browns.
Larry.
Yes, Larry.
Baltimore Ravens.
I never know when you're going to stop.
Who are
the
Baltimore
Ravens? No problem. Or the Baltimore Ravens is right.
Some hand-holding.
That's
but
the one. That's the one. You get one freebie.
We gave Guru about a dozen. But
Look at the technicalities here.
No, it's just,
I got the right answer.
I don't know the part.
The important thing is the formatics. This is very serious.
Yeah. All right.
And you've been on the station long enough now to where,
you guys are very tough.
Oh, we don't mess around with Jeopardy.
You don't mess
I got 3 kids and a bunch of problems.
Quick glance at the scoreboard. Guru 2, Larry 1. Dibs not yet on the board, but
Okay.
Larry,
All right.
your board. We have franchise mobility for 3, and the other 2 categories 1, 2, and 3.
Let's go franchise mobility. I'm hot. I'm feeling it.
For 3 to complete the category. This franchise has now won NFL titles in Cleveland, St. Louis, and Los Angeles.
Guru.
Yes, Guru.
Who are the Rams?
Rams is right. Guru with 3 more gives him 5. As I said, that completes that category. Go.
Feats of mobility for 1, Whitey.
Okay, we actually have
feats of utility. But
feats of utility? Is that what you want?
Yeah.
Oh, utility.
Feats of, it's okay. It's
that's
very
a lot of words in this one.
Yeah, my bad. Feats of utility for 1. In 1990, You saw him play 4 positions for the Padres, and today you see him hosting A's pregame shows. Who is Bip Roberts?
Oh my God!
Who is Bip Roberts?
What is this A's you speak of?
Thank you.
Yeah, wow. Look at E, producer, he disappointed in all of us. Yeah.
Bip used to be on the show all the time. I hope Bip's not listening.
I was going to guess. I was guessing Townie, but that's he's just the only one I
I was
knew.
thinking Dallas Braden, but he wasn't a Padre.
All right. So steal your board. Goose, steal your lead.
Streaks of futility for 2.
This team has not soared to the NFL playoffs since losing the AFC title game 11 years ago.
Guru.
Dibs.
Yes, Guru. Yes, Guru.
Who are the... Damn it.
Oh,
Miami
Dibs.
Dolphins.
Takes you down to 3. Sorry. Yes, Dibs.
Who are the Jets?
We're the Jets. Yeah, a little bit of a clue in there.
Thought it was the Jags.
Yeah, so Dibs with 2 now, Guru with 3, Larry with 1. Tight.
Tight. Streaks of futility for 2, please.
That was for 2.
Oh, that
so
was
1 and 3.
Oh,
Yeah,
streaks of futility for 1, please.
They changed their name, but can't change the fact that they haven't won the World Series in 73 years.
Guru.
Yes, Guru. Yes, Guru. Yes, Guru.
Who are the Minnesota Twins?
Dibs.
Oh, I'm sorry. It takes you down to 2. Yes, Dibs.
Who are the Cleveland Guardians?
Cleveland Guardians is right. 1 more for you, Dibs, with 3 now. You have the lead and the board.
Streaks of futility for 3, please.
Nope. Sorry. No. Hang on.
Okay, sorry. That's my fault.
This franchise has wandered in the desert since 1968, making it the oldest NBA franchise that has never won a championship.
Larry Dibs.
I think I heard. Was that Larry?
I think Larry was first.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Yes, Larry.
Who's the Phoenix Suns?
That is correct, Larry. $3 gives you the lead with 4.
What's the score?
Yeah.
4-3-2.
4 for Larry, 3 for Dibs. You have 2. At one time you had 5, but I don't want to bring that up.
I'll go streaks of futility for 3.
It would be feats of utility for 2 or 3 remaining.
You're going 3?
3.
Feats of utility for 3.
Blow it all, Larry.
Found
this
a
round's
diddly
diddly double. So now, Larry, it comes down to this. How much do you wish to wager?
1.
$1. And
has anybody ever gotten their ass kicked in the middle of this show?
Tempers have flared.
Yeah, we had some
Got pretty close.
I mean, it's really related to nothing. It's
a good question.
It's a good question. I just want to get it out of the way.
Yeah.
Those damn
Since we're
chickens
talking
are
about
everywhere.
firsts, all-time firsts.
In 2009, this Tampa Bay Ray played 91 games at second, 59 in right, 13 at short, 9 in left, 7 in center, 3 at first, and 1 at third.
Wow. No.
There we go. I wanted you to get it.
Who is Ben Zobrist?
Yeah, so
Ben Zobrist. All right, only cost you $1. That was a wise wager.
Very smart.
Yeah. So this completes this round. Feats of utility for 2. And here we go. In September of 1965, the A's Campy Campaneris became the first to play this many positions in a major league game.
Guru.
Dibs.
Oh, judges. That was very tight.
I think I got go.
Go.
Here we go. 7.
Sorry, that's incorrect. Dibs? Did you wait? You're okay.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
What is 8?
Sorry, that's incorrect.
I was wrong with the question.
Takes you to 1. So you want to scoop?
Why not? I'll go with 6.
No, I'm sorry. Also incorrect. He was the first to play 9 positions.
He played all 9, yeah.
He was the first to play 9 positions in a major league game.
That's a bloodbath.
So here's where we are at the end of the Jockberty round. Dibs 1, Larry 1, Goo 0. So it's still anybody's match. By the way, you are listening to 95.7 The Game.
You really are.
Yeah, KGMZ, FM and HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the Odyssey app. This is Jockberty. We're getting ready for the Dibbly double round. Quite a match. How do you think Larry's playing so far,
He's
Dibs?
playing great.
He's playing well.
Playing great. Yeah, I didn't expect edgy Larry, but I'm definitely, those chickens are going to have to watch.
I kind of shamed him into his last answer. I feel bad.
No,
but
and
he's still right there.
I think you should feel bad, actually.
Not that bad. But
What's wrong with my unit?
Dibbly double round. We have 2 $4 and $6 values. 2 Dibbly doubles out there this round, and these are the categories: all-time home run leaders, football films for Kyler to study, and 90s Niners, which is a category to Kyle.
Wow.
So that's kind of you never know what Kyle's bringing. Could be a wild card there. All-time home run leaders, football films for Kyler to study, and 90s Niners. Guru, you trail just by 1, but you do trail, so you get to choose a category and kick us off here in the Dibbly Double round.
You know what? I love all three of these. Let's do football films for Kyler for 2.
2021's American Underdog tells the life story of this Hall of Fame quarterback.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is Kurt Warner?
Kurt Warner is right, Dibs. You now have 3 on the lead.
Football films for 4, please.
Home Team is a 2022 comedy starring Kevin James as this NFL coach during his 2012 Bountygate suspension. Pardon me.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who's Sean Payton?
Sean Payton is right. 4 more gives you 7. And you're bored.
Let's close it out. Football films for 6, please.
As bartender turned NFL player Vince Papale in the movie Invincible, Mark Wahlberg wears the uniform of this NFL team.
Guru.
Judges?
Here, go.
Go.
Who are the Philadelphia Eagles?
That is right. Well done. Gives you 6 goo, and you're 1 behind now. 7 for Dibs, 6 for goo, and Larry has the $1, and it's your board. We have all-time home run leaders, and we have 90s Niners, the category to Kyle left.
Let's do all-time home run leaders for 2, Whitey.
On the all-time home run list, he's the only active player in the top 10.
Dibs.
Yes, Dibs.
Who is Albert Pujols?
That is correct, Dibs. Well done. You've got $9.
All-time home run leaders for 4.
He ended his career just 4 homers shy of 700.
Larry.
Yes, Larry.
Who is A-Rod?
That is right, Larry. That's big.
Toughest part, more specific.
4 more gives you 5, so you're in it here, right in the thick of it. Dibs 9,
clutch.
Goo 6, Larry with 5. And Larry, your board, we have all-time home run leaders for 6. We have 90s Niners, the category to Kyle, the whole dang category.
I'll go 90s Niners for 3.
For
2, 4,
for
6.
2, 4, 6.
4 for 4.
You're doing great, by the way.
Yeah,
He's
is.
tough. He's
yeah,
tough.
Really, really good.
Yeah. Here is Kyle Madsen.
Chew on this. He became the 49ers defensive coordinator in 1995, and now he's a head coach in their division.
Who is Pete Carroll?
You had to buzz in first, but that's
Larry.
good. Yeah.
Larry.
Yeah, well done. Yeah, who is Pete Carroll is right. Hey, you're tied for the lead now. Hey, you're tied for the lead with 9.
All right, I'll stay with 90s Niners for 6.
For 6.
Oh, he's found it.
Yes.
He's found the Dibbly Double.
First of this round. This is crucial. You're tied currently for the lead, Larry. 90s Niners for 6. How much do you wish to wager?
2.
$2. All right, for $2. Once again, with your clue.
You could call him the king.
Go ahead.
Can I?
Yeah.
Did you? You could call him the king of backup quarterbacks after he went 3-1 in 4 starts for the 49ers in 1996.
Larry, who is Steve Bono?
Sorry.
Yeah.
Who is it, Kyle? It's actually
Elvis Gerbach.
Elvis Gerbach, the king.
The
That was
king.
the clue was
Should have got that.
Bang, bang.
Should have got it.
Dibs 9, Larry 7, Goo 6.
correct. Still
Wide
your board,
open.
We got a
Larry.
tight one.
Yeah, 90s Niners for 2 left, and all-time home run leaders for 6 left.
I'll go 90s Niners for 2.
Here once again to complete the categories, Kyle.
He's the 49ers' newest Pro Football Hall of Famer.
Guru. I think that do we have
I
go?
got go.
Yeah, go.
Who? And I just watched it. It's Brian Young.
That's right.
I
That's
know
right.
loud counted.
Little haterade on what I want.
There it is. Okay.
9 for Dibs, 8 for Goose, 7 for Larry. So who knows? Could come down to the wager and final Jeopardy. But first, we have the final clue of this round.
Oh, you knew it. It had to be there. The second Dibbly Double. Daryl the Guru Johnson with a chance here to really take a stranglehold on this mother-father.
All-time home run leaders for 6.
Hello, friends.
How much do you wish to wager?
1.
Third
long, I'm running the ball, Larry.
Here's your clue.
It's a gun run. It's a gun run.
It's a total gun run. Don't give it to you, Chuck. We love you, Kyle.
That's a Jamichael Hasty special.
What about right? He's sending Williams in motion.
You ready for your clue?
Yes, sir.
Sorry.
Barry Bonds and this guy are the 2 players in the all-time home run top 10 whose first and last names start with the same letter.
I don't know.
Got one? Sammy Sosa. Sammy Sosa.
It's a 3 for your Harry Carey.
It's really
Good wager, though. Goo. $1 takes you
Smart.
down. Yeah, to only 7. So you're right there as we go to Final Jeopardy. So here, Lair, you guys have to decide what you're going to wager. Don't tell anybody. The category is the best of Jimmy G. That's your category. Base your wager on the best of Jimmy G. Let's see. As we know here, Dibs has 9, Guru 7, and Larry with 7. Another great match in the Jeopardy Summer Slam. So don't tell us what your wagers are, but let us know when you have your wagers decided, and we can go ahead and give the clue. You ready to go?
Yep. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Larry, you ready?
Yep.
Okay.
I'll let Kyle know.
This game's so much better in person.
It really is.
I know. All right. Here is your clue. It's the only team against whom Jimmy Garoppolo has thrown 4 touchdown passes in a game twice. Good luck. You get a little time to think about this one. The only team against whom Jimmy Garoppolo has thrown 4 touchdown passes in a game twice. Got a little time to think this over. It's been, once again, an incredible match. Dibs, currently the leader with 9. He's tough to beat in these situations. Guru with 7. Larry Krueger in his debut has played very well, and he's definitely in the hunt here as we wrap up Final Jeopardy. So we'll start there. The only team against whom Jimmy Garoppolo has thrown 4 touchdown passes in a game twice. Larry, what do you got?
I'm
in the form of a question, please.
Please, this is serious.
Who
now,
are
Larry.
the New Orleans Saints?
Sorry, Larry, that's incorrect. What was your wager, sir?
2.
2. Okay, it takes you to 5. Over to Guru.
Oh, Lord. Who are the Arizona Cardinals?
That is correct, Guru.
Yeah!
And what was your wager?
All of it.
That gives you 14.
Come on, Dibs.
And for the second day in a row, you have, at least briefly, the lead in Final Jeopardy.
No, that mean nothing.
Over to Dan Dibley. Dibs, your response.
Who is New Orleans?
Oh, my God.
And your wager? Not that it matters, but your wager was, Dibs, just for the heck of it.
6.
Congratulations! Guru!
Good luck, baby.
Guru!
Wow. Yeah.
By the way, Larry Krueger.
Yeah, my good luck charm.
Great debut.
What a match. Oh, man. Go figure. I still didn't get that Bonds and Sosa. I thought you said the player with him, his name
10.
started with a B.
No,
I thought that too.
It was a little confusing.
Yeah.
First initials. It was a little bit. I understand where you're coming from.
Same initials first.
Hey,
and
but I
last.
won. Hey, this was great.
No,
Yeah.
Arizona was the correct answer there.
Arizona Cardinals,
darn
yes.
it,
Yes, and he did it, 2 weeks apart in the 2019 season.
Forgot all about that.
And they were losing one of those games, I believe, and he came.
One
he
here,
dropped
I
it.
think. Yeah.
Something was like pulling at me like it might have been a trick question.
appreciate you,
Like
Kyle.
maybe
No
he did it
cheating
in one
either.
of his starts
Yeah.
with New England.
Well, he's only done it
which-
against 2 teams, and you guys are New Orleans is the other team,
Right.
But he did it against Arizona twice.
Yeah, something was. I was thinking Arizona, and I thought, man, had to be.
It's
to be New Orleans.
deceptive because Arizona's owned them in recent years. So
Yeah.
you're like, all right,
Yeah.
you kind of ruled out Arizona. I thought it was division. Then I'm like, we'll just go Saints.
A little analytics, Larry. We were doing this from remote, so I had a delay. So
you did not.
there was drama
You did
when I
not.
would go first and wouldn't get credit for it. So I said, if in person I'm competitive, maybe there was something to it, and I got it done.
What does Goo win, by the way? Does he win anything?
No, but you and I get
just
some
a
rice-a-roni and a copy of the home game.
Nice.
Which is always nice.
Yeah, second place finish for Larry.
No, it's a great debut.
Well, thank you.
I thought he had it. Which one did you miss?
I missed quite a few, actually.
No, that last Niner one. Niners 90. I was like, he got it. Which one did he miss?
That was
Gerback.
Gerback.
Yeah. Well, especially when you start talking about Niners QBs, and we ran through the list like last week or whatever. When you start going like between Jeff Garcia and Alex Smith, it's just a desert. And I mean, you remember all the guys. But
I'm trying to block it out.
Yeah, exactly.
Wow, that's a 4.
Yeah. How'd you do it, Goo?
I feel good, relaxed. And
How did you do it today after that tough setback?
I'm trying to tell you,
on Friday.
I was just relaxed and feeling good. Just knowing there's no defective unit. I think I'm staying within myself.
Stop. You're better than that.
No,
You're
I'm
better
just
than that. It's really gets me because he's implying that he's the only one who is dealing with a work from home delay. I'm in a 700 square foot house where my internet was spotty and I was able to win 83% of the time, but it was always Guru leaning on this. Oh, I'm on delay, and we could play the clip where you weren't on delay.
And especially baseball season.
Steiny,
Goo.
Steiny. Yeah. Thought he buzzed in first.
I'll tell you what, Larry, we got 3 hours.
Steiny.
Regardless, don't judge me. It's already a good day for you, boy.
Seriously.
Second, yeah.
You can't lose from here.
Yeah,
it's all
You
downhill.
want to play again tomorrow, Larry? You
Let's
up for
do it.
tomorrow?
Yeah,
I love
All
it.
right. What do you guys
Super
have
fun.
coming up
Great
today,
job,
Go?
boys.
Yeah, great job.
This whole Trey Lance thing, is it something or is it nothing? And then also the Giants still got action. And tonight I told Larry in the green room, I'm about to tell him, I thought I told him, it's like a playoff game tonight in San Diego.
It is.
And the Giants are a different team when everybody's back, and that's what we saw in two games against the A's.
Yeah.
So we get into
the
all
Padres
that.
have something to prove, too. They
And
got
KD,
humbled.
did you see the power move he's trying to pull? We'll
yeah,
get into
we
that.
get it all up in KD today.
Yeah.
Wow.
Kevin
wow.
Durant. Yeah,
Hey,
stay
Larry,
tuned, 12-3.
As you know, August of 2010, it was actually August 25th. The Padres were 6.5 up on the Giants. And here we are. It's August, and the Padres 6.5 up on the Giants. It's 2010 all over again. Or not.
Yeah.
I'm done.
Something tells me that's not going down that way, but we'll see tonight.
And that team was 12 games above 500. This one's 2 games below. But as I mentioned to Whitey earlier, 9 games with San Diego remaining on the schedule. If you win 8 of the 9, you catch them in the card. But it feels to me like if you win 2 of the 3, you can at least pretend that your playoff hopes are still alive. If you sweep them, you're only 3.5 back of San Diego. You're in it.
It's go time because they just got worked by the Dodgers.
They did.
So
Both
they're going
teams.
to be
Blake
angry.
Snell, he can be had.
Yeah. They don't have Tatis back yet, and who knows what that
Could you
wrist
imagine
stuff-
this move and they don't make it? Oh my goodness, the Padres.
Seriously, they could fall out.
We've seen
They
things
could fall
like
out.
that. Oh, my
Yeah.
God.
By
That's
the way,
pressure.
Goo, everybody on the text line loving your victory, and everyone on the text line loving the chickens as well, Dibs. Very
I appreciate it.
Yeah.
That's I thought Larry was gonna maybe throw a left hook, and I'm always fearful of the right. And I know Larry's got a
I
strong
sent
left.
Steiny
well.
a text. I couldn't wait for him to come back.
I am
So
standing
awesome,
between
Doug.
Dibs and the door right now, so there's no way
Although I'm
he's going to have to
dealing
get
with
around me.
an Achilles tendon injury right now, so I'm not as explosive getting out of here as I'd
He
like
got
to
hurt
be.
playing pickleball.
Yeah, not
We talked. I thought you
little
were
bit.
good.
Yeah, no, I am good. Just a little sore today.
Yeah.
I'm on the on the 7-day.
Not the rupture.
No,
Not the rupture.
no,
to
just
kill.
a strain.
All right.
Just a strain.
Rupture might keep you from out of here.
You didn't injure your pickle, did you?
No,
Okay.
nor did I injure the ball. It's critical.
Don't talk about that.
The pickle in the ball. Although I did get hit in the head by the ball, but I was able to fight through it.
Nice.
And I make my fathers under who cares, Larry. Dibs got hurt running to first with his softball team.
Second to third.
Second to third. I make my debut Thursday in Pleasanton. So,
Nice.
yeah.
Where are you hitting in the lineup?
Probably 4th or 5th. I'll call myself Sosa.
All right.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah.
Sosa, but you couldn't get Sosa.
Wow. That still was a tricky question.
It
Larry and
was.
I will talk about it.
I was thinking B.
B. It had to
I was
be with the
thinking-
B.
Yeah, I was thinking B.
Yeah.
Steiny and Goo are next. You got Larry Krueger in for Steiny right here on 95.7 The Game.
He brings the passion.
For what? I want to know now. I'm mentally invested. Don't tell me to pray and you don't say what for.
Great job.
I need you to man up and say what you really want to say.
Diamond, you're doing a great job.
And together, they're Steiny and Guru. Yeah. On 95.7 The Game.
I don't know if this is a good thing that I'm hosting, Larry, because I just got the dub, but you finished in second place. You are the lucky leprechaun for me, so I'm going to call you the Celtic today if you don't mind. I won't. I'm just playing.
You got the Cowboy jersey going
Yeah,
today,
you
huh?
know, it's almost that time, and
Now,
we
whose
got
is that? What is that? Whose number's one?
Me. I just, because I'm so down on the players, I just said, you know what, get Johnson on the back, number 1. That's it.
Could be a little Keyshawn maybe back in the day. No?
He was a pretty damn good receiver with not that much speed.
Right.
People sleep on Keyshawn. But speaking of Dallas, we have the great Mike Bassick from our sister station, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. He does the afternoon show. He'll be joining us and ask me why, Larry.
Why is he joining us?
15 years ago today, Barry Bonds hit his immaculate home run that everybody's talking about, Larry. And he gave up the hit, what was it, number 756.
Wow.
Mike Bassick was on the mound. We'll kind of rub his face into it. He's probably done like 1,000 interviews about that. But Larry.
Where was that?
Yeah.
That Houston?
I want to say, I think it was at home.
Was
Help
that
me
at
out,
home?
Sterling.
Was that at home?
Yeah, it was at home. Okay. 3rd and King.
That was a Dodger game. Was he pitching for the Dodgers?
That I don't know.
Okay, we'll have to look that one up. But
the Nationals.
Nationals.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I got all my right answers on Jockworthy, Larry, so you got to help me. And I got to tell you this. I thought we hit it off last week.
Oh, absolutely.
I was driving home, and then I hear you Friday with Alan, and I'm happy because we're all teammates. You guys were fantastic. I go, you know what? That Larry's a pretty cool dude. We got a lot to get to. We got Kevin Durant. He pulled a power play. I think he's going to win. We'll get into that. And then also the Warriors debuting. Did you see their new uniforms? Another addition
I did.
to Run TMC. Mully showing the guns. We'll get into that. I always like a team, regardless of sport, Larry, to pay homage to the old school. And TMC, they don't get lost, but I don't think they get as much love as I think they deserve. Tim Hardaway, Chris Mullen, and they were incredible, man.
Mitch, yeah. I love Tim Hardaway, man. Tim Hardaway was my guy back in the day. He was so brash.
He invented the crossover.
The crossover, but it wasn't just the crossover. It was the crossover that would leave guys by, he'd be 15 feet in the clear. I mean, my goodness, that crossover was nasty.
Now, last year, this time, I'm talking about Barry Bonds' 756 home run, Larry. Guys went out from the station, the Shaskeys, Bontes, John Dickinsons, all you guys were there, and there was one Saturday practice to where the world blew up, social media blew up, because Trey, let's just say he had a great practice. And I thought, and I wanted him to be the starter. And that was before seeing what was behind door number 1, because I was fatigued of knowing Jimmy's limitations. Now I appreciate Jimmy. But now all of a sudden, Larry, Twitter has exploded. Social media has. Trey, from all accounts, is not having a good practice. I was in with John Dickinson last week. He said this to me verbatim. Goo, he's not having a good camp, but I feel like the reporters are not saying it. Maybe they're hanging on to it for something. But now it's grown, and you've been out there. You tell me, because I'm in the camp of it's too soon. I'm not going to panic until week 1. He's still a rookie. And if he was 25 or 25 every practice, I still would say it's too early. Talk to me about what is going on in Niner Nation, because everybody's going crazy about good or bad camp. You say what?
He's in, it's weird. It's like he's making the same mistake kind of over and over again. His deep ball accuracy is better than Garoppolo's.
Okay, wow. I
There's
love
no
that.
doubt.
Yeah.
I mean, I saw him after practice the other day. He's throwing passes to Debo. He's dropping it Russell Wilson-like in the breadbasket, on the run, effortlessly. So he's throwing the deep ball accurately. He's throwing the deep cuts, like the 25, 22-yard cuts, with accuracy and with a good spiral. Where he's struggling is consistently on the 8 to 10 to 12-yard sideline route. The ball is coming out all over the place. I mean, there's been times where the receiver doesn't even make a play on the ball because it's so far off. So that's a lot about mechanics, and anytime he's got to take a little off, like, he's throwing at full speed, he's fine. When he's got he can really go downfield. The touch is even nice. But the sideline routes, 8 to 12 yards in that range, where the footwork has to be right, where the release point has to be right, where the window is small, he's spraying that.
Wow.
It's high, it's low, it's in front of him, it's behind him, it's circus-like. It's all over the place. So that right there is a little bit concerning, but you got to remember that this kid's got no, very little playing time in the last couple of years. So it's going to take some time. This is the great part about Trey is the upside potential. The downside of Trey in the present is that you got to coach him up. Kyle Shanahan is a great play caller. He's an awesome play sequencer. But can he coach a quarterback? Can Brian Greasy coach a quarterback? Can they bring a quarterback from A to Z and coach him up along the way and build the confidence? We know he can call plays. We know he can sequence plays.
He can.
Yeah, he's a great play caller, but can he develop a young quarterback? And when he drafted Lance, he basically called his own bluff. And he basically said, you know what? Here it is. Let's see if you can do it. And now we're going to find out if he can do it.
You know what? You said that perfectly. He did. He put the focus on him after basically he deserves a the Nobel Peace Prize for what he did with Garoppolo, the fact that he got to a Super Bowl and another NFC Championship game after that. So, Larry, I want to hear from Niner Empire. 888-957-9570. Send us a text on the Comcast Business text line, 95795. The thing you just said to me about those throws and the ball being sprayed everywhere, do you have that naturally? Is that something that you have in high school, college, and pro? Do you expect Trey to know how to fit those balls in those tight windows? And I'll say this about his delivery, and I'm not Ron Jaworski or Larry Krueger. I know he has that baseball wind up. So I know when that pocket is dirty and sometimes he's trying to wind, the guys, the defensive lineman can bat that thing on the ground. I'm just wondering, are those the mechanics you speak of? How big of a deal is it? The fix, is it a quick fix? Are you shocked he's not doing these things at this juncture?
Well, the 8 to 12 yard sideline route is kind of the layup for NFL quarterbacks. They're expected to make that pass and make it consistently. So it's not like nothing. But then also, look at Josh Allen. 50%, some like mid-50s completion percentage guy at Wyoming, year one in the NFL, 50-something% completion percentage. And look at the jump after a couple years in the system, working on his mechanics, working on his release, knowing the offense better. His completion percentage jumped. Now, the old saying is you cannot teach accuracy. But I think Josh Allen is kind of proof that you can improve a quarterback's accuracy. He's the same guy as he was when he came into the league, except he's had more reps. Trey needs reps. Where he's best, Goo, is when he's hooking up with Ayuk, because Ayuk and him have done the work. They've put in the reps. So Ayuk goes, will go full bore after the ball. He'll attack it in the air. He'll, as they say, go get it for Trey. But you can see the comfort that he has with Ayuk. They've done those reps. Now he needs to do them with Debo and Jennings and Kittle and the other receivers. And also he needs to hone in on his mechanics with his footwork and his shoulders and his release. He's got a little bit of the
baseball wind up.
Like hitters. Yeah. A baseball hitter has a little bit of a start to a swing, and some guys will call it a hitch. Well, some people call it a hitch if your hands are up here and then you bring them back and then you bring them forward. But all baseball hitters have some kind of start mechanism, and that's all I see with Trey. It's not an elongated hitch. It's not like Kaepernick, who had an elongated motion. He's got a little bit of a start mechanism that's like a little mini half circle, and as teams study him, they'll break on that half circle. Okay. So It's important that he cleans it up a little bit, but I don't think it's going to burn him because he throws such smoke. He has such velocity on his ball that I'd still think that just a little mini half circle as his starting mechanism won't be enough to make him like interception happy, because guys are breaking on the ball too soon. So it's an issue, but it's not like an end-all be-all. I don't think it's something he has to eradicate from his game. He just needs to smooth it out.
Okay, and I love all that, and I love the fact that Brandon Ayuk, who I was big on last year, is having a great camp.
Looks
great.
Do
you think the powers to be, and I think I can answer my own damn question, but you tell me what you think, Larry. Do you think they would want the name of the player having the good camp to be Trey Lance instead of Ayuk? Like, are they disappointed at this juncture? Because to me, I'm like, no, this is the rough draft. Do what you do, get the mistakes out. But when you talk about mechanics, sideline route, that's where good quarterbacks eat. And you talk about Josh Allen, his accuracy on the run is like second to none. Maybe it's behind Aaron Rodgers. But when I watch him throw the football, I'm like, oh, that's it. So tell me if I'm crazy. I've never been excited as I am this Friday. I texted you last night.
Yeah.
What is the plan for Trey Lance?
As far as playing time?
Yeah. Is it a half for sure? Would you be...
No, I don't think so. Not in the first game. I would say 3 series, maybe 4 max. I mean, if that happened in a half, maybe. But I think he's, maybe 3 series. I think, somewhere 2-3 series, somewhere in there.
And I'm not mad.
And then it's Sudfeld. Then it's Purdy.
Okay. I'm not mad at the growing pains that this young man's going to go through. We all know, we saw it with Mac Jones, Fields, the rest of the gang, Lawrence. My thing is about the bravado that Kyle Shanahan basically put on his back a target. Shout out to the shopping centers because he said, I can get him ready. So if Trey is less than stellar or we're like, okay, there's a bunch of room for improvement, as long as the team has success, I'm with it. I get it. Experience, he'll be greater later. But the team, Larry, if Kyle can't get through this kid to where he goes out there, and they say the quarterback is just an offspring of the head coach. So if there's a disconnect there, then what are we talking about? Because I'm not coming for Trey's head saying, oh, they got the wrong pick. I'm just like, Kyle, the bravado was you could get this guy ready in year one.
Well, I just think some of the
year
things.
Year two, excuse me.
Yeah, essentially it's his year one.
Yeah,
right?
yeah, I hate that when they.
It really
I
is.
saw that over the weekend. It is year one.
It sounds like an excuse, but it's the truth, right? The guy
should still be able to win Rookie of the Year.
Yeah, and the kid played 2 games this last year, but I would say Kyle's got to do a lot of the same things that he did with Jimmy, just for different reasons. Jimmy had problems late in the down. Jimmy had problems with the hellacious turnover. He was resilient and would recover and play good coming out of that, but he still made these boneheaded mistakes, and he made them repeatedly in some of the biggest games. So what did Kyle do when he got to the playoffs? Took the ball out of his hands, ran the ball. I think they're going to do the same thing with Trey Lance. I think he's going to be on a pitch count. I mean, I think that's the best game plan for Trey. Is you don't want him out there hurling it 35 to 45 times. Trevor Lawrence had a game last year. I think he threw it a ton. Yeah. You can't have that. This is a 15 to 22 passes in a game kind of a quarterback at the beginning. Run the ball. Lean on your defense. The secondary for the Niners is dramatically improved.
Man.
And they're pretty deep. Linebackers might be the best in the game. They've got a real nice front. Drake Jackson looks like he's ready to contribute. And they got a can full of backs. And they got all kinds of weapons. They got some of the best run after the catch weapons in the entire league.
I love it. Yeah.
So put them on a pitch count. Run the ball first and second down. Play action pass out of that. Give Trey some defined looks. Get him into a rhythm. I think there's going to be games, Goo, where he struggles to get into a rhythm early.
And they're
going to look like they did in that Texans game in the first half. Where it's
losing at half.
You're looking at this thing going, oh, wow, is this guy an NFL quarterback? But then there's going to be times where when he starts to use his natural gifts, and that means to extend plays and escape the rush, move out of the pocket, and then he's got a big-time arm, and you've got receivers like Gray and McLeod who are going to be able to separate down the field. I think what you're going to see is an offense that's a little bit more inconsistent, but way, way more explosive. Like they're going to go 3 and out. But then they're going to have a play where Trey, escapes the pocket, keeps his eyes peeled down the field, and somebody breaks free, and he throws an absolute bullet down the field, and it's a big play. I expect more big plays, both running and throwing, but also some get ready for some 3 and outs. And and I agree with Bosa, as long as Trey can just avoid mass turnovers, I think they're going to be in position to win games.
When we get back, we're going to pay the bills, but when we get back, I want you to hear a quote from a Niner receiver, and then you and I break it down, because over the weekend, Giants, A's, Giants, this quote shook me in a sense that something we've been talking about that was floated out, that I kind of dismissed it, a lot of people did. This kind of made me think it's a thing. I'll play it on the other side, and we'll get into it. And I'm not Dr. Phil, Larry.
Look at that tease, man. Look at the tease.
Yeah, stop. But the tease, I should have went to break, but now I'm coming back. I'm not Dr. Phil. But I know you can learn how to dance. You can learn how to get a jumper. You can't learn how to love anybody. You shouldn't. And also accuracy. You know how many quarterbacks have been wrecked by the lack of accuracy? I think it's more natural than a lot of people think. So
I got a good Dr. Phil impersonation, by the way.
Give it to me. Go, but we're almost up against it. Go ahead.
Remember he did the weight thing? They were trying to, you're a disgusting fat pig, and you got to push away from the table.
Larry, I'm going to give you an 8.
Did you like that? Do
it one more time. That was him.
You're a disgusting fat pig, and you gotta learn to push away from the table.
Wow, when we get back, Dr. Phil and Daryl the Guru Johnson right here on 95.7 The Game.
The voice you hear.
Reese's.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. No Steiny. Larry Krueger holding it down. We'll be here Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday at 1 o'clock, Larry. We got guest, Mr. Mike Bassick, August 7th, 2007. I'm going to ask you, what were you doing? Where were you at? But Barry Bonds hit his 756 home run off of Mike Bassick, so we'll kind of rub it in his face. Or is it a good thing that you remembered? Because that clip, all what you do, oh, my grandkids, look at me on the bump, but forget it when it was a homer. Would you like that or no?
I mean, I would want to be remembered for something that I did, not something that I gave up. But you know what? Baseball, 99% of all baseball players are forgotten. So if there's something in the game that you're remembered because of your moment, heck, you know what? You're being remembered as a Major League Baseball player. I think that's always a good thing, even if you give up there's no shame in giving up a home run to Barry Bonds.
No doubt. And there's no baseball. They're all hard sports, tennis, golf, all of it, pickleball. But to me, Larry, the most mentally challenging sport of them all is baseball. You fail 7 out of 10 times, and you bat 300. You'll be an all-star. 30% from the field, 30% completion percentage from a quarterback. None of that's good. But in baseball, that's just how hard it is, man. So I watch, and that's what makes me appreciate it more.
Well, I mean, the guy who I always think of in this moment is Eck, because Eck gave up one of the most famous home runs in baseball history, the shot in '88.
Vin Scully.
Yeah, to Gibson at Dodger Stadium. But Eck understood that, like when it came time to remember that, he was willing to go to Dodger Stadium and participate. Why? Because he's secure in who he is. He's secure in the career that he had, and he understands that sometimes the moment is bigger than anything else. And you know what? Yeah, it was his moment. He was the GOAT. But I love Eck because he faced up the music in real time. He didn't run from it, and now years later, he's not like, man, I don't want to be part of that. It's kind of like Ralph Branca with Bobby Thompson. Ralph Branca for years would be invited to banquets with Bobby Thompson in New York, and he always went, because he understood that the moment was for the fans and the game and promoting the game, and it's not necessarily this big negative on you. So,
no doubt. I'll say this, Larry, I was driving in, and I'm kind of proud of myself. I feel like as a sports fan, I've matured because I'm not panicking about Trey. I'm posting my flag in the sand like, you know what, week 1 is when I'll start to take inventory. And I'm not going to make a decision by week 8. I know, you got to go through your football puberty talking about Trey Lance, but I am sitting back just eating my grapes, feed myself, watching other people just go crazy over just the lack of accuracy, the quote-unquote bad camp, the interceptions. And before we go out to Redwood City, I'm going to grab Austin. I teased this quote from Brandon Ayuk. Play it, Sterling.
Like, the best thing about Trey, he walked off the practice field and he was still the exact same way today. He talked about it, talked to us after a couple plays that he wished he had the back. He comes in and talks to us the same way as if he were to hit a play. What did he see, what he didn't see, what he liked. That was on me. That was, maybe we should be here. Just still talking to us, trying to figure it out. But just level, even kill dude. So we don't worry about him at all, really. We'll look at it. He comes in, he says, let's take a look at it later on today. Do so, and then we move on. That's what practice is for, day 10. I mean, one thing I've learned is that you never know what these guys' arms feel like. The same way for us. We go out there, some days our legs are tired. They may expect us to break out a route and come out of our breaks a lot faster than we did, and our legs are a little bit tired, so we can't do so. So it's the same thing for them. We feel like was something that I learned. I get to see that you never know what those guys' arms are feeling like. They're coming out here and they're throwing a bunch of balls. So we just got to look at it, get it corrected, and then come back, get a day off, and get better.
Larry, I'm sorry. I'm going Woody Harrelson, Matthew McConaughey. That's True Detective. He's telling you something's up with the arm. Well, he said his legs are fatigued, and then he's looking at his new quarterback that his arm is fatigued. And you ain't the kid's young. So is this a thing? Is this something that's leading to the bad practices and the lack? Fatigue makes cowardice of all men. So if this kid is dealing with a dead arm this early, to me, I'll go ring the bell and sound the alarm. That is not good. And I know Ayuk wasn't trying to say that. It didn't slip out, but to me, I'm eating my popcorn how can I ignore that?
That's funny that you take that from that because I'm taking he's an even keel dude.
I heard that too.
I mean, the even keel dude is what he is. And that's why when I say I love the kid as a prospect, because they're all prospects until they do it. And you know what? That process of football, you have to be an even keel guy. You can't ride high with your successes and be in the crapper when you have struggles. And also, this is a young quarterback, a very inexperienced young quarterback who's had a lot of inactivity. You're not, if you're a Niner fan, you're hoping for the best, but you're not getting the miracle ride. You're not going to get this kid with all this upside potential who's going to hit the ground running and just absolutely be perfect from day one. That's fantasy crap. The reality is this kid's got a huge upside, but it's going to be a process. And as I said before, Shanahan called his own bluff because he didn't take the polished guy. He took the guy with the highest upside, and now he's got to coach him up. And so it's on him, and it's on Greasy, and it's on the offensive coaches and the entire offensive system to keep with this kid. But the even-keeled dude, and that's what I'm hanging my hat on as far as my evaluation of Trey, is that he loves the process, and in time, he's going to be special. So I think you got a glimpse of that. Are you mad
at anybody that's thinking like me? Because you're spot on with that.
No, not at all.
Because you see how somebody could get to that if they were hearing that quote like I had.
I don't think there's any question that Trey has been up and down and inconsistent.
Right.
But that's to be expected. How you respond. I mean, the one thing about quarterback, we all know it. I don't care who you are, Tom Brady, Joe Montana, anybody. The position is about, here's a bunch of adversity. Can you overcome it? So things aren't going to go well, and at times they're going to go really poorly, and he's going to miss some wide open guys, and his accuracy at times is going to be spotty. Can he get beyond it? Can he do the reps? Can he put in the work? Will he put in the work? Will he stay even keeled? Will he keep communicating with his receivers? It's like you and I have been doing a few shows together. We're trying to get on the same page. The same thing. Quarterback and receiver, they got to get on the same page, and it takes reps, man. It takes reps, and they're repping it. I would expect he's going to be really, really good when the bullets start flying.
Would you consider Friday them starting to fly? Because, again, not to come in here Monday and overreact, but that just means we're one weekend closer to Chicago. And to me, you talk about Shanahan and the pressure. There's more on him, to me, from the outside looking in than Trey, because it's the team goal. We're not going to know that halfway through the season. And if you want to give or try Trey Lance with the Brad Johnson portfolio when he was in Tampa, or the Trent Dilfer, that doesn't mean I'm saying that's what Trey's going to be, but we need to have a conversation, and I'm watching these horses come in, and the Niners need to be one of the NFC teams that qualify at minimum, Larry Krueger, for the playoffs. So that's what this is about. I can, again, that proud of myself, I can look at the bigger picture and say, okay, Trey, Maggie Seaver growing pains, he'll get there, but did the team still do what they did with Jimmy? And I don't think that's too far-fetched.
Camp stat. Just remember this: camp stats mean nothing. The first look in the preseason, I think you'll get a much better idea of what he can do. The other thing that you see in practice, that occasionally Trey will, look around, not see what he wants, tuck it and run. Well, I
like that.
Yeah, I mean, you like that.
Don't like that?
Well, I don't like it. I don't like it in practice. I like it in the game. I don't like it in practice because that means that you probably missed an opportunity to throw the ball. Get the ball out of your hands. If there's one thing I want to see them do, I want to see them get the ball out of his hands quicker. Get him into a rhythm. Give him some defined reads, some half-field reads, so he can get the ball out of his hands into the hands of the playmakers, so he can start feeling some of that success, so he can start developing a little bit of that rhythm. If he gets in a rhythm, I think you're going to be looking at a really dangerous quarterback with a ton of upside. But it's not easy to get into a rhythm, especially for a young kid who hasn't played a lot.
I love it. Larry Krueger, Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game. We got you locked in until 3 p.m. Coming up at 1 p.m., we'll be joined by Mike Bassick, former MLB pitcher, current host on our sister station, 105.3 The Fan in Dallas. I'll tell you what, Larry, let's go out to Redwood City and welcome Austin to the program. What's up, A?
Hey, what's up, man? Hey, man. Hey, you know what it sounds like to me? It sounds like Trey out there throwing ducks around. Man, you gotta get that. he better get that figured out because everybody high on him. They wanted him in this game how they did Garoppolo. At least we know Garoppolo can throw at least 8 to 10 yards to 12 yards for that first down. We know that for a fact. And I think Garoppolo was leading, I think, the lead in passes down the field too, if I'm not mistaken. But I don't know why we go out there and get a quarterback if it wasn't broken. You feel me? Garoppolo got us to the front, to the conference, and to the Super Bowl, throwing 8 to 10 yard passes down the field and a couple passes down the field. That's far.
I just think they wanted more. I think
thanks for the call.
I think Shanahan wanted more. I think
nothing wrong with that.
Well, go back to the Super Bowl. I mean, did Garoppolo play well in the Super Bowl? I don't know that he played well. He had a terrible interception in the first half. He had Chris Jones's face mask locked to his. He still
that was O-line's fault too, Larry. They start overpowering that O-line.
Totally, but I mean, don't float up a duck on the sidelines. That was a first half interception.
No doubt.
Didn't connect late.
Hit Kittle. They called it back.
Yeah, that was a bad call. That really was a bad call. The offensive push off on Kittle down the field.
No excuses, Larry. Calls can change the NFL game, and that was a big one right before half. Had they went in to score, but bottom line, Larry, they were up 10 in the fourth. With his shortcomings, or however what adjective you want to put on how Jimmy played in the Super Bowl, but then to miraculously, that's what I'll call it last year, get him to L.A. in the championship game. That's where I did my 180 on him. Like, you know what? All these so-called superstars in my face. I'm watching NFL Network, NFL Primetime on ESPN. All week I'm on social media. Dak, Kyler, Tannehill, all these other quarterbacks haven't even reached the heights of Jimmy Garoppolo. So that made me appreciate him. But it's like if I'm in a casino and I'm gambling and I'm hot at a table or I'm winning, you don't get up and just go to another table until you lose. So this move has some type of that feel to me, but I feel like if we were to go to Kyle's house, I don't want to sound like a stalker, stranger danger, Larry, and he had a diary, Kyle did, and I read it, he would say the public didn't know the game plan that I had to put together for Jimmy Garoppolo and his shortcomings and his mistakes. It was stressful. It was stressful for me on Sundays. I played the role. Nobody, he probably had a bottle of Jack Daniels every time he got home, like, woo, honey, we got the win. But I think that's what he got tired of. You mentioned it. I think that's what he got tired of, and maybe we didn't see it.
I just think he also got tired of the same mistakes. Late, over the middle, in a crowd. And defenses, you started to see it last year. Defenses late in the down are cheating in. They're cheating in the middle of the field. Why? Because Garoppolo's not challenging outside the numbers down the field. So part of being a great offensive player or great offense overall is make the defense guard the entire field. And I don't think they were forced to guard the entire field against Garoppolo. Now, what he did well at times. He was very resilient, but he repeated his mistakes. So, the hope is that Trey's going to have more upside, more ability to escape, more arm strength. It's going to take time, though. I mean, this is one of those things where, there's a reason that no rookie quarterbacks have won the Super Bowl. It's hard, and there's a lot to digest. But I think you'll see them, try to get him in a rhythm, a lot of run after the catch, force the ball out of his hands. That you don't want Trey holding the ball a long time, especially behind a line that may struggle at times at the beginning of the year with some new faces. They may have a rookie at both guard spots, essentially. Banks at left guard is essentially a rookie, and Burford at right guard is also a rookie.
I'm looking at Sterling behind you, and he's nodding your head to what you're saying. And I do agree with it. We're going to go out to Oakland and grab Tamir. But before we do, Larry, I'm just looking at this like, okay, the Niners are ready-made. JD talked about it. You talked about it. You went to camp. You looked everywhere with the different sectors of the team, and they got guys. This defense, much improved secondary, like they're ready-made. That shouldn't even be shocking because they were on the doorstep to go into the Super Bowl. But now, the one thing about Mac Jones and this world we live in, Larry, I really believe, and I'm telling you this, a kid playing at one of the most prestigious, talking about Jones, programs in the nation. We see him Saturday. We see him. It's all about Bama. We've seen him in the big time games. Had that kid had a six pack or been built like Terrell Owens, I think even though they were wrong when the experts were saying he was going to be the Niners draft pick, I believe Twitter and the Niner fans would have took a deep breath as opposed to body shaming this dude, thinking, okay, he's not built to run. He won't be Josh Allen, but he can move. I think how he looked is why Twitter, social media blew up and Niner fans were like, no way, no way. So my point is, give me the last guy that didn't play big-time college ball and just came here and got this opportunity to the NFL and was Terry Bradshaw or a future Hall of Famer. I think of our guy at Safeway. I know that's where he didn't work, Kurt Warner, but he was older. This is different. I just don't like
Tom Brady.
Well, he played at Michigan,
but he didn't play.
Yeah, you're
right.
He
sat behind.
But that was a miss, right? So maybe Trey's a miss, but you get what I'm saying.
How about Josh
Allen? We don't know what he is.
Josh Allen played at Wyoming.
Yeah,
he might be the best quarterback going. How about Mahomes? He transferred. Didn't he play at 2 colleges?
Yeah, all of them were colleges that we knew. You know what I mean? Like,
but I'm
even
just saying,
Wisconsin, you bring that up. That's different
Russell
than
Wilson
Trey.
played at NC State, then transferred to Wisconsin. I'm just saying that there's a lot of different routes.
So that doesn't bother you. His past,
the fact that he's an FCS, the fact that he's an FCS quarterback,
or hardly played, Larry.
Well, I just think that it's about to me it's about get the best prospect and then take him through the best process. And I think they've got a tremendous prospect, and I think they've taken him through a smart process up to now. But it's time to make it happen.
Right?
I
agree.
It's now there's a business side of this thing. Yeah, in an ideal world with no business side of this, you have Jimmy sitting right there and you just let him sit there.
And that's what I wanted.
But now Jimmy's making $24 million and you can't really have them both. So at the cut down, you're probably going to have to make a decision. I think it's going to be really interesting. What if Trey plays really mistake-laden football in the preseason? Or what if he plays mistake-laden football and there's a mini injury?
Yeah.
Will Garoppolo suddenly go from the side field to the main field?
That's all in play until they wave bye-bye to him, Larry.
Yeah, I mean, I think you're right. I think it's all in play. So I do think the game plan is to move him on, is to move Garoppolo on, but it doesn't. Ian Rappaport said this morning there's no obvious fit in a trade, but I think they're just kind of going to play it by ear and see how it goes. I mean, it does create a circus-like atmosphere, but there's also Shanahan's made it sound like, hey man, we're committed to Trey and going down this road, and that a lot of it's tied to the business side of it. That they've got Jimmy's money earmarked not just for Debo, who's already been paid, but Bosa and Ayuk.
Good Lord, you're gonna need
and several other guys. Ayuk's going to be paid next year, so I think a lot of that money that Jimmy, that's being paid to Jimmy right now, that's earmarked for guys on the roster right now. So I think the decision's been made, unless something interjects, a major injury, horrendous play at the quarterback position, something like that. I think it would take dramatic. Either a dramatic injury or dramatic bad play.
But he ain't going to be out there long enough for us to get to horrendous, do you think? Or could horrendous be what is Kyle behind closed doors? Hey, John, this kid ain't as far.
It depends.
You know what I mean?
It depends.
Does practice count?
Gio Carmazzi never played an NFL regular season game.
Wow.
Why? Because when he got to the Hall of Fame game, he had this kind of shot put kind of throwing motion, and they quickly looked at it and said, it ain't going to work. So, and this was a guy who had 4.0 GPA. He had a great, workout, strong, fast, tough, smart.
He stinks.
Bust.
Wow.
He was a bust. So who knows?
Let's go out to the town and welcome Tamir to the program, Larry. What's up, Tamir?
Hey, what's going on, guys? I'm going to say this first. I'm a Raider fan, so I have no bias with the Niners. But I think the Trey Lance thing, if the Niners defense is if you listen to the fans, they say the Niners defense is that good, shouldn't a basically rookie quarterback be struggling against a top defense? So that's a good thing to me. I play sports. You're supposed to struggle in practice. It's better to do that than in a game. And I just think it's a lot of clickbait, too. There's nothing going on in the sports world. Let's say, Trey Lance, he went 4 for 17 in practice, and everybody's going to hit that, and it's struggling. But I I just think it's more of nothing. Anything you're supposed to struggle and practice than doing it in the game. So can't be no worse than Jimmy G either. I'm not a Jimmy fan. He did a whole bunch of nothing to me. Honestly, it was the defense and the run game that did him. So Trey Lance can't be no worse than that.
It's an interesting point for sure. I will say this. I mean, the Niner D was pretty good last year. Jimmy completed like 65% in camp
That was
against those guys.
disrespectful. I love Tamir, but to say he did nothing, that's what I can say I was wrong about him. He wasn't Y.A. Tittle. But Jimmy, like you said, did his best work after he would mess up to help his team get the win. Don't say he didn't do anything.
You can't say
that's hate,
yeah,
Larry.
You can't say he didn't do anything. But
Right.
at the same time, I mean, he had an outstanding running game, an outstanding defense. The year they went to the Super Bowl, did he play big in the biggest games? No. In the last year, the games there for the taking in the fourth quarter, couldn't even make one first down against the Ram front. Now, the Bengals couldn't in the bowl either.
Okay.
So maybe the Ram front was just whipping the Niner front.
Yeah.
Sometimes the other team's better. They get paid too, as they say. So how much of that was on Jimmy? How much of that's on Shanahan? I think they both have to wear it, to be honest.
Let's go out to San Bruno real quick and grab Jim. Jim, welcome to the program.
Hey guys, thanks for having me on, and great to talk with you guys, with Guru and Larry. I love you online with all podcasts and everything, so great to have you.
Thanks, man. Appreciate
Hey
it.
guys, right on. So I just wanted to throw my 2 cents in with this, and I do agree with the last caller to an extent, and I agree with you, Guru, to an extent that Jimmy has definitely had his moments, definitely, throughout his Niner career, and a very high percentage passer, but we all know his limitations too. And I think that's the thing, is that there's this popular kind of myth that, quote, Jimmy took us to the Super Bowl, and Jimmy took us to the NFC Championship last year. So to say that about a quarterback, to me, that's like Mahomes or Brady or going back, Montana, one of those kind of guys that can put the team on his shoulders and take them to the promised land. Jimmy's not that guy. Jimmy is a sit back in the pocket, high percentage passes, short passes, and then rely on your running game and your defense to control things and close it out. Look at Jimmy's very last play as a Niner when he threw that no-look, eyes-closed interception in the fourth quarter against the Rams to seal the deal. And then they kicked the field goal, and it was game over. Jimmy can't handle the pressure, and he's not a big-game quarterback. And Shanahan had enough, and I've had enough, and it's time to move on. I wish Jimmy all the best, but it's Trey's team now, and enough of him and his fourth-quarter interceptions in the big game.
Appreciate the call.
Here's the bottom line, I think, on Jimmy. There was no downfield passing attack the last few years with Jimmy Garoppolo.
And I hated it. I hated it.
I mean, it's just, I know. And they hated it. You think Shanahan liked that? Listen to these numbers I got. Garoppolo's career passer rating when throwing the ball 30-plus yards down the field, 35.3. Balls thrown 30-plus yards down the field from Jimmy Garoppolo since 2014. On those balls, he's 5 of 30, 264 yards, 1 touchdown, 5 picks. His downfield passing percentage, completion percentage, 16.7%.
Yikes.
That is the worst among 54 quarterbacks with 30-plus attempts. The league average was 31% on such throws. He's completing 16%. There's no downfield passing game with Jimmy Garoppolo.
Take out that Saints game on the road. Remember that? It's probably worse than that. I'm being.
It wasn't just the turnovers. It wasn't just the injuries. There was no downfield passing attack to speak of.
I tried.
Larry, when we get back, we're going to be joined by Mike Bassick. We're going to have some fun with him. Former MLB pitcher and current radio host on 105.3 The Fan in Dallas is Larry Krueger and Daryl the Guru Johnson right here on 95.7 The Game. Are you a commercial property owner or management working on 2022 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repairs, maintenance, painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
No one. the free Odyssey app.
Deals. And Bonds hits one high. Hits it deep. It is out of here. 7:56. Bonds stands alone. He is on top of the all-time home run list. What a special moment for Barry Bonds. And what a special moment for these fans here in San Francisco.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny today. Larry Krueger holding it down. I'm Daryl the Guru Johnson, and it is my pleasure, Larry. We got company. We got a big boy on the line, and that is Mike Bassick from 105.3 The Fan in Dallas, former MLB pitcher. And Mike, we were just talking about you like, you know what? Is it a bad thing that he's remembered for giving up 756 to Barry? Can you tell us what that morning was like? Did you say, honey, before I left, kiss the kids, I can do anything but give up a homer?
Yeah, it's funny. I didn't talk to my wife about it. She loves me, but she's just like, hey, baseball's baseball. I talked to my father, I can remember, around San Francisco area, midday around lunch, and he was like, hey, man, go after him. If he hits a home run off of you, I know everybody will probably remember that, but if he goes 0 for 3, nobody will remember, but I'll remember. So, I went after him with, I guess, my best stuff. It wasn't good enough that day. I think he was a triple away from the cycle off of me, so I wasn't like the other two at-bats I did any better, except it just didn't go out of the ballpark. But it was just, I didn't have my best stuff that day, and, Barry Bonds is arguably the greatest hitter of all time, and 3-2 right down the middle wasn't the best pitch.
Well, I'll tell you, man, but you are now going to be remembered in baseball history. But let's talk about pitching to Barry Bonds, because let's talk about what Barry Bonds did. Barry Bonds planted himself as close as he could to the plate, and he was sitting there with that elbow armor, and he just had the courage of the greatest courage of all time, because he was right on the plate, and if you pitched him right in on the elbow, he could deflect it with that hard shield. I mean, he was like Captain America up there.
Yeah, I accidentally in 2002, when I was on the Mets, I hit him in an at-bat, and I wasn't meaning to. It's just that he's really close to the plate, and if you did miss on the plate his hand-eye coordination and bat speed and everything was good enough and easy enough to get to that pitch, keep the ball, inside that foul line and hit it into, the water out there. So he was just... He was, I just can remember going, the way I felt like in high school when, you're a kid and you just don't, it's just really not a lot of competition when you're as good as a lot of professional athletes are in high school. And I'm looking at it and I'm going, this is still high school to Barry Bonds in some aspects. And for all of us that make it to that top 1%, it becomes really difficult to be successful on a daily basis. And he still was pretty much, even in 2007, I can't remember his on-base percentage, but I looked at it recently and I was like, dude, it was still 45 or 46% or something crazy that he was getting on base in his last year ever in the major leagues.
Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. It's our pleasure to welcome Mike Bassick to the program. 15 years ago yesterday, Mike gave up Barry Bonds' 756 home run. And I'm going to say something to you, Mike, because you talked about how great Barry was. We all know it, and I'm offended. I'm not a former player. But David Ortiz being a first ballot Hall of Famer, Barry not in, Clemens, A-Rod. Your thoughts on that? I just think that was a black eye for Major League Baseball.
You're right. It's not right. Either, I think, and I don't think they should do this, they either have to say, hey, kind of everybody who played from about 1988 to 2003, nobody gets in because we know there was major steroid use in the sport. We didn't test for it, and nobody can get in. We have to almost discount years 1988 through 2003, no matter who you are. We assume steroids. I don't think he did. So too bad you don't get in, because we can only count your career from 1982 to 1987. About in 1988, we know that the Bash brothers in Oakland, along with, it started happening here in Texas too. Like, you could start seeing the change in body structures and what was happening in the game of baseball. But if you're going to allow other people in that we know were steroid users, then I do think that Barry Bonds and Roger Clemens and a guy like Rafael Palmeiro, who has 500 homers and 3,000 hits, like, these guys should be in. It was a time where we didn't test. It was illegal, but it wasn't tested for, and you just have to say, look, it is what it is. But those guys were still unbelievable at what they did in the sport.
Well, to me, it's like once C-League went in, I mean, who had more power to enact change and eradicate the whole PED era? The players or Bud? Bud made fat cash, and now he's in the Hall, and Bonds and Clemens are on the outside looking in. They had genius talent. He sold cars. Let me throw this one, though. This is amazing. Your dad pitched in the big leagues. You're a second-generation big leaguer. Your dad pitched for the Rangers and the Twins. I didn't realize this. I just looked this up while we were talking. Your dad pitched to Hank Aaron when Aaron was sitting on 755. Theoretically, you and your dad both could have given up 756. You to Bonds and him to Aaron. I mean, that in itself is just absolutely almost mind-blowing.
That would have been really crazy. And I talked to my dad about that, and he just said, Hank Aaron at that point wasn't Hank Aaron anymore. Obviously, he didn't hit another home run, but he said at that point my dad said Hank was more of a slider hitter at that point at around 40 years old, is that if you threw a slider, he could obviously hook it and hit a homer. But at that point, it was a little bit different facing Hank Aaron on the Brewers than it was facing Hank Aaron, obviously, in the 50s and 60s and maybe even early 70s. But, yeah, it's crazy that he faced Hank Aaron at 755, and I faced Barry Bonds at 755. And what's interesting is I get why Barry Bonds stopped playing / retired / kind of a little bit of a blackball in the game, and how much people were willing to pay him and take him on and everything. But if you look at where he was still at in his career and what he could have done, I think he would have easily got to 800 home runs. He easily had 2 more years in him. Let's just be conservative and say 25 home runs a year. And if he would have gone to another team and gone to, let's say, a home run friendly park, let's just say here in Texas, if he would have signed with the Rangers and been at the old ballpark in Arlington, he might have hit 40 home runs in 2008 at that ballpark.
Right. No, he, and then, of course, if we want to grow this argument, Willie Mays played his entire career, never played in a park that was suited for him, lost 2 years of his prime in the military. Who knows? I mean, Willie Mays could have been the all-time home run king if we, if we kind of look at the numbers and kind of examine it. But it's amazing. How often does Bonds come up when you're talking about your career and people are talking about, what you accomplished and your great memories that you had from your career? How often does Bonds come up? Do people bring it up to you, or do you wind up bringing it up to them?
A little bit of both. I think that people that know that I played Major League Baseball will ask me about it, and then people that are like, oh, you played Major League Baseball, this and that, then sometimes I'll be like, well, kind of the only thing I'm known for, because they don't give out, plaques for getting 10-hole wins in the major leagues for a career, is I'll be like, oh, I was the guy on the mound that, gave up the home run to Barry Bonds when he broke Hank Aaron's record. But I try to not say that a whole bunch, but every once in a while I might tell somebody, that was me, or somebody who knows me when I'm meeting somebody, say, and he's the guy who did this, and I'm like, yeah, I'm the guy who did that. So,
Mike, we don't have to tell you that Trey Lance is taking over for Jimmy Garoppolo, and in training camp, people are panicking because he hasn't had the best practices. And I listen to your guys' station all the time. My dad's from Bullard, Texas. My first game was at Cowboy Stadium. I'm in a Cowboy jersey now. Going back, I got to get this off my chest. I told my partner I'm getting side-eyed in here because I got the jersey on. I am so
he's wearing a Cowboy jersey in downtown San Francisco.
Listen, Mike.
Good luck.
I am so down on Dak Prescott. It's over. It's finished. He's not the guy. He doesn't read it. And Jimmy tried to give the Cowboys the game. Dak had 3 timeouts. He had enough time, and the drive stalled. Tell me why anybody should still have faith in Dak. Mike, he doesn't read it. I've seen enough.
I don't want to disagree with you too hard. I am not a guy who's a huge Dak guy. I don't dislike him. I think he's a good quarterback. I think if somebody wants to talk about Dak Prescott and tell me he's a top 10 quarterback, if you're telling me he's like 8th, 9th, or 10th, I'm not going to argue. I'll be like, hey, I see that. If somebody says, he's a little bit better than average, he's like the 13th or 14th best quarterback, I'm like, I hear you. I understand. I don't think he's ever going to be a top 5 quarterback in the NFL. He's just not as talented as Patrick Mahomes or Josh Allen or, Herbert, who I think is going to have a great year this year. I just think that he's a guy that lives in that good quarterback range, and to be a successful championship team, and San Francisco almost pulled it off in 2017, is you have to have a phenomenal defense and you have to have a ball control offense. And the Cowboys don't have that. And then when you're paying your quarterback $40 million, it's really tough to do. I'm not a big Jerry Jones fan, but when you are paying that much money to a quarterback, it's tough to say, and we're going to have a premium defense with a good offensive line who can control the ball so we don't have you making all the mistakes. I just got through being at training camp in Oxnard, California, and pretty much Dak is what he is. He's accurate to the point of he hits people that are catchable balls. But when you watch CeeDee Lamb or you watch the new kid Tolbert, the third-round pick, they always, whenever they're going across the field, and this hurts CeeDee Lamb tremendously, is they have to slow down or they have to go to their knees to catch the ball. So it's still a completion. So when you look at the box score and you see, he was 22 of 31. What are you guys upset about? You're like, dude, if that's an 8-yard route, if he hits them in stride the way Patrick Mahomes hits like a Tyreek Hill, that turns 8 yards into 38 yards. But when you have to have that guy drag his back foot or catch it on his back hip, the play's over. It's just an 8-yard completion.
Mike, how much pressure pressure was there on you as a young kid, knowing that your dad had pitched in the big leagues to reach that level? I mean, it's baseball. My kids play, and it's so pressure ridden. It's so difficult. Yeah. It starts to funnel, in junior high and high school. It's really hard to play here in California. Anything above, varsity high school baseball's difficult, and then it funnels even more from there. But I mean, did you feel that pressure as a young man to say, you know what, my dad pitched in the big leagues, and that's the expectation?
My dad is my hero and now my best friend, and he's a great dad, and I just so much wanted to be like him, and honestly, the competitiveness in me and maybe in the Bassick family wanted to be better than him, so I never saw it. I think it's a great question, and I wonder this. For me, my dad was he was a guy who made the big leagues, a guy who stayed around the major leagues for 5 seasons. And so maybe I didn't feel as much pressure as maybe a guy like, now he ended up being great, like Bobby Bonds was a great player, and, Barry exceeded that. But I just always wonder about the guys when you're LeBron James's kid, like that's tough. You're never going to be as a top 5 player in the history of basketball. So I just wonder the pressure there. But I loved sports, and I loved baseball so much. I never felt like it was, I have to do this, or if I don't do this, I'm a failure. I wish my career was better. There's always times where I'm watching games today and going, God, what if I would have developed that pitch? What if I would have done this? What if I would have changed my arm angle? Would it have been any different? What if I wouldn't have got traded? So I do question things, and if I could have done things differently, but I know I worked hard. I tried my best. I pretty much got the most out of my talents. Maybe the opportunities weren't as great as I would hoped for them to be, but I think growing up, I usually, this isn't the best thing that I'm saying here, but sometimes I just tell my dad to shut up and let me play. And now I have 2 boys who play baseball, and I actually have my dad teach them pitching, and I have a guy who used to play in the major leagues, one of my high school teammates, Chad Allen, teach them hitting, because they don't really want to listen to me. They just want me to throw batting practice or hit them ground balls. So I try to get other guys that I really trust to teach them, because I'm just dad at times to them.
Love it. Mike, we know you're busy, man. Thank you so much. We appreciate your time and all your information. Have a good day, man.
Thanks, guys.
Thanks, Mike.
Mike Bassick, former MLB pitcher and current sports talk radio host at 105.3 The Fan. And again, we had him on because 15 years ago yesterday, Larry, he gave up 756. And that's incredible that his dad could have done it before him. Well, you just found that.
I just saw it. I'm reading that, Mike. Is that possible? Would you rather have not be remembered, like be totally forgotten,
I
or be remembered for something that you did that wasn't necessarily good. Like this guy, obviously, as a pitcher, you're not trying to give up a home run, so you could say he's remembered for something that he, was trying
Honestly,
to.
Larry,
he's trying to avoid, but he's going to be remembered.
I think it would be cool. I
To
think
be
it would-
remembered.
because I'm not the only one. 755 other guys did it,
Right, there's
and
no
I was the
shame
guy,
in it.
trying to get him out. But he'll live forever. He'll do. This is his anniversary. Or yesterday it was. This will go on forever. So it's kind of cool to just the part of this is. He was a major league pitcher. He had the stuff. Okay, Barry took you deep, and it happened to be the one. But now he's kind of, he'll do this every year. I think it's cool.
Yeah, no, I do too. I think anything that makes you part of baseball history, that's almost like, dude, you're in a select group of people. Most players are totally forgotten about.
That's wow.
He's going to have this like kind of this little subplot to his career that is always going to be with him.
It's Larry Krueger, Daryl the Guru Johnson on Steiny and Guru. Got you locked in until 3 p.m. You asked something about the father-son thing, and I find it fascinating. To me, I look at the greatest duos when it comes to fathers and sons, that pressure, the ones that didn't work. Jordan's kids.
Pete Rose
Charlie
Jr.
Woods looks like he's got some action. His dad was a great in regard to golf. But I'm thinking of the guy that his dad was just as good. And I know Barry and Bobby, they're at the top. But the Griffeys, to me, would be the one that I would go hand him the award. I know Dale and Steph, but Dale wasn't in Steph's category. He was an NBA player, so that's a feat in itself. But Larry, the Griffeys together, Ken Griffey Sr. was a badass to me, and then have your son come be what he was, Junior. I think they may get the award if
the greatest father-son duo.
Yeah, like
the
equal.
greatest father-son
in any sport
combined war is Barry and Bobby.
Okay.
But that's not a surprise, right?
Because I think a lot of Barry than Bobby, but Bobby was a good player.
Yeah, and there's others. The Boons.
Yeah.
Bob
them?
Boone was one of the best catchers in the 70s.
How about the Berries? He's got a few of them in the league. Rick.
Yeah, that's right. Rick's one of the great sires of basketball
But his
players.
sons played, but none of them with the portfolio of Rick or close to it.
I do always wonder kind of if Brent Barry
pressure.
had ever been allowed to just run the point.
Interesting.
Could Brent Barry have been a greater player, held in higher regard? Because he was magical.
He had athletic. He could do everything.
6'7", unbelievable
They
handle.
weren't bombing threes then either in his era.
No, but there's John Barry, there's Rick. Rick,
Scooter.
obviously, Scooter. He's got his kid Canyon. He played on the Warrior Summer League team a couple years ago. So, Rick. But yes, first of all, how do you beat Dell, Steph, and Seth? Look what's. I
hadn't even thought of the triplets.
And if you go career earnings, I think the Currys probably will wind up winning that because Seth is making a bankload of cash, and obviously Steph is the greatest shooter of all time.
Yeah, let's go out to the city. We are in the city, and welcome Rico to the program. What's up, Rico?
How are you guys doing? Can you hear me?
Yeah, we got you.
Hey, so I just want to dial in on this 49er thing. I've been a fan all my life, and what a year for them to go cheap to get some guys on that offensive line. I've been to training camp twice already. It seems like Trey's running for his life here and there, and I know that comes with the territory of him being new. But you cannot expect this kid to do a whole bunch if he doesn't have the protection up front, and it's going to take 4 to 5 weeks of regular season play for those guys to gel together. And for everybody saying, we're going against the top 5 defense, well, we better hope we are, because this is killing me, man. You could not have brought in a seasoned vet, at least at one of those positions. You let Tomlinson go because you have a cap space. You only want to spend $10 million on a guard or whatever the case may be. But you are killing me with this, man. And as a fan, having this window, and they want to be good for years and years, and they said that when they first got here, and I get it. But I just want one. Just bring us home one. And I'll listen to you guys off the air.
When he says one, he means one Lombardi trophy. Yeah. I hear you, but
that was heartfelt.
Yeah, Banks is a second-round pick. So,
what have you seen from the unit in totality out there? Because that is a big part. What trade is, trade that. What about the O-line blocking for him?
First of all, the Niners do have a real good defense. And, but it's camp. You can't put a lot of, you can't put a lot of credence in what you're seeing in camp. Now, The defense looks pretty good. But
no shocker there.
But I mean, Aaron Banks was a second-round pick. You got Brunskill and Brendel battling out for center. I don't know. Maybe they'll even introduce the kid Jason Poe at some point. The revelation in Niner camp is Spencer Burford.
Okay,
Burford is absolutely a plug-and-play guy. He's starting at right guard. Shanahan said he comes out of the same offense that they run with what he did at Texas San Antonio, blocking for Sincere McCormick. So and then McGlinchey's healthy and doing his thing right now. So you got the best. I mean, you're not going to have a Pro Bowl caliber line straight across. They've invested their cash in their D line, and now they've got Trent Williams, who's the best left tackle in football. Banks was a second-round pick. Burford looks like a revelation at right guard. McGlinchey, they think, is settling in. We're going to have to see it. We're going to have to see it come together. But I wouldn't necessarily be down on the Niners for the construction of the O-line. I think ultimately you got to spread your money around. You got to make decisions. You got to decide, where do you want to spend your money? And they spent their money more on the defensive line than they did on the offensive line, and they're investing draft capital in that O-line. It's time for some of these guys. Forrester's considered to be a very good offensive line coach. It's time to coach him up.
Wow. And you know what? The head coach has his hands full with the quarterback. So the same thing. Before we go out to Brian and Palo Alto, let me ask you about Mac's retirement or walking away. How big of a blow was it to this O-line?
I mean, big, because you're talking about a guy who's been there, done it. He's powerful. He's strong. He's seen it all.
Were you shocked?
No, because he's, the body's beaten up. He's played a long time. He's made a lot of money. I would have loved to have seen him play one more year, but, I'm not, to me, I think that they can fill in that spot. I really like the kid Poe. I think that when he sets his feet and fires his hands, he gives no ground at all. Now he's playing at the backup, the twos at right guard.
So we should
But
see
I would
him
not
Friday.
be surprised if Poe, if Poe looks good in the preseason, I wouldn't be shocked if they move Poe from guard to center, and Brunskill and Brendel now have a third guy in that competition. I would not be surprised. Right now it's been Brendel against Brunskill. I got to think Brunskill's going to have the upper hand there, but I know Shanahan, likes Brendel. They like the athleticism that he shows.
Let's go out to Brian and Palo Alto. What's up, B?
Hey guys, how you doing?
Good.
You let us know.
I'm doing good. I think one of the things, look, we don't know what Trey Lance is. We have no idea. And, certainly we don't, there's combating theories on what Jimmy was, but the one thing Jimmy was a winner. And you look at the top winningest quarterbacks in the NFL over the last 10 years, of which he's fourth, I think, or fifth on winning percentage. There's no flukes there. There ain't no Ryan Fitzpatrick's on that list. And so, to me, like a quarterback, the number one criteria you measure a quarterback on is winning. And Jimmy won, and we don't know what Trey is, right? Trey could be better than Jimmy. Trey could be a complete bust. We don't know. So I feel like the dismissiveness, and it's always been there of Jimmy, it's ridiculous, right? A lot of cities would really appreciate a quarterback that won that often. And then second, I concur with that prior caller on the offensive line. They really underinvested there, and they did the same thing last year.
We kind of lost BPA, but
I thought last year's line was way worse than this year's line. I'm just seeing him in camp last year, now seeing him in camp this year. Last year, they had to cross their fingers and just hope that everybody stayed healthy, and it basically worked out, even though they had to go with Compton at right guard for the whole second half of the year. Now the battle is there's a lot more talent here. I mean, there really is, and we'll see. To me, if you want to make any position better, get a bunch of talented guys in the room. Let them fight it out. Let them compete for it. And I think that's what they got here. Yeah. We'll see.
When we get back, Larry, we'll clean up some Niner calls and then also talk about what you've seen and what we've seen in the Bay Bridge series right here on 95.7 The Game. 95.7 The Game, thousands of other stations and millions of podcasts are free on the Odyssey app. Sports talk, music, news, podcasts are all available completely free. You can catch every Warriors game live on the app along with music and news the Bay Area needs. Follow your favorite teams, station, radio shows, and podcasts now by downloading the free Odyssey app.
Back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
Oh, man. Larry Krueger, Daryl the Guru Johnson on a Monday. And we got a lot to get to, Larry, but we're playing my girl, Olivia Newton-John. Just Sandy Olsen to me coming up, and that was her role in Grease. She passed away, 73 years old, so rest in peace to Olivia Newton-John. Obviously a talent, but man, and we were talking last week just about our parents, our families, and again, I'm not saying nothing anybody's not heard, but Larry, life is short, man.
Yeah, no question. You got to appreciate people when they're here. You know, you got something you want to say to somebody,
pick up the phone.
Go say it. The saddest thing is when people are like, you know, I didn't talk to my, my brother, my sister, my dad.
And it'll be over nothing sometimes, Larry.
She borrowed $50 and didn't return it. It's like, who cares?
Come on.
Who cares?
Tomorrow is not promised. It's really not.
You know, it's funny that you said that because I was one time, Dusty Baker always had
Dusty.
Dusty had such a great perspective. And there would be times that would come up, you know, he would say, you know, sometimes he'd be around his office and we'd all be standing there. He'd be like, hey man, tomorrow ain't promised to nobody. So if you're going to make it happen today.
It's real.
And I like that. To me, that is the proper attitude. Make it happen today because tomorrow you don't know.
You know what? And we'll get some calls. A lot of people want to talk about the Niners, and I get it, why. We understand. We'll also get into the Bay Bridge series, Larry, and also Kevin Durant trying to pull a super Magic Johnson super duper power move. But with that, so many different people haven't been touched by death. And when I say that, I lost a parent. When I lost my mother, I thought I had been affected by death. But up until you get that call and it really hits home, that's when you just look at the world different. You'll never not look at it through that prism. And that day I got the call, I've always looked at my kids and even friends and the little miscellaneous, beefs or whatever, disagreements. I'm that guy picking up the phone to get it right, Larry.
Yeah. And also just tell people how you feel, man. Don't be afraid, man. Sometimes my buddies will check in with me and guys I haven't seen in 20 years.
Yeah.
Guys I went to college with. I'll be like, "Love you, bro," and I mean it. And it's like I don't mind saying it because it's like I'd rather say it than keep it inside. So tell the people that you love them.
This is why I love the text line. Speaking of love, when we were talking about father and son, do Archie and Peyton Manning. I was like, okay. I used to watch Archie as a Saint, but this one, the daddy was a number one pick, Michael and Klay Thompson.
Yes.
Would that be greater than Steph and Dale? I'm thinking, man.
No, because there's Seth.
Oh, you're right.
Then there's Trace.
Yeah, man, all of a sudden hitting the ball for the Dodgers.
Michael Thompson was really great.
Man, 0-0. I tell you what, Larry, let's go out to Lemoore and welcome Dre to the program. He wants to talk about the Niners O-line. What's up, Dre?
Hey, how's it going? Krug.
What's up?
I've heard you on the air in a while, man. It's good to hear you back.
Seriously, Dre Lemoore, man. We've been taking calls from you.
We met him and his daughter, Steiny and I. He came
seriously, man, I'm taking these calls since back in the day.
What you got? In the day. Hey, I'm sorry, Daryl. I'm going to have to call you DJ because you're working with the guru of football right now.
I'm not mad. That's all right. I'll give you that. Go ahead, baby. What you got for us?
All right, Daryl. Krugs. I think the line's going to be just fine as long as Trent stays healthy. The center position, we'll see who's going to start. But Shanahan knows what he's doing. I think they're going to be just fine, guys. The defense around him, Lance will have enough time to do what he needs to do. And your conversation earlier, Bobby Bonds and Barry, the greatest twosome father and son of baseball. Bobby's the most underrated player I've ever seen. I remember winning the MVP of the All-Star in 1975. He was almost the first 40-40 man, missed that homer by about 2 feet in the last game of the 75 or 76 series. Bobby, most underrated baseball player of all time. Thanks for taking my calls, fella. Good to
Appreciate
hear you again,
you.
Krugs.
Hey, man, appreciate you. Love you. Hey,
Right.
I will say
Cool
this, too.
dude.
Yeah. I mean, when Bobby came up, they compared him to Mays.
Well, damn. Okay.
You know?
Well,
I mean, you're talking about 30-30 guy.
And I'm thinking if I had him underrated.
Oh man! And then Barry, I feel fortunate that I grew up in the Sunset District and
Sarah High School.
And he went to Sarah. I went to St. Ignatius. He was like, my brother was 83. I think Barry might have been 82. And I remember as a little kid,
You didn't see him play.
Yeah, I did. Went out to West Sunset and he parked one in the sand dunes. I would say it was about 50 feet over the wall. And Barry Bonds, and I saw Barry Bonds play high school basketball.
Speak to me on this.
I can remember the jungle games. SI Sarah, all the Sarah kids on the other side flipping the bird. There's a great picture of all these Sarah guys flipping birds, and they're standing behind priests.
Oh,
they're standing behind priests,
yeah.
and they're flipping birds. But Barry, I can remember Barry.
Did he who?
Oh yeah, he was good. He was absolutely. I don't know if he was the best player on the team, but he was a starting player in their backcourt. And I can remember Bobby showing up with Pat, his mom, and they were there on senior night to honor Barry, and that was the jungle game. SI and Sarah.
So at this time, were you looking at Barry, the baseball player, and now he's playing hoop? I know in baseball this dude's he's going to get drafted, or you're just a rival. It was
unbelievable. The bigger story is the Giants drafted him out of high school, could have prevented him from going to Sarah.
He went to A-State.
Offered him $30,000. He wanted $35,000. Now the Giants eventually signed him back in 1992.
But you
and
lost
brought him back into the family.
Yeah,
but I mean, the Giants drafted him out of Sarah and didn't sign him for $5,000. I think that was a Spec Richardson move. I mean, just unbelievable cheapness right there. Could you imagine losing out on Barry Bonds for $5,000?
But you didn't know what you were losing out on. If you tell them that now, you're fired. They're probably retired. But I'll say this about Sarah in the Bay: Tom Brady, Craig Jeffries, old baseball player, Barry Bonds, and I'm missing one. I think that those are the big three.
Well, those are the big ones. Yeah. Those are the big ones. Sarah's had a great baseball program for years, but yeah, Jeffries, Bonds, Brady. I mean, just the fact Bonds and Brady.
Yeah, no doubt.
That right there is pretty impressive.
You think they've been back?
What's that?
Do you think they've been back to the school for any type of ceremony?
Absolutely. And I think Jeffries, invested a lot of money in their facilities. Sarah's got great baseball facilities.
Craig came out. He was a hot prospect.
Oh, he was great. He was absolutely great. He was dating Cindy Crawford.
Yeah, look at you. Oh, she was hot. Let's go out to Pleasanton and welcome Will to the program. What's up, Will?
What's up, guys? Well, I listen every day, and I'm not a Niner fan, so maybe that gives me a little bit of perspective, but today's callers are a microcosm.
We lost Will.
Oh.
Yeah, it happens. He'll call back.
A microcosm of?
It didn't sound positive.
Yeah. No, it sounded like he was going to rail on somebody.
I'll tell you what, because somebody brought this up to 415 on the text line. Jimmy does get cut. Those funds, do you try to go find some old lineman help now? I know it's late in the game, or is that all for Bosa's contract? Because in my mind, I'm like, okay, they're going to put this away. But you never know what's going to happen. But I got to tell you, Larry, when you said this line is better than last year's line, I don't know.
Well, I mean, they're better as far as depth, because look at all the young players that they drafted. They brought in Burford, they brought in Poe, they brought in Zakel. They've brought in some players that they didn't have, athletes that they didn't have. Now they still got to be coached up, and a lot of them are young players. But last year they didn't have those guys. I mean, last year they were leaning, just on what they had. I mean, Tom Compton was a street free agent who they started at right tackle, and they almost went to the Super Bowl with him.
You're right.
But he was supposed to share time with Jalen Moore at right tackle. It just never materialized. So, I mean, the fact that the Niners last year got all the way to the NFC Championship game with a Brunskill,
McGlinchey,
the right side of that line.
Oh,
I mean, it's
I've
amazing.
seen them get overpowered, and every old lineman's had a bad day, but I've seen some of those dudes just get. I can remember. What's the guy, Curse in Seattle? Not Curse, he won the game, Seattle in overtime. It was a Monday night game here. What's my guy's name? He's jobless now. Help me out. The big dude.
What position?
Clowney.
Oh,
my! He wrecked the game. Jimmy fumbled.
Well, that was Joe Staley.
He was
beating Joe Staley like a drum that night.
Clowney, like, whoa. But to the credit, the Niners, man, they got almost to the Super Bowl, and I'll just die on the hill, Larry, that they were they should have won that game. They were for 50 minutes of that game, I think they were better than the Rams in the NFC Championship game. And now it's all reset with the new quarterback, and Lord knows what's going to happen.
Yeah, I mean, they had to make a play when it mattered, and they couldn't make a play.
Yeah, you're talking about Tart.
With Tart, but I don't blame Tart.
Why don't you blame it? It was a pick.
It was.
You catch it, we go to the ball.
No,
it's over, Larry.
No. Goo, if he had caught that pass, he would have been on the Niners' 35-yard line. They're not going to the Super Bowl necessarily.
But now the clock becomes your enemy. The Rams got extra stress. We don't have possession of the ball. They're about to milk it. We're going to call a timeout, and we're up 10.
Yeah, but you got to remember this. The 49ers got the ball twice. They had 2 full possessions.
But everything changed after that drop. The football guys were like, you know what? We tried to give it to you, Larry, but your boy couldn't catch it, and you still want something?
It would have helped, but it wasn't good. You can't say it would have iced the game because they didn't even get first down after that.
If you would have put Stafford after throwing that pick, what it would have did for his mentals, him getting the ball after that, it would have been over.
I just don't believe they would have.
Give me this. Meet me halfway. It would have helped.
Oh, it would have helped.
Okay.
And who knows? It would have changed the equation because the scoreboard also allowed the Rams to put heavy pressure on Garoppolo, and so that it would have been a different scenario. But man, you're going to sit there and say it's Tart. You had the ball on your own 35. You needed to make several first downs to ice that game.
Happened.
They didn't make another first down again.
13 minutes with Debo not touching it.
Yeah, to me, if there's one common denominator in the NFC Championship game lost to the Rams last year and the Super Bowl loss to the Chiefs in 2019, you couldn't get the ball to Debo. Debo had 2 touches in the second half.
Do you blame
at halftime
the coach or the quarterback?
I blame the head coach. Yeah. Blame the head coach.
That's
absolutely. Debo Samuel is the easiest guy to get the ball to in the entire league. He's a running back and a wide receiver. You could have handed it to him.
Yeah.
The fact that he
didn't want it.
The fact that he didn't touch the ball in the final 13 minutes is on Kyle Shanahan.
Yeah, that's real. And that's what I talk about, situation. I can still appreciate his play design, but it's the biggest question mark, Larry, situational play calling. You get too much is like genius, like you got too much going on, when sometimes you need to just stick with one thing that was working, like the Chiefs game. Had they kept running, it would have been a wrap. Let's go out to Alameda and welcome Carlito, Larry, to the program. Carlito!
Hello, gentlemen. I want to talk about this Garoppolo 49er thing. I heard a caller earlier say Garoppolo didn't do nothing. That's a bunch of baloney. The guy was a winner. And I'm going to say this. I'm going to go Stephen A. Kyle Shanahan better be careful, because if this Trey Lance doesn't take him to at least the Super Bowl, then, his job might be numbered. Thank you, guys.
This year?
He's your boy's got Geico. He ain't going nowhere. He's got the job security
Percolating.
better than anybody in the league, if you ask me.
I mean, I think Garoppolo did a lot of positive things, but when people throw out that record about, this is their record with Jimmy and this was their record without Jimmy, look at the other quarterbacks they were putting out there. Those guys were not NFL caliber quarterbacks. Nick Mullins,
right?
CJ Beathard.
But you didn't order an Uber or a Lyft to bring you a quarterback that you didn't know of. Those guys were picked. And Kyle, one of his worst things is trading up to get Beathard. Like,
absolutely, third round pick.
What did you? That's what scares me. As much as I love the dude, like, that was your project. This dude didn't have the goods and let you down. 2 years ago, when COVID first kicked off, I really thought the Niners, when Jimmy went down playing the home games at the end of the season in Arizona, they could have qualified for the offs had they got anything. And they played musical chairs, and Kurt Warner sold me on Mullins maybe running this. He said these words came out of his mouth, and I came in here, got on Steiny's nerves about, maybe he's right. He knows quarterbacks. Then Mullins might be able to do more with this offense than Jimmy.
Yeah.
Please. But that's your responsibility. That's not, we went to play pickup and this was all that we had to choose from. No.
Well, I mean, there's people that will be critical of Shanahan, and, Shanahan is a phenomenal play caller. He's a phenomenal play sequencer. Okay. He's a widely respected NFL head coach. If every coach in the NFL got fired today, he would get a top 5 contract, no doubt in my mind. He might get the biggest contract based on his age. He's well thought of in NFL circles. circles. But where's the young quarterback that he developed? He hasn't. It's not like you can sit there and say, well, you know what? You got to defer to Kyle. Kyle knows. Really? Kyle passed on Mahomes. Kyle passed on the ability to draft Deshaun Watson.
Oh, you owned it. Let me be quiet.
I mean, seriously. Kyle targeted C.J. Beathard in the third round. Kyle targeted, Nick Mullins. So this whole idea that Kyle is above reproach and can't be questioned. He's an outstanding offensive coach, but his eye for quarterbacks is an unproven element right now. I mean, he doesn't have a track record of picking big time quarterbacks. We're hoping he picked the right guy. I think Trey's a great prospect, but he's challenged himself by taking an FCS quarterback who's quite raw to now bring him along and coach him up. And we're going to find out if Kyle is not just a play caller, not just a play sequencer, but he's actually a guy who can coach quarterbacks.
Wow.
We're going to find out.
Yeah. Larry Krueger, Guru, right here on 95.7 The Game, 888-957-9570. You know what's funny? If I had $1 for every time somebody says, Kyle doesn't like to throw the ball, I think about RG3's rookie year. He was fantastic. Kyle was his OC. I give Kyle that credit, along with his dad, if whatever in the mix he was. But that was Kyle's project to me, A+. And then he had MVP Matt Ryan, who hasn't been the same, Larry, since Kyle left. So you tell me if I'm barking up the wrong tree. I just hear a lot of Shanahan doesn't like to throw it downfield. Well, to be honest, since he's been head coach, he hasn't had anything of substance like a Matt Ryan. So when people say that's not his preference, I go look at Atlanta Matt Ryan, where they had two stud running backs that helped get him to the Super Bowl, and Matt Ryan and Julio Jones, to where he did both. That's how great Kyle was. And that's what I want to see. But you could say, well, you're not going to see it because we had a quarterback with a weaker arm who you just ran off the stats about down the field throws, which was depressing. So I'm glad that's off the board. But Larry, I'm going to say this. Mike Tyson said this. Everybody had the great Mike Tyson. Everybody has a plan until they get hit in the mouth. And right now, Trey's technically not getting hit in the mouth. So you talked about when the bullets are live. How's he going to respond? And let's just say things aren't going good. Not just his fault, but now he's getting hit upside the head like Chris Jones was hitting Garoppolo. I can remember Garoppolo holding the side of his helmet like my jaw, Like, that's what scares me now that you're not closer to Joe Namath, allegedly, than to Mullins or company, atop the lower tier quarterback.
Kyle's known as, for the run game, the outside stretch zone run game, and the play action game off of it. But I think if you could make an argument that he's gotten pass happy in a lot of situations. If they had run it and committed to running it more up 28-3, he's probably got a Super Bowl ring right now. And maybe he's Atlanta's head coach. Who knows? And to me, there's more examples of him not running it instead of and
the
falling
Super Bowl,
in love.
To me, is the biggest.
And falling in love with
Chiefs.
throwing it. Sometimes there are games where I think he is a tad impatient and gets away from the run game too much. So, to say that he doesn't like to throw it,
I don't believe that.
I don't see that at all. If anything, I think he's impatient at times and gets away from the run game too often.
Right, 510. Matt Ryan at 18. Goo had 5,000 yards, 35 TDs, 7 interceptions. He has been better after Kyle. My point is he was MVP. And
Atlanta that year averaged like 8.5 yards on first down.
They were a beast.
It was the greatest first down offense in the history of pro football.
No doubt. I remember watching this too. I was with Townie, Uncle Townie, in his crib in San Jose. We watched that Super Bowl together. Nobody cares, but yeah, we love Townie. Yeah, that's your boy, right?
Yeah, absolutely.
Still talk to Townie. So,
in fact, I may call Townie today, talk a little S after watching the Giants sweep his A's.
Can we talk about the Bay Bridge Trophy? So the great Brody Brazil, that's his inception, right?
He invented it?
Yeah, I think he
did. Does anybody care about it?
No! And I'm watching the post game.
And where's it housed?
Well, that I don't know. Sterling or producer E, help us out. I think the mayor's office. I may be right. I think Goo got it. I think the mayor's hold it. Could be wrong, but I think that's who has it.
Does anybody care about it? Like Giants fans, are Giants fans going, you know what? Dodgers have this loaded team. Bellinger's hitting ninth. He'd hit third for the Giants. Padres are loaded. They just got Juan Soto. Screw all of them. We got the Bay Bridge trophy.
I get it, but
nobody cares.
You
about
don't
the
need
Bay
the
Bridge
trophy. Yeah, we
trophy.
know. And I like
It's like the Causeway Classic trophy.
I watched those.
Sac State
I
and
bet on
Davis.
them. I bet on them.
It's a piece of the Causeway. Great.
And half the people are, what's the Causeway? Right, exactly. But I'll say this.
The freeway that separates Davis and Sac.
That I know. Giants still in it? Larry, 6.5?
No.
Okay,
Giants
hold
are
on.
not in
Let me
it.
bring the Guru math.
They're 7
This ain't even
games
Guru.
back.
6.5, Larry. And they're playing the team that has the spot right now that you need. So if you
The Giants
think
are like
positive,
10 games under 500
it ain't
since
about
April.
how many games are you under 500. Those are facts. But they
come
got
on.
Blake Snell tonight after winning 2 in a row, and I did call the sweep, so nobody's talking
The
about
Padres
it.
are like a hornet's nest that's been poked with a stick.
Honestly,
they're going to come out and throw the beat
This
down
is to
tonight.
me, Larry. This is the fan in me. This is the hopeless romantic when it comes to sports. Right now, the Padres are the third wild card. You're 6.5 back, and you play them 9 times. And for the people that need math
they're not
lessons,
mathematically done, but
well, that's
done.
what I was saying.
They're done, though. I mean,
but what
come
if
on.
they sweep San Diego?
What if? I mean,
then they're 3.5 when I see you again.
I know, but I mean, they just beat a really bad A's team
That had been
and
playing good baseball in the month of July.
Right, they've been hitting the ball over the fence. But I mean, the A's are maybe the worst team in the game. The A's are a horrendous team. The Padres have the Padres are just on a different level than the Giants. I will say this though,
only 11 over 500 for San Diego.
The Giants are the real story for the Giants is not how bad they are; it's how thin they are. It's like in April they're going to the Padlow Stewie Fairchild parade of nothing, and now they got Peterson
That's
healthy,
great.
they got Crawford back, they added J.D.
That's
Davis.
big, though.
I mean, the
when your
lineup
margin
they
of
put
error
out,
is thin.
Yeah.
That was big. So they're going to be in the lineup tonight, Larry. So they're healthier than they've been.
Yeah.
And I'm just saying, when it's this minute, everything counts. And why is Peterson leading off?
I'm going to give you. You're going to put your mortgage on.
Oh no!
on the
hell
Giants
no!
going to
no,
the playoffs.
Hell no! I would just say I'll have my popcorn. The kernels will be bought because we still got time and action to control our destiny
over.
to a degree.
It's not over.
Right.
But
I get what you're saying.
They got no shit.
Wait, so what?
I mean, seriously, the San Francisco Giants with this 2 starting pitchers, inconsistent bullpen, pretty average defense, and that's using average the wrong way, and an
Crawford
offense,
had an error
an
on the
offense
weekend. I
that
didn't like
for the most part scored about 2 to 2.5 runs a game since the break.
But Larry, all that can change with one game. Just like the A's took it. I'm not being funny. They took July by storm, and we had them dead. We left them for dead. They played great ball for the month of July. All it takes is one game to get you kind of going, and you play San Diego without Tatis for 3 games. You win these 3, you're 3.5 back.
So you're telling me there's a chance?
Yes, that's all I'm
Seriously.
saying.
There ain't no chance.
Okay,
There ain't no
but
chance. It's done.
You may be right,
It's a wrap.
but meet me halfway. The math is there technically.
No, I mean, baseball season's a long season.
That's all
They're not
right.
mathematically eliminated.
That's how I roll.
I mean, they got no shot. They got no shot. They don't score enough. They're not good enough. They're just not. I mean, I don't think they have any shot. I think that tonight they'll go to San Diego. They get slapped around.
See,
they get slapped around.
I want to believe you, but I'm like, San Diego's so just, I don't know what to make of them, that it may go the other way if we see the Giants win. When we come back, we got to get into Kevin Durant, and we'll get back to the Giants. I just don't know what this dude's doing. We'll talk about it next right here. Larry Krueger, Daryl the Guru Johnson on 95.7 The Game.
Football starts this Friday.
My expectations for Trey Lance.
91 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Steiny and Guru continues on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny today. It is Larry Krueger and myself holding it down to 3 p.m. Before we get out of here in this 2 o'clock hour, Larry, we're going to talk about the great Kevin Durant, get back to the A's, Giants, and I'm fired up about Giant Padres, but we got a big boy with us now, and that's John Dickinson. JD, I got to give you credit. I've been saving this from Larry, but I actually told him in the green room, I said, hey, look, I know you were at camp, but my guy JD was at camp too, and he whispered in my ear to the point of, hey, I'm looking at Trey. You know, it's not major, but he hasn't had the best camp. And now this weekend, it's everywhere you look. Can you talk to the masses about what you've seen, JD, from Trey Lance thus far in camp? And it's great to be joined by you.
Yeah, thanks for having me, guys. I saw what you put out on the show Twitter as far as kind of the question of the day. Is Trey Lance having a disappointing camp so far? Is it fair or foul? And I think it's fair to say that he is. I mean, inconsistency with accuracy, missed throws. I think yesterday was the day that really drew everyone that was out at practice, including the beat writers, to finally acknowledge what was really a poor day. Bad interception to Fred Warner, another one that could have been pretty bad to Charvarius Ward. And he flashes every day on the positive side, as he will in games, and he shows that he can do stuff on a daily basis that Jimmy Garoppolo couldn't, and that he has the tools to eventually be a great quarterback. It's not an indictment of what his season or his career is going to be, but I do think we're to the point where a couple of weeks in here, you can look around and say he hasn't been great at training camp to this stage.
JD, how concerned do you think Shanahan and Lynch are for these camp struggles? I mean, yesterday, supposedly Trey went 4 of 12, and that's not even 50%. I mean, Garoppolo last year completed about 65% against the Niner D in camp.
Yeah, I don't get the impression that there's really any concern. They're saying all the right things, both the team and the players, and you had Deebo Samuel with a pretty loud backing for Trey Lance on NFL Network after practice yesterday, and Brandon Ayuk said yesterday that they're not worried at all about Trey Lance, but I think, look, he could go out and ball against the Packers on Friday night and put a lot of this to bed. He could also continue to struggle, and it becomes maybe more and more of a question as we lead up to the regular season opener now, just under 5 weeks away from that in Chicago on September 11th. But then he could go out those first couple of weeks and play much better than he has the last couple of weeks with a more game plan specific, opponent specific, plan and playbook, and working that in conjunction with what figures to be a dominant defense, and all of a sudden a lot of these problems go away. It's just a matter of, and I think the hope is, guys, that Trey, he makes enough explosive plays to offset a lot of the inconsistency, and I guess you may see him hit a bomb or break off a big run or move the ball in that fashion, but you also will see that, 3rd and 7, throw to Kittle. Kittle was wide open. The throw should have been on the inside. He throws it to the outside, incomplete, time to punt. And I think there's going to be a little bit more of some frustration from the throws that you think should be made 100% of the time or 95% of the time that aren't made than maybe people would have been anticipating. I'll put myself in this boat. Like, I just thought he would be farther along, and I know having discussions with others that are around the team, maybe my expectations were a little higher than others. Like, I didn't think he was going to go out there and look like Pat Mahomes, guys, in training camp, but I didn't think he'd be missing some of the throws that he's missing. And these are not throws where it's, the Niner deep pass rush is getting to him and it's forcing him off the mark. These are throws that would be there against any defense that he's just not completing.
JD, let me ask you this, because I asked Larry, and his answer, and I know you and I got down on the airwaves Friday. We kind of talked about it, but I mean, I am so excited about Friday's game at home against Green Bay. I do understand it's a preseason game, but it's more than just practice. And you know what else it signals? We're 1 week closer to where it's real. How much do you think Trey is going to play? And when do you think Kyle, if he will at all, share with us his plans? Larry had about maybe 3 series. How do you see it?
Yeah, I hope it's at least 3 series, and I would push to even maybe play him the whole first half. I think he needs the reps in a big-time way. As far as the timeline on when it gets announced, I think Kyle's probably going to address that tomorrow. They practiced over the weekend, Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. No practice today. They're back at it tomorrow and Wednesday down in Santa Clara as they gear up for the game, and Kyle's going to meet with the media before practice tomorrow. So I would anticipate that that's going to be one of the first questions on the board is what's the plan not only for Trey Lance, but maybe some of the other starters. But he needs the reps, and I don't think he's looked good enough to this point where you can say, hey, the risk of potential injury outweighs the fact that he needs to get out there against another opponent and sling it around a little bit and command the offense and show what he can do. I'm not saying he needs the confidence, but I think some of the chatter that's starting to build up about how things have looked these last couple of weeks, I think it all goes away if he goes out there and looks smooth and confident and comfortable for a half against the Green Bay Packers on Friday, regardless of who's out there or not out there for Green Bay.
It's interesting. We saw Jimmy's last game against the Rams, NFC Championship game. He completed 53% of his passes. The week before in Green Bay, despite the fact that there were an awful lot of Niner fans saying, oh, yeah, I'll play Aaron Rodgers. That was preposterous because I think Aaron Rodgers completed 80% of his passes that day. Jimmy completed 57% of his passes that day and almost threw like 3 pick sixes in the second half. What do you think the game plan is going to be with Trey this year? Do you think they will do kind of what they did with Jimmy as far as take the ball out of his hands a little bit, emphasize the run game, maybe have him on somewhat of a pitch count, try to lean on your defense and your run game? Do you think that's the game plan going into this year with the first year starter?
I think it's going to be very similar to the Jimmy Garoppolo game plan in that sense, and this defense looks better than the defense the 49ers have had the last 2 years. It may be better than the defense that they had in 2019. I'm going to hold off on that until we actually see them play some games, but it looks like it could be in that category. So, Kyle Shanahan wants to run the football even when he's got a big-time quarterback. He's sure as heck going to want to run it if he doesn't completely trust the quarterback. And I think for this year, again, not an indictment of Trey Lance's future or his career or his ceiling or what he's ultimately going to be, but I think for this year you are going to see a big-time attention to the running game and a similar offense to the one they ran with Garoppolo and dependence on the defense with 2 differences, though. They are going to use his legs, and I'm curious to see if there are more designed running plays, read option plays, whatever that is, RPOs. I'm interested to see if those kinds of plays, maybe there are a few more of them than I would have originally anticipated because the passing game hasn't exactly looked as smooth as I would have anticipated it be at least to this point. So I think that's the other part. The other part of it, too, and I think this factors somewhat, Larry, into the completion percentage. They are taking deep shots at practice, and I do think running game, play action, look to throw the ball deep down the field, which was the one thing above all else that Jimmy Garoppolo really was incapable of doing. That's the most dramatic difference. Trey Lance has the ability to hit some home run balls. I think they will try off of the play action, off of keeping the defense on their heels with maybe some of the running game things that they normally do, or even using Trey a little bit in that fashion. They're going to look to hit the deep ball more, take the top off the defense, hit explosive plays that they're hoping will offset the fact that maybe they aren't going to be as efficient in some of the shorter stuff in the passing game because Trey Lance isn't exactly where he's eventually going to be in terms of the accuracy on those kinds of throws.
It's Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. We're joined by super reporter, boots on the ground, John Dickinson. I got a question. I'm rooting for Ayuk, and I'm hearing a lot of rapport between the two, Ayuk and Lance, but what about Debo and Kittle? Do I just assume they're hitting it off as well, or what do you make of that? I don't like it just, again, I'm happy for Ayuk, I'm happy for Trey, but mix in some Debo and the other receivers as well.
Well, he's got the chemistry with Ayuk, and he's clearly the most confident throwing the ball to Ayuk. It's also appeared just from the plays that they've run, and I think some of this is just Ayuk's emergence and maybe leveling up to a different tier than he had been at previously in his career. He's seemingly been more open, and that I think is because he's getting himself more. But he's also made some tough catches going up and rising to catch some of these high throws. Bottom line, though, the chemistry with him and Ayuk is there. That is the receiver he is the most confidence in, has the most confidence in. Debo not being out there is, I think, an issue to where they're still trying to figure it out. Kittle's been in and out with the veteran rest days and the like, and Kittle was Jimmy Garoppolo's safety net. I think he's going to be open a lot, and as time goes on, I think he will be a trusted receiver for Trey Lance. But the Debo one is the big one, because that's the one where it's looked out of sync, where he thinks Debo's going to zig, and he throws where he would have zagged, and they're trying to get on the same page with it. I know Debo gave him some bad body language on a miscommunication at practice late in the week, and then they immediately went to the sideline and hashed it out, and are trying to those two are searching, I think, right now, because Debo wants to be a receiver. Yeah, he'll be a wide back. Debo wants to be a receiver, and they're not quite yet on the same page with the true receiver plays. We'll see if they get the flips and the quick swings and all of that stuff that just gets the ball in Debo's hands, where he can make plays by bulldozing people and going by them. But the prototypical, throwing a 7-yard out to Debo Samuel, or throwing a 15-yard pass to Debo Samuel over the middle or toward the sideline. Those are the plays that haven't really been there to this point.
It's interesting. I think he's repped it more with Ayuk than the other receivers, so it makes sense that they're locked in. Mm-hmm. I just think the Niners' offense this year is going to evolve from, maybe it'll be slightly less efficient, but a lot more explosive. I mean, Danny Gray's going to make big plays down the field. Ray McLeod, the same. The one that I want to get your thoughts on, I was shocked that they signed Willie Snead. To me, they're stacked at receiver. I love number 83, the rookie big play, Tay Martin. I expect him to fire Friday night. What do you think? It's a 1-year deal for Snead. I didn't see the details, but I don't think it's big money. I think Tay Martin beats out Snead, despite the fact Snead's a 7-year vet. What's your read on that signing?
Yeah, I think it's competition for the 6th spot, if they're going to have a 6th spot. I mean, I think the slots are set with Ayuk and Debo and Jennings, McLeod, and Gray. We'll have to see as far as Gray, because he's flashed at times, and I do think he's going to eventually be a good player. But it does seem like he's, at least for the first couple of weeks, buried with the 2s and buried with the 3s for the most part to this point. But I think he is somebody that brings a different dynamic than the other receivers. But he's obviously on the team. McLeod's on the team. So that's 5 between Ayuk and Debo, Jennings, McLeod, Gray. That's 5. Who's the 6th going to be? And I think that's where it gets into bringing Willie Snead in and just adding to that mix of competition between Tay Martin and Malik Turner and whoever else, Marcus Johnson, whoever else is in that category, trying to figure out, are you going to keep 6? And if you are going to keep 6, who's that 6th guy going to be? And just have a little bit more of a veteran presence, Larry. If Juwan Jennings falters a little bit, and he's not somebody that's having a great camp to this point, I'd put, if we were splitting everybody into two categories, I'd say Juwan Jennings is the not a great camp to this point. So I think having a little more veteran presence, depth, in case maybe you lose somebody, is probably what that signing was mostly about.
JD, the reason I love you, like Larry, you're not a one-trick pony. You love all sports. I got to just get your take on Kevin Durant. He told the Nets ownership that he wants Joe Tsai fired, along with, Sean Marks and Steve Nash fired. So if I'm Joe Tsai, I'm doing that. And if I'm Joe Tsai, that's good news. Your initial thoughts when you heard the great Kevin Durant said, get rid of them and I'll stay.
Yeah, that's tough because, didn't he want Steve Nash to begin with? I think that was a big part of that hire was, they kind of thought they were getting the poor man's Steve Kerr, I think, and Nash had worked with Durant during Nash's time with the Warriors. That's a tough situation. Like if you're looking at, hey, fire everybody and I'll come back and Kyrie, I don't think it's going to make a difference. I think
Kevin
they're going to
Durant, though.
I don't think. Well, you can do it to keep them, but here's the other thing: you can do it, you can keep them, and you can still not win anything. You can be the 4 seed, and because those guys want to. Kyrie wants to play or not play, depending upon what day of the week it is, and how he's feeling about life, and so to me, there's issue. I would almost be more inclined to strip it down and say, you know what, we're trading everybody rather than coddling Kevin Durant with another coach of your choosing when Steve Nash was supposedly a coach of your choosing after you ran the last guy out. So I don't know. I'm kind of not down with that. You can say, all right, keep Kevin Durant in there and do whatever you can to keep Kevin Durant in there. But to me, if you're doing that, you're still not going to win.
You got Kyrie, you got Ben Simmons, you got
you just got swept by the Celtics.
Harris coming back,
Yeah,
but they were injured.
Look, Kyrie Irving at this point and Ben Simmons, they are losing players at this point in their career. Kyrie wasn't always that way, but they're not championship players at this point. They're just not, and they're especially not for this franchise, given all the internal strife and everything's going on. I'm going to stop short of saying that about Kevin Durant because he's so talented, but I'm out on Kyrie at this point. I'm out on Ben Simmons. Ben Simmons, the last time we saw him, he was afraid to take a layup in the most important playoff game of the year. I don't know, man.
He was hiding on the court.
Yeah, that's what he was doing.
He was literally hiding.
At this point, it's a tricky situation, but it just I don't trust. You can say, hey, bring the stars back. I'm just betting against those guys.
Okay.
They can fire the coach.
I get you.
They can do whatever, and that's fine. That may be the right move, but we're going to look up in May, and they're going to be out of the playoffs.
You're going to fire the coach and the GM.
It's going to happen
for a 34-year-old NBA player who's already had his Achilles blow out and who's played his best basketball. That doesn't seem right.
Wow.
Well, and also you're going to fire the two guys that basically
did what you told him to do.
Exactly what you wanted to do, him and Kyrie, in order to get them to come there. LeBron James gets all kinds of flack for LeBron's really running the team, and LeBron can't be trusted to run the team, and LeBron shouldn't be the GM, and this and that and the other. Well, the rat on the table, fellas, is Kevin Durant and Kyrie Irving aren't great general managers either, and them putting themselves together with the rest of this talent has been essentially a complete and utter failure to this point. So, if we're gonna come down LeBron's road, why would Durant and Kyrie get a pass as far as that goes? I just don't see it. To me, it's kind of a joke that they would even ask for it. But so it goes in the NBA in 2022. It's another great example of all of the drama that we think the Warriors have. It ain't real drama. I mean, the Warriors have it. The Warriors have it great compared to what's going on in all these other markets.
No doubt. I mean, big baller, shot caller, Kevin Durant.
That's what this is.
I want the GM gone. I want the head coach gone. You're 34. You're 34. I mean, at some point, I think
top 5 player though, Larry.
He's a great player. But I mean, I'm really glad that the Warriors said, you know what, thanks, but no thanks, because I don't want to see him go down that road and all the different things you got to do. I just think there's a diva element to Durant.
Oh,
he's battling,
it's on display right now.
Yeah, I mean, he's battling 12-year-olds on social media, and he's
I missed that.
And then this is revisionist history. This whole I didn't have any beef with Draymond. Really, you didn't have a beef with Draymond? Oh, it's all Dieter Kurtenbach that is the real reason. I mean, come on. I mean, nobody. And then they got together, and Draymond and him, validated each other and blamed it all on Kerr and Myers. I thought that was like the weakest move of the year.
I would have been hot.
I would say, you know what? Awesome player, but good riddance.
JD, man, we know you're busy. Thanks for joining us. I'm telling you, liquidate all assets. They will be fired probably by tonight or tomorrow. I don't like it, but it's going to happen, and the Nets are going to see the moves that these guys got fired for. Guys, they're going to see if it works out for them.
You think it's going to happen?
Oh, there's no doubt. And Durant's doing this, JD and Larry, because he can't do anything else but flex his muscle. I can't get out the first round. I can't win chips, but I'm going to show everybody, even at my age, I can get 2 guys fired that I got hired. And this thing is going, there's no doubt that Joe Tsai is going to do this.
I disagree.
I'm with you, JD. It's sickening, but it's going to happen.
Yeah, it might happen. And if it does happen, it's not going to be to the benefit of what the Brooklyn Nets are doing. And in fact, you know what it'll lead them to? It'll lead them to, all right, you kept the band together, but you fired the GM and the coach, and then now you're trading those 2 guys next year.
How about KD on the Kings? I mean, he could sign autographs at Arden Fair Mall. Maybe get out on the Causeway.
Too. But you talk
no
about
comment,
34.
Larry.
Jay,
I'm going to end it on that note and go no comment on you, brother.
But Jay, help me with Larry on this one. The 34 you have, he doesn't look 34, and it's like Steph. Steph doesn't look his age, so he's still attractive, and that's why Brooklyn will give in. And these dudes will be EDD here in a minute.
Wow. Then that
he's
I don't
an
believe.
Awesome player.
Yeah. Steel.
Go ahead, Larry.
No, I just can't see it. They're going to run out the coach and the GM for KD at this point. Really?
Wow. It's happening. That's I could be wrong. Won't be the first time, Jay. Did we lose him?
Did we lose JD?
Yeah, I think so.
All right.
Yeah.
I was
Good. He was stunned. He was stunned. He wasn't.
Let me go. I got stuff to do.
No. I'm trying to keep you guys on the clock. I got a clock in front of me.
We're up against it too.
I'm trying to make sure I don't give you a 4-minute answer
at my
here.
guy, the consummate
once I get rolling, sometimes it's hard to stop.
No doubt, Jay. But we'll talk to you soon, man. Thank you.
All right, you got it.
See you, JD.
That's pretty good. Larry, I get it, and it's not good, but this dude, and like you talked about the 12-year-old, that stunt he pulled, and I'm mad at Draymond for doing that when that came up. I know the Warrior brass had to be like, this dude, but they tolerate him. But this is going to happen. They're not going to let him go. That's just how I feel.
I love the way Bob Myers' swim technique, that whole Draymond thing.
Dude,
it was like he never said it.
Yeah,
it was like he never said it.
We're going to get into more of this, your thoughts, and also we'll talk about the Bay Bridge series, the trophy again. We'll get to that. Some people want to talk about that, and tonight, which I think is an important series. You're listening to Steiny and Guru right here on 95.7 The Game. Are you a commercial property owner or manager working on 22 painting plans? MB Jesse Painting offers full repairs, maintenance, painting, carpentry, and wood rot repairs. Why wait? Call 855-MB-JESSE today or online at mbjesse.com.
Now, back to Steiny and Guru on 95.7 The Game.
No Steiny today. It's Guru and Larry. California, that's where we're at, Larry, and I'm having a good time. Dude, the text thread, the YouTube and the Twitch have blown up on this KD story. And no, JD didn't hang up. He thought I was done. These guys got jokes on here. But you read something during the break about... yeah, there you go. The Celtics may have some interest in KD still.
Well, yeah, it sounds like the Celtics, according to a report I'm looking at right now, says that they remain the front runners for Durant, and with the package, centering around Jaylen Brown, and they're viewing that as a viable package. I mean, why, if you're the Nets, why wouldn't you just try to get down the road? Instead, you're going to break up your general manager and your head coach.
But they don't average 25 or 28 a game and shoot 38% from three, Larry. I can go.
But how much leverage?
Steve Nash. He ain't Steve Kerr, and I love Nash.
No,
this would be awful. But what have you done? I can go find a coach and GM. I'll find that in at the mall.
But I mean,
need Kevin Durant with Kyrie,
You had
Joe
him, though.
Harris,
You had
Ben
him this
Simmons.
year.
You haven't seen that play.
But you had him in this year. You just got swept by the Celtics.
Yeah, but when he came back and the shot gate, vaccine gate with Kyrie, that they didn't have time to really gel. Harris was out much of the year.
Harris was out.
Ben
Simmons
still
was
a head
out.
case. What would Dr. Phil, what would Dr. Phil tell Ben?
You're a disgusting fat pig. You
That's
gotta
incredible.
push away from the table.
When did you know you could do it? Like, when do comedians know they can do it? You know what? I'm going to try Larry Krueger. I can't.
I saw him on Oprah once, and I was like, you know what? I can do that voice. I absolutely can. And then he had his weight loss deal, and oh my god!
I'll tell you what.
Dr. Phil made a bank off.
He's an Oprah protege.
Oh my god!
And now your boy on Fox is Acho. He's
Sam
got the
Acho.
book.
That's right.
No, Manuel.
Oh, Manuel
Yeah,
Acho.
Sam's his brother. I
Yeah.
feel like he does ESPN, but it ain't the same. He's doing good, but yeah, his brother's balling.
Oprah's a kingmaker, man.
Yeah.
She'll make you.
I'll say this. Durant did look old. I
He's
swear.
34. I mean,
But something
you're
was
still
odd in that
giving him.
playoff series against Boston. He looked like Horford. He couldn't get by Horford. I'm reading the text. I agree, but that was a one-off. You give me Kyrie, KD, and it could be you, me, and producer Ian Sterling. You got action, but it's going to be Ben
Hell
Simmons,
yeah.
new and improved. And I'm thinking about Joe Tsai, what he's thinking, and he wants to see this play out. You trade Durant for. Again, I like Jaylen Brown, but he's no KD, and maybe the piece works. But what this will signal, one, and you're going to be like, Guru, what are you talking about? People care about social media and controlling it in the subject matter. Magic Johnson ran off, what was it, Westhead,
Paul Westhead.
way back when. We seen LeBron maybe had something to do with it. We know he ran off a coach.
Mike Brown.
Exactly. If KD runs off a GM and head coach, he will be somewhere laughing like, look, everybody, look what I did. You know who I am. I'm Kevin Durant.
You know who the last team to side with the coach?
Help me out.
Nelly,
Oh,
the Warriors.
no.
Chris Cohan said, "See ya, Weber."
Dude, that hurt me.
bring me
That
Tom
hurt me.
Gugliotta.
One of my favorite Warriors
Then Nelly
seasons.
left anyway.
Dude, if they would have played anybody outside of Phoenix and Barkley in the playoffs, that team was ready, man.
Oh, awesome team. Billy
Tim
Owens,
Hardaway was hurt, and they still were balling.
55-win team. Sprewell.
And
they had-
took Phoenix. Those games were close. Steiny, like, oh, they didn't have a chance. Those games were close, man. It was just, man,
Well,
it was
a
almost we
super
believe.
young team too, and that team had Avery Johnson at the
Stop.
point. They were going to get Mully and Hardaway and the whole thing. I mean, it would have been.
Can I give you my Avery
it would've-
Johnson story?
That was a rough one, man. Because I was a Warrior fan. I had endured a lot of losing seasons, and
They
by
had
by
commercials of
'93,
Weber dunking on Barkley and pushing them.
it was the most beautiful team too. They were up. They played up tempo. They won 55 games. They had Sprewell. And all of a sudden, poof, gone. It was like, seriously, out of nowhere. It was like all of a sudden it was like some storm front hit you, and all of a sudden you looked around and it's like, what happened to our team? Wait a second. Now there's Chris Mills, Terry Cummings, and John Starks in a
Chris Mills.
terrible cap situation.
310 motoring. That's what his. I think Chris
my
Mills
God.
had the car shop. Real quick, we used to Sunday night. My guys used to play ball, try to go pro. Open gym at Chabot, so it's kind of invitation only.
Right.
So I'm in there. Avery Johnson on the Warriors with Steve Nash, who was in his senior year coming out. Right. So I'm looking like I wasn't good enough to make the pros, but I'm still in. I feel like my prime. So I was like, oh, Avery Johnson. Even though he's on the Warriors, I put the ball on the floor,
He
Larry.
picked you.
Twice. It went the other way. It was like mosquitoes on a big giant. I was like, maybe that's why it ain't meant for me, but Avery was good, man.
Oh, he was good.
They had Keith Mr. Jennings.
That's right, Mr. Jennings. They had Vic Alexander.
Yeah.
He was a heavyweight, but he had skill, and they had Gat. Gat had a low post game.
A personalized license plate, I believe, on
Chris
his Mercedes. Gat gun. Yeah.
This is before the barbershop and before the squatting. I
There
believe.
you go. But do you give any credence to what I'm saying about KD just showing the world how much power he still has? Even though I agree with you, 34, that was odd. He did look a bit older. Guys moving him off one-on-one on the spot against the Celtics. I was shocked. But with that said, there's no way Joe Tsai is saying bye to him. I just don't buy it.
I don't know. I mean, it's not that Marks and Nash are irreplaceable. It's not that.
Okay.
It's just the precedent.
The optics.
It's the optics and the precedent, and it's like, and you're going to kowtow to a guy who, is it going to work? I mean, is it going to work? Who are you going to get to coach the team? Does he want to play with
Jackson?
Does he want to play
Steiny
with Mark
hates
Jackson?
him. Oh, Steiny
Stop.
gets that. Here we go. Look at you.
I don't like Mark Jackson. Come on.
My goodness.
What, everybody goes
I'll
to
fight
chapel,
for
or
my life,
you don't go to
right?
chapel. You don't get 20 minutes tonight.
I hated that one. He learned from it.
Yeah, he's even got outside of this year. He
Sacks.
never got an interview.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah, and I think Sacramento, the people, Twitter, it was so hot with when it looked like he was in the lead. I think Vivek Ranadive went with who did we end up getting? Who the Sac new coach?
Mike Brown.
Yeah, Mike Brown.
Yeah.
Good Lord, come on, D. Yeah. Well, I'm happy for Mike.
No, I mean Mike was a better call. Mike was a better call there. But I mean, come on. I mean, I just think that KD at 34. I mean, he's got that much leverage. He's going to run out the coach and the GM at 34, and then you're going to have him there with Kyrie. Does he want to play with Kyrie? What's Ben Simmons going to be? I mean, what's the
Well, you're
deal
going to
there?
have to find out those anyway if you were to trade KD.
Yeah, but I mean, they just got sweat. They were the favorite in Vegas much of the year to come out of the East. And they got smoked by the Celtics.
Yeah,
and you're telling me the Celtics have added to their mix.
Yeah.
You're going to tell me that you're just going to switch. You're going to switch GM and head coach, and that's going to change things.
I'm telling you, an NBA,
I don't think so.
from NBA GM standpoint, if you were to survey all 30 of 29 others, KD is at the top of his game still. And you are right. It's the Steph thing.
But how
You can
many
say
more
that-
years has he got?
How many does Steph got? I would give KD the same amount.
Steph hasn't blown out his Achilles.
Well, you're right there, but I'm just look at Clay. He's medicine marvel coming back from those two
And is
injuries.
he the same guy?
No, he's not.
So
Since we've seen him last, I just think he's going to get traded before we're done by Wednesday. I mean, those guys will get fired before we're done Wednesday. I'll bet you a soda.
Okay,
Grown
all
up
right.
soda.
I'll
Okay.
say he'll get traded.
By
I'll
end
say
of
he'll
the
get
show.
traded. You're saying those guys are getting fired.
Yeah.
They both have to get
I
fired.
love this. Yeah, both have to
All
get
right.
fired.
All right.
It's 2 for 1. Let's go out to San Francisco and welcome Scott to the program. What's up, Scott?
How you guys doing today?
Good.
I just wanted to touch on a lot of notes. You guys brought up a lot of things. KD shouldn't be brought back here. We don't want him. JP3, J Poole, Jonathan Kuminga, Moses Moody, they're going to be, our front runners for, the time coming. I also want to bring up the Debo thing. Kyle Shanahan treated Debo like Marshawn Lynch in the Super Bowl, if you guys remember that.
Forgot about him.
Yeah, it definitely did. And that's what you guys were talking about. And I think that KD is looking for anywhere he could win because he knows he can't win with Kyrie and Ben. Like, how is he going to do that?
Exactly. I mean, come on. The greatest players in the NBA are. It's not about points per game. It's not about all first team, all league. It's about rings. It's about rings. You're judged on rings. So he's looking to get more rings.
And he put
So's
this
LeBron.
together.
I think LeBron would love to play for the Warriors and grab a cheap ring on the way out the door.
Yeah, but nobody knows this. Only I do. Guru, my little radars go off. He's jealous of Steph Curry. Steph Curry intercepted 4 rings that LeBron feels like he was supposed to have. Then you get half that and say 2 were supposed to be mine. Nobody saw this little light-skinned guy coming and changing the game. And that's why LeBron wasn't. Did you see the report where LeBron was kind of mad at Curry's jokes that he made about last time somebody did this in the NBA Finals, they lost. LeBron's camp didn't like it. I'm like, get over yourself. I just think there's jealousy towards Steph Curry. LeBron will never admit it, and he's giving Steph love because you look like a hater if you don't now. But I'm sorry, Larry. You give me Kyrie Irving, Kevin Durant, and so we didn't even mention Curry's brother, Seth. You got shooters, Joe Harris, and hopefully Ben Simmons can get it right. I'll run that all day and forget what it looks like because right now it's a players' league. We've seen that even if this deal is not facilitated. I mean, we know the players run the league, right?
Well, the players run the league.
James Harden, I'm gonna give up and get my wish.
If I'm Josiah, I need to have more assurances than I'm just bringing this thing back. I mean, this is a volatile mix. I mean, to say the least. And there's no proven track record together. I mean, they haven't done it. It would be one thing if they'd done it. They haven't done it. And Kyrie, who knows how long.
They're friends, though, Larry, him and KD.
Who's that?
Kevin Durant and Kyrie.
Yeah.
So it's not like Westbrook.
But I mean, the report was that the KD may have wanted to get away from Kyrie at the end of the year,
and that was a report. I didn't buy that.
Then there was a talk that maybe that he wanted to pair up with Kyrie. He just didn't want to get out of Brooklyn.
Yeah.
So I mean, the whole decision to leave the Warriors, in hindsight, just looks so awful.
It. Yeah.
You ran away from Steph Curry to run to Kyrie.
Yeah, they didn't yell loud enough for Curry. They didn't yell louder. They yelled more for Curry than me. Somebody yelled at me. Man, I mean, that's what it was, man.
Then,
did you come here thinking you were going to surpass the Derek Jeter of the Bay Area, which is Steph Curry? Come on, man.
KD is a nomad.
Sensitive.
He's a nomad. He moves. He likes to move. He went to 3 high schools. You go to 3 high schools, you most likely like to move.
But for 8 years of his career, Larry, he showed loyalty to OKC.
Did he show loyalty, or was it just kind of like they owned his rights? He had no control, and then finally he had some rights. He stuck it out. Then he realized he couldn't play. He couldn't win with Westbrook, and he bailed. He bailed as soon as he realized he couldn't win with Westbrook. I mean, he probably only went, 1 extra year? He probably knew a year ahead of time that he couldn't win with Westbrook. He gave him 1 more year.
Yeah.
They couldn't get it done. The Warriors beat him, and suddenly he joined the Warriors. Yeah. But then he got tired of what? What did he get?
And it wasn't just Westbrook's fault. I saw him do CYO passes and turnovers against the Warriors when their 3-1 was the Warriors were on their way back winning games. Kevin Durant, his inbound passes, it was like high school. Like, dude, you are Kevin Durant, but it was lemon booty. I mean, when you're in a situation and a phenomenon, you get pressured and you just fold. That's what Kevin Durant got.
How bad is it going to look if the owner ditches the head coach, ditches the general manager, and then
who though, Larry? To Larry the fan and Guru the fan, or
if they have no shot, if the thing blows up in his lap. I mean, it already didn't work last year. Now you're going to blow out the architect of the team and a 2-time MVP, a Hall of Fame player. You're going to do all that to appease a 34-year-old player who's already played his best ball. I understand the leverage game, Guru, but come on. I mean, at what point do you start to lose leverage because you've got less years ahead of you and you got more of a history than you got a future?
You know what? That's a great point. We're going to go out to Austin in a minute here, but just to piggyback off of that, I'll tell you what. If I'm Joe Tsai, I know what I have in the players if I keep Durant and the rest of the gang. Steve Nash is not Steve Kerr, unfortunately. So that's just that's nothing in my estimation. You can go find 10 Steve Nashes or better. And then you talk about Marks, sorry, but I think Joe Tsai owes it to Brooklyn and himself because he's already in it deep to see it manifest and play out on the court at least, rather than say and take those hits, why'd you put this together? Why'd you trust these guys? And then not and say, okay, bye-bye, KD, but keep Nash and Marks to do what? Rebuild?
I mean, I'm not impressed by Nash, but I mean, Marks is pretty established at this point. You're going to run off Marks. I mean, I realize it's a players' league, and the players, carry all the power, and you win with players. The coach and the general manager are somewhat replaceable. I just don't see it working. So it's like you're going to run off now you're going to be known as the guy who sold out to the superstar, ran off the coach, ran off the GM, and then you're left sitting there holding nothing. I think right now, if you look at this logically, KD with 4 more years in the contract, whoever trades for him, that's the team that I think screwed, because that team's going to be holding the bag with an unable to move KD. Because
he ain't that old now, Larry.
But I mean, at the end of the deal, he's going to be 37, 38.
Yeah, right.
So, I mean, to me, if you offload him here, you might be able to get something for him. The team that gets him next is either going to win or they're going to be holding the bag because they're not going to be able to get somebody to take
Boston would be perfect.
Boston would be perfect. But what are you going to get out of Boston?
Jaylen Brown, and I need some other things. That ain't enough.
Yeah.
But they got some stuff. Let's go knock this call out before we get out of here, Larry. Let's go to San Jose and welcome Austin to the program. What's up, A?
What's up, fellas? Great conversation. You guys got me going in so many directions, man. Listen, get off my boy KD, man. I got to come at you, man. KD has been a stand-up guy everywhere he's been. Yeah, he's quirky. He's a little strange, but so is Kyrie. But terms of great player, there's no question, man. As you said, the players run the league. It's about selling tickets. That's why they would do it, Larry, because they want to sell tickets. Okay, that's the wrong reason. And coaches don't sell tickets. I'm sorry.
Well, that's true.
I tell you what, though, I would not do the Jalen. I would not send Jalen Brown though for KD. I would not do that.
If you're Boston, you mean?
Huh?
If you were Boston, you wouldn't make that move if you're Boston?
There's no way. Jalen Brown, man, is a buddy superstar.
But the only thing about Jalen Brown you got to remember is Jalen Brown's got a chronic knee, and he doesn't complain about it much. I don't think he wears a big sleeve or anything, but I've heard that knee pain that he's got's very real and it's very consistent. So that would be my only concern. I mean, that's the only down mark on a guy like Brown.
Yeah.
He's dragging around a bad knee.
He proved to be more clutch than Tatum. Yeah. Tatum really bothered me, his performance in the finals.
Tatum idolizes...
wear Kobe's wristband, and I think you got it all figured out, and then you can't even post Steph in the post. Not that Steph's weak, but come on, dude.
No,
man up.
I mean, seriously, Tatum loves... It's one thing to love Kobe Bryant, but you're not Kobe Bryant.
Thank you.
Your game... You needed to catch the ball 3 feet in front of the hoop and
go
and dominate the Warriors inside.
He couldn't.
And they just went away from it. I mean, that's where Boston, if you're looking back at that, Boston had, between Robert Williams and Tatum, they had size advantages and athleticism advantages inside. If they had just dominated the entry pass, fed the guy in the lane consistently, they would have fouled out Looney, fouled out the Warrior bigs, and probably had a better chance. And instead, Tatum decided he wanted to kind of play this Kobe rhythm game at the top of the circle.
And it was just...
And hoist.
Yeah, no doubt. What a word, hoist. That's what he did. What's funny is, I don't know if you read Iggy's comments, but he said after Game 3 in Boston, they're down 2-1. He didn't say who he went to dinner with, but it was a few players and coaches, and they knew that they had Boston figured out. And
Iguodala,
and he's a smart dude, and I'm thinking... Well, they did come back, and Larry, you said it. Something happened to where Boston quit doing that, and I always think about Iggy, like, was there something to that when you talk about that just fronting the post or whatever? But Boston should be ashamed the way that they didn't try to take advantage of that side. And Draymond was rendered useless. He got benched, and you guys still let him get back off the mat and have a big game in 6.
You saw Udoka. First sequence of that final game, what did they do? They went right inside and took advantage. The entry pass at point blank range, and the Warriors couldn't stop it. They just got bored with it because at the end of the day, Tatum just wants to pound the dribble, shoot in rhythm, pretend he's Kobe, step backs and everything. He's a jumbo. He's a 6'8", 6'9" wannabe 2 guard.
I'll say this about Tatum: up until the finals. And the D he reminded me of Scottie Pippen against Durant. And then now people are saying Horford D'd up Durant. Let's just say that was a bad series for Durant. It wasn't Milwaukee the year before. I was telling everybody I could, Steiny, his stock has gone up. Jason Tatum I had him at a star. He's a superstar. So I was sipping the Kool-Aid.
Everybody
and then he came in
until the
and
finals.
It was weird. Like, are you on, what was Aaron Rodgers taking? The psychedelic stuff. Like, it was that weird. Like, what are you doing? Go to the hole with that body.
Know what your advantage is. Work your advantage. The Warriors could not. They didn't have a matchup for Williams. They didn't have a matchup for Tatum. And it didn't matter.
No, it didn't matter. And that's why we had the parade and we're there. Larry, I had a great time. We'll be right back at it tomorrow. Damon and Ratto next. They got 2 heavyweight guests, Chris Biederman at 3:45, and then the great Javi Lopez at 4:45. Larry, I don't know what you're doing when we're out of here. We got like 10 seconds. I can't wait to see San Diego just because they're the Padres. But if the Giants somehow can win their 3rd in a row. Damon and Ratto coming up next right here on 95.7 The Game.
Brought to you by BMW Fairfield.
Well, welcome to you on a Monday, and what do you know? The Giants finally get to the sweet end of Broomhilda. Sorry, A's fans, you caught their two best pitchers over the weekend. The Giants win a couple in a row in Oakland. Joey Bart continues to kind of prove that he's turning it around, and that's a good thing. The bad thing is that the Dodgers swept the Padres, who very much in the Dodgers' eyes are just the same frickin' San Diego Padres as they've ever been, but the Padres aren't the same frickin' San Diego Padres as they've ever been, and I'm afraid the Giants might find that out tonight. We got ourselves some baseball. We got ourselves some training camp to talk about. We have more. Kevin Durant, even though he made his own bet, he doesn't want to lie in it. We got an awful lot of stuff to get into today. Hello, Raymond.
It's fun every day. It's just not fun here. Meaning the Bay Area.
Oh, okay.
Not here.
I was about to say, we do work in the toy department. There are worse jobs.
The only thing I could say for myself at the moment of my death is I never did an honest day's work.
Hear, hear. That's a truly successful man in my eyes. We have a very, very good show for you today. We will be checking in later on this hour with Chris Biederman, who is a 49er reporter for the SAC-B, and he has been down at training camp. A lot of talk about Trey Lance's, completion percentage. And I'll tell you right now, Ray, I don't know if I can. I might have to mute the word 49ers on my Twitter timeline because I cannot take training camp play-by-play. I can't. I don't know why.
This was what I was screaming about a year ago. That's why I hate training camp. It's because there's nothing to report, but you have to report it. Otherwise, your boss will think you're not working. So you have to basically do. And the 49ers are not the only place that this happens.
Oh, everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's everywhere.
It's, hi, I'm at practice. I must justify myself. No, you don't. Actually watch things. Make assessments based on more than a play-by-play.
Today, quarterback X went 5 of 11 in red zone attempts with 2 pass breakups and 3 pressures. And come week 1, it won't matter. It won't matter at all.
Well, come tomorrow, it won't matter.
No. It's practice. We're practicing.
Here's the thing. This is one of the things that Jimmy Garoppolo got worked over for last year, that he wasn't throwing well in camp. They went 10-7. They got to the conference final. Did anybody bring up how he looked in training camp at any point? No, because it doesn't matter. The job's been given. The only way Trey Lance loses the job is if he's terrible when games are played, not this. And that also includes the 3 games that are coming up, because you will learn nothing from them. You will project what you want to project, and that's it. Well, he missed that throw by 9 feet, but he looked good throwing it. Or, yeah, it was a pretty good throw, but he could have gotten it in there a second earlier. Shut up. You know nothing. You're tedious. People will not buy drinks for you if you keep this up.
There are a few things, though, to talk about. How players are earning favor in their coach's eyes, how a player who spent an awful lot of the early portion of last year out of Kyle Shanahan's favor might be the star of this camp. Of course, we're talking about Brandon Ayuk. And I'm going to tell you right now, it is going to be harder to sack a quarterback in this league than ever before. And it's not because offensive lines are going to be holding Nick Bosa. It's because there is a story out right now on ESPN about how illegal contact is going to be re-examined by officials like never before. The NFL isn't happy with all of the non-contact or illegal contact, I guess I should say, flags that were thrown last year. So they basically want to take any notion of hitting a quarterback almost out of your game day strategy, which, considering the 49ers are built around an incredibly aggressive defensive line, certainly doesn't work in their favor. We're going to get to that a little bit later on. We got Kareem Hunt just adding to Cleveland's run up to this season by requesting a trade. They turned around and told him, no, don't want to do that. And we need to talk about a couple of players in the Bay getting honors. Hunter Pence is going to get honored on a wall. Bryant Young gets honored in the actual hall, the Pro Football Hall of Fame, an incredibly emotional speech where he talks about the passing of his son, and it'll kind of put a lump in your throat. So we will have that for you, and we got an awful lot of stuff to get into today. Javi Lopez was on the call over the weekend at the Coliseum, and we'll talk about what he saw from the Giants that he thinks that they can actually build on. What's funny is that they win Saturday night, and Rodon only had 3 strikeouts, but he notched his 10th win. Then the Giants come on back for a 6-4 win on Sunday afternoon, a pair of home runs and 3 RBIs from Mike Yastrzemski. Seth Brown made things pretty interesting for Oakland with a 2-run home run in the 8th inning, but Duvall picked up his 14th save of the year. Logan Webb got into double-digit wins for the first time this year. Still, though, same as Friday, Ray, when they were 6.5 back, they are 6.5 back in this National League wildcard race. The Angels, by the way, are in Oakland tonight, so there you go. And the Giants are down in San Diego to take on a Padres team that's got to be a little stung emotionally. Kind of not the pendulum swing that they were looking for. They got swept, and they got their rumps kicked by the best team, certainly in the National League, if not all of baseball. The Dodgers are a monster, and they batted the Padres around in a 3-game sweep for a combined score of 20-4.
Yeah, the 4 is interesting because the 3 starters that muzzled them, one guy they just picked up off the scrap heap in Andrew Heaney, but the other 2 guys are a combined 26-2 this year.
Yeah.
It's Tony Gonsolin and Tyler Anderson. And that's the thing that I think people probably need to note, is that the Dodgers may indeed have enough pitching to boat race the field, which was the one thing people were concerned about because Walker Buehler's been out, Clayton Kershaw's back on bricks, and Julio Urias has been up and down. But their 2 aces might be their 4th and 5th best starters.
You look at what else is going on in the National League. We had the St. Louis Cardinals have a hell of a weekend against the New York Yankees, who are kind of stumbling in the wrong direction. By the way, Frankie Montas, welcome to New York, pal. Now, he hasn't even pitched in the Bronx yet. He was in St. Louis, but he had himself a rough Yankees outing, and he is about to find out, like, he's going to be in a different realm of scrutiny than he's ever existed in as a pro. 5 hits, 6 runs, all earned. He struck out 2, he walked 3, he gave up a homer, he lasted 3 innings, and already in New York, they absolutely hate Frankie Montas and think he's a bum.
Well, yeah. In the meantime, they also believe that Daniel Vogelbach is a folk hero. And that's the phrase they used in the New York Post on Sunday.
I mean, would you call him an underwear model?
13 games.
He feels like an underwear model to me.
He feels no, I'm not going to make a weight joke. He's fun to watch.
I love him.
I mean, 1, he's an absolute masher. 2, he can get up to speed, even though he is, and this is a generous estimate, 6 feet, 270 pounds. He's got a Bartolo Colon-like overhang, but if you saw him go from first to the plate on a double by Mark Canha yesterday, you're howling because he got up to a level of speed where if you thought there was a chance for a play at the plate, the catcher's not tagging him. I'm not even catching the ball. Leave me alone. I am not going to be hosed out of the backstop like, a squirrel in grill work.
The Twins got hosed play at the plate over the weekend. Not that we're really going to talk Minnesota Twins baseball, but I love angry baseball managers. We'll see how angry or not we get Gabe Kapler down in San Diego, because let's just say the Giants have lost 11 in a row against National League West opponents. They are 16-25 in division, and there is no doubt in my mind that the San Diego Padres, when that plane landed, well, I don't even know if they took a plane, probably a bus down from L.A., they're pissed. There's an awful lot coming at the San Francisco Giants, who, again, spent their two best pitchers in Oakland to beat a didn't have a good weekend A's team. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall. Since opening their doors in July of 2021, BMW Fairfield has become the top-rated BMW dealer in the entire Bay Area. Go find out why for yourself at bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. Trade deadline letter grades, again, it kind of feels like a draft. It's a little early to really talk about, other than the names and the reputations that were exchanged around Major League Baseball. But the Giants do have a deadline letter grade from a former GM, so we'll share that with you a little bit later on today. Pete Rose, this weekend as well, demonstrated what a total scumbag he truly is. Every single time he gets a chance to open his mouth, he lets you know, I'm a bad guy. I'm a bad guy through and through, and I'm here for it, Ray. Every single time that guy walks into a major league ballpark in an attempted bow, somebody should bring up gambling, lying, or statutory rape for the rest of his life. Pete Rose should never get a bow in a major league ballpark ever again.
Well, this is a rare appearance for him because he's sort of been, not persona non grata, but sort of, he's past it now. Nobody's really paying attention to him anymore. He's not a cause for, Hall of Fame reform or anything. He's just an old guy. And what he did over the weekend was just sort of more the same. Nothing new in his performance. I mean, it was revolting, but
that's what he is.
That's what he is.
It's
now.
who he
At
is.
this stage, yes.
So we got an awful lot coming up today. A great show for you over the next 3 hours. And we invite you to be a part of it. 888-957-9570 is the number. We are sponsored by BioNTech and Pfizer. Get your booster shot today. Make sure you go ahead and keep yourself as healthy as possible. Schedule an appointment when you are eligible. Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game, coming on back, talking about how the 49ers got a preseason game coming up on Friday, and those will be actual snaps to watch. Damon and Ratto, 95.7 The Game. Ooh.
The Golf Mart. back to Damon and Ratto on 95.7 The Game. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield. Now open at the Fairfield Auto Mall. Visit BMWFairfield.com today to book your visit.
Everybody's got their go-to meal at their favorite restaurant, so it's time to head to their kitchen. Introducing Go-To, presented by Trimark. You can check out Tacolicious right now on 957thegame.com. Tacos. Very pro-taco over here. Man, we got an awful lot of stuff to get into on this Monday afternoon. Like I said, Chris Biederman will be joining us from the Sacramento Bee, talking about everything that's happened at 49ers training camp. Not so much a statistical breakdown of the comings and goings of passes from Trey Lance, but just kind of the mood. Take a look around. Some standouts, some physical standouts. I do know that you can basically see Nick Bosa's abs from the parking lot. That guy's coming to camp in incredible shape once again. It looks like he's about to have a monster year. But as I was saying earlier, Ray, Kevin Seifert of ESPN said that the NFL has asked its on-field officials to pay particular attention to illegal contact fouls during the upcoming season. A league spokesperson confirmed on Monday that the request could lead to an increase in such flags following a big drop in the 2021 season. Now, illegal contact refers to prohibited body contact by a defender when the quarterback still has the ball and remains in the pocket. It's a 5-yard penalty and results in an automatic first down. Officials flagged illegal contact an average of 97 times per season between 2002 and 2020, but that number dropped to only 36 last season. The decrease has prompted the NFL's competition committee to include illegal contact among its points of clarification, formerly known as points of emphasis. Ray, this pisses me off because basically, over the course of 18 years, the NFL is enforcing this penalty to the point where in about 18 years, it feels like, well, maybe the players are really now adhering to these new set of rules. Like maybe you should look at fewer penalties, dramatically fewer penalties, as a sign of success, not further need to go extra scrutiny policing. Basically, they're asking to police intent almost here. You know, you got a guy anywhere around the head, that's an automatic flag. Is it the way football used to be or should be? The answer is no and not really. But it's the way it is now. And it feels like players are adhering to a new rule book, which all fans admit is unpopular, and the NFL wants to double down on the scrutiny?
Well, here's the thing that I'm not sure about, because they didn't really explain this as well as they should have. Did they look at film and see potential penalties that weren't called that should have been? Or is this just better behavior from players? Because the answer to that is the key to whether this is a good idea or not. And if they can't provide that, and usually the NFL is poor at transparency anyway, if they can't provide that, then what exactly is the point? I tend to err on the side of safety for heads because, I mean, as we saw just in training camp, you know, they give them these big new puffy helmets and guys were going upside the head with complete abandon.
Right.
It's like, oh, I guess it's okay. We can just clobber each other again.
Extra protection in a football player mind translates to more aggressive contact.
Yeah, and I'm still not convinced that blows to the head aren't coached, because I think the reward far outweighs the risk, and maybe that's what we're looking at here. I'd like to know more about this before I condemn it, but I never assume that players are going to be more well-behaved when it comes to contact, because it's not rewarded.
In administering illegal contact, writes Kevin Seifert, officials must first identify the prohibited contact and then confirm the position of the ball and the quarterback. The committee encouraged officials to move more quickly from the contact to the quarterback in order to better enforce the foul. So, faster officials running at the pocket? We got officials collapsing the pocket now? Is that what's going on? Like, to me, football is a dangerous sport. trying to take the danger out of the position of quarterback is something that I understand from just an entertainment standpoint. You don't want starting quarterbacks hurt. The level of play, the level of watchability for all NFL teams when they lose their starting quarterback, it sucks. We get it. No one here is pro quarterbacking injury. But when you see, a lineman, a defensive lineman, do all he can to bring down a quarterback in the safest way possible. His shoulder pad was on him and he landed on him a little bit. Like, that's football. That's football.
Except that it's not. And they've made that clear. But they're basically making quarterback a non-contact position.
Then put flags on them and make players grab flags. And if the flag is pulled from your belt before the ball is gone, play is dead. The amount of wanting it both ways that this sounds like. They have coached a new way of playing into players in a so successful way. And don't tell me that last year, officials really took their eye off quarterbacks and definitely officiated them in a different, more physical approach is now accepted way. Like, I watched football all of last year and still thought that there were an awful lot of pansy calls when it came to roughing a quarterback or illegal contact with a quarterback or anything like that. But again, it was down from an average of 97 times per season between 2002 and 2020. It drops to 36. That should be looked at not as a point of emphasis for extra scrutiny. That should be looked at as a success story. This shouldn't be something that is basically put out to warn defensive linemen. Defensive linemen in this league should be congratulated for a level of safer play in the eyes of the officials last year. To me, it's trying to have it both ways.
Well, first of all, the NFL always likes to have it both ways. That's why they're the NFL. Secondly, the idea that somehow they believe that players are getting it doesn't make sense if this is the response. What it seems to me to be, and again, I need more information than what we've got so far. It seems like officials didn't call the foul as often as the league thought it should. And in any event, the league doesn't trust its officials anyway. That's why they have layers and layers of replay. They don't trust them. They do believe that they can officiate a game better from New York than the guys they employ to be on the field.
Correct me if I'm wrong. Isn't this one of those non-reviewable decisions?
Yeah.
So, again, an important
play. But they can
play,
review it after the fact.
Well, that's it, but I think it's non-reviewable. It's a judgment call. It's like pass interference. There's no amount of going to New York to see if this is right or wrong.
No, but they can look at the body of evidence in the offseason and say, okay, this is the number of times that looked like it was close. This is not about doing it in real time. This is about, basically telling your officials ahead of time, we want you to look for this and we want you to look at it hard. It's refereeing from New York, which is what they've been angling for more than a decade now.
When you have a football team whose main strength is its defensive line and the pressure that it could put on a quarterback, this is basically issuing a demerit against that. Why even coach that up to be a strength of your team if contact with another quarterback in live action play is probably going to generate as many first downs as it does sacks? I haven't even seen a game yet, and I'm already complaining about the officiating. Right, here we go. You ready for football season? I know I am. I'm ready. I'm ready to go. But I just think that that's weak. I look at that as a success story, and they look at it as more scrutiny be applied. And you are right to ask, let's take a look at the film again. Let's go over it. How often does the NFL consider illegal contact a missed call? Have they got 75 examples of, that could have been called and wasn't called? Because the sport that I watched last year wasn't soft on this. I remember more people complaining about, Yeah, you can't touch a quarterback in this league now than ever before. But apparently, defensive lines did a better job of not touching a quarterback than ever before and will be punished accordingly.
That's if you trust your officials, which the NFL does not, as I've said. They don't believe that they're good enough. That's because they don't train them well enough. And then they give them a rule book that is, phone book thick with, exceptions for every rule and, additions to every rule, to the point where it is essentially not adjudicable anymore. It's just not. And now they've, added a new thing because that's what they do. It's, and clearly nobody seems to mind that much because people keep watching it. So there you go. Get used to it.
Yeah, well, I mean, doesn't matter how much dirt is in your heroin needle. If you're addicted to it, you're going to go ahead and pick up the needle, and that's what we are with football.
Well, yeah. So, and there's the NFL can do what it wants to whom it wants, whenever it wants, because everybody signed off on it. So,
Comcast Business Text Line says Bosa's amazing at this. He should be the poster boy for legal defensive line play. What I hope is that Kyle Shanahan comes with still photos every single Monday morning about how often that guy is held. I saw a montage of Bosa getting held on NFL Network or wherever I saw it, and it was staggering how much that guy just gets held. And Lord knows you need to, because he really does look like the Incredible Hulk, just coming at guys. What a physical specimen he really is. I know why Cam Inman gets a little woozy every single time he sees him on the practice field. Guy's just straight up Adonis. So, good luck to the 49ers defensive line. Get to that quarterback, but get to that quarterback as gently as possible, because that's the world that we're living in now.
I guess the world you've been living in for the last decade. So the only thing they're doing is telling you that last year was Christmas and now it's not.
Oh. And I thought that everyone behaved so well to earn their Christmas last year.
Clearly not.
Oh. Santa's not coming down the chimney. Not without a 5-yard penalty and an automatic first down anyway. Trey Lance was talking at practice over the weekend. On Saturday, he talked about getting Deebo Samuel back on the field.
It's awesome. I mean, anytime we're both feeling good after practice. Yesterday was a little bit lower volume than today was, so anytime that we're able to get extra work, Ray, George, during special teams, Deebo's on some special teams, so it's hard during those in-between periods to get extra work with him. And obviously we use him in so many different ways, so there's so many things we can do to get extra reps outside of just throwing routes. But it's been awesome to have him back, man. Just in the locker room, his energy's been back. In the meeting room, I mean, he's just a high-energy guy, fun guy to be around. Everyone knows what he does on the field.
So, there is no doubt how good he is. The question is, Trey Lance, are things starting to slow down? Because the speed of the NFL is the first thing you hear guys talk about when they step on that practice field with responsibilities for the first time. How quickly the game moves, and no quarterback can be successful until it starts slowing down in their own eyes.
I think when we say things slowing down, it's just getting better. For me, it's every single rep. Every rep I take, I think the game slows down, and that's kind of the way I'm going about it every single day, one day at a time, and every single rep just trying to learn as much as I can from it.
This is good. We want you to learn, young man. There's a lot for you to learn. Everyone talks about how his completion percentage is basically hovering around 50 each and every day. I really wonder how much of that is on him, how much of that is on a superior defense that will hopefully be making other quarterbacks with more experience look like 50% completion percentages once they take the field against the 49ers, who have as good of a pass rush as you can have in football, as good of a linebacking core as you can have in football, and a secondary that is so improved it feels like it might even be a little bit of a position of strength for them right now. So, one of the big turnarounds from just what were you feeling last August to this August is what Kyle Shanahan was feeling about Brandon Ayuk. And Brandon Ayuk is one of the stars now. The belle of the ball, actually, if you tend to read all of the people who've got their eyes on practice. And Trey Lance says that he's been working out with Brandon Ayuk, did so in the offseason, and that connection is absolutely starting to pay off.
Give the credit to Brandon. That's the work he put in. I've been saying it since, this whole spring, summer. He was locked in this offseason. I think he had a goal of separating himself and becoming kind of a different player. And he's done that, man. He's in a great spot right now, physically, mentally. He's seeing the game. He's feeling the game. He's killing guys right now. He's making some really, really big plays and separating himself. So I know he's going to continue to do that. And that's a credit to the way he comes every day.
There was an article, I think it was Matt Barrows who wrote it over the weekend, about how Kyle Shanahan's going to be harder on his wide receivers than any other position because it's the position that he played when he was in college. And it's the position he feels like he knows the most, can coach the most, and he's really hard to please. Brandon Ayuk had the kind of rookie year that made everybody stunned by how in the doghouse he was at the beginning of his sophomore year. Now here he is, junior year in the NFL. And it feels like whatever Kyle's marching orders were for him, it has gone in one ear and it stayed in his head. My coach handed me a list of things he didn't like about my work ethic. How many of them did I then apply to my career? It feels like the answer is all of them. That's good for Brandon Ayuk. I think this offense, if you really want to talk about what's the difference between a 9-win or an 11-win season for the 49ers, it's Brandon Ayuk's place in this offense. It's him actually taking a little of that coverage and rotating it over on him away from Debo. Now, Debo, you get paid.
I suppose. I mean, that makes sense in the abstract world. But again, people wanted to bury him last year when Kyle Shanahan was unhappy with him. He stuck around.
I didn't want to bury him.
No, but you were like everybody else. You're going, well, why is he not, why is this not happening?
What's going on here?
And Kyle Shanahan told you over and over again, we're not happy with his study habits. We're not happy with his work ethic. And if that's fixed, we will see on Sundays. If that's the only thing that was standing in the way of him being the best player he could be, we'll see it on Sundays. It just, like I said, right now, whatever you hear, good or bad, about anybody, you have to take with a metric ton of salt because, most messages delivered to the media are not really delivered to the media. They're delivered to the player with the media as the conduit. So,
I'll say this, that when Kyle Shanahan's not happy with something going on at practice, you can feel it. It does get out. Other NFL cities, nothing wrong. Every single guy out here is having a great day all the time. No scrutiny to be offered publicly, privately. It feels like that. So I'll give Kyle Shanahan that credit. He's tough on things he doesn't like, especially wide receivers. And here he is talking about how Brandon Ayuk is impressing him day by day.
He's developing in all the stuff he needed to do to get better. I mean, he comes off the ball every play. He runs full speed every play. He's not slow playing stuff anymore. He's not sitting there and fighting with guys with his hands. He's doing it with his feet, with his hips, creating edges by running, breaking down. If you want to get open in this league, you got to be so violent on how you run and putting your knees into the ground and everything. And that's hard on guys a lot. They do that like 3 days in a row, and sometimes they got to take a week off. That's why it's so crucial how these guys prepare. And it's hard when we're not around him. BA, he did it all when he was away from us. He did it all throughout OTAs, and his body can handle everything he's doing, and that's why he's getting better right now.
All right. Running with violence. I like that an awful lot. Here's Brandon Ayuk.
Like, the best thing about Trey, he walked off the practice field and he was still the exact same way today. He talked about it, talked to us after a couple plays that he wished he had it back. He comes and talks to us the same way as if he were to hit a play. What did he see, what he didn't see, what he liked. That was on me. That was, maybe we should be here. Just still talking to us, trying to figure it out. But just level, even kill dude. So we don't worry about him at all, really. We'll look at it. He comes in, he says, let's take a look at it later on today. Do so, and then we move on. That's what practice is for, day 10. I mean, one thing I've learned is that you never know what these guys' arms feel like. The same way for us. We go out there, some days our legs are tired. They may expect us to break out a route and come out of our breaks a lot faster than we did, and our legs are a little bit tired, so we can't do so. So it's the same thing for them. We feel like was something that I learned. I get to see that you never know what those guys' arms are feeling like. They're coming out here and they're throwing a bunch of balls. So we just got to look at it, get it corrected, and then come back, get a day off, and get better.
There we go. That should squash any tired arm controversy you might have heard. By the way, Damon and Ratto were brought to you by BMW Fairfield, now open in the Fairfield Auto Mall with over 400 Google reviews. They have the highest rating of any BMW dealer in the Bay Area. Visit bmwfairfield.com today to book your visit. And Ray, we are officially booked. Not you and I, we're not going down there, but we're booked for the 49ers to visit an actual preseason field for a preseason game for the very first time on Friday at Turkey on the 50 field at Levi Stadium. Jordan Love is going to be starting for the Green Bay Packers. Aaron Rodgers did not take a preseason snap all of last year. Probably not going to take one again this year.
No.
I wonder how Trey Lance is going to be used. I wonder if we don't see him more than you would see starting quarterbacks, established or not, around this league, given how much he has to learn.
I think he'll play, I don't know, but just wetting a finger and holding it in the wind. He'll probably play with the starters and against starters on the other team because they want him to see the best players for as long as you can. And given the fact that exhibition games now are largely not for starters, I don't know how much you'll see him. I mean, it might just be a quarter because that's all he'll be working with the starters. Because
a quarter this Friday or a quarter somewhere else in the postseason or preseason, pardon me.
I'm Friday for sure. I mean,
you do think we're going to see him on Friday?
I mean, unless he's not going to play any of the starters. See, once the Rams did this about 5 years ago and you said, we're not playing any of our guys these stupid games, that became the new rule of thumb in the NFL. Now, he's got reps that he's got to get at speeds against other players on other teams. On the other hand, if he's not going to be behind the starting offensive line, I don't know how much benefit you get from that. If he's not going to be handing off to starting running backs or throwing to the starting wide receivers or tight end, I don't know how much benefit you get out of that. So
it's that offensive line, really, more than anything else, right?
Well,
I mean,
okay, but you know what I'm saying.
Yeah.
It's just, if they're not going to play the other starters very long, I'm not sure what Lance gets out of that. I mean, just going out there and doing it against, players you're not going to play with in real games, seems to be more risk than reward. So that's my guess, is that he'll play as much as the other starters play.
That starting offensive line obviously has the responsibility of keeping, no matter who the quarterback is, upright. No matter who you are on the offensive line, that's your job. The job on the left-hand side, yeah, that's taken care of by one of the best in football. On the right-hand side, Kyle Shanahan talked about how Mike McGlinchey, coming off a year that required surgery, is slowly being put back in the mix.
You can't see anything wrong with him out there. He talks about being pain-free and stuff, so it's been great. So I picture him kind of in the same boat as Kinlaw, same boat as Greenlaw, Aziz, guys who have some big off-season stuff who are doing great, but we got to monitor their reps and stuff so they don't have that wear and tear as we ease them back in.
There we go. Everybody's on a pitch count these days in sports. It's just kind of the world we live in. We're going to talk about the 49ers training camp world with Chris Biederman, who covers the Niners for the Sacramento Bee. He's coming up next here on 95.7 The Game. We're brought to you by Fremont Bank. Full-service banking, no compromises.
The BetQL model is in mid-season.
to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
I think when we say things slowing down, it's just getting better. For me, it's every single rep. Like every rep I take, I think the game slows down. And that's kind of the way I'm going about it every single day, one day at a time, and every single rep just trying to learn as much as I can from it.
Trey Lance talking about his time down at training camp. Welcome back, Damon and Ratto here on 95.7 The Game. Everything we do is available to you on the free Odyssey app. Download the Odyssey app today, and you won't have to miss any interviews ever, like the one we're about to do right now. With Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee, he covers the 49ers oh so well. He's nice enough to join us. And look, Chris, we were just saying how ridiculous it is to watch, breathless play-by-play getting tweeted out by beat writers. I'm not even including you in this, but maybe I'm including you in this. But it's just the job. We totally get it. We know that you got to fill up the content and the Twitter timeline page and everything. But, just without getting into completion percentages or stats or anything, what do you think of Trey Lance? What kind of camp is he having? Are you happy with what you're seeing?
Yeah, I think it's fair to point out, and I'm sure you guys have talked about this a lot, obviously the 49ers defense is very good. Trent Williams doesn't practice a whole lot. Mike McGlinchey's been in and out of the lineup. George Kittle doesn't get used a whole lot in practice. Deebo Samuel, I think what he does translates far better to the actual game day experience than practice. And so, look, I think it's been tough for Trey Lance. It certainly has. I don't think there's any doubt about that, but I think that's the way the 49ers want it. They want to make things as difficult as it can be on him right now, just from a learning perspective. So, when he goes against opposing defenses during the regular season, he's in a far better spot. And I think, there's an element of context with training camp that I think gets lost a lot. Like, I feel pretty comfortable saying the best training camp performance from a quarterback I saw over, just about the whole month of August since I was covering the team was Brian Hoyer. So, make of that what you will.
Sure.
Obviously, Brian Hoyer isn't going to go down as one of the best quarterbacks in 49ers history, certainly. So, I think when it comes to games, the game planning is going to be far more specific. Trey Lance isn't going to be going against defenses that know all the formations, all the plays. And Kyle Shanahan does a really good job of sequencing plays and keeping defenses off balance. And that doesn't really happen in practice when you're working on, 4 consecutive third down plays, right? Just the context is far different from a regular game. So, right. Yeah, he's going through his growing pains. But I think overall the 49ers are encouraged, and they understand what they have in Trey Lance, and that, the way this roster is constructed, they're not going to ask him to throw 40, 45 times a game. This is going to be, right, in my estimation, a run-first football team that relies heavily on its defense. And as long as Trey Lance isn't turning the ball over, I think they're going to have a pretty good shot to win a lot of games.
So you're not looking at a fish out of water guy. Like, this is just normal growing pains for a guy who didn't come from a very big college. Now he's, ingesting an NFL playbook and Kyle Shanahan's demands. It's just growing pains, as you said. He doesn't look incapable of leading an NFL franchise in the early goings here.
No, definitely not. And I think one thing, he looks like he belongs. And, I know press conferences, it behooves players and coaches and everybody to say only positive things. But even just looking at the body language and the way they're talking about Trey Lance, it's not like anybody seems overly worried, right? They all understand where he's at in the process. They all understand that he's probably taking more chances in training camp than he would in games anyway. And so, there doesn't seem to be any sort of wavering in the belief of Trey Lance in the building. Everybody just knows he needs to get more reps. And it's better that he throws some of these interceptions in practices and uses them as learning experiences as opposed to when they actually count in games. So I would expect things to look a lot different, when the 49ers play the Bears September 11th than what's happening now in early August. But, I just think it speaks more to, just the circumstances, the fact that all the offensive guys aren't practicing a whole lot. The offense is not, specific to the opponent, which it's going to be on game days. And Trey Lance is going to be going through, it's going to be a roller coaster season for him for sure. But I think ultimately there's not going to be as much on his plate as I think, to go align with as much conversation he warrants. And I know it's quarterback; it's obviously a very important position. But I think that there are going to be a lot of bubble screens. There's going to be a lot of running plays to Deebo Samuel and Elijah Mitchell, and all these things are going to make life relatively easy for Trey Lance. And so I just think that's going to be a lot different than what we're seeing now.
So if you wanted to encapsulate what he's done so far, is this learning the book and the terminology, or getting timing down with his receivers?
Yeah, I think it's more of the latter. I think you talk to people in the building, and everybody's really impressed with Trey Lance and I guess his processing power and decision making and knowledge of the playbook. Like, none of that really seems to be an issue. It's more about getting the ball out on time and accurately, and that's one thing. I talked to Steve Young in early July for a story that came out last week, and he said, the big thing with Trey Lance is not, he can process, like, he's an elite processor. He can figure out where to go with the ball and make sure the ball goes to the right guy. But it's about, with him, just fundamentally having his feet underneath him, getting the ball out quickly and accurately, hitting guys in stride. And I think that's one of the things that's interesting about this is, in many ways, Trey Lance is diametrically opposed to Jimmy Garoppolo just in terms of skill set, where you would say Jimmy Garoppolo is a very accurate quarterback, gets the ball out quickly, good on those short throws. And while Trey Lance does a lot of things, well, like throwing the ball downfield in comparison to Jimmy Garoppolo, like he's not a quick release guy. He's not somebody who's going to make that quick throw without having his feet underneath him and do that accurately in some ways that Jimmy Garoppolo did. So that's going to be an adjustment, I think, for the offense, because the 49ers have spent so much time, living in the short and intermediate portions of the field in the passing game, where now it's going to be opened up a little bit, but they might not have their bread and butter, the short slants on third down to Deebo Samuel. If you don't hit him accurately over the middle of the field, then is he going to be able to get all those yards after the catch that he's gotten? So I think that's one thing that's going to be interesting. But yeah, I mean, he could always use more time with Deebo Samuel. They didn't work out together in the off season. And I think at practice, it's been pretty clear that those two have some things to work on in terms of timing and chemistry. And you see the opposite with Brandon Ayuk, who did work out with Trey Lance throughout the offseason. So I think it's all for Trey Lance. Ultimately, the biggest thing is just getting reps, getting the chemistry down, getting the timing down, reading body language of his receivers after the snap, and know exactly, or be able to place the football accurately, I think is ultimately the biggest thing with Trey Lance, because between the years, everything I've heard, the team's really happy with where he's at, and that was one of the biggest reasons why they were willing to invest 3 first-round picks to get him last year.
Chris Biederman, Sacramento Bee, here on 95.7 The Game. One last Lance question, real quick, and then we'll bounce around the roster. Do you think he plays Friday night against the Packers? Is he going to be treated like an established starting quarterback and we won't see much of him in the preseason, or does he need reps?
Yeah, I go back and forth on this. I'm ultimately not a big preseason guy. I think more roster battles are won and lost on the practice field than in preseason. And I know, some people feel differently, that, certain preseason games can be telling. But I would think that Kyle Shanahan would not want to play Trey Lance, given that he's probably not going to play Trent Williams. He's probably not going to play Deebo Samuel or Brandon Ayuk or George Kittle. So, just to give Trey Lance a series and risk him taking a hit behind, Colton McKivitz at left tackle or something like that, I just don't know that makes a lot of sense. And maybe Kyle Shanahan wants to get Trey Lance just a series or two, just so he can feel a little bit more comfortable, I guess, as the summer and week one gets closer. But it wouldn't surprise me if Nate Sudfeld's a starting quarterback on Friday night. I just don't, the downside far outweighs the upside in terms of getting Trey Lance a series or two in a meaningless game in early August. I would think that, we've seen it with Sean McVay down in LA. They don't play any of their starters in the preseason really at all. So I think Kyle Shanahan likes to get his guys a little bit of run in the preseason. Maybe that comes in Minnesota or maybe the third preseason game. But I just think that this week, given that so many other starters likely aren't going to play, if it were me, I wouldn't play Trey Lance in that scenario, just because you do want him. If he's going to be out there, you'd want Trent Williams, your $24 million tackle to be out there also.
Chris, why is Brandon Ayuk the star of this camp?
He's taken it to a different level. I think, I asked him in the offseason what one of the things that he really learned in his second season and getting off to that slow start. And it was just, he was pretty straightforward with his answer. It was his ability to take coaching and ability to not try to, fight back against coaches when they're being hard on him, but instead use it to, listen to what they're saying and even if he doesn't agree with it, just try to implement it and make himself better. And he's a super talented guy. He's very physically gifted. He's got really long arms, which gives him a big advantage over a lot of cornerbacks. When it comes to making catches and
You're getting emotional over. I can feel you getting emotional in this answer. You almost
I went to outside lands yesterday, so my voice is still catching up with me. So I apologize.
Very nice, very nice.
But no, I think it's a lot of work that he did in the offseason, particularly with Trey Lance, and you've seen it with George Kittle in 2018. George Kittle had a really good offseason. Sort of reshaped the way he approaches football, and then obviously went on to have that record-breaking year. Last year, you saw Deebo Samuel go into the last season with, a ton of focus, knowing that he had to get a contract, but also that he needed to establish himself after, a good rookie season, a not-so-good second season, and that's sort of where Brandon Ayuk falls. He's been the guy who's really approached the offseason with a lot of intensity, and that's lends itself to playing really well in training camp. And obviously I mentioned, him working out with Trey Lance in the offseason. I think that's built a lot of trust. Trey Lance has been willing to throw to Brandon Ayuk even when he's not open, and he trusts Ayuk to make a lot of these contested catches. So I think that's one of the reasons why he's ascending like he is. And given all the weapons the 49ers have on offense, I think that's another thing that I don't know that gets talked about enough with Trey Lance. It's like there should be somebody open on any given play. And so if you have three guys, Brandon Ayuk, Deebo Samuel, and George Kittle, who are, Pro Bowl level or near the top of their position relative to the rest of the league, I think that's going to make things a lot easier on the quarterback. I think the Brandon Ayuk thing has probably been the most positive development of training camp so far, in my estimation.
Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee. I know Ray's got one more for you, but we have reached our 4 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living. What about camp has not met Kyle Shanahan's standards yet? I mean, as much as he raves about Brandon Ayuk and Trey Lance, and of course just the simple existence of Trent Williams, what is he disappointed in? What has he not seen enough progress at?
Man, that's a great question. I don't know. I mean, Ray, you know how coaches are. Like, they don't like to really say anything negative about anybody at this point in the year. And, everybody's in the best shape of their life, and everybody thinks every other player on the roster is amazing and had an amazing offseason. But honestly, I couldn't really tell you. I think, if you look at maybe the interior of the offensive line, like the fact that there's still some uncertainty between Daniel Brunskill and Jake Brendel. I think they would like to have that position nailed down, certainly at this point, because there is a chemistry element to that in terms of Trey Lance and getting the protections called, and so you'd like to know who that guy is. I would think Jake Brendel probably is the leg up, but we really don't know how that's going to shake out, because Daniel Brunskill, obviously the starting right guard from the last couple of years, has gotten all of his reps during training camp at center. While Spencer Burford, the rookie fourth-round pick, has worked at right guard, and it seems like he's the favorite to win that right guard spot. But if Daniel Brunskill doesn't win the center job, does that mean he'll go back to playing right guard despite not getting these practice reps? So maybe there's a little bit of angst at that position, given that they're still rotating. I would say, Kyle Shanahan would probably never say this. I'm sure he would have loved for Deebo Samuel to be there for the first week of practice, even though pads weren't on and even though it is the very early portions of training camp. I think the chemistry between Deebo Samuel and Trey Lance certainly isn't there yet, and they do have plenty of time to work on that, and they've been doing some extra stuff after practice, particularly deep routes and things like that to get some of that timing down. But I guess ideally, if you are paying a receiver $24 million a year, you obviously wouldn't want to have, I guess, chemistry questions going into training camp ahead of the new season. And so I guess that's probably something. Like, ideally, if you're paying a guy to be one of the best receivers in the league, you would like him to have the same training camp that Brandon Ayuk is having. But I think, if you're Deebo Samuel, you understand, like, I'm going to be used on a lot of bubble screens. I'm going to be used on some, jet sweeps and pop passes and quick slants. A lot of his game that translates to Sundays isn't necessarily going to be stuff that works or is really worked on a whole lot in training camp. So I wouldn't read too much into the Deebo Samuel thing, but I guess if you're talking about what's disappointing for Kyle Shanahan, I'm sure he would love to know that Deebo Samuel and Trey Lance are far more connected and on the same page than they have been. But if there is a silver lining, it's August 8th after all. So they haven't even played a preseason game yet. Not that I'm saying Deebo or Trey Lance will play on Friday, but they do have plenty of time to work out whatever chemistry issues that seem to be a little bit amiss at this point.
First play in Chicago, Deebo A-gap. Let's set the tone. Chris Biederman of the Sacramento Bee, take off your sports reporter's hat, put on your rock critic hat. How was Outside Lands?
It was good. It was a lot of people. It was more people than I was expecting, frankly. But no, it was a good time. The food was really good. They had Hen House beer there, which if you're familiar with me, you know how much I love my hoppy beers from Santa Rosa. So that was excellent. Had some quesadilla tacos, which were also excellent. We had to go back and ended up waiting in line twice for another batch of those. They were so good. It was fun. I'm not like a huge festival guy, but I do like seeing live music, and there's just something to the scene there with the trees all lit up and 40, 50,000, however many people there being in one spot, and everybody, it was a positive vibes only type situation.
Did you see Green Day pull the kid up on stage, and did the kid actually shred?
No, so I wasn't there for Green Day. I was there for Post Malone and Pusha T and Weezer and all of that stuff. So unfortunately I did miss that. But it was definitely a good time. It was just nice to be around people, and we all know how the last couple of years have went, so it was good to experience that again.
No doubt. I'm glad you had some fun. Chris, thanks very much for joining us today.
No problem. Thanks for having me, guys.
Chris Biederman, 49ers reporter for the Sac Bee. I mean, Jillian and I just had a couple people over for dinner, and we were like, oh my God, we're getting back to normal. Isn't that nice? Yeah, so 50,000 people, good times, Outside Lands. Sounds great to me, man. If we didn't have kids, we would have gone. These damn kids get in the way of concert plans all the time, Ray.
You'll feel much differently about it in 2044.
I wonder if I'll still be able to go to concerts in 2044. I'll just wheel me over to handicap access and I'll be able to go.
Well,
sounds good. Yeah.
Let's keep a good thought for your infirmities.
Yeah, absolutely.
No, yeah, you chose to be a parent now. You're done having fun for a long time.
Thank you. I want to battle you on that. I won't. I'm 3 years in. Yeah. I see the road ahead.
Once they became ambulatory, your deal was done.
Ozzy's moving now. He's puttering around. So we got two on the loose officially.
You're what we in the scientific community call screwed.
Yeah, there's no doubt. Last time I was at Outside Lands, and Chris is right. Not only is it a festival of music and a lot of bands you might want to see, they got a lot of good food and fare and drink there, to the point where I can't even remember. Jillian and I were eating something, and right across from me was this little girl, just a slight... I mean, she couldn't have been 110 pounds. And she was destroying a cheeseburger in between two glazed donuts. And my gaze lingered, not over her, but over the donut burger for just a little too long. And she looked at me, and this just shows you what the different world we used to live in was. She saw me looking at this, and she said, "You want a bite? You want to try it?" Total stranger. I used to be the guy at drinks, like you order a cocktail in a bar and someone's like, what is that? I've never even heard of that. What is that? Total stranger, I'd be like, you want a sip? You want to try it? I was not a germ guy, germaphobe type of guy at all in my life. So she offered me the bite, and I just said, the last thing I need to ever find out is that my cheeseburgers have been missing glazed donuts. So I'm going to pass. I'm going to pass on that one for the sake of, avoiding El Stroco Loco Part 2 Electric Boogaloo.
That sounds like something that somebody dug up from a minor league park, where they literally will put anything fried in grease next to anything else fried in grease and call it a meal.
Oh, minor league ballpark fare is essentially like late night stoned fraternity house dares. That's basically all it is at this point.
Yeah, it's basically what happens when Jack in the Box is closed at 2 a.m. I'll have the fried fisherman's boot topped off with a fried golf cap.
Smother it with tartar sauce. Yeah. We're in. So I still do not know whether or not I would like a glazed donut cheeseburger, and I think I'm better off for it. I think my entire family might be better off for it. There's things you don't want to learn about yourself, and that feels like that's one of them.
Yeah, but there's no other place where you would find one of those. It's not like you're going to go out and make them.
No.
Have the neighbors over for donuts and burgers.
Somebody says, you go to Sonoma Raceway. They got great carnival food. Look, I'm interested in carnival fare. In like your street fare, like you give me like teriyaki chicken on a stick. I want one the size of a lightsaber. I do. I'm all about your teriyaki chicken on a stick. At like the Fillmore Street Fair, Haight Street Fair. But yeah, I try to stay away from hey, this entire meal, including the plate, is deep fried. Are you interested? I was so interested in, El Stroco Loco. So, try to stay away now. Not that I'm a picture of health, but, we're trying. Day by day. Mix in a salad. Have you ever seen Carnival Eats on Food Network?
Oh, God, no.
The whole thing is based on a dare, and I hate that host, whoever that guy is. He's such a cornball.
Well,
he's like, oh, I get to try a corn dog? Ho ho! Dude, calm down. It's a freaking corn dog. But this one's got sprinkles on it.
Yeah, that'll do it.
Yeah, it's terrible.
No, there's a reason why we're the most obese nation in history.
We sure are. Damon, you got to try peanut butter on a burger.
No, you don't.
Well, actually, I have tried that.
Oh,
thank you very much, Miko in Richmond. I have tried that. I've tried the sandwich on the peanut butter, or the bacon, or not bacon, but the banana in a peanut butter and jelly sandwich. That was also one of Elvis's go-tos. And he died on a toilet, morbidly obese, at a very young age. So, maybe stop taking culinary advice from Elvis.
Another inspirational tale.
There was a documentary I was just watching on HBO called like the Searcher or the Discoverer or something. I don't know. It was about Elvis. It was pretty good. There's a lot of revisionist history though.
Oh,
he stole things like essentially black culture.
Oh, no question. Just that whole rock and roll era of the 50s was either black artists or people who lifted from black artists. Listen to some Louis Jordan sometimes, and you'll find out, oh, this is where it all came from. Backbeats, horns, the whole schmear.
I like it. Damon, he also did a lot of uppers and downers and sidewayers and diagonals. Elvis, he did it all. We are brought to you by BMW Fairfield. You can do it all there, but in a fun and great and entertaining way, not in an Elvis Presley kind of way.
And they don't dip cars in batter.
Not yet, but they do provide a luxurious, all-encompassing experience to address all of your BMW needs. It is the highest-rated BMW dealer in the entire Bay Area. Go find out for yourself why. BMWFairfield.com today. Book your visit. That is BMWFairfield.com. When we come on back, we're talking about Hall of Famers, Wall of Famers, and a Hall of Shamer here on Damon and Ratto.
Now back to Damon and Ratto. Brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
The best 49ers training camp coverage from 95.7 The Game is just waiting there for you on the free Odyssey app. Download that app today. Everything we do, right to you if you've downloaded the Odyssey app. Like I said, we got a Hall of Famer, a Wall of Famer, and one of the ultimate Halls of Shamers to talk about. Let's start with the best and brightest of them all. Bryant Young, one of several inducted into the Hall of Fame. The only surprise for me this Hall of Fame weekend, Ray, was that it took Cliff Branch this long to get inducted into the Hall of Fame. With all of the, I mean, there are a lot of Raiders in the Hall of Fame as well. I'm surprised it took Branch that long. I guess, it's a crowded wide receiver group, and he played in an era that didn't produce gaudy numbers. But correct me if I'm wrong, because he was a little bit before my time. I mostly know about Cliff Branch from playing Madden, where I quickly found out that he's like one of the only 99 speeds in the entire game on that all 70s Raiders decade team of the past. Like the guy was a ghost. He was a memory off the line of scrimmage. He ran past people so fast.
He was, but again, as you said, the era was not kind in that the most cut balls he ever caught was 60. He went over 1,000 yards only twice, and he had 2 years where he caught more than 10 touchdowns. So his numbers do not jump out at you. And the other thing about the Pro Football Hall of Fame, which has always been one of its real limitations, I think, is a lot depends on who's presenting you in the room. If the presentation isn't great, it can hold you down. And I'm not saying that's what happened with Branch, but there were some guys who were brilliant at it and could get guys in basically by the force of their own persuasion. I mean, I remember the year that Roger Worley, the old Cardinal safety that, okay, but nothing great that you could think of, got a great presentation from the columnist of the St. Louis Post-Dispatch, Bernie Miklasz.
I was about to say Bernie's Bits.
And he sailed in, just sailed without a moment's hesitation. So that's one of the problems with a small room. There's only like 45 people in that room. So 9 people can keep you out. And more than that, if the presentation sings, it can elevate a okay candidate. If it doesn't, can punish a really qualified candidate.
Well, I don't know who did the singing on Bryant Young's behalf, but it finally got him enshrined in the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I was fortunate to be drafted by and play for the 49ers, a championship organization led by competitive, compassionate owners. Mr. D, Candy, John, Denise, Jed, thank you for all the love, kindness, and generosity you've shown. I was fortunate to work with strong coaches. George Seifert challenged me to elevate my play. So did Steve Mariucci, who kept us focused during playoff seasons and the rebuild. Position coaches Dwayne Board and Dan Quinn were honest, fair, and supported me in good times and bad. There isn't time today to properly honor teammates, some sitting here feet away. All I say for now is I never, ever wanted to let you down. Thank you.
Bryant Young, a 4-time Pro Bowler, 2-time first-team All-Pro, a member of the NFL's All-Decade team in the 1990s, the 1999 NFL Comeback Player of the Year after leading the team with 11 sacks to go along with 20 quarterback pressures and a return from a broken leg, and he was a career Niner, which, in my mind goes a long way. When you choose to stay through thick and thin with the organization that drafted you, coached you well, treated you well, there is an element of loyalty which I think should have a player cut to the front of the line. Now, Bryant Young's speech got incredibly emotional when he started talking about his son, Colby, who died of cancer, I believe at the age of 22, which made him getting inducted into the Hall of Fame in the class of 22 resonate that much more.
Born in August 2001, Kobe loved life. He had an infectious smile, many interests, including football. He was a happy kid. In fall 2014, when he was 13, Kobe started having headaches. A CAT scan revealed a brain tumor. Kai had just had knee surgery and deserved our full attention, but our focus and hers shifted to Kobe. 5 days later, surgeons removed the tumor and told us it was cancer. Kobe was back at school 8 days later. His spirits were good. He had the heart of a lion. My injury seemed trivial. Knowing radiation would weaken him, doctors told Kobe to give up football. It absolutely broke his heart. He turned the page and focused on basketball. The treatments were hard. Kobe showed immense courage. He felt good for months. We really were hopeful. The following October, Kobe said, "Dad, I have a headache." The cancer was back. Doctors tried immunotherapy, but it has spread too far too fast.
By the way, apparently his son's favorite number was 22. That's what resonated the most. He died even younger than that. Here's more Bryant Young honoring his son.
Kobe sensed where things were heading and had questions. He didn't fear death as much as the process of dying. Would it be painful? Would he be remembered? We assured Kobe we'd keep his memory alive and continue speaking his name. On October 11, 2016, God called Kobe home. Kobe, you live on in our hearts. We will always speak your name.
Ooh. Oh. I'm telling you, when they say you don't really know what love is until you have kids. And that is always a saying that I scoffed at. Like, don't tell me I don't know what love is because I haven't gotten married and had kids yet. That used to bother me. But boy, it's such a game changer. And to hear a man that big and that strong get so emotional, it's really something else. And it was certainly the most poignant moment of the entire Hall of Fame weekend. Ray, what did you think of not Bryant Young's speech, but Bryant Young as a player and as a leader for the 49ers?
A great player playing a position that the Hall of Fame usually does not reward. He's only the 13th defensive tackle to get in. And almost all of the other ones, as you said, played for one team. There are only a couple who you could probably call journeymen, but but for the most part, if you stuck as a defensive tackle, you stayed in one place because they're hard to find. And Bryant Young was often underrated, one, because he wasn't a great talker. And I mean in terms of volume. You could certainly hear how articulate he was, but he just didn't do that much. So other people had to, wave his flag for him. And that's why I think ultimately it took as long as it did for him to get in. Because one, position is not kind in the held to a high esteem in the Hall of Fame, and two, he didn't approach it as I got to get in the Hall of Fame. It was I played the game I wanted to play. I played it for who I wanted to play it, and that was going to be sufficient for him.
Glad he's in the Hall of Fame. Never heard anyone say a bad word about that guy. Not a teammate, not a coach, not a fan. So, congratulations to Bryant Young, indeed. I guess we have to offer some congratulations to Hunter Pence. Now, the Giants aren't retiring his number, and he's not going to go to the Hall of Fame. But the Giants did say today that Hunter Pence is going to go up on the team's Wall of Fame before the game against the Dodgers on Saturday, September 17th. Pence will become the 55th person to go up on the team's Wall of Fame. The Giants have already celebrated Buster Posey, Matt Cain, and Will Clark. And on Saturday, August 13th, which is this Saturday, they're going to go ahead and honor the 2012 World Series championship team, the 10-year anniversary already, for goodness sakes. Should just have Sergio Romo come on out and freeze Miguel Cabrera.
Cabrera's still playing, so he probably won't make it.
You're right. He's not going to be out there. But they could just put a cardboard cutout of him, and it would have done the same thing because his knees buckled. Do we have the Sergio Ramos? I saw you smile and go to the. Do you have the song that we played on Friday? Because he did have such a great entrance song. And did you see, after we bring up a subject, Ray, the entire world is clearly listening to the show, because did you see how this weekend was all about this Edwin Diaz Mets entrance is like the best thing in the world? Yeah, again, we told you about it on Friday. The world picks up on it over the weekend. You're welcome, world. We'll let you know what's great. And by the way, here we go. Now pitching, Sergio Romo. One of the best closer entrance songs ever. When I think of Giant songs, like what you had, the Barry Bonds, Dr. Dre loop whenever he came on up. You had El Mechon for Sergio Romo, and I always remember Electric Feel by MGMT when Tim Lincecum took the ball and started warming up. That used to give me the chills in there. Anyways, Hunter Pence going onto the Wall of Fame. They have absolutely tweaked the requirements for Wall of Fame to get more guys on the Wall of Fame. I remember Larry Baer said that there were stringent, you must cross this threshold. Was it 8 years with the team, a decade with the team, a number of games played with the team? And then they expanded it to if you've won 3 World Series with the Giants, you get in. Now it's if you had a hell of a month with the Giants, you can get in.
Well, you get in if they like you.
Yeah.
I mean, that's what the Hall of Fame is. That's what all Hall of Fames are. Are you liked by the people who do the voting?
The Wall of Fame.
Hall of Fame, Wall of Fame, it's all the same principle. I mean, Hunter Pence met none of the criteria except that people like him. And I'm not saying that's not a bad way to go.
Yeah. Imagine if you met that criteria.
No. I would not accept any such award and wouldn't attend if I was.
What if we, on the side of the San Francisco Chronicle, just spray painted your name? Would that be enough?
If there was a cop nearby to arrest you when you did it.
What if we asked Mike Silver to do it, since he's now going to be reporting to the Chronicle for duties? Do you see that Mike Silver?
Yeah, the NFL columnist.
Yeah.
Which is amazing because they haven't had one of those for a long time in a town that tends to like football.
What do you mean they haven't had a...
They haven't had a full-time cover the league columnist in forever.
Oh, I thought you were like a beat writer. I'm like,
No. They've had 49er writers.
You're talking about the Ira Miller role?
Ira Miller was a beat writer.
But he covered also cover the league at large?
But not in that
when he
same
got to
way.
Chicago, he did, I think.
Well, yeah, once he got to Chicago, he was sort of in semi-retirement at that point. But in terms of having somebody on staff who covered the league as opposed to the 49ers, no, they haven't had one in a long time. So Silver fills a need that they've had for decades.
Well, good for Mike.
It's a gig.
It's a gig. It's a local gig. He can Barton and he's there.
I don't think they want their NFL columns to Bart.
It's a pretty good walk, though. I mean, it's not. I mean, Mike, I think, lives in the East Bay. Take Bart in, avoid all bridge traffic, and then you're just 2 blocks off of Market Street. There, you just got to walk from Market to Mission.
Oh, they're not going to want him in the office. They want him in places. They want him going to league meetings. They want him going down to the 49ers to talk to other executives from other teams on game days. He'll be entirely Carr.
Well, when he does have to go to the office, let me suggest Barton, you're there.
Well, he could do that. I mean, there's no place to park except for that ghastly garage. But
whose garage was worse, Chronicle's garage or the one you parked in today, our garage?
Oh, this one is the Kremlin in 1953. Whoever designed this has a special place in hell because there's not a chance that they're still alive.
Whoever designed this building's parking garage was pro horse and buggy.
Oh, just neo-Stalinist.
So we have someone on the text line, Comcast Business text line, saying, every person on that wall is just there to sell tickets to the game, shirts, memories. It all makes money. Ding, 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 ding.
Yes.
We get it. We totally get it. Damon, what about the Wilmer Flores Friends theme? The only thing that is adorable about that was the story that he tells to justify it, because that's as bad of a walk-up theme as any player could have. But he says that he basically learned English by watching Friends. It was his show of choice to help him acclimate. So, it makes sense for him. But
that's the only thing. That's the only person who the music is for, anyway.
Well, you want the crowd to feel it a little bit.
They don't care. They just like going up because it's their favorite song.
I guess. But if you can set the tone, get the people ready to go.
Sergio Romo selected a song that, by and large, I believe, it plays at 78 speed. So that's very much for him, because nobody else would have picked it.
No. This is so much better. By the way, since we're just going to go ahead and tear up and throw out any and all used-to-be criteria to get on the wall, another good point here from the Comcast Business text line. Travis Ishikawa should be on this wall. One hit. It is as important a hit as, Robbie Thompson and Travis Ishikawa are the same guys. The shot heard around the world. I agree. It should also be on Travis Ishikawa's plaque, should he ever get one, is the amount of money that cost me when I brought Gianna to the French Laundry because of that home run. This is why I don't make any on-air bets with you anymore, Ray, because I literally said to Gianna that night, if Travis Ishikawa hits a home run tonight, I'll bring you to the French Laundry. $1,400 later. Seriously, it was delicious, but that place should be called Dinner or Hawaii.
Oh, no, it's just, you show up and you're greeted by somebody in a ski cap. Just, hello, bring us your wallet, we'll tell you what you're eating.
Somebody says, Damon, you have no idea how popular that song is in the Latin community. No, I know exactly how popular that song is. Thank you very much. Ray, you were sorely missed at Outside Lands during that Green Day set. Should have been there.
Who says that?
Someone from the 628 who really wants to hang out with you.
The 628? Where the hell is that?
I don't know, but it's an area code.
Well, I deduced that.
Hey. Okay.
No, and apparently Silver is keeping his gigs, not to go back to this, but he's keeping his gigs with Bally Volume, Backstage, and Meadowlark as well. So,
yeah, that man is
still going to have 5 things going on at once.
Yeah, Mike Silver's getting cards from like 4 or 5 different decks.
Yeah,
that's the way you got to do it.
So, in other words, you may never see him at all.
Well, I don't need to
see him. He might not even live here.
I don't need to see him to book him on the show. We didn't, it's not like we're asking him to come into the studio.
True, but he may not be living in the city at all.
628 is in San Francisco?
Yeah, apparently it's the new area code from a few years ago. They've ran out of 415.
Okay, so honestly, if you have a 628, you shouldn't be allowed to park in the city. Like, you're not even really in San Francisco if you got a 628 number.
No, if you have a 628 number, you should be forced to park in this garage.
Damon, are you going to be recapping House of Dragon episodes like you did Game of Thrones? Well, we can't, because I can't play off the phrase post Game of Thrones. I can't go post House of Dragons. Maybe we should just let Ray do them. You know what? That's a really good idea.
That's not going to happen.
No, we should have Ray recap episodes that he does not watch. That could be really interesting, just to see where your mind takes you.
It'll be brief. I didn't watch it. I'm glad I didn't watch it. Something happened. People are dead. What do you care? Go away.
Dragons. Would you make like a dragon roar noise? Like, rawr?
Hey, you can do whatever you want.
Just try it. Just try one dragon roar.
Cut
that. That's a promo right there.
For a promo for something I will never do. That's good. That's a good use of the help.
Hall of Fame, Wall of Fame, Hall of Shame. Pete Rose. And I honestly, I didn't even know that he was accused of betting a girl not even 16, 55 years ago. I didn't know that until it was brought up this weekend by Alex Coffey, who used to be out here in the Bay Area. She might even still be, but she went to cover this Phillies.
No, she's working for the Philly Inquirer.
Okay, she's now working for the Philly Inquirer. Well, good for her. Anyways, Alex Coffey asked Pete Rose about this story of statutory rape, and don't you think being here today? And he got all upset. Even called her he said it was 55 years ago. Like, who's talking about this, babe? God. Let me just tell you, Pete Rose should never be allowed to enjoy a single happy day in any major league ballpark for the rest of his whole frickin' life. He shouldn't be asked a single question that isn't about now gambling, lying to all of us, and we can add statutory rape to the list of things that should be the only questions asked of Pete Rose. I love it. I'm here for it. And just to let you know that Pete Rose can be remembered as a great baseball player. I have solved the Pete Rose conundrum. If you've heard this before, I apologize, but it's the only way to handle Pete Rose. He gets elected to the Baseball Hall of Fame the day or the year after he dies. Just put him in. That way, as a baseball player, he can be remembered for being the all-time hits leader. The lifetime suspension gets served as it should, because speaking of, statutory rape, what he did is so much worse than a corked bat, chalked up pitcher's fingers, steroids. He bet on games as a manager. That is the ultimate break of trust that you can commit in sports. So he deserves, as a player, to be enshrined after he dies, because he deserves to serve his lifetime ban for what he did, which is one of the all-time scumbag moves, and he didn't really apologize for it until he could sell you a book to explain it all away. He is among the worst people out there in sports.
He's a beauty. I mean, he was one of those guys who was absolutely convinced he was bulletproof, and for a long time he was. But the FBI knew that this stuff was going on at the time. And eventually, his hubris got way the better of him. And even after he was caught, he couldn't admit it. I mean, he went to Cooperstown one year during the induction ceremonies, sign autographs, and basically remind everybody, hey, I'm still here. And people in baseball were pissed about that.
Oh yeah. And then he was even, when he finally admitted to it, like, people would go up to him at that card shop, which I was walking past one day in Caesars, and there he was, just a heap of pathetic, signing autographs like, sorry I bet on baseball, Pete Rose. Like, as long as you'd give him the $55 for his autograph, he'd write anything. It's just full noble cause corruption, if there ever was one. So anyways, we had a hell of a segment right there. Bryant Young, Hunter Pence, congratulations to them both. Pete Rose, screw you to all eternity. When we do come on back, though, we're going to continue talking a little bit of baseball from a man who's at the Coliseum as the Giants swept the A's this weekend in Oakland. And boy, the price of admission certainly is going to go up for the Giants in terms of just stepping onto the field against an opponent as they take on the Padres tonight. We're going to talk to Javi Lopez, who was on the call this weekend on NBC Sports Bay Area. And he's coming up next here on Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Fremont Bank, full service banking, no compromises.
What's up, everybody? Nick Costos here with the Sports Betting Minute, brought to you by Bet River Sportsbook, your hometown sportsbook. Week 1 pro football, Tennessee a 6 or a 6.5 point home favorite against the New York team in blue. And I think
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
High drive, right center field. It is out of here. Drives this one to center field. Back is Bolt. Still back. Out of here. He's done it again. Mike Yastrzemski is second of the game.
Yeah, if one is good, two is even better. Couple of home runs from Mike Yastrzemski yesterday as the Giants take a couple of games in Oakland. Javier Lopez was on the call, along with Dwayne Kuiper right there, on NBC Sports Bay Area. He was there all weekend. He's actually going to be on the call tonight as the Giants get to San Diego. Javier, thank you so much for joining us here on Damon and Ratto. How are you doing?
Man, gentlemen, thanks for having me again, and I'm doing great.
It's good to have you on. Now, as a guy who got a degree in psychology, how much does the Giants' psychology change going from taking on a pretty bad A's team, even though they came out with a decent second-half start, to now taking on the Padres, who have got to be licking their wounds after getting flayed alive, basically, in Los Angeles against the Dodgers? And, I mean, I think the Padres are just going to be out for blood tonight. Like, if they're aggressive normally at the plate, they could be doubly aggressive against Alex Wood. You better mind your home plate tonight, Alex Wood. These guys are going to be swinging, I think.
I think there's something to that, and I think Alex is definitely aware. But I think it's, I've mentioned this before, everything begins and ends on the mound. And Alex Wood wants to really follow up with the great outing that Logan Webb had yesterday, and another guy that wants to get on the mound after having a not-so-great start in his last time out with the Dodgers. And again, a lot of guys weren't having great starts, but you can look across baseball. Guys aren't having great starts against the Dodgers, but, you want to get back on the right way. And you mentioned it, the Padres, they've reloaded, they've revamped this entire lineup. They've made some great trades, and they also brought in a frontline closer. I mean, they've done a lot of moves. They're trying to make a push, but they're not playing the tremendous baseball yet. They haven't jived yet, and I think you got to take advantage of that. And the Giants are in a good role, especially with the power.
Turn your mic on, Ray. It's kind of professional outfit we run over here.
Yeah. Well, it's a better question if the mic's off. In terms of, momentum between games, of which we know there is very little, does everything tend to recalibrate with a new series? Like, the Padres looked profoundly overmatched by the Dodgers. And true, the Giants are a different team with different personnel, and they're not as good. But can the Giants or any team rely on a sort of just a momentary change of scenery, changing a team's mood, or is that independent of who you play or where you play?
That's a very deep question right there. I wasn't ready for something like that. I think.
Well, should I turn my mic off then?
Well, like you said, it was probably a little bit better with it off. You're right, but no, I think there's some comfortability going in division. When you're playing the A's, it's a big deal because it's the Bay Bridge series, and there's a lot of things that go into it. A lot of guys are getting interviewed. They sell it. The Bay Area loves it. Lots of fans. But now you get a chance to see the teams that you're trying to chase, and this is one of them. And with San Diego, you know that they've made the upgrades, they made the moves, and that being the case, you want to come in here and keep them quiet. And I think there's something to just, you're right, the momentum isn't maybe the right word to use, but you got to have these guys, you got to feel comfortable about the at-bats they're putting up. And the pitching staff pitched well. The bullpen still is getting a little leaky. I think you want to try to tighten that up, especially if you're going to try to climb into this race. But when you have a chance to take a team down that has made all the moves and high expectations are there, and you go in to their place and you beat them, I think that's going to carry more than the two games that Oakland did.
Javier Lopez here on 95.7 The Game. We always want to talk pitching with you because you certainly know more than we ever could claim to know. If you had to explain Camilo Duvall to someone who's looking at him for the very first time, how would you explain it? Ray and I were talking about how many current San Francisco Giants do you think would be on this roster 2-3 years from now? I think he's going to be one of those guys. But he can also be an adventure out there, and it seems for someone who's got an easy 102 to the plate, he is in love with that slider, which is hard for me to understand. When you see him, how do you interpret what we're looking at?
I think that's exactly what I think they're all kind of trying to talk to him, the veterans that are down in that bullpen, the coaching staff as well, that he's always been predominantly slider guy because he knows he can throw that first strike. That's always been his pitch. But you are right. I watched it yesterday. That's the first time I've seen it live in a good view. Like the other ballparks in Pittsburgh, I'm up in the sky, and in Atlanta, I'm up in the sky. I'm up by the lights. I can't see it the way I saw it yesterday in the Coliseum. And Joey Bart was having trouble just catching the ball. And seeing it from home plate, you're seeing it start over the middle of the plate and just absolutely chasing the right-handers in on the hands or diving far out and away for these left-handers at 100 to 102. And I think those are the pitches that you got to just kind of keep pumping them up. Like, hey, dude, that's really nasty. I know you love your slider, but you have a sinker going 102. That's pretty good. I think he's getting an idea of it. But you're right. I think if you're going crystal ball where you're at in the future, he's got to be one of those guys that you need. And he's showing his durability right now. That's always the big thing when you're in a bullpen. Can you go day in, day out, throw these out, and show up? And so far, he's been able to do that. But I think he's learning on the job. I think it's one of those arms that he's like a Timmy Lincecum where you show him a grip or a pitch, and he brings it into the game. And I think the more he goes about it, and he can actually sit back and relax and look at an outing and see how the batters aren't getting good reps on it, good swings off, it's going to pump him up. But I just think, having that slider is always going to be the X factor. But that sinker was just explosive yesterday.
How much does it matter, and I'm not asking you to speak for Camilo Duvall, but how much does it matter in general when the catcher is a veteran as opposed to a rookie? How much harder is it for a pitcher to believe in the 23-year-old than the 33-year-old?
Well, again, I can't speak for Camilo. I know if I was a young guy with that kind of stuff, I think there's something to trusting a veteran guy that's caught many innings, many pitchers of various degrees, from lefties, righties, the whole deal. But, like if Buster Posey tells him something, I'm sure he was going to pay very good attention. That's not taking a shot at Joey Bart, but it's just he's also trying to figure out how to manage and call Major League Baseball games right now. But I do think with the advent of all the statistical analysis and all the Rapsodo and the Edgertronic and all the data-driven things that you can show a pitcher, Joey Bart can tell him, and then you can go to the videotape and show him, and then you can go to the numbers and show that as well to reinforce what you're catching. So I think there is that communication will always be important in baseball, no matter what. That pitcher-catcher relationship always needs to be developed.
Javi Lopez with us here on Damon and Ratto. So you were just talking about Joey Bart, and I wanted to ask you what has helped him start to turn it around, because he used to be an automatic strikeout, and he has had now, I think, enough of the guy's had a month that any major league catcher, I think, should be proud of. He has been, since returning from AAA in early July, he's hitting .282 with 5 homers and nearly an .800 OPS in about 24 games. It looks like he is just comfortable. He's really figured it out. Did you see much of him while he was struggling, and what do you think is the difference now?
Well, I think, again, he's had the right frame of mind, and whether he was frustrated, I'm sure he was, he doesn't show it. And I think that's something that is so hard for a young player to understand, especially a guy like him that, definitely from the college ranks on, hasn't struggled, hasn't really gone through long stretches of struggling. And he got handed to him a little bit during the beginning of the season, and maybe he's putting too much pressure on himself, and ultimately he's going to have to answer those questions. But I do think one thing that you love to see out of the kid is that the emotions stay the same. He still has chase in the at bats. He's still kind of swing and miss is still there, but he's like you mentioned, he's just able to kind of just make better contact right now. Even his outs have been pretty hard outs, and I think he's understanding that he's a big leaguer. There's a long way to go, and I don't think he's, I don't think that he's thinking he's figured it out by any means. But I do think what I love to see about him is that he wants to be in the squad catching every day. He's not wanting to kind of split the time. He wants to be the guy that's in control of the pitching staff and of what's going on. I think the platooning stuff will always happen, and I think that's kind of where the Giants have always gone. But I think he wants to be the guy that's going to be in the squat most of the time, and he's trying to take advantage of it. And so far, he has.
Do you think, Javi, that trading Kirk Casale was another one of those? Hey, there's less of an object in my rearview mirror that this team can lean on now. So they're like, in a good way, they're stuck with me.
Maybe that's a sell that he could probably put for himself. I didn't see it like that, but I think that is something that, again, like, hey, they sent the backup to Seattle, and now it's time to step up and show them what I can do. I mean, there's a reason they picked me number 2 overall, and I think he's starting to understand that. But Kirk Casale had a great relationship with Joey and taught him a lot in the time that they spent together. So, I do think now you're right. He can look and realize that every day coming into the ballpark, most likely he's in the lineup.
Is it getting to the point now where players start looking at the teams around them in the standings to see how they're doing from day to day, or is it still too early for that?
Well, I can't speak for this club, but I know when I was playing that there was scoreboard watching going on, and if they tell you they weren't, they're lying to you. I mean, every one of the guys lying to you. There's an out-of-town scoreboard in every single park. So, you turn around and say, hey, there's one out, and you happen to peek over here in San Diego, it's in right field. You'll peek over and be like, oh, the Dodgers are winning or the Dodgers are losing. Yeah, you're peeking. You're seeing what's going on. And I think, again, the Giants, if they can they got to get hot. I don't think there's any secret there. I mean, it's not just they can't play 500 ball and expect to make these other teams that come back to the pack. They've got to play exceptional baseball from here on out. And, I do think when they win, they're going to be checking that scoreboard to see if, hey, the Phillies are lost, the Brewers are losing, Cardinals, whoever it might be, because they're handling the Padres. If they're winning, they're handling the Padres and catching up to them. So there will be some scoreboard watching from here on out. I don't think there's any guy that doesn't peak, even though they'll tell you something different.
Do you plan on being a part of the 2012 championship reunion that I know they're going to be having at the ballpark coming up soon?
Yes, I will be in attendance, and I'm quite excited to be actually see those guys. It's once you get away from baseball and you're back into real life, you kind of, besides text messages or an occasional phone call, you don't get a chance to see those faces that often anymore. So, yeah, I'm very excited to see those guys next Saturday.
Were you at the 2010, and are you making plans to be at 2014? Did the Red Sox have you in for 2007?
I did do 2007. 2010, I don't know what happened besides COVID, of course. I don't know if the Giants just didn't want to get the guys together. So 2010 hasn't happened, but unless it did, and I just didn't go. Which might have happened as well. But yes, I think anytime you get a chance to reunite and catch up with some old teammates and guys that you went a full season and finish out on top, you want to see them. And Boston was a fantastic time, just seeing some of those old faces. So I'm sure it'll be the same next weekend.
Can you put Sergio Romo back in the My Little Pony backpack and make him carry candy for everyone?
I think that would be fantastic. And the candy would definitely go to the crowd because that's what you do. You dump out the backpack so the rookies would have to refill it. I think it's something that needs to happen.
How much better are the lies the second time you go to a reunion like this?
It gets good. Yeah, I think there's a nice. There's a lot more angles to stories than you remember. Which is kind of fun. I always enjoy that part of it. And then I enjoyed, like in Boston, for me, I was still a young guy, still trying to find my way. And I like hearing the veteran guys just continue to be hard on me. I really enjoy that part of it. Like that part just never goes away. And I think that's what's going to be fun. It's the guys that were on that. There's going to be a good amount of guys that were minor league guys and helped us out up in the big leagues and stayed for a little bit and kind of were up and down. And when you have those conversations with those dudes, it's going to be fun to just kind of egg them on a little bit because that's just how it is when you're a veteran guy with those guys up. And I think that's what they want. That's what you remember, and that's what you want to experience again.
Javi Lopez here on 95.7 The Game. We were celebrating great closer introductions. Certainly, Sergio had his.
Helmet Jones.
Yeah. How come like lefty specialists don't get intro? Did anyone ever say what do you want us to play when you come out of the bullpen? Did you have a theme?
I had my tunes, but usually everyone was going to the bathroom at that point in time.
What was it?
So they don't remember. So I did "Coastin" by Zion I and K Flay. That was one, and then I finished up with the Humpty Dance. Huge Digital Underground guy, so yeah, Humpty Dance. But that's usually people are ordering beers or going to the bathroom or getting a hot dog or something like that.
Were you the one who just said grab them in the biscuits?
You said it. That's right.
Well, now that we know this, we certainly will honor you properly and bring you on with the right introduction music the next time we have you on. But Javi, thank you very much for joining us. Have a good call tonight. Enjoy San Diego.
Thanks, guys. Pleasure as always.
Javier Lopez here on 95.7 The Game. Humpty Dance. I had no idea. By the way, welcome everyone to your 5 o'clock hour.
You're listening to 95.7 The Game, KGMZ FM in HD1 San Francisco. Always live on the free Odyssey app, if that's what you call living.
By the way, have the Giants put Javier Lopez up on the wall yet?
Of course not.
Well, I mean, he won 3 World Series with them. You'd think so.
Do you see his name?
No, I'm not even looking at the list. I'm kind of like scanning it real quickly. But, all right. Well, how about this?
We'll get around to it.
It'll be a homework assignment. We'll figure it out tonight.
Eventually, Kurt Manwaring will be on the wall.
He's going to the wall, Ray. Not Kurt Manwaring, but Javier
No,
Lopez.
they'll have to build a new wall.
Why? Because you'd be man-wearing it out if you didn't? Sorry, I know. That's just...
I was going to say you're better than that, but I think we know that's not true.
No one's better than that. Not on this program. By the way, just since we're talking like pitching and bullpen guys and greatness and winning things, did you see that Dennis Eckersley is going to be hanging up not the tools of ignorance, because he was never a catcher, but he is going to be hanging up the microphone. He's going to be stepping out of the Red Sox booth this season. His 22nd as a broadcaster. This is his 50th season around baseball. A lifer, to say the least. Dennis Eckersley, 67 years old, will now be able to take summer vacations, Ray.
Yeah, I mean, I just wonder how, that's a long time to be making those road trips. And I'm surprised when guys last longer than that because, one, they're not allowed to for the most part. You have to be a made guy to do that. And the other thing is you have less and less in common with the players. The game is much different than it used to be. The players are much different. I mean, the entire ethos of the sport has changed radically in the last 10 years. So he might just look at it and go, I've seen as much as I can comprehend. This is more than I want to do anymore. I'm done with, this charter and that charter, and you get to go home and have a beer.
Yeah, you get to 50 years, you feel like I can, I'm a multimillionaire many times over. I can put my feet up now.
Well, who knows what kind of money he's got, but I just think there's a point at which you just go, is this as much fun as it used to be? And if the answer is no, you got to get out.
He has. Well, first of all, I'm glad you're still having so much fun then, Ray.
Well, I'm also not been around for 50 years. I could wear out at any minute.
Which will happen first? You having fun or getting 50 years?
I have 50 years.
Dennis Eckersley officially has a career that could no longer even exist. Do you realize that he had 100 complete games as a starter before earning 390 career saves?
Oh, yeah, no, he's one of the very few guys who...
Not you, do you realize, but I'm just, in general, our audience, there is no career that even comes close to mirroring what Dennis Eckersley's career started as, turned into, and finished as. It's staggering. It's staggering. He was 197 and 171 with a 3.50 ERA in games that he started. 100 complete games. Like Logan Webb. Let's say Logan Webb pitches the next 15 years for the San Francisco Giants. There is no chance he will have a dozen complete games in his career.
There's a chance. It's not even one a year, but it's not very it's not very likely he'll get much over 20. I mean, unless again the ethos of the game changes. I mean, at some point maybe somebody says, "You know what? We need to bring back pitchers who go 9 innings." And that could be the next new fetish for general managers.
I mean, Farhan wants to probably, the way that guy loves platooning, there's no way he's going to be on riding let's have a horse go 9 innings ever again. By the way, he won the Cy Young, Eckersley did, and MVP awards in 1992 with your Oakland Athletics. So, Dennis Eckersley, hell of a career. Very good broadcaster, too. He very good. Stepping out of the Red Sox booth. Hanging it up. Giants are, let's just face it, they're in trouble. Dave Fleming was on the morning show today and tried to paint the, most positive picture he could on the morning roast.
It's hard to snap your finger and say, okay, yeah, we're just going to beat those teams. That's hard to do. But I was just sitting on the airplane last night thinking, 2 months left. Can the Giants win 18 games a month? Can you go like 18-10 twice and finish like 36-18, something like that? Can they do that? Yeah. That doesn't sound like totally out of the realm of possibility. It's not easy, but I think they can do it. And it starts tonight. It does. If you can't beat the Padres head-to-head, you ain't going, because they have 9 of them left, and that's one of the teams you're trying to chase.
Again, we like Dave. We understand who signs his paychecks. Ray, they're not going 18-10 in any stretch of 28 games this year.
And they're definitely not doing it twice. No, their whole world is the Phillies, the Brewers, and or the Cardinals, depending on who wins the Central.
Right, who flip-flops.
Yeah, that's their world from now on. They're not catching the Padres. They're clearly not catching the Dodgers. And, they don't have to worry about Atlanta. Atlanta's going to be too far ahead of them in the wild card race. So, no, they have the Phillies, the Brewers, the Cardinals.
And even though Javi said, there's going to be a little comfort maybe for the Giants tonight because they're going to be going back and playing in their division, well, being in their division has not been too kind to the Giants this year. They've lost 11 in a row against National League West opponents. They are 16-25 in division. And, yeah, the Dodgers just pasted the Padres. 20-4 outscored them in the 3-game sweep. Dodgers have an 8-game winning streak that began before they even swept the Giants. When you look at the standings, the Dodgers are always 8-2 or 9-1 in their last 10 games. It's ridiculous. It's ridiculous the kind of year they're having. They're 75-33, for goodness sakes.
Yeah, I mean, they have pulled away from the Yankees as the best team in baseball. And the amazing thing here is that their 2 best starting pitchers are their 4th and 5th starters. Now, that depth of that rotation may become a problem in October. But up until now, they can put their feet up. They're the 1 seed. Even as good as the Mets have been, and the Mets have been the 2nd best team since the break.
Did you watch any DeGrom on Sunday, man? He was
he was unfair.
He really, that's the right word. He's unfair. Guy's unbelievable.
Yeah, I mean, if they had more, they don't have enough pitching, I think, to go the long haul, but they do have everything else. They've got a superb lineup. I mean, they've won 70 games so far.
They have your new favorite player in baseball.
Yeah, Daniel Vogelbach. Delightful. He got a long column in the New York Post Sunday, and they basically declared him a folk hero based on 13 games.
Meanwhile, Dodgers are 15.5 up on the Padres. Padres are going to be very, very angry facing Alex Wood tonight. Blake Snell going for the Padres. The Dodgers are now 22 games up on the Giants. Think the Padres coming in at 107? Or, excuse me, the Dodgers, 107, 108, 110? It's not out of the realm of possibility.
I think they're probably on a pace to do that now. I'd have to look, but... So...
You going to do math?
I'm going to do math.
Ray's doing math, everybody. Good luck to us all. Dave Fleming was trying to do the math.
They're on pace for 113.
113 wins. Okay, so 3 games off the all-time wins record. That's kind of who they are right now.
kind of who they are, period.
Year in, year out. Year in, year out.
And
yes,
because of a scheduling quirk based on the first part of the year that got kicked back, their last 6 games are at home against the Rockies. A 6-game series.
So they're not even going to really need to lean forward to have to break the tape. They can
lean back in their chairs and do that.
They can backpedal to 100.
Then again, they probably will have clinched the division by then, and quite possibly the top seed too.
I mean, think about it. They'll probably have that done 10, 15 days before the year even comes to an end, and they can bring up, whoever they don't care about service time manipulation on, they can just basically bring up and have their minor leaguers who, when all of them show up, go 3 for 4 with 6 RBI or pitch 6 shutout innings. Like the Dodgers, from a who they are standpoint, is amazing. From a who they bring in via free agency is amazing. From the talent that they got coming through their own system, they're freaking amazing. They really are.
There's a reason why they won the division like 9 straight years.
Except for last year, baby.
That's true, but
there you go.
Saw what good that did the Giants.
Hey,
quick in, quick out.
Whatever the Giants' problems were, they weren't their problems last year. I'll give them that much. That's all I'm going to give them. And you know what? That's not all I'm going to give them. I'm going to give them Joey Bart, as we were talking about with Javi. Joey Bart, Andrew Baggerly did an awful lot of the math for me, so I didn't have to. I want to credit Bags for where I picked it up and lifted it. Bart's 3rd consecutive multiple hit game came at the Coliseum. He had a couple of multiple hit games. Again, you can't have 3 without having at least 2. He raised his average over that span from 182 to 211. He had the highest strikeout rate in baseball, 45.4% when the Giants sent him back to Sacramento. Since returning, he has cut his strikeout rate to 31.1%. Saturday's game was just the 2nd time in his career where he's had as many as 5 plate appearances without a strikeout. And I'm telling you, the kiss of death for Joey Bart used to be 0-2. And he was the fastest 0-2 in Major League Baseball. He was going up to the plate with an 0-2 count from the on-deck circle. And that was just a kiss of death for him. He's changed his approach a little bit. He still swings with power, but he's not swinging with both cheeks 0-2. He's putting the ball in play. These are markedly better at-bats, just to the novice naked eye, as opposed to the at-bats he was having before he got sent down. Since his return from AAA on July 6th, he's hitting .282 with 5 home runs and nearly an 800 OPS. That's 24 games. Still a small sample size for sure. But in the 36 games before he got demoted, he was hitting 156 with an OPS under 600. So that's improvement. And in a year where you're looking for anything to kind of hang your hat on if you're the Giants right now, that's the one thing I think they got. For a team that we keep on saying isn't developing, isn't producing from their own minor league system, maybe Joey Bart will be the first bright spot of sunshine when it's all said and done at the end of this year.
Yeah, and they'd better find other places to get that as well, because Joey Bart alone is not going to float this boat down the road.
No, he will not. Dave Fleming, though, noticing an improvement.
More contact, which for him means more hard contact, because the dude just hits the ball hard. He's so strong that if he can get the bat to the ball, it goes. And the home runs are really impressive. I thought this weekend one of those hits, I can't remember exactly the scenario, but he started a rally down 0-2, got a low changeup, and instead of being fooled by it, kind of adjusted mid-swing, and he's so strong, he just flipped it into left field, and it started a rally for the Giants. It was a base hit that turned into a run and more runs. So you're seeing power, but you're also seeing just sort of hitting ability start to come to the forefront. It's really a nice development for this team that hasn't had enough positive development this year. And if Joey can finish the season strong and the Giants really feel like, hey, we got our guy, we got our catcher, that would be so huge for planning the next year and beyond.
Yeah, they need a couple of guys that they can really think we can build around this. And look, one of the ultimate build around it, guys, is Carlos Rodon. If he indeed sticks around, will they pay him to stick around? He is 100% going to opt out because that's what you do when you're having a good year. He just won his 10th game in Oakland over the weekend. Dave Fleming talked about Carlos's future on this team.
I believe that he likes it here. I believe that the Giants obviously really like his performance. Carlos has had an excellent year. He's been one of the very best pitchers in baseball. I think the Giants are interested in bringing him back. I also think Carlos, like almost every player, this is his first year. It's not like he came up with the Giants. So I don't think the Giants are getting any sort of emotional discount or anything. I think with Carlos, it's going to be who gives the best offer, and that's where he's going to go. And I don't blame him for that. That's not a judgmental statement. I don't know exactly what that deal will look like, but I would think Kevin Gausman's deal is like a pretty good framework of what Carlos would be asking for. And we'll see if the Giants or any team is willing to meet that price.
All right. What's the price going to be, Ray? How many years, dollar amount? I think he's kind of beyond what Kevin Gausman took to go to Toronto.
Oh, I think so, too. I think he's making 20 this year, 25 for 5, maybe 6. And if you can't replace him with anything in your system, pitching gets more expensive in the offseason than it does at the deadline. So, yeah, I think they got to be ready to overpay.
Overpay is the only way you're going to get anyone to come or to get a guy like Rodon to stay, because I don't think he has fallen in love with this team, its philosophies, necessarily the play that he's seeing around him. He can't be impressed defensively with the San Francisco Giants behind him, that's for sure. So it's a real, what's the word I'm looking? Not trial by fire, but Farhan, you got no stars basically to offer your fan base next year. He is one of them. Like, what do the Giants have this year that no one could debate? They got a legit 1-2 in any starting lineup. Not pitching rotation.
Yeah, he's making 21.5 this year, 22.5 next year, and if he opts out,
that's going up to 26.
Yeah, I was going to say 25's low.
Yeah,
I'd say 28, maybe ballpark close to 30.
And when I'm looking at him, the last thing I want to do is give a 6-year contract. So what I want to do, if I'm Farhan, is bump that up to 32, maybe even. How about this? $100 million, 3 years.
He probably would like the shorter deal so he can, spin the wheel again, because there's no guarantee that in 3 years the Giants will be fixed. Yeah, that makes sense.
Moms and dads, raise those boys to be starting pitchers. Man.
Yeah, they only work 30 days a year.
$1 million a start. I mean, that's where baseball's going. $1 million a start for elite pitchers.
Yeah, I'm just looking at the highest paid pitchers now. I mean, Scherzer's at 43, Cole's at 36, Strasburg's at 35, Trevor Bauer, hold your applause till the end, 34, Verlander 33, Greinke 32.5, Price 31, Kershaw is at 30.
David Price is making $31 million a year to go 2 2/3 at best in a mop-up role for the Dodgers.
It's what he's making this year.
Unbelievable.
Well, but that's mostly the Red Sox contract. But that ends this year, so
right.
So there'll be money out there.
David Price is an afterthought in the Dodgers bullpen.
Yeah,
making $30 million a year.
Yeah.
Good God.
DeGrom is making 27.5, and his last year is next year.
Oh, he could be. He's looking at 40, right?
I would think. I mean, I think he's going to get paid more than Scherzer will, so that's definitely more than 40. He's going to be the answer to the question: if the Yankees have to pay Aaron Judge whatever he wants, fill in the rest of the sentence.
Yeah. Damon, could you please philosophically explain why the Giants would commit to Rodon now if they didn't last offseason? Well, they did. They gave him a 2-year deal, but that second year was a player option that he could exercise had he met all the healthy and inning requirements that they tacked into a contract for a guy who had shoulder issues.
Yeah, he pitched 110 innings. I think he's already there, and that's all he had to do.
He's already qualified for his opt-out.
Yeah.
So there is no player in baseball who works in a player option that doesn't exercise it unless they're injured. Unless you are optionless. Like Russell Westbrook, for example, using a different sport to paint a picture. Like Kyrie Irving, for example, using a different sport to paint the same picture. He had an option to stay in Brooklyn for a price that he wasn't going to get anywhere else. So he did. By the way, we'll be talking about the Brooklyn Nets here. Got a little news today in just 1 second. But first, Vince in San Jose. Hello, Vince.
Hey, fellas. Good to talk to you guys.
Thank you.
Can you guys hear me? Can you guys hear me?
We got you, Vince.
So, the Giants have been extremely frustrating to watch this year, as you guys know. We're on a nice little win streak, hoorah, My biggest question and concern with the Giants is, A, are they willing to spend the massive amount of money that they have? And B, are they willing to commit to the superstar prospects that are ready to get that next level? And I know why they don't want to give Luciano a call up. They don't want to start his 6-year service time, of course. But you know what? He's a stud. He's a good ball player. I question Kapler. I question Farhan. And I certainly question the ownership group. In 107 wins last year doesn't mean squat if we can't put together a winning roster this year. Thank you, fellas.
I'll tell you this, Vince. All of your questions are legitimate. They're well-founded. And they better be answered the right way by this ownership group. I really don't think Gabe Kapler controls the budget. I don't think you can blame him for what Luciano has not done, having not played a day in his life in his dugout. But why is that guy still in high A ball? I don't understand it. Like,
he was hurt earlier in the year.
Promote him. It's time. It's time to start matriculating the ball down the field. And by ball, I mean minor league prospects that you think are going somewhere. It's time.
Well, then the musical question is, do they think he's going somewhere right now? Because I think that's probably an open question.
It is a legit question.
I didn't say it wasn't a legit question. I just said it might be an open question.
It's who knows? Who knows? I mean, there's been guys who have killed it in the minor leagues who come up to the major leagues and do nothing. That's what happens in this sport. Minor league success is not necessarily the indicator of major league success, which is bonkers, but it's the truth. So we'll see. We'll see. He hasn't played a game since early June, Luciano. That's not good.
He actually just recently started a rehab assignment, I think, with the Giants, like an intra-squad scrimmage down in Arizona. So
thank you, Grandy. Let me tell you who's... Speaking of rehab assignments that you got to keep your eye on, Fernando Tatis. He's coming. He's coming. Not tonight. He won't be in the Padres lineup tonight.
Not this week.
Not this week, right. But he coming. There's no doubt about it. Want to talk just a little bit about Kevin Durant. First of all, though, before we talk about today's news, I want to take you back in time. I'm talking September of 2019, where Kevin Durant, at his introductory Nets press conference, was singing the praises of Kenny Atkinson, not based on the conversations they had, but on the YouTube clips he had seen.
I was doing a lot of YouTube research on Kenny Atkinson and watching interviews and see how he talked after games and stuff, and I really liked his approach to his craft as a coach, and that's what drew me in pretty quickly. I didn't really do too much research on other coaches, so I guess he always had the leg up.
There you go. So I didn't really look hard anywhere except on YouTube, and I wanted to come to Brooklyn. So I'm going to sit here and just gobbledygook myself through a Kenny Atkinson compliment, which obviously did not last long at all because Kenny Atkinson is now working more with Steve Kerr than he is Kevin Durant. So there's that. So now Kevin Durant, you watch the team while you were recovering from your Achilles. You're watching him in the bubble. Jacques Vaughn's got him playing really well in the bubble, and there's a little buzz that, man, Jacques Vaughn is going to be the next head coach of the Brooklyn Nets. Kevin Durant obviously said, nope, I don't want that, because remember, everything that you're looking at, the entire vision of the Nets franchise, is the vision that Kevin Durant insisted on. All of this is Kevin's design. What about Steve Nash makes him right for you, Kevin?
Just to be clear, do you think that Steve is still the right guy to lead this group?
Yeah, like Steve's been dealt a crazy hand the last 2 years. He had to deal with so much stuff as a head coach, first-time coach, and trades, injuries, COVID, just a lot of stuff he had to deal with. And I'm proud of how he just focused and his passion for us. And, we all, continue to keep developing over the summer and see what happens.
Kevin Durant is so committed to his hand-selected head coach of Steve Nash that today, in a face-to-face meeting, we learned by Shams that he basically went to Joe Tsai over the weekend and said, you need to get rid of Sean Marks and Steve Nash or me. We will not coexist. Durant and Tsai spoke in London on Saturday, and sources described the discussion as transparent and professional. The meeting, ironically, taking place a year to the day that Kevin Durant agreed to a 4-year, $198 million contract extension. And this is a guy who there is no element about the Brooklyn Nets that Kevin Durant didn't say, give me that. He is the ultimate made his bed, yet does not even want to lie in it athlete in the world today.
And this reeks to me of a guy who is trying to make himself as undesirable as possible to the owner of the team. Because, one, he did hand select Steve Nash. That's not disputable. He said it himself.
Right, because Steve Nash would say, nice job on that free throw line, Kevin, at practice.
Well, he did more than that. But let's move past that for now. The fact is, Kevin Durant clearly does not want to be in Brooklyn, and he's trying to make a market where one does not currently exist by making himself unpalatable on the team that he's currently on. So he's making a demand not based on the fact that he's fallen out of love with Steve Nash. He's fallen out of love with Brooklyn. And this is his next play, I think. I don't think he's got an issue with Steve Nash. I don't think he has an issue with Sean Marks. He just wants to be somewhere else.
He will detonate anything, anyone, to get his own way. He is such a selfish baby. There's no other way to say it. He really is. He is. He had everything that a basketball player could possibly be looking for in terms of supportive environment, winning culture, and great teammates. He traded them all in for Kyrie Irving and a team that he instantly fell out of love with. Well, why is he out of love with the Brooklyn Nets? Probably a lot of reasons. Number one, chief among them is you picked the wrong team in New York. If you ever, anyone listening, anybody listening, no matter what James Dolan did yesterday, today, or will do tomorrow, if you have a choice to go play professional basketball in the city of New York, and you can either play for the Knicks or the Nets, and you choose the Nets, you're a major douchebag. You don't know basketball. You can't tell me you know basketball if you pick the Nets. The Nets are less popular than the New York Islanders in New York. They do not matter. The Knicks coughing matters more than the Brooklyn Nets in the playoffs.
All that said, he chose the Nets because the Nets offered him control of the franchise, which he was never going to have with the Knicks.
Right, but he can't control a franchise. Everything he did, it's all in his vision.
But he, in his view, and I'm not taking his view, but it needs to be said, he feels like the Nets went back on their word when they started to futz with Kyrie Irving's next contract. So he has decided that this is not the place he wants to be. And he's been cryptic about the reasons why. But when you make your hand-picked coach the new reason why you want out, it's not about any reason at all. It's just he wants to be traded. And I don't know if that request can be satisfied because nobody else seems to want to come up with the kind of scratch that Joe Tsai would find acceptable. And this is an owner's decision at this point. It's not a general manager's call. It's not a coach's call. This is about Kevin Durant and Joe Tsai going head-to-head, and Joe Tsai, being a multi-billionaire, is probably less inclined to, just play along with Durant, because I think in some ways he probably looks at his investment in the basketball team and goes, this is not nearly as much fun as I thought it was going to be.
So, within the hour, Joe Tsai just tweeted, "Our front office and coaching staff have my support. We will make decisions in the best interest of the Brooklyn Nets." In other words,
bugger off.
Kevin Durant, shut up.
No, not shut up. It just, I hear you. I've chosen to ignore you.
Which is the really nicest way in the world to say shut up.
Well, he's not going to get shut up. He knows that. What he's done is he's made this a place where he's going to plant a flag. You just go, no, I hire the coach and the general manager. You got the players. We were a play-in team. Kyrie Irving gave me headaches. Ben Simmons has yet to, do anything. I don't need to take orders from you because I have $15 billion and you don't.
Well, how about this? I'm not sure Joe Tsai should be taking marching orders from anybody who convinced him to pay DeAndre Jordan $40 million to do nothing and then fire Kenny Atkinson and hire Steve Nash. You got summer leaguers rolling their eyes at Steve Nash. Well, why? Because he's not a coach. He's never coached at any level in his life. And then trade Jared Allen, then trade Karis LeVert, and by the way, also get rid of every single draft pick possible to bring in James Harden, who instantly gets out of here, and now bring in the only guy in the world you could even say is as big of a head case as me, in Ben Simmons, to be my next teammate. Kevin Durant not liking the Nets' vision when the Nets are only built in the vision that Kevin Durant wanted them built in is the most poetic, pathetic, and 100% hysterical thing ever. It's hysterical. How could the best basketball player basically in the world have absolutely no port to call home? It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable. There's never been a ratio of this much talent and this much diva behavior, and everyone in the NBA would definitely want a guy like this on their team, yet nobody in the NBA has come to get him. It's stunning. It's stunning. There's really never been a case study quite like this.
Weirdly enough, though, and you'll hate this because I can already hear your eyes rolling. There's one going on in London right now, or in England right now. Cristiano Ronaldo, one of the best players in the history of the sport of soccer, is desperate to try to get out of Manchester United because it's a complete tire fire. And nobody wants to pick up the 37-year-old guy with the massive price tag.
I was about to say, how old is he?
He's 37.
Oh, so that's grandpa soccer.
Nevertheless, he was still their best player last year on a team that finished 6th. He's one of the great players in the history of the game, and I'm not exaggerating. He's still got miles on the tread. That said, Manchester United can't move him because nobody wants to pay that price either. Because the reason why Kevin Durant is still in net is because nobody has the number of players and draft picks that will satisfy the Nets. And the Nets so far have basically said, if you don't pay us what we want, we're going to keep them. And now Durant finds himself in the place where he can't get traction on the team that he was in charge of 3 months ago. That's the weird part.
Kevin Durant pouting through his own opening night introductions in Brooklyn is going to be the most schadenfreude-y, delicious thing possible.
If he's there for them.
If he's even there. What they're paying him, if he doesn't show up, then that's it. He's officially reached maximum scumbag. Like, if all you do is love the game and all you do is want a ball and you're only comfortable on the court, then get your ass on the court. And if you do want to be traded, we need to show off who you are, because apparently the entire world has forgotten or has either replaced their memory with the pain in the rear end that you've become. Kevin Durant. No love. And what's so funny is he went to Brooklyn to finally find the love that he knew he couldn't find here, which was ridiculous because he would have found the love that he would have looked for his entire life, having given the Golden State Warriors his Achilles in an attempt to win an NBA title. Kevin Durant would have come back as one of our own, one of the Warriors, one of the legit Warriors now. That would have earned his stripes here. He goes to Brooklyn to find the love that he claimed he couldn't find here and is now so detonated any chance of ever being loved in Brooklyn. I mean, tell me you don't know how the world works without actually telling me.
I don't think it was love, though. I think it was power. And he couldn't have the power here because Joe Lacob, say whatever else you want.
It's clear he doesn't know what to do with power. He is incapable of running a team.
It didn't mean he didn't want it. And I think he wanted to be able to control his franchise the way LeBron James controls his.
When we come on back, one great actor still with us. Sad that an actress left us. And maybe even a call or two on Kevin Durant. 888-957-9570. Damon and Ratto, brought to you by Chilton Auto Body.
Have you been in a car accident? Chilton Auto Body has 15 convenient Bay Area locations to help restore your vehicle to pre-accident condition. Chilton Auto Body is also actively hiring for all positions. For more details, head to ChiltonAutoBody.com. The Bay Area's leader.
Now back to Damon and Ratto, brought to you by BMW Fairfield on 95.7 The Game.
So we're just about to get out of the way for Dan Devone and Alan Stiles coming up next here. We want to thank Grandy for holding down the fort. Really appreciate it. Thanks to Brian for coming in to help out as well. Evan started the shift tonight, and we thank you both for helping out. Screening calls, helping, getting guests on. Appreciate it. Say something nice, Ray.
Yeah.
This is Matt in Richmond. Matt, you're on 95.7 The Game. What do you got real quick?
Damon, Ray, thank you for taking my call. Scottie Pippen, I think he brought up recently the whole thing about the 96 or 98 Bulls against the 2017 Warriors, even with Kevin Durant. I just wanted to say, I haven't heard this yet. I don't think the Warriors, as much as I have liked the Warriors over the years, would have won, because Dennis Rodman would have gotten Draymond Green ejected before the game even.
Matt, I love you. We weren't talking about this at all, but I mean, you're right. Rodman would have been ultimate agitator, probably would have found a way to get under Draymond's skin. That, to me, is not the reason why the Warriors might be in trouble. Look, if we're playing by a modern rule book, the Warriors would absolutely shoot the Bulls right the hell out of the gym, because the Bulls didn't play at a pace or in a rule book that the Warriors exist in. If we're playing by the Bulls rules, Scottie Pippen and Michael Jordan might have shut down Klay Thompson and Steph Curry in ways that they couldn't even imagined. So, time machines are fascinating discussions. We'll never really know. Steve Kerr thinks that the Warriors would win in a modern rule book, and basically said, if we're playing in the old school days of brass knuckles, who knows?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing about these comparisons. It's basketball doesn't translate 20 years in the past any more than this era will translate 20 years in the future. You take what you have when you have it, and that's the deal.
Eric Milbray, what do you got real quick?
Yeah, what's up, guys? Yeah, we knew from the get-go this was doomed to fail from the start, just because of, as you mentioned, the Nets are the JV team in town. They're completely irrelevant. As garbage and as awful as the Knicks are, they're still a Knicks town. It always will be, regardless of what the Nets do. And then, most importantly, is who Durant picked as his running mate. Kyrie Irving is a cancer. He's the last guy you want in your franchise. In fact, they don't even want him there. But we saw that no team, regardless of how talented he is, wanted him when the Nets said you can go out and seek a trade, and nobody wants him. And it looks like the Lakers are probably the only desperate team they want, because LeBron thinks he's going to recapture Magic.
Well, that's the thing, and he's ready to go and genuflect in front of LeBron in a way that he wasn't as a player. Remember, you get rid of Kyrie, you become better. We've seen that in Boston, and I don't know if Brooklyn is going to get better anytime soon. It's just a train wreck of unmitigated, yet incredibly predictable proportions. We told you it was going to be a disaster.
Nobody could have predicted it this way.
Not this way, but I said it was going to blow up, and it wouldn't last long. And thanks to COVID for putting everything on the fast track, but this thing was built to be, you had to be a monorail salesman to believe that this was going to work out. Monorail. Do you get the reference?
No.
Simpsons. Shame on you. Goodbye, Olivia Newton-John. She passed away today, the age of 73. She was Olivia Newton-John. Had a real fastball in the 70s and 80s. Lots of hits. Big movie star. Sweet as pie. I loved Olivia Newton-John. The song Magic was really good. It was a good song. And obviously, no one else could have played Sandra Dee in Grease.
Sandra Dee could have.
Sandra Dee, maybe. But Olivia Newton-John probably could outsing her. So rest in peace, our sweet Australian princess. I can tell you, though, if you want to feel really old today, it's not who passed away, it's who's still with us. Would you believe it or not? Just guess how old Dustin Hoffman is, Ray.
85?
You saw it today.
No, I didn't.
He is 85 years old today. Dustin Hoffman, 85 years old. If you had to recommend our audience go watch one Dustin Hoffman movie, what would you recommend?
Dog Day Afternoon.
That's Al Pacino.
Okay, then I wouldn't recommend that you see Dustin Hoffman in that.
He's got some great ones. It's amazing how often the word men or man are in great Dustin Hoffman movies. All the President's Men, Little Big Man, Marathon Man, Rain Man. But it's the one he played a woman that might be the best. Tootsie. Did you ever see Tootsie?
Once.
It's a fantastic movie. Fantastic movie. He's also really good as a drunk attorney in a rigged trial in the movie...
The documentary.
Yeah, right. The movie Sleepers. And I've always felt, and I know this will, get me a lot of darts thrown at me by the film critics, but I always thought that The Graduate and Midnight Cowboy were kind of dull and slow and overrated. We're walking here, walking, totally improvises. He almost got hit by a car in an intersection. The most famous moment of the man's entire career, totally improvised because somebody almost hit him with a car.
Well, I had him in Dog Day Afternoon, so I'll have to trust your reference.
Trust me. You don't know, Ratto Rizzo, I'm walking here. You don't get, that's nothing to you?
Nothing. Sorry. Why do you ask me these questions when you know what the answer is going to be?
But this is like, have you heard of French fries at McDonald's? I mean, that's how ingrained in pop culture it is.
Well, I'm not ingrained in pop culture.
Still, you didn't have to be ingrained in pop culture for that.
Well, stop moving the bar around. I didn't get the reference.
All right. Well, watch Tootsie. Again, it's fantastic. Bill Murray's hysterical in it. And there you go. Thanks so much for tuning in today. For Ray, the movie critic, for all the guys on the other side of the glass, thank you for all your help. Thanks to Chris Biederman and Javi Lopez for joining us. Stick around. Dan Devone, Alan Stiles coming up next. I guarantee you they've both seen at least 3 of these movies. Thank you very much for tuning in today. For Ray, I'm Damon. Sports don't build character, they reveal it.
And like that, he's gone.
If you're a professional builder or designer, here's some good news from Golden State Lumber. Their relationships with Capital Lumber, Cal Cascade, Humboldt Sawmill, and others have led to an increase in lumber inventory. Golden State strives to deliver most materials the next day, if not the same day.